Chapter 401, A Peerless Delicacy, the Thorny Pufferfish's Meat. After the expert from the oceanic species was defeated, the members from their side rode the waves and left, leaving behind the cheering experts from the Grand Baron Sect's experts. Excitement adorned the faces of all experts of the Grand Baron Sect, who stood at the deck of the metallic warship. Executive Feng had succeeded. He had successfully defeated that expert of the oceanic species and obtained the treasures within the big crystal mine. Once they returned to the Grand Baron Sect, they would all be rewarded with some resources which would help them improve their cultivation. They were all confident in Executive Feng. He was a divine physique echelon expert who had an extremely powerful cultivation, so how could any accidents occur to him in this land of smelting trials? He even defeated the divine realm expert from the oceanic species, so who else could possibly hinder him from obtaining the treasures? They were all waiting, standing on the deck of the warship, gazing intently at the entrance of the mine, awaiting Executive Feng's glorious return from within the mine. At that moment, their excitement had soared to the point that they began to roar crazily. However, a short while later, the expressions of the Grand Baron Sect's experts atop the warship became grave. They had waited for a long time, but Executive Feng had not come out of the mine yet. Did he meet some unexpected accident? Someone took a guess. However, he was quickly dismissed by another person. Executive Feng is a divine physique echelon expert. How is it possible for him to meet with some accident? In this land of smelting trials, divine physique echelon experts can sweep through everything. Nevertheless, the more this person tried to dismiss the previous guess, the less confident he had in his rebuttal. They still continued to wait, and a long time later, some of them could no longer bear to wait. Executive Feng still hadn't come out after so long. Did he really meet with an accident? Even that expert from the oceanic species left after getting severely injured, so what else could have hindered Executive Feng? They began to deliberate on the matter among themselves, and afterwards, the experts of the Grand Baron Sect all rushed out from the warship and charged toward the mine. They all employed extreme caution. After all, the mine was filled with countless dangers, so they didn't dare to relax and lower their guards. After they entered the mine, they crept forward cautiously while keeping their guard up for any dangers they might encounter. After they had traveled forward for a while, they sped up, and soon, they reached the crevice. They entered the crevice and eventually reached the cave, and immediately afterward, they finally found Executive Feng inside. When they saw him, their excitement turned to perplexion, then their faces quickly became filled with fright. Executive Feng is dead. As the kitchen door slowly opened, a rich and intoxicating fragrance wafted out of it. The fragrance seemed like a flood which had been contained behind a sluice gate for a long time, and right after the gate was opened, it instantly comes crashing out. The instant that fragrance rushed out, it flooded the Serpentine Sovereign's imperial palace, and everyone there was astonished and intoxicated by it. They couldn't help looking at the kitchen. A thin man slowly strode out of the kitchen carrying a giant porcelain bowl. Yu Fu was following closely behind him, and her big eyes were filled with admiration. Owner Buletin's culinary skill is far superior to mine, and I still need to study countless things. Wu Mu, the Serpentine Sovereign, and the others looked at Buletin Feng and the steaming porcelain bowl in his hands. That intoxicating fragrance had been wafting from the porcelain bowl all along. Owner Buletin, is this the delicacy you've made? It's truly fragrant. Wu Mu exclaimed in admiration. He had once tasted Buletin Feng's handmade dishes back at Fang Feng's little store, so his praise was sincere. Although the Serpentine Sovereign wasn't willing to accept such an outcome, the sweet fragrance was vivid to everyone, leaving her no choice but to acknowledge it, despite her reservations. As for the Grand Serpentine City's imperial chefs, they were all extremely dumbfounded. The fragrance had already surpassed their knowledge of the culinary arts. They never thought that someone would be capable of cooking a dish with such an overwhelmingly sweet fragrance. However, one of them quickly came back to his senses. He shook his head and said, "This is not right. It's impossible. How can a dish made using that cursed fish turn out to be this fragrant? Moreover, that fish is poisonous and must not be eaten." After the chefs, who had already been intoxicated by the fragrance, heard his words, they nodded their head in agreement. Buletin Feng, who was still carrying the porcelain bowl, looked at that chef, but he was too lazy to reply. There was a table right outside the kitchen, and Buletin Feng placed the porcelain bowl on top of it. Everyone quickly came over and surrounded the table. I had said that I would let you taste it after I cook it, so do you want a bowl of it? Bulletin Fang looked at Wu Mu and the Serpentine Sovereign and asked. The two of them were taken aback, and they began to hesitate. They were hesitating because they had heard Bulletin Fang say that that fish contained a poison strong enough to kill even a supreme being expert. Such frightening words caused them to fear the fish. They were just supreme being experts, after all, so how could they carelessly eat a dish that could kill them? As Bulletin Fang looked at the two of them which were still hesitating and didn't reply, he slightly curled up the corners of his mouth. A pair of chopstick unknowingly appeared within his hands. He passed it to Yu Fu so that she could have a taste of it while he directly took a piece of the thorny pufferfish's meat with his hand. The meat of the thorny pufferfish was tender and white, and along with it was a red soup which emitted a rich spirit essence. After a piece of soft meat was taken out of the thorny pufferfish by Bulletin Fang, some faint juice seeped out of it and dripped on the bowl, emitting a very strong fragrance. Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes and took a deep breath of the fragrance, and he seemed to become slightly intoxicated by it. He placed the piece of soft meat from the thorny pufferfish's meat into his mouth. A fragrance slightly similar to that of crab meat and egg wafted out of his mouth. The fragrance was a mixture of countless aromas. It seemed to ferment within Bulletin Fang's mouth, releasing an aromatic essence that caressed his taste buds. Stimulating his taste buds, the fragrance caused all the pores on his body to open up involuntarily. As soon as the soft meat from the thorny pufferfishes made contact with the insides of his mouth, it left Bulletin Fang with a unique experience. He had perfectly grasped the thorny pufferfish's cooking and heating procedures, so the meat didn't end up tough at all, instead, it was extremely soft and tender, and so the meat's freshness was perfectly preserved. As the fresh taste slid along Bulletin Fang's throat and into his stomach, it seemed to glow within his belly, sending streams of light through his skin, causing his body to glow. Of course, all of that was just an illusion, however, and he was the only who saw it. Bulletin Fang was slightly astonished, seeing as the fresh taste of the thorny pufferfish's meat greatly surpassed his expectations. He subconsciously lowered his head and gazed at Shrimpy, who lay atop his shoulder, rolling its compound eyes around. Was it all because of Shrimpy? It turned out that this little thing could improve the freshness of a dish. To Bulletin Fang, such creature was a truly rare treasure. Yu Fu also scooped a bowl of the soup for herself. She took a piece of the thorny pufferfish's meat and placed it in her mouth, and instantly, that mouthful thoroughly conquered her. After all, she had never eaten such a delicious dish before. This dish tasted better than any dish on the menu of Fang Fang's little store. It left a deeply profound impression on her. It turns out that dishes could actually be this delicious. She assumed that the dishes served at Fang Fang's little store had already reached the pinnacle of gourmet delicacies, so she hadn't expected to come across a dish even more delicious than those. She lifted the small bowl to her rosy lips, basking in the hot steam that arose from the bowl, and it caused her sight to become slightly blurred. When she took a light sip out of the soup, her eyes immediately widened. What a delicious soup! After she finished drinking the soup, Yu Fu felt as though her body had begun to heat up, leaving her completely captivated by the soup. It had thoroughly intoxicated her. With an expression of content on his face, Bulletin Fang ate piece after piece of the thorny pufferfish's meat. After watching the duo eat for a while and taking note of their infatuation-filled faces, Wu Mu and the Serpentine Sovereign began to desire a taste for themselves. Seeing as Bulletin Fang had been eating it contentedly for a while, this thorny pufferfish's meat ought to be safe for consumption. If it contained poison, Bulletin Fang would have died already. Wu Mu scooped a bowl of the soup and took a piece of the thorny pufferfish's meat. After he drank that bowl, Wu Mu's eyes began to glow, and he felt as though all the pores on his body had almost burst open. It could only be described with a single word: pleasurable. Owner Bulletin's dishes truly are delicacies of the highest quality. Wu Mu sincerely praised them. After the Serpentine Sovereign ate a mouthful of it, she lost her restraints and kept eating. She had never eaten such a delicious dish before. There was no room for comparison between her imperial chef's dishes and Bulletin Fang's. Bulletin Fang drank the last mouthful of soup in front of the spectators and their gazes filled with longing. He put down the bowl, then stroked his belly, feeling content, and exhaled a hot breath. After he drank the last mouthful of the soup, the system's solemn voice resounded in his mind. Congratulations to the host for completing the temporary mission, obtaining the precious ingredient within the big crystal mine and using it to cook a dish. Mission reward: 20% increase in your true energy cultivation. When he heard the system's words, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but squint his eyes. Although the system hadn't granted Bulletin Fang his reward, he still felt excited. He surmised that after the system granted him his reward, his cultivation would probably advance, and he would break through into the 8th grade war god realm. When that happened, his battle prowess would experience a considerable improvement, and he would become more capable of easily and perfectly processing ingredients. Bulletin Fang wasn't anxious that he hadn't received the reward yet. He knew that the mission's reward would only be granted to him when he returned to the store. After the surge of excitement, he calmed down. After they had eaten the dish, the Serpentine Sovereign's gaze toward Bulletin Fang changed. She could still feel some heat emanating from her stomach, and it seemed like the heat source releasing spiritual energy into her, which faintly increased her cultivation. It turned out that Yu Fu was studying culinary arts with such a chef. The prospects were limitless. Owner Bulletin's methods were even more impressive and mystical than an alchemist's, and thus they couldn't be disregarded. Wu Mu was about to say something when some experts from the White Cloud Villa hurried over and whispered something into his ear. Whatever it was, caused Wu Mu's expression to become grave. He quickly bid farewell to Bulletin Fang and left in a hurry. Wu Mu was anxious and impatient because his daughter, Wu Yunbei, had been kidnapped by the experts from the Grand Baron sect, so he hurried off to rescue her. He brought the White Cloud Villa's supreme beings along with him and directly charged toward the Grand Baron sect's warship. The Serpentine Sovereign had completely changed her opinion of Bulletin Fang after eating one of his dishes, and she now agreed that Yu Fu's prospects would be bright if she studied culinary arts from Bulletin Fang. However, as the Serpentine Sovereign, she also had her own difficulties. She brought Bulletin Fang and Yu Fu into the Imperial Palace, and after she drove away everyone in there, the three of them began to discuss privately. Half a day later, their discussion ended, and the Imperial Palace's doors were slowly opened. The Serpentine Sovereign sincerely expressed her thanks to Bulletin Fang and watched him carry the black dog and leave. Yu Fu remained beside the Serpentine Sovereign. She gazed at the departing Bulletin Fang with reluctance, but a trace of firmness glowed within her eyes. She would vigorously practice her culinary arts, even if it would have to be within the Serpentine Sovereign's Imperial Palace, and she would surely amaze Bulletin Fang with her achievements the next time she saw him. Strong gales whistled, and a hurricane rose beside Bulletin Fang. He slightly stroked Shrimpy, who lay on his shoulder, and grabbed Blackie, who was sound asleep, then stepped into the hurricane. The array above him had been formed by countless motes of white light, and it shook the moment he stepped into it. When the hurricane disappeared, Bulletin Fang had vanished. Chapter 402, The Rampage Ramen and the Gourmet Array. You want an improved egg fried rice as usual. Wiang Xiaoi, who was curled up on a chair, looked at Bei Gongming who had just come in through the store's door and calmly asked. Bei Gongming only shot a look at that lowly and didn't utter a word. He found himself a seat and began to stare at the kitchen. He still came regularly in the hopes of meeting Bulletin Fang. Although Bulletin Fang hadn't returned today, either, it was still possible that he may suddenly return. And when Bulletin Fang returns, he would immediately contact Executive Fang, who would come to this human city along with countless experts of the Grand Baron sect and force the fellow who had swallowed the 10,000 bestial flames to spout it back out. No one could resist the oppression and coercion of the Grand Baron sect. Bei Gongmin was quite confident of it. He began to imagine Bulletin Fang's pitiful fate and sorry state after he got coerced by them, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards involuntarily. Thump! A dull sound jolted him from his wild fantasies. Wiang Xiaoi had placed a bowl of the egg fried rice in front of him. The lassie had to make some noise because Bei Gongming was daydreaming. The corners of Bei Gongming's mouth rose up again, and he pulled the plate over, picked up a porcelain spoon and began to eat his usual order. Although he hadn't managed to start monitoring Bulletin Fang, he still discovered an unintended but pleasant surprise: the store's dishes were quite delicious. The first time he visited the store, he had been frightened by the prices of their dishes, as they were more expensive than elixirs. However, after he ate it once, he was hooked by this black-hearted store's delicious dishes. Nowadays, he would always order some dishes as soon he came in, while conveniently checking to see if Bulletin Fang had returned or not. While he was eating the egg fried rice, on the store's second floor, something else was happening. Strong gales rose up, and a familiar scenery appeared before Bulletin Fang's eyes. He had returned to his store. He was now in his familiar, quiet room, and this caused him to relax. The golden mantis shrimp atop shoulder was still asleep. Bulletin Fang raised Blackie and observed the dog. It was sleeping so deeply that it was impossible to tell when it would wake up. Bulletin Fang didn't take the dog to the front of the store, he simply tossed it down, leaving it in his room. Once he returned, Bulletin Fang felt his body relax and lighten up. He stretched first, then removed Shrimpy from his shoulder and placed it on the table. Afterward, he went into the bathroom. After taking a comforting warm bath, Bulletin Fang wore a special bathrobe and exited the bathroom with his hair still wet. He sat on the bed for a while before the system's solemn voice echoed in his mind. "My host, congratulations on completing the temporary mission. Now that you have returned home, the mission rewards will be granted." After it had spoken, Bulletin Fang's gaze grew grave. He felt some heat surging from his energy core, and his cultivation began to soar drastically. The true energy within his energy core began to converge, forming what seemed like a refined armor within his energy core. That was the symbol of an 8th grade war god. While fighting, 8th grade war gods could summon an armor to protect their body, and it was that armor that appeared within his energy core. Had he broken through to the 8th grade war god realm just like that? He didn't feel like he had broken through any bottlenecks, at all. Bulletin Fang raised his hand and looked at his fair palm blankly. The corners of his lips curled up, and he heaved out a long breath. Still, he had finally broken through. After completing the mission and obtaining the reward of a 20% increase in his true energy cultivation, Bulletin Fang's cultivation had finally advanced to the 8th grade war god realm. Since his cultivation had advanced, then shouldn't the system have upgraded as well? Host, Bulletin Fang. True energy cultivation level, 8 grade, as the man who would become the god of cooking in this fantasy world, you have finally gone past the initial stage wherein you were weak and insignificant. The trials on the road to becoming the god of cooking will become more difficult. Work hard, young man. Cooking talent, 4-star. Skills, Level 2 Meteor Knife Technique, 100/100, Level 2 Big Dipper Carving Technique, 100/100, Gourmet Arrays, 1/6. Tools, Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, God of Cooking Set, Black Turtle Constellation Wok, God of Cooking Set. God of Cooking Overall Rating, Intermediate Chef, your culinary arts have advanced to a higher tier, and your cooking techniques are becoming more refined. A more expansive world of culinary arts has opened to you, and you can already start cooking utility dishes. System level, 8 stars, conversion ratio is at 100%. System reward, Rampage Ramen Recipe, Gourmet Array Beginner Set, God of Cooking Sets Fragment, 2/3. His system panel was quietly updated, and the system's level reached 8 stars because Bulletin Fang's cultivation advanced to the 8th grade war god realm. As expected, when the system reached 8 stars, a new function was unlocked. What was a utility dish? Bulletin Fang pondered in puzzlement. The promotion reward that he had received this time was quite peculiar. Rampage Ramen? Even ramen could go berserk? Then how could it be eaten? Moreover, what the hell was that gourmet array? Bulletin Fang realized that a lot of new things had appeared. Would he have to start studying some new things once again? Bulletin Fang smacked his lips as curiosity welled up in his heart. The system reward has been granted. Will the host please check the contents? The system's solemn voice resounded, and in a matter of seconds, countless pieces of new information and knowledge were transmitted into Bulletin Fang's mind. These were things that Bulletin Fang didn't have prior knowledge of. What Bulletin Fang was interested to know about was the new dish, so he began to study the Rampage Ramen first. Rampage Ramen, utility dish. It's a takeaway dish. It's made with ramen created by milling the fine spirit wheat from one of the Hidden Dragon Continent's 3 forbidden areas, the Black Prison, a soup made by the dissolved water of the extreme glacial domain's iceberg, and the abyssal chili sauce. It's a dish that possesses some special effects. After consumption, the battle prowess of its consumer will increase by 1-fold without causing any detrimental side effects. The more stable the foundation of the person that consumes this dish is, the higher their strength advancement would be. The system explanation of the Rampage Ramen dish stunned Bulletin Fang. This was the so-called utility dish? Being able to strengthen one's battle prowess by 1-fold seemed truly amazing. It was similar to consuming some amazing elixir, but unlike this dish, elixirs had their side effects. Moreover, strengthening one's battle prowess by 1-fold wasn't as simple as 1 + 1. He didn't expect dishes to have such effects. Buletin Fang thought that it was already not bad that dishes were capable of increasing one's cultivation, replenishing one's true energy. Elixir cuisines were even capable of healing people. Buletin Fang crinkled his nose as his curiosity grew. He realized that he did not yet have a thorough understanding of dishes. System, according to your statement, shouldn't elixir cuisines also be considered as utility dishes? They are capable of healing injuries, so they should also be counted, right? Buletin Fang asked inwardly. An elixir cuisine can only be considered a minor utility dish. It doesn't possess the effects that most utility dishes do, and it also cannot be used to set up a gourmet array, answered the system. Gourmet array? What is it? Could a chef set up an array like an array master? Buletin Fang knew what arrays were. When he infiltrated the Grand Serpentine City, its extraordinary protective array cannon made a deep impression on him. The Lightwind Empire's Gate of Heavenly Mystery Square also had an array, so Buletin Fang was slightly interested in them. The gourmet array could only be set up using utility dishes as nodes. For example, if Rampage ramens were used as nodes, an offensive array could be set up. The system solemn continued explaining to Buletin Fang, dispelling his doubts. Buletin Fang squinted his eyes. He suddenly realized that every time his cultivation advanced, he would come in contact with more things, and now, he had even come in contact with something called gourmet arrays. Buletin Fang felt like the utility dishes weren't different from elixirs. Moreover, their effects were better than elixirs. When he finally took his mind away from the system's panel, Buletin Fang was still dazed. He wiped his wet hair and took a look at Blackie, who was still in a deep sleep. Afterward, he picked Shrimpy and put it on his shoulder, then went downstairs. After Bei Gongming had eaten his last mouthful of egg-fried rice, he let out a long breath in content. He took out a dozen pieces of crystals and paid it, then he looked at the kitchen with an expression of regret. It seemed that the store's owner wouldn't come back today, either. He stood up, intending to leave. However, his ears twitched as he heard some noise. His pupils dilated, and he turned his head to see a familiar thin man slowly coming down the staircase. It was him. It was him. It was definitely him. All the pores on Bei Gongming body's pores burst open, and he was so excited that his scalp almost flew away. He had finally seen him. After monitoring the store for countless days, he finally saw his target just when he was about to give up. This was the aboriginal who had swallowed the heaven and earth obsidian flames in the 100,000 mountains. Bei Gongming's gaze flickered like lightning, and it seemed like it would pierce through the air and strike Buletin Fang. Buletin Fang lazily descended down from upstairs. He grabbed his slightly wet hair and expressionlessly turned his head, meeting Bei Gongming's sharp gaze. This person seemed slightly familiar. Where have I seen him? Buletin Fang was taken aback, and he didn't choose to go into the kitchen. Instead, he slowly went into the dining room. Smelly boss, you are finally back. When Wang Xiaoi saw Buletin Fang, her adorable eyes widened, and she grinned, revealing two cute dimples. The lassie was becoming more graceful and beautiful. Buletin Fang raised his hand and patted her head as usual, then he turned his head and looked at Bei Gongming. After taking another look at him, Buletin Fang's brows rose up. Bei Gongming's body burned with boundless anger and indignation. He roared. It was you who swallowed the 10,000 bestial flames, kid. It was you who smashed me with that black wok. Bei Gongming recognized Buletin Fang, who had left him with an impression so deep, it was ingrained in his bones. He would never forget the annoying sound that rang out when that black wok smashed his head in. Bang! Bei Gongming stomped his foot on the store's floor, and his true energy erupted, causing his hair to flutter unceasingly. He really wanted to take Buletin Fang down directly. Buletin Fang expressionlessly watched Bei Gongming charge towards him. At that moment, Buletin Fang finally recalled who this guy was. The corners of his mouth curled up, and Buletin Fang skillfully whipped out the black turtle constellation wok. Immediately after, he hurled it at the head of the charging Bei Gongming. The black turtle constellation wok was extremely fast, and Bei Gongming couldn't stop his charge in time. He could only gaze in grief at the black wok streaking towards him. Thump! As soon as the wok smashed Bei Gongming, the latter began to question his life. He was puzzled why a prestigious middle-stage supreme being like him had been easily smacked by a wok. Was it destined for him to always get smashed by this wok? The corners of Liang Xiaoi's mouth twitched as she watched Bei Gongming get stunned stiff after the blow. Is that guy a fool? Bulletin Fang took a look at the stupefied Bei Gongming, then he lazily turned around and calmly said, Whitey, strip that troublemaker and throw him away. A red glow erupted out of the kitchen. Whitey instantly appeared in front of Bei Gongming. It ripped his clothes apart and tossed the stark naked Bei Gongming out of the store. A light breeze blew over, and Bei Gongming, who had just come back to his senses, was laden with grief. Bulletin Fang didn't care at all about this small incident. He clasped his hands behind his back and walked toward the kitchen. He wanted to try cooking those so-called Rampage Ramen. Chapter 403, Owner Bulletin's New Dish. After the stark naked Bei Gongming, who had been tossed out, came back to his senses, grief and indignation appeared within his eyes. It was that Black Walk once again. It was that damned Black Walk once again. Does that Black Walk have any grudges against me? The aggrieved Bei Gongming covered his lower body and stood up. He gazed at the store and gritted his teeth. A prestigious supreme being expert and an inner disciple of one of the hidden dragon continent first-rate factions of the Grand Desolate sect such as himself had been stripped and thrown out of a store in this land that was a mere training ground. If this news spread, how could he continue living on this continent? After he had gnashed his teeth for a while, Bei Gongming quietly left. He had no means of dealing with that store. The store's owner possessed his nemesis the Black Walk, and he would only be inviting more trouble and suffering upon himself if he sought to confront the store owner again. He would have to wait for Executive Feng to arrive before the store could be properly taken care of. Bei Gongming coldly snorted in his heart. He covered his lower body and slipped away, back into the imperial capital. After he returned to the restaurant, Bei Gongming draped a long gown over himself and took a deep breath, and the resentment he felt toward Bulletin Fang grew even more. He swore that he would definitely let Bulletin Fang have a taste of how it was to streak around naked. After Bei Gongming had worn his clothes, he took a talisman from his spatial spirit tool. The talisman was yellow, and it was the voice transmission talisman of the Grand Desolate sect. He could use it transmit news to Executive Feng, who also possessed a similar talisman. He had transmitted some news to Executive Feng earlier, but Bei Gongming did not receive an immediate reply from him, which caused him to become slightly restless. He anxiously paced around his room, waiting for a reply from Executive Feng. Suddenly, that same talisman, which he had placed on the table in anxiety, finally responded, emitting a yellow glow. Bei Gongming was overjoyed, and he immediately picked it up. Once he peered into the radiance being emitted by the talisman, his complexion stiffened immediately. This was because the image projected within the radiance was not the projection of Executive Feng, it was that of a handsome youth. This extremely handsome youth had dashing eyebrows and a pair of sparkling eyes. He had a frivolous appearance, and arrogance was apparent in his mocking gaze. Liang Kai? Why is it you? Bei Gongming's pupils dilated as he asked, feeling perplexed. I didn't expect that a trash like you was within the training grounds. It's quite convenient. I will reach the training ground shortly, so make sure to come and welcome me. The corners of Liang Kai's mouth curled up into a playful smile. It was evident from his words that he was acquainted with Bei Gongming. A trace of anger appeared on Bei Gongming's face. Why should I have to welcome you? I'm waiting for Executive Feng, and we have important matters to take care of. Waiting for Executive Feng? Liang Kai's smile became even more playful. He looked at the angry Bei Gongming and said in derision, I have just received news that Executive Feng was killed by an expert from the oceanic species while he was fighting over the treasures in the big crystal mine. He's already dead, so what matter do you still need to take care of? Bei Gongming was stunned and became absent-minded and dejected for a while. Liang Kai didn't have any interest in reveling in Bei Gongming's dejection, his complexion turned cold, and he hollered indifferently, travel immediately to the 100,000 mountains. I heard that you were watching an aboriginal who took the 10,000 bestial flame, so lead me to him. You don't have the right to refuse because I'm ordering you. After Bulletin Fang ordered Whitey to throw Bei Gongming away, he didn't spare the latter any more thought. Bulletin Fang went to the kitchen, still wearing the refreshing bathrobe. At that moment, Xiao Xiaolong was inside it. He had 2 kitchen knives in both his hands, and used them to swiftly chop ingredients. The kid's dual-wielding skill was quite excellent. When he saw Bulletin Fang, Xiao Xiaolong stopped and said in excitement, Owner Bulletin, you came back. Continue. Don't stop. Also, wait a while longer, and I will let you taste some good things, Bulletin Fang said to Xiao Xiaolong, leaving the latter to continue his cutting practice. Good things? Xiao Zilong's eyes brightened, and his fair white face became flushed. Has owner Bulletin come up with another new dish? As he thought about how he would be able to taste Bulletin Fang's new dish, Xiao Xiaolong became more spirited. He was looking forward to it. Bulletin Fang walked toward his private stove. Although he hadn't used it for a long time, it was still spotless. He took a deep breath in reminiscence. He always preferred his store's stove more. Bulletin Fang waved his hand and took the heavy knife hanging on a rack. He twirled the knife and heavily swung it at the cutting board. While Bulletin Fang played with the knife, he was studying the recipe for the Rampage Ramen. The method for cooking the Rampage Ramen was simple. In fact, it was so simple that Bulletin Fang's expression turned strange. The ingredients required were too few. It just required ramen, a soup, several shallots, and a jar of the abyssal chili sauce. Bulletin Fang raised his brows in bewilderment. He really did feel that this dish was too simple. He stroked his chin lightly and pondered over it for a while. Did cooking the dish require some profound methods? Even after he had pondered over this matter for a long time, he didn't make any new discoveries. Thus, Bulletin Fang simply began to cook. First, he needed to knead flour and make pulled noodles. This task was slightly difficult for Bulletin Fang because he had never made this in his previous life. The flour was quickly kneaded into dough, according to the system description. The origin of the flour he was using was quite extraordinary. He patted the smooth dough, and it began to float in mid-air, rotating on its own axis while going around in a circle as though it were a planet. White flour rose up into the air and revolved around the rotating dough. The dough immediately began to absorb the airborne flour into it. Bulletin Fang clapped his hands, causing flour to scatter all around, and his eyes gradually lit up. He extended his fingers and prodded the revolving dough, then immediately pulled a noodle out of it. Bulletin Fang took a step forward and kept waving the arm which he was using to pull the noodle. As the noodle danced around Bulletin Fang, it became longer because more of it was still being taken out of that dough. Eventually, Bulletin Fang began to pull out even more noodles from the revolving piece of kneaded dough. As the amount of noodles he was handling increased, it became even more difficult for him to swing them around. The noodles floating around him resembled dancing butterflies. Xiao Xiaolong was dumbfounded, and he put down his knives and watched in amazement as Bulletin Fang pulled out more noodles. Owner Bulletin was really different from other people. Even his way of pulling noodles was unconventional and unique. When the last part of the dough was pulled until it became a noodle, Bulletin Fang used his other hand to swiftly grab the tail end of the last noodle, which he proceeded to raise high up. The other strings of noodles, which Bulletin Fang had kept airborne, all fell down, like a tempest of myriad swords which were returning to their sheaths. As they fell, Bulletin Fang extended an open palm, and the noodles all fell on his palm, forming a wool-like mass. The entire process resembled how one uses a comb to neatly comb through their hair. Just like that, the noodles was prepared. He put it away and began to prepare the soup. The black turtle constellation wok flew out and revolved in mid-air. Bulletin Fang's complexion became flushed as he opened his mouth and spouted a resplendent golden flame. The flame flew below the wok and started to burn. In just a short while, the black turtle constellation wok began to emit dense streams of steam. Bulletin Fang took the dissolved water of the extreme glacial domain's iceberg that the system had provided and poured it into the wok. Sizzle! A dense spiritual energy rose up from the wok and slightly blurred Bulletin Fang's sight. My God! This water is truly extraordinary! Bulletin Fang exclaimed in admiration. He increased the intensity of the 10,000 bestial flames, and only a few seconds later, the water in the wok began to boil. Next, he placed the noodles into the wok, instantly submerging them below the boiling water. As he watched the noodles which were being boiled, Bulletin Fang summoned the jar of abyssal chili sauce into his hand. He took a look at the jar of abyssal chili sauce and hesitated for a moment before he opened the lid. He waved his hand over the jar and scooped up a scarlet round lump of chili sauce. Its spiciness caused Bulletin Fang to furrow his brows involuntarily. Thump! Bulletin Fang poured the round lump of sauce into the wok, and the boiling water instantly turned red. A spicy flavor surged out of it. Did I put too much of it? Well, who cares? In any case, it's Xiao Xiaolong who will first taste it, murmured Bulletin Fang. He linked his mind with the Black Turtle constellation walk and immediately started observing the changes of the ingredients within it. A short while later, he found himself at a loss. The only ingredient in the wok was the noodles, and Bulletin Fang didn't know to which degree they should be cooked. Bang! Bulletin Fang cracked a smile and waved his hand. Suddenly, the noodles within the wok soared up. He took out a porcelain bowl, and the steaming noodles fell into it. Its fragrance, which had already begun permeating the air, caused Bulletin Fang to nod in approval. He scooped some of the hot scarlet soup and poured it into the bowl. He then tipped some chopped shallots atop it, and thus, the rampage ramen which seemed capable of stimulating anyone's appetite was completed. It really was an extremely simple dish. Bulletin Fang exclaimed in admiration. It seemed that the higher his skill, the simpler his dishes would be. Xiao Zilong's eyes brightened as he watched from the side. Was it finished? Was that owner Bulletin's new dish? At that moment, he saw Bulletin Fang smile and beckon him over. Xiao Xiaolong eagerly walked toward him. This is the harvest from my trip, the rampage ramen. Taste it. It taste should be quite excellent, said Bulletin Fang indifferently. Xiao Xiaolong was delighted. The ramen's luster was pretty good, and the rosy soup emitted a rich and slightly spicy fragrance which assaulted him, causing him to involuntarily swallow his saliva. Then, I won't be reserved, said Xiao Xiaolong with a smile. He took a pair of bamboo chopstick and gripped up a steaming, scarlet noodle that had been soaked in the soup. That noodle looked extremely chewy, and as he fished it up, it jiggled slightly in the air. Although Bulletin Fang hadn't added any secondary ingredients to the noodles during its preparation, its own fragrance was extremely rich, and those shallots had given the ramen an alluring luster which was being completely exhibited. As expected of owner Bulletin. Xiao Xiaolong exclaimed in admiration. Slurp! Xiao Xiaolong opened his mouth and slurped the noodle up. The smiling Xiaolong put down his chopsticks and started chewing the noodle. He wanted to properly appreciate the fragrance and taste. However, as he kept chewing, his smile gradually faded, his complexion stiffened, and his brows were furrowed. In the next moment, he turned and looked at Bulletin Fang with wide bloodshot eyes. Xiao Xiaolong swallowed he noodle and heaved out a hot breath. His entire face turned thoroughly red, and his lips became rosy and alluring. He looked as though he was about to breath out fire. His gaze at Bulletin Fang turned to one of horror. Owner Bulletin, are you trying to kill me? Although I was lazy and goofed around 1 or 2 times when you were away, you shouldn't punish me like this. If you wanted to punish me, just directly say it so that I could at least be mentally prepared. Water, water, ahh. The more Bulletin Fang looked at Xiao Xiaolong, the more stunned he felt. He absent-mindedly took the bowl of ramen on the table and passed it to Xiao Xiaolong. Xiao Xiaolong, who was thoroughly confused and horrified, wasn't aware of what Bulletin Fang had given him. He just took it and poured it into his mouth, and swallowed it with a loud slurp. He put down the bowl while trembling. He turned his head and looked at Bulletin Fang, with glistering tears flowing down his sorrowful eyes. Owner Bulletin. I know my wrongs. Chapter 404, Owner Bulletin, you are deceiving an underage girl. Xiao Xiaolong looked at Bulletin Fang with teary eyes and made a gurgling sound that sounded similar to a flood breaching through the dike. Moreover, every time he blinked, his tears would flow faster, and he spoke amidst his intense trembling. Didn't you promise me a delicious dish? Didn't you promise me an invigorating, pleasing, and intoxicatingly delicious dish? What the hell was that thing? Owner Bulletin, you weren't like this before. All the dishes you made in the past were fragrant and intoxicating. You are certainly not the real Owner Bulletin. Xiao Zilong's white complexion quickly turned thoroughly red, and he felt his body heat up to a fiery degree. His sight became blurry. That wasn't going right. Xiao Xiaolong suddenly pinched his own thigh fiercely, and his entire body trembled from the pain. He raised his hand, feeling aggrieved, and looked at the bowl of rampage ramen on it in terror. Thereafter, he ignored Bulletin Fang and put down his bowl, then turned around and left. Bulletin Fang watched Xiao Xiaolong leave and shook his head in regret. It seemed that he had failed. He was too careless, concluding that the rampage ramen was quite an easy dish to cook. In fact, the simpler a dish seemed, the more difficult it would be to cook it into a delicacy. Bulletin Fang got a lesson out of this, and he re-engrossed himself into cooking the rampage ramen. Xiao Xiaolong left the kitchen and sat down on a stool. His lips were swollen, and his tears kept flowing down. He hadn't expected owner Bulletin to be such a deceitful person. After Wang Xiaoi saw Xiao Xiaolong's current state, she jumped in fright. It was her first time seeing Xiao Xiaolong in such a pitiful state. What had happened? Who had ravaged him? Wang Xiaoi curiously approached Xiao Xiaolong, and her heart lurched when she sensed the true energy surging within Xiao Xiaolong's body. The lassie's cultivation had already reached the 5th grade Battle King realm, and she would be breaking through to the 6th grade Battle Emperor realm shortly, so naturally, she could see the true energy within Xiao Xiaolong's body, which seemed like it would go out of control. Her complexion became slightly dignified. She wanted to ask him what had happened. Did the smelly boss stir up some infuriating matters? The aggrieved Xiao Xiaolong gazed at Wang Xiaoi's face, and his tears began to pour out once again. Xiao Xiaolong had intended to answer Wang Xiaoi's question and tell her about what had happened. However, before he could open his mouth, Bulletin Fang's slim figure appeared behind him, and his shadow caused Xiao Xiaolong's body to tremble. When Xiao Xiaolong raised his head, he saw Bulletin Fang's expressionless face. "Xiaoi, come over. I have some good things for you." Bulletin Fang patted Wang Xiaoi's head and curled his lips into a faint smile. That faint smile caused a chill to crawl down Xiao Xiaolong's spine. "Owner Bulletin, don't smile." Wang Xiaoi doubted his intentions, and she shot him a gaze filled with doubts. Bulletin Fang gave her a mysterious gaze, then turned around and returned to the kitchen. Xiao Xiaolong intended to stop Xiaoi, however, the look that Bulletin Fang had given him before he stepped into the kitchen caused him to give up. Wang Xiaoi still looked doubtful as she came to the kitchen's windows. Her slim body leaned into the window, and she saw Bulletin Fang carrying a steaming hot dish toward her. "Well? Is that a new dish?" Wang Xiaoi's eyes lit up in excitement. Xiao Xiaolong eyed Xiaoi's excited expression and began to recollect. Back then, he had been as pure and naive as she was now. It's a dish I just came up with. Taste it, its taste should be excellent, and you will probably be pleasantly surprised," said Bulletin Fang calmly. He placed the steaming hot bowl of Rampage Ramen, which was emitting a rich fragrance, in front of her. "It seems tasty, and it's truly fragrant." Wang Xiaoi squinted her adorable eyes and curled up the corners of her mouth in excitement. She took a pair of bamboo chopsticks, and as she leaned even lower against the window, she fished up some noodles. These noodle strands had a red luster from being immersed in the scarlet soup. It also seemed extremely soft and supple, and it emitted a dense steam which stimulated Wang Xiaoi's appetite. If it was to be judged on its appearance alone, then the noodles would be considered extremely excellent. Slurp. Wang Xiaoi placed the noodles in her mouth and slurped it. Xiao Xiaolong's ruddy lips trembled slightly. He sighed and involuntarily burped a turbulent stream of true energy. Bulletin Fang expectantly looked at Wang Xiaoi. Wang Xiaoi widened her eyes. She stopped moving her mouth after chewing for a while and then turned to stare at Bulletin Fang with eyes which were gradually widening even more. Slurp. After she swallowed the noodles, Wang Xiaoi immediately opened her mouth and let out a hot breath. Her nose turned completely red from the spiciness, and glittering tears appeared at the corners of her eyes. Was this the dish that owner Bulletin cooked? Wang Xiaoi was quite angry. Was this what one would call a delicious dish? Owner Bulletin, you are deceiving an underage girl. Well, it seems like it's still no good. Was it because I still put too much of the abyssal chili sauce into it? Murmured Bulletin Fang, then he carried the porcelain plate and returned to the kitchen. Wang Xiaoi's nose reddened, and her lips swelled up. She glared at Bulletin Fang while panting with rage. The angry Wang Xiaoi sat down beside Xiao Xiaolong. As the both of them sat there with teary eyes and swollen lips, they formed quite a strange picture. "Oh! What are you two doing here? Why are your lips swollen? Did you eat fire?" Duan Yun, who had a head of graceful grey hair, entered the store and looked at the two people, who were seated on a stool and had moist eyes and swollen lips. He was quite astonished. From the moment Duan Yun first tasted the store's dishes, he chose to remain in the Lightwind Imperial capital and didn't want to leave. Whenever he had some free time, he would come to the store to have a meal. Therefore, he had become quite close with Wang Xiaoi and Xiao Xiaolong. Wang Xiaoai and Xiao Xiaolong glared at him in displeasure, and they didn't know what to say. Duan Yun was amused, and just when he intended to mock them so more, he saw Bulletin Fang come out of the kitchen. "It's you. Come over, and I will give you some good things." When Bulletin Fang saw Duan Yun, his brows rose up, and he extended a finger, beckoning Duan Yun to come over. Duan Yun was taken aback and was flabbergasted. What did Bulletin Fang call him over for? The eyes of Wang Xiaoai and Xiao Xiaolong immediately lit up, and they watched in glee as the stupefied Duan ate the rampage ramen, laughing at him in their hearts. A short while later, another tearful person with swollen lips was added to their table. In the kitchen, Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows in confusion. He had only put a small quantity of the abyssal chili sauce in the last dish, so why did it still have the same effects? Shrimpy, who had been sleeping atop Bulletin Fang's shoulder, suddenly turned, seeking a more comfortable position, then it continued sleeping. Bulletin Fang shot a look at the thing, and his eyes lit up immediately. Bulletin Fang suspected that the problem came from the ingredients. If it wasn't the flour that had a problem, then it could only be the dissolved water source. He started cooking another wok of rampage ramen, and this time, after he had cooked the noodles, he threw Shrimpy, who was still asleep, into the wok. It fell into the wok with a soft splash. Shrimpy's eyes opened wide, and it thrashed its feet about and jumped in fright. A light golden radiance surged from it and gradually seeped into the soup and noodles. Bulletin Fang's mind, which had been linked to the Black Turtle constellation wok, remained fixed on the ingredients, and when that golden radiance seeped into them, a peculiar change occurred to the rampage ramen. The noodles and soup seemed to become more gentle and supple because of the golden radiance. It really was effective. Bulletin Fang nodded his head in satisfaction. This time, it seemed more pleasing and correct. He scooped a bowl of the rampage ramen and sniffed the fragrance wafting from it, and he immediately ascertained that something was different about it. He grabbed that bowl of ramen and went out of the kitchen. Because they were nearing the closing hour, there weren't any customers in the store, and that fragrance only attracted Xiao Xiaolong and the other two. However, the three of them had already been taught a lesson, so they wouldn't foolishly agree to eat the rampage ramen again. Bulletin Fang pulled a chair and sat on it. His hair, which he still hadn't tied up, hung loosely over his shoulders. Bulletin Fang looked at Xiao Xiaolong and extended his finger, beckoning him over. "Xiaolong, come over and have a taste once more." Xiao Xiaolong's eyes immediately widened. "Owner Bulletin, do you take me for a fool?" Xiao Xiaolong aggrievedly thought. He would rather die than obey him. However, before Bulletin Fang's severe and encouraging gaze, Xiao Xiaolong could only make a sullen face as he was pushed forward by Wang Xiaoai and Duan Yun. That old saying is really correct, if you don't enter hell, then who will? Thought Wang Xiaoai and Duan Yun. The dejected Xiao Xiaolong could only mentally brace himself for more of Bulletin Fang's tyrannical abuse, then he ate a mouthful of the new ramen. Then, Xiao Xiaolong was taken aback. The more he chewed, the more his eyes lit up. Its taste wasn't bad. He nodded earnestly and gave Bulletin Fang a thumbs up, then he clasped the bowl and started gorging it. With slurping sounds, he finished the ramen in several mouthfuls, and then he drank all of the soup in the bowl and wiped his mouth. It was so good. Wang Xiaoai and Duan Yun looked at him in astonishment. It turned out that Xiao Xiaolong was actually this brave. "How is it?" Bulletin Fang asked, curiously. "It's extremely good. It's delicious." Xiao Xiaolong smacked his lips and gave him another thumbs up. "I meant, what is it like within your body? Did your true energy experience any changes?" Bulletin Fang asked again, pushing down the thumb that Xiao Xiaolong had given him. "True energy?" Xiao Xiaolong was taken aback, and he immediately began to observe it. In the next moment, his face became flushed, and it seemed like there was a blazing flame burning within his eyes. He felt his true energy become more turbulent, surging even more. This. Xiao Xiaolong jumped in fright, and his lips trembled. In just a short while, the intensity of his true energy had advanced by a large margin, and his entire body was brimming with strength. It seemed like his battle prowess had increased by a large margin. It seems like it had an effect. This rampage ramen was a success. Bulletin Fang stroked his chin and nodded in content. The rampage ramen can make one's battle prowess increase by 1-fold after eating it. Do you have a feeling that you are invincible or so now? Duan Yun and Wang Xiaoi, who weren't too far off, were both stunned. What was owner Bulletin saying? How could a dish cause one's battle prowess to increase by 1-fold after eating it? Did he take it for an elixir? Duan Yun was an alchemist, so upon hearing Bulletin Fang's statement, his eyes protruded so much that they almost came out of their sockets. He was capable of refining an elixir that could increase one's battle prowess by 1-fold. It was an 8th grade elixir, the Essence Burst Pill. However, he needed to put in a great effort and energy, and consume countless spirit herbs just to refine it. Not only was the elixir expensive, but it also had some side effects. And now, this Fang had unexpectedly said that a bowl of ramen had the same effect as the Essence Burst Pill. Are you making fun of us? However, in just a short while, Duan Yun's expression completely changed once again. He noticed that the condition of Xiao Zilong's body seemed similar to the condition of someone who just consumed an Essence Burst Pill. Was that ramen really capable of increasing one's battle prowess by 1-fold? His Duan Yun's swollen lips sucked in a breath of cold air. He was truly frightened and amazed by the dish. Was owner Bulletin trying to steal the business of alchemists like him, causing them to starve to death? Chapter 405, The Arrival of a Heir of Heaven. As a disciple of the alchemy sect, Duan Yun wasn't able to stay idle after settling down in the Lightwind Empire's capital. As such, he looked for a place and opened up a store to sell elixirs. As an alchemist who possessed an alchemic flame, his talent in alchemy could be considered among the best within the alchemy sect. The purpose of him opening the store was to earn some crystals. Being an alchemist was a profession which burned money. The crystals he had on him weren't many in the first place. Not to mention the fact that the prices of the food from the black-hearted store were extremely high. If he didn't have crystals, he wouldn't be able to afford the food there. That was the main reason he opened the store. He had to open a store just to earn enough crystals for a meal. He was probably the most miserable alchemist in the world. Now, he discovered a terrifying and frightening matter. It was the fact that his livelihood might be snatched away from him. Owner Bulletin actually made a dish which had the same effects as elixirs. Wasn't he trying to take away business from the alchemists? Duan Yun was weeping to himself inwardly, and he was so aggrieved that he wasn't able to breathe properly. After Xiao Xiaolong ate that rampage ramen, he felt as though his whole body became extremely powerful. Just a stamp of his feet might be able to shatter the ground apart. Of course, everything he felt was an illusion. It was created due to the sudden drastic increase in his strength. He wasn't able to shatter the ground with a stomp. Xiao Zilong's cultivation was just at the 4th grade battle spirit realm. Even if he ate the rampage ramen and his battle prowess increased by 1-fold, it would at most reach that of an ordinary battle king. However, this result was already shocking. Bulletin Fang nodded his head. He was extremely content with the effects of the rampage ramen. Actually, the effects were quite excellent. Bulletin Fang stroked his chin and wondered about what degree his own fighting prowess would reach if he ate the rampage ramen. He was now an 8th grade war god. If he ate a bowl of the rampage ramen, his power should be able to rival an ordinary supreme being. Xiao Xiaolong was spirited and energetic currently. He was obviously unable to practice his culinary arts anymore, and as such, Bulletin Fang allowed him to return home. Bulletin Fang would be closing the store soon. The absent-minded and dejected Duan Yun dragged himself out of the store. His body was already in a sorry state when he left the store. Wang Xiaoi's big eyes were flickering as she thought about something. This new dish, the rampage ramen, which owner Bulletin came up with, had an extraordinary significance. If that rampage ramen worked like how owner Bulletin said it would, soon enough it would become more popular than elixirs. The 100,000 Mountains, Clear Sky Pagoda. A person who clasped his hands behind his back slowly walked over. He looked at the towering Clear Sky Pagoda in the distance and revealed a playful smile. The factions in this training ground are really weak and pitiful. They don't even have a single divine physique echelon expert who broke through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. Tisk, tisk. The person who spoke was a handsome man whose whole body emitted a frivolous air. The atmosphere around him didn't conform with his handsome look at all. When he spoke, his eyes were filled with disdain. It was obvious that he looked down on the aboriginals in the training ground. He clasped his hands behind his back and dauntlessly walked toward the Clear Sky Pagoda. Who's there? One of the disciples from the Clear Sky Pagoda waved his weapon and blocked Liang Kai's way. As one of the southern region's top factions, their defense was obviously strong. The disciples who were guarding the gate were terrifying 5th-grade battle kings. Liang Kai was not intimidated at all. Instead, the corners of his mouth curled upwards and he revealed a mocking smile. Looking at those disciples, Liang Kai raised his hand. With a snap of his finger, he sent several gusts of wind toward them. The gusts of wind shot out like arrows and pierced through the heads of those disciples. Their blood quickly filled the ground. "Ants like you dare to shout at this young master. How reckless and brazen!" Liang Kai indifferently swept his gaze across their corpses and continued to walk into the Clear Sky Pagoda. Everyone in the Clear Sky Pagoda was alarmed and all of their experts rushed out. They faced Liang Kai with grave expressions on their faces. Even the supreme beings in the Clear Sky Pagoda rushed out. Flying in the air, their gazes flickered like lightning and they stared at Liang Kai with a cold expression on their face. Liang Kai raised his head and playfully looked at the supreme being experts from the Clear Sky Pagoda. In front of him, even supreme beings were ants. Bang! As Liang Kai looked at the supreme beings in the air, a terrifying pressure erupted. The pressure seemed like it came from the world. The complexion of those supreme being experts instantly changed. They were all oppressed by that pressure and they were forced to the ground. They felt as though there was a mountain pressing down against their body. Liang Kai took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of one of the supreme being experts. Raising his head, he used one of his fingers to hit the supreme being expert on the forehead. A loud rumbling sound resounded through the air. The eyes of that supreme being expert widened as blood spilled from behind his head. He instantly died and fell to the ground. The complexion of all the Clear Sky Pagoda's experts changed and their expression was one of fright. All of them were extremely afraid and none of them dared to open their mouth. The person who attacked the Clear Sky Pagoda was actually a divine physique echelon expert who broke through one of the supreme being's shackles. The 100,000 mountains which was taken care of by the Clear Sky Pagoda was near the mainland of the Hidden Dragon continent. They were clear about what kind of existence was a divine physique echelon expert who broke through one of the supreme being's shackles. That was an existence who could control the world power. Even if all of the experts in the Clear Sky Pagoda faced him together, there was still no chance of defeating him. The Clear Sky Pagoda's experts could only yield and submit before such an existence. Liang Kai seized and occupied the Clear Sky Pagoda by force. He had no shame in doing so. He pressured the experts in the Clear Sky Pagoda and none of them dared to breathe loudly when they faced him. After 3 days, a person came out of the northwest plain and entered the 100,000 mountains. That person went to the Clear Sky Pagoda. Bei Gongming wasn't willing to come. However, Liang Kai was one of the Grand Baron Sect's 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven. An inner disciple like Bei Gongming couldn't refuse his order. The reason the Heirs of Heaven were titled and called as such was that they possessed terrifying talent. Their talent was their asset which the sect greatly valued. Since they were valued by the sect, they naturally possessed authority which greatly surpassed ordinary disciples. Bei Gongming had many grudges and conflicts with Liang Kai. Each heir of heaven stepped upon countless geniuses to reach their current position. One of those geniuses Liang Kai stepped on was Bei Gongming. Bei Gongming clearly remembered how Liang Kai humiliated and shamed him in the past. He would never have expected that the one who came to the training ground was Liang Kai. If he allowed Liang Kai to obtain the 10,000 bestial flame, what degree of cultivation would he reach? Bei Gongming got lost in his thoughts for a moment. After returning to the imperial capital, Bulletin Fang resumed his normal life. He passed his days leisurely without any worries. He would get up early in the morning to practice his cutting and carving skill, then use the rest of the time to prepare some dishes. Since Blackie had been sleeping all along, Bulletin Fang was spared from cooking the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs. After finishing everything in the morning, Bulletin Fang would lie on his chair and bask in the sun leisurely. When he felt like it, he would go to the kitchen to cook several dishes. While being lazy and languid, it seemed like even time slowed down in his eyes. The news about the Rampage Ramen quickly spread through the city. The one who was the most excited about obtaining the news was none other than Ji Chinsu. He was worried that the Lightwind Empire's military power was too weak. The Rampage Ramen was the solution to that problem. When he went to Fang Fang's little store, Ji Chinsu found out that he could bring the Rampage Ramen out of the store. His discovery caused him to be wild with joy. In his head, he thought about what he could do with the Rampage Ramen. If he bought lots of Rampage Ramen and stored them up, he could use them during a critical moment during a battle. If a battle occurred, he could provide his strongest troops with the Rampage Ramen. Although it would be weird to eat ramen during a fight, if the ramen could boost their fighting strength, who would care? Although elixirs were also able to improve one's fighting prowess, they were much worse compared to the Rampage Ramen. They were expensive and they had severe side effects. Not to mention the fact that elixirs were hard to find. After taking everything into consideration, the Rampage Ramen was a much better option compared to the Essence Burst pill. At this moment, Duan Yun was extremely depressed. The 8th grade Essence Burst pill in his store was the most important product. It seemed as though it became worthless the moment Bulletin Fang introduced the Rampage Ramen. Duan Yun knew that he had to start inventing new elixirs. In the Wuliang Mountain, Celestial Arcanum Sect. The Supreme Elder was sitting cross-legged in a worn-out and old garret. The garret's door creaked open and a woman walked into it. Yan looked at the Supreme Elder with a puzzled expression. She wondered why the Supreme Elder called her over. "Lassie, take this talisman. Your talent is exceptional and I hope that you can set foot into a vaster world. I hope that you can meet stronger people in the outside world. This talisman is a key. A key which would open the Celestial Arcanum Sect's secret area teleportation array," said the Supreme Elder. Yan was slightly taken aback after hearing what the Supreme Elder said. The key of a teleportation array? Where does it take me to? Yan was confused. The Supreme Elder's face, which was full of wrinkles, slightly shook. A long sigh escaped his lips. "I thought you were curious about where your parents went. In fact, they didn't die. They took this key and stepped into the teleportation array. They were transported into a world larger than this." Yan's pupils contracted. It was the first time she heard about her parents. She thought that they were dead all along. She didn't expect that they had already left the southern region after stepping into the teleportation array. After learning about the teleportation array and her parents, Yan was shocked. A complex feeling welled up in her heart. Our Celestial Arcanum Sect is just a small sect hiding within the southern region. We are just a small branch of the real Celestial Arcanum Sect. The main sect is a colossal existence in the world. When you leave this place, you will naturally understand everything. You have a better talent than your parents and I don't want it to be wasted within the southern region. Go. The teleportation array will be opened after 3 days. Go back and prepare for it." Yan absent-mindedly left the garret. She was stupefied by what the Supreme Elder told her. All of a sudden, her whole body shook. She realized that the Supreme Elder was telling her that she would not be able to return after stepping into the teleportation array. She knew that she would have to bid farewell to everyone in the southern region. She would be leaving them forever. Yan became silent for quite some time. Was she reluctant and unwilling? Of course she was. After leaving the southern region, she would never be able to taste Owner Bulletin's dishes again. Yan was aggrieved when she thought about never tasting Bulletin Fang's food again. For a foodie, there was nothing worse than being unable to eat delicious food. Especially if they knew that there was delicious food somewhere. That feeling was practically torture. She should probably look for some time and go to Owner Bulletin's store. She made up her mind to eat to her heart's content. She would bid farewell to Owner Bulletin at the same time. On the first day, the ice-cold metallic warship entered the 100,000 mountains from the northwest plain. On the second day, the warship was taken over. It left the 100,000 mountains and it crushed countless trees in its path. It traveled out of the 100,000 mountains with an imposing aura. Liang Kai stood at the front of the warship with his hands clasped behind his back. A trifling faction in the land of southern region wants to destroy our Grand Baron Sect's warship? Do they think that our sect is an easy target? The name of that faction seems to be the White Cloud Villa or something. Seems like they don't feel like existing in this land anymore. Before that, let's go get that 10,000 bestial flame. If my great Sunfire demon physique was refined using the 10,000 bestial flame, it would approach perfection. I would be able to break through another shackle and become a divine physique echelon expert who broke through 2 of the Supreme Being's shackles. In the next grand competition of the sect, I would no longer be at the end of the Heir of Heaven ranking. 10,000 bestial flames. Wait for this, young master. Chapter 406, The Gourmet Array. System, are you sure this is that so-called gourmet array? Bulletin Fang expressionlessly stared at the 9 bowls of rampage ramens which were placed on a table. The corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily as he asked the system. After advancing into the 8th grade war god realm, Bulletin Fang not only received the rampage ramen as a reward, but he also obtained something called the gourmet array. Bulletin Fang wasn't unfamiliar with arrays and he came into contact with them countless times. The double Calamity Dragon Head array and the Grand Serpentine Cities Cannon array both left him with a deep impression. However, when he placed 9 bowls of the rampage ramen according to that so-called gourmet array, nothing happened. The rich fragrance filled the room and steam rose up from all 9 bowls of ramen. Nothing else happened. It didn't seem like an array at all. An array isn't this causally set up, right? Bulletin Fang questioned the system. The host was already informed on how to set up the gourmet array. The host has to learn how to link the spiritual energy in the array nodes by himself, the system declared in an earnest tone. Find out by myself? Do I have to do my own experiments in order to learn how to link the array nodes? Bulletin Fang was completely speechless at the system's answer. Bulletin Fang was disinclined to reply the system. In the end, he curled his lips upwards and his spiritual force surged out like a tide. He started to observe the spiritual energy emitted by each bowl of ramen. That spiritual energy was hidden within its fragrance and steam. The traces of spiritual energy were faint and indistinct. It seemed as though the gourmet array was quite difficult to understand. He used his spiritual force and pulled the spiritual energy coming from one bowl of ramen. He tried linking it with the energy from another bowl of rampage ramen. After trying for some time, Bulletin Fang successfully linked them together. Bulletin Fang was slightly motivated and he felt that linking them all was not going to be difficult. He continued on and linked the energy to another bowl of ramen. When he finished linking the 3rd bowl, it wasn't too difficult. However, when he tried linking it with a 4th bowl, Bulletin Fang started to feel some difficulty. After linking countless strands of spiritual energy together, they were all in a mess. The spiritual power was also in chaos. If he wasn't careful, Bulletin Fang knew that he would definitely make a mistake. A rumbling sound echoed in Bulletin Fang's mind all of a sudden. The spiritual energy which he linked fell apart and scattered. All of the spiritual energy within the rampage ramen started to dissipate. Bulletin Fang sighed. It was just like what he expected. The so-called gourmet array wasn't something which he could easily set up. Bulletin Fang rubbed his forehead and conveniently picked up all 9 bowls of the rampage ramen on the table. Carrying them to Whitey, Bulletin Fang poured all of the useless ramen into Whitey's stomach. The spiritual energy within those ramen had already been scattered. They were utterly useless and Whitey wouldn't experience a berserk effect after eating it. After some light stretches, Bulletin Fang went out of the kitchen and opened the store's door. As the cold breeze blew against his face, Bulletin Fang slightly squinted his eyes. The weather was getting hotter these few days. It was rare that there was still a cool breeze blowing through the city. Bulletin Fang enjoyed the cool air and lay on his chair as he squinted his eyes. After that plump dog, Blackie, ate the thing which was in the crystal source, it fell into a deep sleep. Bulletin Fang thought about it and he couldn't think of a reason why Blackie was still sleeping. However, Bulletin Fang enjoyed being idle. If that lazy dog didn't wake up, he didn't have to make the sweet and sour dragon meat ribs for it. Xiao Long came over to the store and Xiao Meng came along with him. After Xiao Meng reached the 8th grade war god realm, his spirits soared. His gaze was calm and cold. He emanated an intimidating pressure all around him. However, in Fang Fang's little store, his pressure was completely useless. Today, Xiao Meng didn't come to flaunt his pressure as an 8th grade war god. He was here to look for Bulletin Fang. He had official business with Bulletin Fang. Before long, the cheerful Wiang Xiaoi also came over. The whole Wiang family came with her. Before anyone could say anything, Ji Chensu came over as well. At least half of the upper-class population in the Lightwind Empire arrived at Bulletin Fang's store. If any citizen in the empire witnessed such a sight, they would definitely be scared silly. Bulletin Fang opened his squinted eyes. He already knew the purpose of the visit. After revealing the effects of the rampage ramen, Bulletin Fang knew that there would be tons of people placing their order. Bulletin Fang didn't reject and refuse them. According to the system requirement, the crystals obtained by selling the rampage ramen would also turn into Bulletin Fang's true energy cultivation. With his current cultivation in the 8th grade War God realm, if he wanted to advance to the next grade, his business turnover had to reach a terrifying degree. If he solely depended on his usual daily business and his true energy reward from temporary missions, it would be extremely difficult for Bulletin Fang to reach the next realm. Even if he had several years, Bulletin Fang didn't know if he could advance by one grade. The appearance of the Rampage Ramen solved his problem. As the emperor of an empire, his imperial household was in control of several crystal mines. If all the crystals in those mines were used to purchase his Rampage Ramen, Bulletin Fang knew that he would definitely be able to reach the next grade. The Rampage Ramen's effects were better than elixirs. A single 8th grade essence burst pill cost several hundred pieces of crystals. His Rampage Ramen only cost 100 pieces of crystals. This was obviously a good deal for anyone buying his ramen. Buying a bowl of Rampage Ramen was like buying an 8th grade essence burst pill. However, his ramen didn't have any side effects and it only cost 100 pieces of crystals. No one would think that it was not worth it. Xiao Meng, Ji Chensu, and the others spent a whole morning in the shop before they left. All of them seemed to be content with what they got from Bulletin Fang. They set up an agreement with Bulletin Fang for huge amounts of Rampage Ramen. Bulletin Fang would provide Rampage Ramen and they would provide crystals. Bulletin Fang wasn't suffering any loss with such a deal. The crystals they provided would be converted into his true energy cultivation and it wasn't difficult for him to cook the Rampage Ramen. He could cook a bowl of Rampage Ramen in several breaths of time. With the 10,000 bestial flames and the Black Turtle constellation walk, cooking a huge amount of Rampage Ramen posed no challenge to Bulletin Fang. The only thing Bulletin Fang had to use was time. After Ji Chensu and the others left, Duan Yun dragged his exhausted body into the store. He yawned slightly and leaned against a chair. These days, he was researching elixirs without stopping to rest or sleep. In the end, he successfully invented and came up with an 8th grade elixir which could increase one's fleshly body strength. Duan Yun suffered because of that Rampage Ramen. The sales of his elixirs became quite poor and he could only pass his days and nights inventing a new kind of elixir. If he didn't come up with anything new, he wouldn't be able to earn enough crystals to afford his meals. It was fortunate that he succeeded in refining it. Today, Duan Yun ordered several more dishes than usual. He planned to properly reward himself. The White Cloud Villa. Wu Mu's complexion was deathly pale. He placed his hand on his chest and coughed non-stop. He stared at the White Cloud Villa's experts below him and sucked in a deep breath. When they fought against that mysterious warship, the White Cloud Villa managed to obtain a tragic victim. They paid a huge price and exhausted all of their means to kill off several Supreme Being experts in order to take back Wu Yunbei. The White Cloud Villa experienced severe losses in that fight. Many Supreme Being experts and disciples died during the battle. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Although Wu Mu's complexion was pale, the sword intent in his body was sharp as usual. His gaze flickered like lightning as he stared at everyone before him. Inform everyone in the land of Southern Region. From today onward, our White Cloud Villa will seal itself off and cut off all contact with the outside world for 10 years. Every single disciple is forbidden from leaving the White Cloud Villa and transgressors will all be killed. When he made the decision, Wu Mu's heart was dripping with blood. However, he knew that he had to make the decision in order for the White Cloud Villa to survive. The strength of those enemies in that metallic warship was extremely terrifying. If they came back to take revenge, there was no way for the White Cloud Villa to contend against them. The only way for him to save the White Cloud Villa was to seal it off and open all of its protective arrays. He would erase all traces of the villa. On the second day, a news which shocked the entire southern region started to spread out. Countless factions were frightened and they started to become restless. One of the top factions in the southern region, the White Cloud Villa, decided to seal itself off. They made the decision to disappear from the world and leave the ranks of the top factions in the southern region. Countless experts from the Celestial Arcanum sect, the Clear Sky Pagoda, and the Wildlands sighed at the news. When the news about the White Cloud Villa sealing itself started to spread out, the Grand Serpentine City's sovereign entered the ocean from the western seacoast. She went to find an opportunity and lucky chance which could help her break through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. For a period, the southern region would be in turmoil. In the Lightwind Imperial capital, there were countless guards from the Imperial capital patrolling the walls of the capital. The current Lightwind Imperial capital was much stronger than before. Although the imperial capital was frequently wrecked and devastated, everyone was already accustomed to it. After every disaster, the emperor would put more effort into helping the people. He would place more emphasis on increasing the cultivation of the citizens. That was a good thing for them. The empire lessened its military campaigns and it prioritized the cultivation of its citizens. In the current empire, the status of scholars dropped as studying the literary arts were not as important as studying martial arts. Every single one of the citizens knew that studying martial arts had brighter prospects. All of a sudden, in a place far in the horizon of the Lightwind Empire's imperial capital, Black Shadow appeared, emitting a terrifying pressure. The nerves of all the guards started to tighten. There were some of them who had experience with such events. As such, they stared at the colossal object in the distance nervously. They were not worried at all as they had countless experiences with these events in the past. They could be considered true veterans. An 8th grade spirit beast attacking the city. A supreme beast attacking the city. A great army attacking the city. The life of the imperial capital's walls and its guards were full of ups and downs. They were accustomed to this kind of life. That colossal object flying toward the imperial capital was not some kind of giant supreme beast. However, it was a metallic warship which was glowing under the blazing sun. That thing in the sky was a warship? It was actually a warship which could fly? All of the guards were dumbstruck at the sight of that flying warship. That was the first time they saw a warship. In their great wars, the furthest they went was to use cavalries to charge at their enemies. They had never seen anything like a warship before. All of the upper-class members in the imperial capital were alarmed. Jichen Su, Xiao Meng, and the others went up the city wall and gazed at that warship which was flying toward them. It seemed like there was a man standing at the deck of that warship. Liang Kai held onto the fence of the warship with both hands and leaned on it. He fixed his gaze on the Lightwind imperial capital, which was growing bigger and bigger. What a simple and crude city. They call this the imperial capital of an empire? Seems like they are really destitute. Any city in the Hidden Dragon continent is bigger than this. If we compare this with the great cities in the Hidden Dragon continent, this seems like a small village. Liang Kai curled up the corners of his mouth into a mocking smile. His fiery gaze locked onto the city which was gradually becoming clearing in his eyes. He looked at it with a fiery gaze because the human who possessed the 10,000 bestial flame was living in the city. It was also the reason he came to this city. Rumble. A rumbling sound resounded from the warship. A violent windstorm rose and swept toward the city. Stones and sand on the ground were all swept up and they flew everywhere. It seemed as though the surroundings dimmed when the giant warship covered the sky above the Lightwind imperial capital. The pressure coming from the warship weighed down and awed everyone. Chapter 407, Xiao Meng fights a supreme being. Bang! After Bulletin Fang took out the giant supreme mantis prawn from his system's dimensional storage, the entire kitchen was filled. Summoning the dragon bone kitchen knife, he cut the giant supreme mantis prawn into countless pieces. He took out one of the pieces and placed everything back into his system's storage. He patted that piece which had the size of a grindstone and nodded to himself with content. This was the meat of a mantis prawn. It was also a supreme beast which came from the sea. Although it was already dead, the spiritual energy contained in its meat was extremely dense. Bulletin Fang washed the piece of meat well and smeared some sauce evenly on the piece of meat. After smearing the sauce on the meat, Bulletin Fang smacked the shell above the prawn meat with his true energy. He infused his true energy into the meat and the shell of the prawn turned soft. Green smoke twirled up as he summoned the Black Turtle Constellation Walk. Bulletin Fang walked backward by one step and spat out a mouthful of golden flame into the bottom of the wok. In just a short while, the wok's temperature became extremely high. He poured the water he got after dissolving the extreme glacial domain into the wok and took a big steamer basket made out of bamboo, placing it into the wok. After making sure everything was in place, he put the supreme mantis prawn meat into the basket. Rumble. Steam billowed as the water in the wok started to boil. The steam was surging and turbulent as it rose up into the steamer basket. It caused the supreme mantis prawn meat to experience some faint and beautiful changes. When Bulletin Fang was cooking in his kitchen cheerfully, the situation outside the Lightwind imperial capital turned somewhat grave. The complexion of everyone in the Lightwind imperial capital turned grave and dignified. They stood pridefully on top of the city wall and stared at the metallic warship which was floating in the sky. That warship emitted a terrifying pressure which caused them to feel slightly stifled and constrained. After Duan Yun walked out from the store, his pupils contracted when he saw the metallic warship in the sky. Isn't that the Grand Baron Sek's warship? What is it doing here? Duan Yun sucked in a breath of cold air and his complexion became deathly pale. The Grand Baron sect wasn't some small and unknown faction in the Hidden Dragon continent. It was a first-rate faction with countless powerful experts. The most powerful one was one of those terrifying existence which stood at the peak of the Hidden Dragon continent. Besides the Hidden Dragon Royal Court, it was one of the most powerful factions. The experts from the Great Baron sect were extremely fond of fighting. The sect spared no one. Anywhere their warship passed through, everyone would die. There were countless second- and third-rate factions which were destroyed by the Great Baron sect. Duan Yun was a disciple of the Alchemy sect and there was no need for him to be afraid of the Grand Baron sect. However, he was in the Lightwind Empire now. He was afraid that the people from the Grand Baron sect didn't recognize him and would conveniently kill him. If that really happened, what was he supposed to do? If he really died in such a way, it would be too late for him to cry. Why was the Grand Baron sect's warship in the Lightwind Empire? Was it for owner Buletin's 10,000 bestial flames? Duan Yun's pupils contracted and he seemed like he thought of something. Who's being rampant in my Lightwind Empire? The current Ji Chinsu was quite confident. After obtaining the support of owner Buletin, he managed to get his hands on the Rampage Ramen. The overall strength of the empire was strengthened by an entire grade. Their top-notch experts might be lacking when compared to other factions, but their overall strength wasn't weaker than any other faction in the southern region. It was only with enough power one could be confident. Ji Chinsu proudly stood atop the city wall and exhibited his dignity as an emperor. The pair of father and son, Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu, were the most powerful experts within the imperial city. Both of them were also standing proudly on the city wall with Ji Chinsu. After Xiao Meng broke through into the 8th grade war god realm, his whole body was filled with rumbling true energy. It seemed as though there was thunder rumbling inside his body. His foundation was extremely solid and firm. It was much better than the foundation of many disciples from the big sects. Xiao Meng didn't have any cultivation's resources and he only reached his current cultivation realm after walking step by step on the battlefield. Xiao Meng's mind was firm and steady. The pressure coming from the warship didn't cause his heart to palpitate in the slightest. Xiao Yu had a firm gaze as he held a sword on his back. As a swordsman, his foundation was quite solid. Rumble. A rumbling sound came from the warship and a mocking laughter came from its inside. As expected of the training grounds ruffians. Do you know who you are facing right now? Where does your confidence come from? How dare you stand proudly in front of the warship from my Great Baron sect? A mocking, playful, and languid laughter came out from within that warship. His voice was like billowing thunder. It resounded through the whole imperial capital. Within the store, Buletin Fang showed an expression of surprise and he stared outside the kitchen. However, he didn't care about anything else and placed all of his attention on the steamer basket before him. It seemed like there were countless multicolored clouds coming from inside the steamer basket. Rich spiritual energy and a sweet aroma filled the room and anyone would drool if they smelled it. Buletin Fang smacked his lips and he seemed to be itching to eat already. The pupils of Ji Chinsu and the others who were on top of the city walls contracted. They saw a man flying out from that warship, and he stood in the air. A terrifying aura came from him. It was obvious that he was a Supreme Being expert. He was the only Supreme Being disciple from the Grand Baron sect who survived. Although he was seriously injured in the fight against the White Cloud Villa, he wasn't worried when facing experts from the imperial capital as he thought that they were merely ant-like existences. They didn't have even one Supreme Being expert among them. Why he would need to fear them? Liang Kai was still standing in front of the warship. There was no need for him to personally make a move. Especially when they were only dealing with the aboriginals in the training ground. One of the Grand Baron sect's disciples was enough to deal with them. He would just observe and enjoy their fight from the warship. The Grand Baron sect swept through countless sects in the Hidden Dragon continent. Its supreme dignity wasn't something which a small empire in the training ground could provoke and go against. If they went against it, their whole empire would be exterminated. All of you are ants. The disciple from the Grand Baron sect smiled and looked at them with disdain. Xiao Meng's gaze became grave. The aura from that Supreme Being expert was extremely powerful. However, Xiao Meng didn't fear him. A light flickered in his hand as he took a steaming hot rampage ramen from his spatial spirit tool. That ramen soup was ruddy and it emitted dense steam. Xiao Meng, whose complexion was grave and earnest, decisively opened his mouth and ate it with big mouthfuls. After 2 mouthfuls, he finished the entire bowl of rampage ramen. This strange scene flabbergasted the Grand Baron Sex Supreme Being expert. It wasn't only him who was flabbergasted. Liang Kai was also shocked when he witnessed the scene from the front of the warship. He was taken aback for a moment before he cracked into a smile. He looked at Xiao Meng as though he was looking at a fool. Do you want to eat to your heart's content before dying? Do you think that a trifling 8th grade war god like you can fight a Supreme Being expert after eating a bowl of noodles? If the thing he ate was an elixir, it would be slightly more reasonable. However, it was a bowl of noodle. Why the hell would he eat a meal before fighting? What kind of weird habit was this? Clank. After eating those noodles, Xiao Meng felt like there was a raging energy which filled his body. His eyes glowed and it seemed as though there was a flame burning in them. That bowl was thrown at the ground by him and it was shattered. The pieces flew everywhere. Xiao Meng felt like his whole body was brimming with strength. He felt as though he became invincible and all-powerful. He stared at the Grand Baron Sex Supreme Being expert and cried out before stamping heavily on the ground. The city walls shook with his stamp and a rumbling sound came from under him. Xiao Meng rushed out and drew his sword as he charged at the Supreme Being expert from the Grand Baron sect. His sword light flickered as berserk true energy surged out. When he saw that Xiao Meng had already rushed out, Xiao Yu also took out a bowl of steaming hot rampage ramen. He finished it in 2 mouthfuls and his aura started to rise. As a swordsman, his sword intent was extremely powerful. A swordsman was the occupation which possessed the strongest offensive power. Only a sword light which seemed like it would tear the sky apart could be seen charging out behind Xiao Meng. That Grand Baron Sex Supreme Being smiled and looked at them with disdain. An 8th grade war god and a 7th grade battle saint. Trifling ants like them dared to fight against a Supreme Being? They could just go to hell. He cried out and it seemed like there was a blaze curling around his body as blazing flames ignited on his fists. Bang! 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 He threw his fist at them. The flames in his fists immediately turned into 2 dragons as they charged towards Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu. He believed that he would thoroughly crush those 2 ants with his power as a Supreme Being. In the warship, Liang Kai's playful gaze turned grave when he saw the scene in front of him and he couldn't help but exclaim. The aura coming from the 2 of them actually rose by so much. What was going on? The effects were the same as consuming an essence burst pill. Did they mix essence burst pills in those ramen? That couldn't be right. If they really mixed the pills in the ramen, couldn't they just take the pills directly? What was the point of mixing it? Xiao Meng and that Supreme Being expert collided with each other and started fighting. True energy waves swept through their surroundings. A rumbling sound unceasingly echoed as the 8th grade war god Xiao Meng fought against a Supreme Being expert head-on without losing ground. In the store's kitchen, the multicolored clouds were gradually becoming denser. They eventually dissipated. Bulletin Fang delightfully opened the steamer basket. The supreme mantis prawn was cooked. A rich fragrance was emitted from its glowing meat from which a faint 7-colored radiance could be seen. Bulletin Fang summoned the dragon bone kitchen knife and used it to pry open the mantis prawn shell. He revealed a white, tender, and slightly transparent meat. A dense steam and an intoxicating fragrance came from the meat. He took the steamed mantis prawn meat and took a bite of it. After he swallowed the scalding yet extremely tender meat, Bulletin Fang's eyes widened. He was completely gobsmacked. He took that piece of mantis prawn meat and walked out of the kitchen. He walked towards the entrance of the store while eating it. Wiang Xiaoi, Xiao Xiaolong, and the customers within the store were all crowding before the store's door. They were observing the fight above the city wall. Even though all of their attention was focused on the fight, a rich aroma assaulted their noses. The aroma had a seafood flavor and they couldn't help but turn their head to look at the source of the smell. Their expression was slightly strange as they looked at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang was holding onto a piece of mantis prawn meat the size of a millstone and they found it both funny and embarrassing. Squish! Squish! Are those people here to cause trouble in the imperial capital again? Bulletin Fang chewed the mantis prawn meat in his mouth as he looked at Xiao Meng. He knew that Xiao Meng had already eaten a bowl of rampage ramen and he was currently fighting a supreme being in the sky. Xiao Meng's foundation was quite excellent. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight against a supreme being even if he ate a bowl of rampage ramen. The better one's foundation, the higher the boost in strength after eating the rampage ramen. Rib. The more he fought, the more astonished the Grand Baron sex expert became. He started to become jittery and vexed because he was entangled by an 8th grade war god. All of a sudden, his heart shuddered and he felt a burst of sharp air behind him. A sword light instantly shot toward him and it seemed like it ripped the darkness apart when it chopped at his wound. Blood splattered everywhere. Xiao Meng seized the opportunity and waved his sword heavily toward the Supreme Being expert. He heavily injured him and caused the Supreme Being expert to fall from the sky. With a loud thud, the expert smashed into the ground. Xiao Meng held his sword with one hand and stared directly at the warship. As for Xiao Yu, he lightly stroked his sword as he stood at the side quietly. This pair of father and son stood there with an imposing manner as their fighting intent surged. Ji Jinsu clenched his fist and his expression was one of excitement. The Lightwind Empire finally possessed the power to defeat a Supreme Being expert. Liang Kai leaned against the fence of the warship and he stared downwards with squinted eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a slightly playful smile. Chapter 408, I suddenly want to eat a bowl of noodles before leaving. A bowl of ramen could let an 8th grade war god fight against a Supreme Being expert. Not to mention the fact that the Supreme Being expert was cut down. Although the Supreme Being was already injured, he was still a Supreme Being nonetheless. The increase in the battle prowess of an 8th grade war god seemed to be pretty abnormal. The Supreme Being expert crawled out from the rubble on the ground. After he stood up, everyone could see that he was in a sorry state. There was a huge wound on his chest and scarlet blood was flowing out of it non-stop. The stench of blood filled the surrounding. The blood of a Supreme Being was quite vigorous. The stench was able to spread all around and assaulted the nostrils of everyone around. After smelling the blood of a Supreme Being expert, everyone in the Lightwind Imperial capital started to tremble. Their whole body trembled because they were excited. The Lightwind Imperial capital finally had an expert who could fight against a Supreme Being. Even though he depended on an external object which was the rampage ramen, who would care about such things? As long as they could defeat Supreme Being experts, there was no harm in using dishes. Liang Kai grabbed the fence of the warship and looked at Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu who were proudly standing in the sky below him. He squinted his eyes as he looked at them. Even if an 8th grade war god expert consumed an 8th grade essence burst pill, it would still be extremely difficult for him to face a Supreme Being expert. This was because there was a great disparity between the strength of a Supreme Being and that of an 8th grade war god. However, the scene in front of him flipped his view upside down. Were the disciples of his Grand Baron sect too weak? No, that couldn't be the case. Even though the cultivation methods which the Grand Baron sect's disciples were cultivating weren't top-tier ones, they should still be much better than the methods used in the training ground. Even though that was the case, their Supreme Being disciple was still defeated. Although that disciple was weaker than Bei Gongming, it was obvious that there was something fishy going on. The only reason Liang Kai could think of was that the bowl of steaming hot ramen increased their power. Who would eat a bowl of ramen just before a fight? He was no fool. Liang Kai was sure that there was something fishy in that ramen. That ramen seemed quite impressive. Bei Gongming, go and take care of those two ants. Let them experience our Grand Baron sect's power. Liang Kai curled up his lips into a playful smile and said to Bei Gongming who was behind him. Bei Gongming's body stiffened. His pupils contracted when he looked at Liang Kai with a cold expression on his face. It seemed as though Liang Kai sensed Bei Gongming's gaze on his back and he slowly turned around. A trace of contempt was present on his face when he looked at Bei Gongming. Don't tell me that you can't even deal with such ants. Weren't you someone who competed against me in the past? A trace of anger flashed in Bei Gongming's eyes. With a cold snort, he took a step forward and flexed his legs to shoot out of the warship. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. Bei Gongming was an inner disciple of the Grand Baron sect. He once competed and fought against Liang Kai. Although Liang Kai had already surpassed him by a large margin, his strength couldn't be denied. He was extremely powerful. Although he was just a middle-stage Supreme Being, he possessed the strength of a peak Supreme Being. Well, forget about it. Just stay on the warship. When Bei Gongming was about to fly out of the warship, Liang Kai's lazy voice transmitted through the air and into his ear. Bei Gongming's eyes widened. He felt a boundless pressure falling toward him all of a sudden, and it heavily pounded against him. Bang! A loud rumbling sound was heard and Bei Gongming's body was smashed into the ground. His nose started bleeding because of the tremendous power of that blow. Liang Kai! Bei Gongming was enraged. The fury he had in him burst out and he crawled up from the ground. A loud roar escaped his lips and he charged at Liang Kai. Haha, you are just an ant. I'm the heir of heaven of the Grand Baron sect. I'm an existence which you can only look up to your entire life. Liang Kai heartily laughed and casually raised his hand. The world power seemed as though it congealed the surrounding. Bei Gongming was forcefully stopped in his place and even his hideous expression stiffened. Scalding blood flowed down from this nose and dripped onto the ground. Liang Kai snapped his fingers together and a powerful strength pounded against Bei Gongming's body. He was sent flying down and he fell heavily on the warship's deck. As he looked at Bei Gongming, who was like mud on the ground, Liang Kai sneered at him. The Bei Gongming who fought against him in the past on stage was full of metal. However, he was lying down in front of Liang Kai like a dead dog now. Such a pleasing sensation caused Liang Kai to feel like the pores on his body were completely opened up. He stopped paying attention to Bei Gongming, who lay on the floor like a dead dog. His body started to float as he trod on the air and left the warship. Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu naturally didn't know anything about what happened on the warship. Their gazes locked onto Liang Kai. Xiao Meng knew that the man before them was the owner of the warship. Maybe, he was the one who had the highest status inside that warship. It was obvious that his cultivation would be extremely terrifying. He should be in existence at the peak of the Supreme Being realm. Someone like that fearful devil of the Shura sect. Despite all that, Xiao Meng didn't fear the man. There was only a blazing intent coming from him. He waved his hand and took a steaming hot bowl of rampage ramen from his spatial spirit tool. The soup splashed all around and a fragrant aroma filled the air. Xiao Meng intended to eat another bowl to keep his strength in its peak state. He was infatuated with the feeling of power he had. Just before Xiao Meng swallowed the bowl of ramen, he felt as though his entire body stiffened. He wasn't even able to move a single muscle and it felt as though he was bound and restricted by some fearsome power. Even the simple act of eating the ramen was unable to be carried out. What was going on? Xiao Meng's eyes widened and he looked at the smiling Liang Kai. Liang Kai nonchalantly floated in the air and leisurely walked toward him. His hair fluttered in the wind and he looked even more handsome. That ramen which increased your strength seems quite interesting. Liang Kai calmly said as he raised his fair and white hand. With a wave, the bowl of rampage ramen in Xiao Meng's hands flew towards him. Xiao Meng was startled. What kind of power was that? He actually had the ability to prevent Xiao Meng from moving. Even with just a casual wave of his hand, he was able to grab the object in Xiao Meng's hand. Was he a supreme being? How could this supreme being be so powerful? Xiao Meng's heart started to beat extremely quickly. He wondered if the rampage ramen was effective on supreme beings. Xiao Meng didn't know whether it was effective or not. However, if the rampage ramen was actually effective, the consequences would be dreadful. Rib. A sword light which appeared to be a blazing sun drove the darkness away. It ripped the air apart as it shot toward Liang Kai. That bowl of ramen which was floating in the air got cut in half by the sword light. Its ruddy soup splashed in mid-air and sprinkled down onto the ground. How brazen! Liang Kai's smile immediately disappeared and his angry gaze locked onto Xiao Yu. He obviously knew that it was Xiao Yu who shot out the sword light. Xiao Yu held onto his sword as his expressionless and handsome face faced Liang Kai's face. His gaze didn't have the slightest trace of fear. A swordsman should always bravely proceed forward without being afraid of anything. You are courting death. Liang Kai coldly sneered and his body immediately disappeared. When he appeared again, he was right in front of Xiao Yu. Both Xiao Meng and Xiao Yu's pupils contracted. He was too swift. His speed was insane. Bang! A punch, a simple punch, was thrown at Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu raised his long sword and tried to block it. However, the moment his sword came into contact with Liang Kai's fist, his sword shattered into pieces. Plop! He spouted a mouthful of blood and felt as though his entire body would be torn apart. His head became slightly dazed and he immediately fainted. Falling from mid-air, Xiao Yu heavily slammed into the ground and a dust cloud was formed. Xiao Meng was angered and he issued a loud roar. He charged at Liang Kai as he waved his sword. After eating the bowl of ramen, Xiao Meng was able to unleash the power of a supreme being. His sword contained both the strength of his fleshy body and his true energy. He wanted to cut down that hateful fellow in front of him with his sword. Supreme being? So what if you are a supreme being? An 8th grade war god can actually unleash such a power. This is really astounding. If I could increase my power by so much, I would no longer be at the end of the Heir of Heaven ranking. I have to obtain that ramen. A trace of greed appeared within Liang Kai's eyes. Xiao Meng's attack didn't pose the slightest threat towards him. With a casual wave of his hand, Liang Kai smacked Xiao Meng's sword. That sword which contained Xiao Meng's dreadful fighting intent was shattered. Xiao Meng was sent flying and spouted a mouthful of blood. Liang Kai raised his hand and condensed a giant palm out of true energy. He grabbed Xiao Meng whose aura became weak and feeble and threw him into the warship. He captured Xiao Meng because he needed to know the reason behind the drastic increase in his strength. Was it because of that ramen? That was definitely the case. He needed to gather information about that ramen. Along with a rumbling sound, Xiao Meng fell onto the deck of the warship. After vomiting mouthfuls of blood, he felt as though his cultivation was sealed. How is it possible? Can a supreme being really be that powerful? Xiao Meng absent-mindedly muttered to himself. Cough cough. He isn't a supreme being. Another feeble voice came from the side. It sounded like someone was gasping for breath. Bei Gongming looked at Xiao Meng who was lying on the floor. He explained to Xiao Meng after fighting to breathe. Xiao Meng was taken aback. He wasn't a supreme being? Was he someone above the supreme being realm? Everyone on top of the city wall became dumbfounded. Ji Chinsu's complexion stiffened. How was that possible? After Xiao Meng ate the rampage ramen, his strength was on par with supreme beings. How could he be captured so easily? His body shook and he almost fell down. The Lightwind Empire suffered so much to find someone who could fight against a supreme being. However, that still couldn't change anything. Liang Kai's long gown fluttered in the wind as his body flew toward the city wall. He looked at the absent-minded Ji Chinsu. The corners of his mouth curled up into a sinister smile. So, you are the emperor of this empire. This young master wanted to take a flame and leave this place. However, I changed my mind. I intend to eat some noodles before leaving this place. Either you tell me where to eat the noodles, or... Liang Kai warmly smiled and said, or you can die. Chapter 409, You've Got Guts. I'm planning on eating a bowl of noodles before leaving. Liang Kai's words echoed in Ji Chinsu's ears. He was slightly taken aback. However, before long he came to realize that this Liang Kai was interested in owner Buletin's rampage ramen. This rampage ramen was able to help raise an 8th grade war god's combat capabilities to that of a supreme being, so it was no wonder it tickled the heart of such a fierce warrior. Still, to allow someone who easily defeated General Xiao Meng to obtain this rampage ramen meant risking letting his combat capabilities strengthen just like Xiao Meng's. That could engender a terrifying situation. The opposing party's power would hit a level that could make Ji Chinsu's heart shiver even harder. Huh? What? You're reluctant? Liang Kai smiled at Ji Chinsu, but that gentle grin appeared rather grim in Ji Chinsu's eyes. Ji Chinsu had on a long face. Under Liang Kai's amplifying force of pressure, all the muscles on his body involuntarily quivered, his heart suffocating. Thud. On the city walls, numerous warriors of the empire were forced onto their knees by this stifling force of pressure, with their faces pale as ever. The warrior who stepped out of the warship had an intimidating cultivation level. On the warship above, Xiao Meng struggled to pick himself up from the ice-cold deck. A trace of desperation filled his eyes. He has never expected the individual before him to have already surpassed the supreme being echelon. What kind of existence is that? Xiao Meng was baffled. He wanted to take a last chance but was immediately cut off by the Grand Baron sect disciples on the warship before he even managed to move. These disciples had cultivation levels strong enough to intimidate Xiao Meng. All the civilians within the imperial city appeared stumped. They had been excited to the point of celebrating when they witnessed General Xiao Meng ferociously shooting down the enemies earlier. But not much time passed before General Xiao Meng was slapped onto the warship by his opponent. He was no match for his adversary, as the distance between the two was too vast. And so, the dumbfounded residents of the imperial city watched, panic-stricken, as Liang Kai floated on the air. Liang Kai sauntered across the air, one step after another. His arrival was like a giant stone weighing onto the hearts of Ji Chinsu and others, forcing them to retreat with ashen faces. The weakest among the batch directly coughed up blood and passed out. Liang Kai landed beside Ji Chinsu and gently tapped his shoulder. "Tell me, where exactly did you get this ramen?" Liang Kai spoke with a soft voice. Ji Chinsu only felt a searing pain shoot across his eyes as the world around him began to spin. His mind became fuzzy. It felt like his entire person has fallen into a state of chaos, his head heavy and dazed. Once he regained consciousness, the face that wore a spurious smile became lucid. Ji Chinsu finally woke up in alarm. "What did you do to me?" Ji Chinsu's heart tightened. The smile gradually faded from Liang Kai's face. He flickered Ji Chinsu a glimpse and sniggered. He swung his sleeves and immediately smashed Ji Chinsu away. Ji Chinsu crashed against the city walls violently and spat out a mouthful of blood. "Humph, a mere emperor of the training ground dares to withhold information from this young master." Liang Kai chortled. His gaze shifted toward the bottom of the city walls. Looking ahead, he targeted the direction of Fang Fang's little store. Bulletin Fang was just munching on the freshly steamed supreme mantis prawn. Though the fragrant mantis prawn flesh contained a trace of a fishy, salty taste, there was a hint of sweetness within that raw flavor. Such a peculiar texture thrilled Bulletin Fang even more as he continued chewing. On the city walls, a harsh glance bolted toward the store almost like a streak of light. Bulletin Fang calmly returned the look. The two gazes collided in the air without a sound. Liang Kai laughed. He had found his target. That was the store the emperor mentioned after getting hypnotized by him? How intriguing! Having located his target, Liang Kai could no longer bother with Ji Chinsu. He tapped his feet and floated back onto the ground. Then, he walked toward the store without haste. Not after long, Liang Kai arrived at the store. Bulletin Fang was still chomping on the supreme mantis prawn as he gazed at Liang Kai coolly. Xiao Xiaolong and the others couldn't help but retreat back into the store. Wang Xiaoi hid behind Bulletin Fang, studying the handsome yet terrifying man with dread. "You made the ramen that can enhance one's combat capability." Liang Kai looked at Bulletin Fang and curled the corners of his lips as he asked. Bulletin Fang didn't reply immediately, and instead took another bite of the sparkling, almost glistening mantis prawn flesh in his hand. He ate to his heart's content, his entire person immersed in joy. Feeling pleased, Bulletin Fang finally shot Liang Kai a look and responded, "Yes. Give me a bowl." Liang Kai smiled. 100 crystals per bowl. Bulletin Fang said solemnly. 100 crystals wasn't actually too exorbitant. However, this price was certainly outlandish for a bowl of ramen. Liang Kai arched his eyebrows. He had not yet seen ramen that cost 100 crystals a bowl. He waved his hands and a bag of crystals appeared. Liang Kai looked at Bulletin Fang and tossed it his way. That bag of crystals flew toward Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang clutched the mantis prawn with one hand, extending out the other to take the crystals. Yet, his face changed the moment he reached out his hand. He realized that the bag of crystals Liang Kai hurled was grabbed by a giant force of energy in the air, and flew back into Liang Kai's hand. Bulletin Fang furrowed his eyebrows. Liang Kai had on a spurious smile. "I suddenly remembered, why should I give you crystals? What right do you have to take this young master's crystals? If I order you to cook, then cook you shall. Have you got guts to accept my crystals?" Liang Kai stared at Bulletin Fang and uttered these words, with contempt. His words were so brash that Wang Xiaoi, who was hiding behind Bulletin Fang, instantly blew up. This lassie's hot temper could not be contained. Before she got to storm out, Bulletin Fang pushed her head back. His face was deadpan. He studied Liang Kai with frosty eyes. This was the first time someone dared tease him like this. Even Bulletin Fang's tranquil inner state was burning with flames of rage. He drew in a deep breath. A thought flashed across his mind that he was going to beat this guy up until he looked like a bruised pig. Let's see if this guy is still this pompous after being beaten into a pig. You've got guts. Bulletin Fang looked at Liang Kai and said somberly. He took another bite of the supreme mantis prawn and with a wave of the hand, threw the rest of the mantis prawn flesh into the system's dimensional storage. Liang Kai was taken aback. He had never imagined someone as powerless as a little ant would talk back to him like this. He narrowed his eyes at the expressionless Bulletin Fang. You are the second person who dared to talk to me like this. As for the first, he's lying on the warship like a dead dog and can only humbly look up at me. You're just a loser native to the training grounds. Where did you get the courage to speak to me like this? Liang Kai chuckled with fury. He began to emit the pressure of a divine physique echelon warrior. The menacing force of pressure even changed the color of the winds and clouds. A wild wind brewed in a split second. Crushed stones bounced up as if pulled into the air by an unseeable force of energy. Pop! These crushed stones shattered under this intimidating force of energy, being reduced into powder and drifting away. This was the force of pressure of the 10th grade divine realm. Even a supreme being warrior must bend down before this force of pressure like a nobody. Liang Kai wanted to see whether the mere trashy war god aborigine would still glare at him so arrogantly. He believed that an 8th grade aborigine of the training grounds must fall onto the ground under his force of pressure, unable to move at all. His face would display a fearful expression, appearing both subdued and inferior. However, Liang Kai soon caught sight of Bulletin Fang. His pupils suddenly dilated, and his heart shuddering, feeling dumbfounded. Shouldn't that loser be trembling on the floor? Why the hell is that fellow still standing up so straight? Got quite a strong character, I see. Liang Kai laughed coldly, suddenly feeling a rare trace of admiration toward Bulletin Fang. The force of pressure on his body amplified. A loud explosion accompanied the cracking of the pavement, which was completely ripped apart by an immense force of energy. Liang Kai's hair fluttered in the air, his fierce eyes fixated on Bulletin Fang. He wanted to see the latter shivering with fear under his aura. However, no matter how much force he released, the fellow before his eyes continued to stand erect, looking back at him as if he were an idiot. He was not the least bit affected by his pressure. This force of energy deemed even unbearable to a supreme being, couldn't even handle an 8th grade aborigine. Buzz! Invisible waves of energy spread within the store. A figure dashed out of the kitchen at an amazing speed. Its red eyes turned purple in that very second. And as it bolted forward, that purple shade then transformed into an icy silver color. Exterminate! Whitey bawled a concise word as its figure stormed out like the howling wind. Swinging a giant fist, it slammed its feet onto the floor, crushing the stones beneath. Whistling waves of energy surged. This fist smashed down on Liang Kai's handsome face. The howling wind brushed past Liang Kai's face, blowing up strands of his hair. However, Liang Kai did not twitch at all, still appearing as completely unperturbed. Rather, a trace of playfulness flashed across his face. When Whitey's sturdy, powerful fist was about to come down, Liang Kai lifted up his palm. A loud bam! Waves of energy dispersed. Whitey's fist did not manage to shake Liang Kai at all. Chapter 410, Bulletin Fang makes a move. Invisible waves of wind rippled. The fist that Whitey thrust out was easily caught by Liang Kai's open palm. Bulletin Fang stood behind Whitey with a blank face, while its eyes continued to flicker. Ever since swallowing the departed soul orb, Whitey's combat capabilities have reached the peak of supreme echelon. One could even say it was half a step into the divine stage. However, Liang Kai was no almost divine warrior, he was truly of the divine physique echelon. Hence, Whitey's vigorous punch was easily intercepted by the opposing party. Puppet? Someone of the puppet sect? No. This thing looks too different from the puppets of the puppet sect and is far from its style. Liang Kai eyed Whitey, scrunched his brows, and murmured in confusion. He had seen puppets of the puppet sect before. Every 5 years, the Hidden Dragon Court would host a major competition on the Hidden Dragon continent, inviting the participation of youth warriors from various spheres of influence. It was during that competition that Liang Kai met a puppet sect warrior, and so he was very familiar with the puppets of that sect. Bang! A tremendous force of energy gushed out of Liang Kai's body. Whitey was instantly pushed back by this surge of energy. With a clang, the metal wings spread from Whitey's back. They fluttered like the wings of a giant bird, almost covering the entire sky. The wings were like sharp blades, emitting a chilled glow. Whitey's metal wings whistled as they flapped, instantly transforming into a dense coat of razor-edged daggers as they charged straight for Liang Kai. The sight of daggers obscuring the sky was truly shocking. Any ordinary folk facing this scene would be so scared he couldn't stand steady. Yet, Liang Kai remained unruffled, as he was no common man. As one of Grand Baron Sek's heirs of heaven, there wasn't anything he hadn't encountered. He waved his palm, and peculiar waves of energy instantly spread outward. The countless flying daggers that flew his way were all absorbed into his hand. After converging in his palm, they formed a giant ball. Honestly, the combat capability of your puppet isn't bad. But what a pity, it is still not there yet. Liang Kai glimpsed at Bulletin Fang and ridiculed. He crushed his palm and the metal daggers all shattered. Whitey's figure was also smacked away by his hand. Without this puppet, what else have you got? Liang Kai put on a spurious smile and asked Bulletin Fang playfully. Bulletin Fang had on a poker face, standing there calmly. If this were in the past, this conceited rascal would have already been smacked dead by Blackie. However, Blackie had sunk into a deep sleep ever since returning from the illusory spirit swamp and showed no signs of waking up soon. And so, Blackie couldn't be of help. Excitement suddenly stirred in Bulletin Fang's heart. His gaze became increasingly fierce. From afar, Whitey picked itself up. The shade of silver in its eyes turned even frostier. It stomped its foot on the ground as its figure blasted out like an arrow. Lie down. Boom. Liang Kai looked at Bulletin Fang with a smirk, closing in on him step by step. As he strode forth, he waved his hand and easily whacked the galloping Whitey back onto the pavement. This fellow was powerful. Everyone within the store felt their heart shudder. Whitey was naturally strong, to the point where even supreme beings could only be stripped in front of it. However, before this handsome man, Whitey was subdued to the point where it couldn't hit back. How about Blackie? Everyone was aware of the store's backbone. Shouldn't Blackie take the stage now? Blackie was even more monstrous than Whitey. Back then, even the Shura sect overlord was slammed to death by Blackie's palm. It seemed like Blackie should be able to handle this fellow. Wiang Xiaoi, Xiao Xiao Long and others weren't so worried. With Blackie guarding the store, it should stand as firm as a rock. Clatter clatter clatter. Liang Kai walked before Bulletin Fang, standing only a meter away from him. The two faced each other, close enough to clearly see the pores on their faces. Bulletin Fang gazed at Liang Kai coolly. Liang Kai looked at Bulletin Fang with a spurious face. Their gazes collided in the air. However, Bulletin Fang saw only disdain in Liang Kai's eyes. Of course, someone of the 10th grade divine echelon had the right to be scornful toward a mere 8th grade war god. However, Bulletin Fang was very much exasperated by this derisive glance. With the flicker of the mind, a dark-colored wisp of smoke twirled around Bulletin Fang's hand. The black turtle constellation walk appeared. Bulletin Fang clutched it and hurled it toward Liang Kai. The two stood at close proximity. Bulletin Fang's walk came in at an incredible, almost unimaginable speed. Liang Kai never expected this non-entity before him to dare make a move on him. And so, for a moment there, he didn't anticipate the black walk flying his way. Bang! He hit back hurriedly, smacking his fist into the black walk. A great force of energy spread from the black walk, forcing Liang Kai to shut his eyes. What a heavy walk! Liang Kai took a small step backward. His hair fluttered against the winds, kicked up by the black walk. However, he only took a small step backward. The black walk startled him, but did not smash him to death. His palm landed on the black walk, sending it directly back to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang gripped the black walk, retreating a few steps. His face turned somber. This fellow was truly formidable. He must be a warrior of the divine physique echelon, one who has already broken through the supreme being's shackles. Given Bulletin Fang's cultivation as an 8th grade war god, relying on the black walk enabled him to knock out some supreme beings without a problem. But to knock unconscious a warrior of the divine physique echelon was a fool's talk. Once entering the divine physique echelon, one would transcend the mortal body. A typical supreme being was no match at all. Bulletin Fang steadied himself, his face extremely grim. Yet, that dismal look contained a hint of excitement. Splash splash splash! The black turtle constellation walk soared up. Streams of thawed water from the Arctic lands poured out of the system's dimensional storage. Buletin Fang's face flushed red and then spewed out a mouthful of golden flames. The flames floated beneath the black turtle constellation walk and burned vigorously, emitting waves of scorching heat. In a split second, the water within the wok boiled. Buletin Fang had cooked near hundreds of bowls of rampage ramen in the past few days. He was very familiar with the procedures for making this ramen. As of this point, he could finish a bowl in a matter of a few breaths. Once he finished hand-pulling the ramen, each string of noodle simmered in the water like strands of silk. Splash splash splash! He shrugged, and Shrimpy, napping on his shoulder, flipped a full circle and landed inside the wok. Golden dots of light emitted from its body, which gradually melted into the ramen. A dab of abyssal chili sauce, and it was done. A steaming hot rampage ramen was completed. From afar, Liang Kai stared with his mouth agape. Yet, after being flabbergasted for a moment, a glimmering light in his eyes magnified into a dazzling gleam. The 10,000 bestial flames. So the 10,000 bestial flames is on you. You're the aborigine who obtained the 10,000 bestial flames. Ha ha ha. It looks like I won't have to jump through too many hoops to snatch it away. Liang Kai couldn't contain his thrill. He didn't expect the maker of the rampage ramen and the possessor of the 10,000 bestial flames to be the same person. This saved him a lot of trouble indeed. He had planned on hunting down the owner of the 10,000 bestial flames after attaining the ramen. That everything came together exhilarated him so. After cooking the rampage ramen, Buletin Fang planned on stuffing it into his mouth. Liang Kai narrowed his eyes and waved his palm, planning on controlling Buletin Fang just like he dominated Xiao Meng earlier. He intended to seize the rampage ramen. Yet, he suddenly realized that his force of pressure had no effect on Buletin Fang. Slurp! Buletin Fang devoured the bowl of ramen right under Liang Kai's eyes with a loud slurp. He even drank the last drop of the soup. Liang Kai waved his palm, appearing rather awkward. Still, he wasn't distraught at all. He had envisioned the possessor of the 10,000 bestial flames to be very powerful, perhaps even a warrior of the divine physique echelon, but it now looked like his worries were superfluous. He must secure the 10,000 bestial flames. Even if the rampage ramen allowed him to escalate his powers, could it really lift an 8th grade war god into the divine physique echelon? That was impossible. The divine physique echelon was a realm completely different from the supreme being stage. It was a state unattainable without first breaking through the supreme being shackles. Having finished eating the rampage ramen, Buletin Fang burped with satisfaction, his face becoming flushed. He squinted his eyes, feeling a peculiar stream of heat fluctuating in his body. Was Buletin Fang's foundation solid enough? This was indisputable, as his every breakthrough was accomplished by completing tasks assigned by the system. Every breakthrough was impeccable and would reach the ultimate extent of each echelon. When it came to having a solid foundation, Buletin Fang was the man. Of course, others had no idea of this. Even Buletin Fang himself wasn't completely aware of this. The true energy vortex spun inside his energy core vigorously. The golden shade of the 10,000 bestial flames floating within burned intensely, almost akin to a blazing wildfire raging through the prairie. Buletin Fang opened his mouth and spit out a breath, but jets of flaming true energy gushed out instead. Liang Kai stretched open his mouth with astonishment. Why is this lad turning so bizarre of a sudden? Suddenly, Buletin Fang stirred. This was the first time Buletin Fang launched the first blow. The velvet rope tied around his hair snapped, releasing a head of loose hair fluttering against the wind. Buletin Fangs took off at an incredible speed, bolting toward Liang Kai like a flash of lightning. He gently tapped the black turtle constellation wok, which whirled in the air and smashed toward Liang Kai. At that very moment, everyone was stupefied. No matter Wang Xiaoi or Xiao Xiaolong, or Ji Qinsu and others on the city walls, everyone was dumbstruck, their faces filled with bewilderment. What did they just witness? They finally caught sight of Owner Buletin engaging in a fight? This was the first time they observed Owner Buletin making a move. Who would have expected Owner Buletin, who normally kept his abilities under the radar, to launch a preemptive strike in the face of such a powerful opponent? How about Blackie? They were baffled. However, behind this perplexity was a notion that made their hearts drop. Could it be that Blackie left? Without Blackie, Owner Buletin had to take things into his own hands? but the adversary was of the 10th grade divine state. Could owner Bulletin really match the opponent? Liang Kai faced Bulletin Fang, who was charging toward him, and smiled coldly. If you're courting death yourself, then go to hell. I will suck out the 10,000 bestial flames strand by strand from your corpse. Chapter 411, You Can Never Guess My Tactics. Owner Bulletin's active confrontation with the opponent shocked a great deal of people. In their impressions, Bulletin Fang was a calm soul who always wore a poker face, someone who occasionally snugged down in a chair to bask in the sun. He certainly wouldn't actively charge at an adversary. Furthermore, owner Bulletin's cultivation was merely at 8th grade war god, how could he rival a 10th grade divine warrior? Liang Kai wasn't interested in what others thought. The gaze he sent Bulletin Fang turned ice cold, and his lips curled with a frostiness that sent chills down everyone's spine. The second floor of the store. Blackie was snoring loudly in his sleep. He was in a very deep sleep, with no signs of waking up any time sooner. Bulletin Fang was fully aware of this. That fat dog had been sleeping ever since he swallowed a mysterious object found within the crystal mine's crystal cores, almost as if he's been drugged. Bulletin Fang knew he couldn't count on Blackie. After devouring a bowl of rampage ramen, Bulletin Fang went at it with his all. The spinning black turtle constellation walk flew out at an incredible speed, ripping through the air and storming right toward Liang Kai. Liang Kai waved his palm, his lips twitching into a disdainful curve. His hand formed a fist and smacked down on the black turtle constellation walk. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Liang Kai looked at the black turtle constellation walk in shock. A dense sensation, akin to that of a towering mountain, spread from the walk, making him feel like his punch landed on a lofty mountain. However, Liang Kai was Liang Kai after all. As a warrior of the divine physique echelon, his physical body was sturdy as ever. Though the black turtle constellation walk was hefty, it didn't manage to knock him away. Bulletin Fang lowered a foot on the pavement as waves of energy billowed around him. It was like a howling wind, blowing away all the brushed stones nearby. The ground began to crack as Bulletin Fang leaped up into the air, still wearing his deadpan expression. True energy surged from his body. Having eaten a bowl of rampage ramen, Bulletin Fang felt like his entire body was burning. His true energy rolled and bubbled, its intensity not a pinch weaker than that of a divine physique echelon warrior. Liang Kai fended off the black turtle constellation walk. However, Bulletin Fang, springing into the air, came down with a ferocious slam. With the flicker of his mind, the black turtle constellation walk became gigantic, nearly swallowing Liang Kai's figure. Catching sight of Bulletin Fang's strike, Liang Kai winced. He was utterly subdued by the giant black turtle constellation walk. Bang bang bang! The black turtle constellation walk's weight was rather light for Bulletin Fang himself. Despite its enlarged size, Bulletin Fang was able to easily press the walk down and haul it across the floor. After a violent tremor, the ground was left with a deep fracture. Circles of smoke rolled up. Those in the crowds drew in chilled breaths, left aghast. This was especially the case for Ji Chin-su, who was standing on the city walls open-mouthed, looking flabbergasted and at a loss for words. Owner Bulletin's combat capability was this formidable? He has always thought the store's strength derived from Whitey, that metal lump of a puppet, and Blackie, the mysterious black dog. He had never imagined owner Bulletin, remaining so low-key all this time, had an equally unrivaled combat capability. Able to keep a divine physique echelon warrior pressed down and forcibly rub him along the pavement. This was something completely unimaginable, filling others with all sorts of emotions. Boom boom boom. Still holding down the black turtle constellation walk, Bulletin Fang's face turned grave as he furrowed his brows. The entire floor began to shake intensely. There seemed to be hot waves puffing. Bulletin Fang felt a great force of energy growing under the black turtle constellation walk, lifting the walk up. Splatter! The crushed stones fell onto the floor. The black turtle constellation walk was gradually hoisted, rising up from the ground and suspending in the air. Beneath the black turtle constellation walk, Liang Kai's head of black hair fluttered against the wind. His eyes were burning with flames as his body swelled, veins clearly bulging on both of his hands. He managed to lift up the black turtle constellation walk with a fearsome amount of strength. Bulletin Fang's heart shuddered. He smacked the black turtle constellation walk and his figure shifted away. With a flicker of his mind, the black turtle constellation walk began to shrink in size, eventually reducing into a black beam of light and returning to his hand. No longer under the suppression of the black turtle constellation walk, Liang Kai's force of energy instantly spread, becoming mightier as ever. His figure soared to the sky like a bolt of lightning, charging straight at Bullet and Fang. A petty aboriginal no name dares to make a move on this young master. Liang Kai's face darkened. He was pressed down and rubbed across the ground by an 8th grade loser. If this news spread, how could he have to face to call himself the Grand Baron Sex Heir of Heaven? As an heir of heaven, he must be fearless and dominate all. If he had to be unparalleled even amongst those of his same echelon, let alone in the face of an 8th grade nobody. With a ball, Liang Kai's figure appeared before Bullet and Fang. His face was pale with rage, certainly not a pretty shade. A murderous vibe fluctuated. Bullet and Fang inhaled a deep breath and hurled out the black turtle constellation walk once again. Yet this time, Liang Kai didn't even try to dodge. His entire body ballooned as a ring of scorching sun emerged between his brows, radiating with a glorious brilliance. Bloody lines of pattern stretched out from the space between Liang Kai's eyebrows until they covered his entire body. A punch. The black turtle constellation walk was slammed back onto Bullet and Fang's body. Bullet and Fang was flung backward by this powerful thrust. You should feel fortunate to witness this young master's scorching sun demonic physique as an insignificant 8th grade nobody. Be grateful to die under this young master's scorching sun demonic physique. Liang Kai turned rather savage. Suddenly, with a whoosh, an exploding sound filled the air. He instantly appeared before Bullet and Fang. Bang! Without even lifting his hand, the energy bursting from his body effortlessly shoved Bullet and Fang far away, sending him sprawling over the floor. Buzz! Just as Bullet and Fang lifted himself up, Liang Kai appeared once again. A giant punch slammed down. The black turtle constellation walk swayed to shield the blow. With another thump, Bullet and Fang was sent flying across the sky. Having activated the scorching sun demonic physique, Liang Kai has turned alarmingly powerful. His combat capability was also becoming much more terrifying. Bullet and Fang was destined to be crushed. Though Bullet and Fang ate the rampage ramen, he was still fighting someone from the 10th grade divine stage, plus, this was a genius fighter among the finest warriors of the divine stage. He could only endure the blows without any capability of hitting back. The crowds hushed. Owner Bulletin was only an 8th grade war god at the end of the day, and still far from rivaling a 10th grade divine warrior. Alas, he was not one to create miracles. Bang bang bang! Bulletin Fang was utterly overpowered by Liang Kai. Every time he managed to get on his feet, Liang Kai would flash by and punch him away, or even smash down with his palm to press Bulletin Fang onto the ground. This leader of the divine echelon granted Bulletin Fang no chance to resist his attacks. Besides, Bulletin Fang has never trained in combat, weakening his ability to hit back even more. After a series of explosion, Liang Kai's figure began traveling at a speed that broke through the sonic barrier, to a point where nobody could catch his movements. Bulletin Fang stood up. His clothes were badly ripped. Wiping away the drops of blood at the corners of his mouth, he felt wrath fill his heart. This was the first time he was beaten until he coughed blood. A fire of uncontrollable rage was set ablaze in his heart. His eyes became stony and frosty as he watched Liang Kai's shadow shift at an amazing speed. The golden dragon bone kitchen knife appeared in his hand and was instilled with true energy. The dragon bone kitchen knife glistened with a golden sheen, transforming into a huge cleaver that he carried on his shoulder. His eyes rolled and seemed to have captured Liang Kai's movements. The kitchen knife swiped across the air as a sharp vigor of knife spread and sliced at Liang Kai. A loud clunk. Liang Kai's eyes were ice cold. Balls of true energy bubbled on his hand as he directly grabbed the dragon bone kitchen knife, ferociously pressed it down, and eyed Bulletin Fang coolly. This is all you've got? With only tactics like this, how dare you claim to finish me? Who gave you the courage? Liang Kai curled his lips and said with a menacing tone. The ring of scorching sun between his brows emitted more and more waves of heat as he uttered each sentence. Towards the end, Bulletin Fang felt like he was physically facing a burning sun. Liang Kai's body flared with golden beams, both eye-piercing and searing hot. Bulletin Fang looked at him calmly, his complexion remaining composed. Liang Kai was very strong indeed, this was something Bulletin Fang had to admit. He was even more powerful than the Shura sect overlord from earlier. You can never guess my tactics. Bulletin Fang replied coolly. Liang Kai, with his body radiating with a golden brilliance, laughed coldly. How could a fellow already at his wits' end still be so strong-willed? What rights did he have to be this resolute? Tactics? What else have you got? The 10,000 bestial flames? It's a pity you don't even know how to utilize the 10,000 bestial flames. If you give this heaven and earth obsidian flame to me, my scorching sun demonic physique can then reach perfection. In your hands, it can only be used for cooking, which is an utter waste of God's gift. Liang Kai clenched his teeth and grumbled in anger. Bulletin Fang scrunched his brows and glanced at the glimmering, golden shade Liang Kai. How ignorant, the 10,000 bestial flames is meant to be used for cooking. Bulletin Fang remarked. The very next second, he stretched open his mouth and spurted out a golden flame. A terrifying heat instantly emerged. The moment Bulletin Fang spat out the golden flame, the golden mantis shrimp lying on his shoulder slowly raised its head. It waved its dainty little sickle claw and rolled its eyes. Then, its feet exerted a force as it leaped off of Bulletin Fang's shoulder. It moved at such a fast speed that it ripped across the air like a flash of lightning. Liang Kai's eyes were momentarily blinded by Bulletin Fang's 10,000 bestial flames. When he fluttered open his eyelids once more, he saw a golden beam of light closing in on him. What is this? Liang Kai's heart thudded. Splatter! Dark red streams of blood spurted out of Liang Kai's stomach. Liang Kai wailed as his entire body was knocked onto the floor by an enormous force. The golden specks of light on his body dimmed the blood that continued to gush out of a giant hole in his stomach. Damn it! Damn it! Liang Kai struggled to crawl up from the floor, with a nasty look smeared across his face. His forces of energy fluctuated, rendering him unable to sustain the scorching sun demonic physique. He lifted up his head and glanced across. He saw that the ultimate culprit that drilled a hole through his body was resting on Bulletin Fang's body, looking dainty and nimble. A mantis shrimp managed to pierce through the body of a mighty grand baron sex heir of heaven, a warrior at the divine physique echelon? A murderous vibe spread from Liang Kai's body, so intense that it looked like it was about to materialize. Bulletin Fang clutched the black turtle constellation walk in one hand as the thawed water of the Arctic lands boiled within. With the flicker of his mind, bundles of ramen appeared and slipped into the water. 9 ceramic bowls floated up, suspending around his body. Bulletin Fang took in a deep breath, still wearing a grave expression on his face. The ramen was emptied out of the wok and glided into the bowls. Wafts of spirit energy and hot steam rolled about. 9 bowls of rampage ramen were completed. Invisible waves of energy hovering above the 9 bowls surrounding his body blasted out of the ramen. Liang Kai's intent to kill amplified. A golden long spear appeared his hand. He pointed it at Bulletin Fang with a frosty, murderous vibe. Bulletin Fang was circled by 9 bowls of ramen as his mind flickered. Just as I said, you can never guess my tactics. Bulletin Fang peered at Liang Kai, tugging the corners of his lips. The gourmet array had finally converged in the air. Chapter 412, The Furious Bulletin Fang. Boom boom boom. The sounds of explosion reverberated in the air as terrifying waves of energy flooded the surrounding. Everyone held their breaths with widened eyes as they watched the combat between Owner Bulletin and the Divine Warrior, too afraid to even make a noise. Owner Bulletin's combat capabilities unfolded before their eyes, utterly shaking them all. They never knew that Owner Bulletin, who enjoyed sluggishly sprawling in a chair to bask in the sun, would have such impressive combat capabilities. Owner Bulletin suspended in the sky majestically, and beside him were bowls of steaming hot rampage ramen floating about. Surging waves of spirit energy bubbled above the rampage ramen bowls. There seemed to be peculiar ripples of energy within, tangling together like strands of silk. 9 bowls of rampage ramen? Owner Bulletin was going to eat 9 bowls all at once? The complexions on those in the crowd changed colors. The notion of magic arrays never even popped into their heads, which was understandable, considering anyone without a hole in their head would never associate gourmet delicacies with magic arrays. There were no dents in Liang Kai's head, and hence he had no idea what Bulletin Fang was trying to accomplish. Due to the surprise attack of the golden mantis shrimp, which drilled a hole through his stomach, he was still bleeding badly at the moment. Though the wound was healing itself with the help of the scorching sun demonic physique, he was badly sapped of energy. It was getting hard to sustain the scorching sun demonic physique. After all, maintaining that battle technique required a great consumption of his power and true energy. He took in a deep breath as the scorching sun glistening between his brows continued to glow. Liang Kai's scorching sun demonic physique disappeared. The brilliant radiance that twirled around his body also faded. However, the golden long spear clutched in his hand remained glistening. Rib. He thrust out the spear. At this moment, the air shook, as if about to be pierced through. After a loud blast in the sky, Liang Kai's body shot toward Bulletin Fang as he drove the spear downwards, a murderous look filling his eyes. What's with the 9 bowls of rampage ramen? Think you can scare me off? Liang Kai sneered coldly. He was no idiot. How could this type of ramen accumulate in strength? If that were the case, Bulletin Fang should have eaten 7 or 8 bowls of ramen at the start of the battle. There was no need to make a false show of strength now. Bulletin Fang focused his brain and controlled the 9 bowls of rampage ramen with his mind. To be honest, he hasn't been able to fully implement the gourmet array yet. At his best, he got to connect the spirit energy of 6 bowls of ramen. When it came to linking the spirit energy of 9 bowls of rampage ramen, he did not have much confidence in succeeding. However, Bulletin Fang didn't have any other options left. He must take this risk and make a gamble, or else he had absolutely no chance of defeating this Liang Kai. After all, the distance between the two of them was immense. Of course, there was another possibility, which was Blackie suddenly waking up. Everything would be much easier. Though that fat dog Blackie was a greedy eater, he's got truly impressive combat capabilities. Perhaps he could easily smack Liang Kai to death. Yet, Blackie was in a deep sleep right now and Bulletin Fang had no idea when he would wake up. Because of this, he did not place his hopes on Blackie to save the day. This gourmet array was his last alternative. Pressurizing oneself under extreme circumstances was perhaps the quickest way to mature. Liang Kai's long spear was already flying towards Bulletin Fang, but his magic array had not yet taken shape. Shrimpy, resting on his shoulder, rolled its stalk eyes and instantly dashed out. Its body, as if glazed in gold, sparkled like a bolt of lightning as it shot out once more. Liang Kai instantly glowered, his breath becoming heavy and dense. He waved his palm and released waves of true energy, binding Shrimpy, who was charging toward him, in the air. The little guy wants to trick me again? You, mantis shrimp, caught me off guard once, and think you can fool me a second time. Splatter! Dense surges of true energy emerged from Liang Kai's palm and transformed into clinking chains. The true energy chains twisted together and confined Shrimpy. Shrimpy's eyes widened, its sickle claws swinging around desperately to break free. However, the more it struggled, the tighter the true energy shackles squeezed. At the end, Shrimpy was folded into a round ball by the true energy shackles, falling from the air and onto the floor as it rolled around. Shrimpy stiffened as it hit the floor, unable to move with the true energy trapping his body. All it could do was blink helplessly. Liang Kai sneered coldly. A mere mantis shrimp thought it could assault him a second time, did it take Liang Kai as a fool? Up in the air, an unseeable fluctuation suddenly dissipated. Oddly enough, Liang Kai suddenly felt his heart tighten. He lifted up his head only to see the 9 bowls of rampage ramen floating around Bulletin Fang turning somewhat blurry. What was going on? Liang Kai was shaken. He took in a deep breath as his body launched toward Bulletin Fang, ripping through the air with a series of explosions. The tip of the golden spear contorted with true energy and transformed into a giant energy vortex, spinning as it rolled in. Bulletin Fang closed his eyes, and his mind focused on the 9 bowls of rampage ramen circling his body. True energy oozed out of his body like strands of silk, twisting within each bowl of ramen. Once the spirit energy of the 8th bowl of ramen was successfully connected, Bulletin Fang's face suddenly paled. He felt like all the true energy in his body was sucked clean in that very moment. The true energy of an 8th grade war god was instantly drained. This magic array consumed so much true energy, but he had only finished linking the 8th bowl of ramen as of now. The murderous vibes released from Liang Kai's body flooded in. This was a sensation that caused all the pores on Bulletin Fang's body to tighten, with goosebumps spreading across his skin. Fast. He needed to act fast. Bulletin Fang took out one after another piece of steaming hot oyster pancake from the system's dimensional storage. This oyster pancake could help one regain true energy. Even though the recovery came at a slow speed, it was still taking effect. As he continuously stuffed oyster pancakes into his mouth, Bulletin Fang closed his eyes and tried to link the 9th bowl of Rampage Ramen with his mind. Once he successfully attached the spirit energy of this 9th bowl of Rampage Ramen, the gourmet array would be completed. This was the key to beating Liang Kai. The crowds raised their heads to peer at the sky. Even in the face of such a bizarre sight, they didn't even dare to emit a sound. Owner Bulletin's body was surrounded by 9 bowls of fragrant, steaming hot ramen, but he himself was repeatedly stuffing oyster pancakes into his mouth as he chewed quickly. The presentation was both comical and eccentric. Stop it with all the tricks. This young master is going to extract every strand of 10,000 bestial flames from your corpse. Liang Kai widened his eyes and bawled. The glistening golden spear spun as it was thrust out. The air exploded, sending loud booms through the sky. On the floor, the mantis shrimp locked by the true energy shackles was rolling around its stalk eyes. Faint crackling sounds could be heard. It was trying to chew through the true energy chains. However, to chomp through them was going to take some time. Die! Boom! Countless flying daggers rose from the ground and charged for Liang Kai. Whitey rolled out of the ruins, its silver eyes flickering non-stop. The metal wings behind its back flapped as it soared to the sky, hurling a giant punch at Liang Kai. It wanted to intercept Liang Kai. Liang Kai, however, naturally thought nothing of Whitey. How could a mere supreme puppet stop him? He lashed out his long spear. Tearing through the air, the spear changed directions and pierced toward Whitey. Splatter! The impregnable Whitey was punctured. A loud thud. Whitey fell to the ground. There was a huge crack on its body, on which light blue electric sparks fizzed. Whitey's silver eyes turned into a dull color and stopped moving. Bulletin Fang's heart jumped as he stretched open his eyes to a narrow slit. He directly caught sight of Whitey dropping to the floor after being pierced. Bulletin Fang's inner peace was shattered, gone with all of his calm composure as tumultuous waves flooded his heart. A rage of fire was burning fervently inside. At last, the final spirit energy linkage was completed. Spat! High up in the air, Bulletin Fang coughed up a mouthful of blood. The 9 bowls of Rampage Ramen around his body formed a mystifying pattern, rotating slowly to safeguard his body. Bulletin Fang dropped to the floor, smashing a deep hole in the pavement. Nearly exhausting his true energy, Bulletin Fang felt like his entire body was weighed down by giant rocks weighing thousands of pounds. Still, his heart was stirring with a sense of excitement. The gourmet array was finally assembled. A huge volume of knowledge on this gourmet array suddenly flooded his brain. Bulletin Fang read it carefully. Liang Kai also swooped in, clutching his long spear. His intent to kill intensified, to a point where all the crushed stones on the floor were about to shatter. Puff! Bulletin Fang blew out a light breath and stood up slowly. At the heart of the 9 bowls of ramen was a white spark of light floating about, speedily forming a round-shaped magic array above his head. The patterns looked mystifying but emitted rays of light downwards. Bulletin Fang felt like his entire body was recharged with energy. Lifting up his head, he eyed Liang Kai with a deadpan face. Liang Kai winced, his heart thumping. What just happened? Why did this lad's gaze instill fear in me? No. He was only an 8th grade nobody. The thrust of a spear was enough to wipe him out. Die! A perfectly straight ray of golden light fell from the sky, aiming right at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang glanced at that beam of gold and tugged the corners of his mouth. He snapped his finger. Buzz! Peculiar waves of energy spread. The magic array over Bulletin Fang's head shook and abruptly expanded in size. In a split second, the whole Light Wind Empire was engulfed by it. The silhouettes of each of the 9 bowls of ramen hovered in 9 respective corners of the empire, transforming into pillars of light that soared skyward. Bulletin Fang stood at the center of the magic array and lifted up his hand. Clonk! The magic array swayed. Liang Kai's eyes narrowed. His entire person fell from the sky, smacked onto the floor by a giant force of energy. Bulletin Fang took a step forward and suspended in the air. The black turtle constellation walk spun in his hand, emitting terrifying waves of energy. Bulletin Fang shot a glimpse at the faraway Whitey, who was knocked to the floor and buzzing with electric sparks, and fire of rage burned in his eyes. With a long whistle, the black turtle constellation walk turned into a shade of resplendent gold. It suddenly slammed down from the air. Liang Kai's heart shuddered. He bellowed and released the scorching sun demonic physique. Flames blazed as the long spear lanced to resist the black turtle constellation walk. The sound of an explosion echoed. The black turtle constellation walk shrouded everything. Unstoppable, it directly swallowed the howling Liang Kai and left a nasty dent in the pavement. Chapter 413, It's over? The spirit energy of all 9 bowls of ramen was successfully merged by Bulletin Fang. However, as a result, Bulletin Fang became rather enervated, since the 9th spirit energy linkage vastly exceeded the capabilities of his current cultivation level. Under this immense load of stress, his eyes even turned bloodshot. At last, he successfully completed the magic array by pushing his mental force to the extreme. The gourmet array finally took shape. Though the magic array was configured, Bulletin Fang was now thoroughly drained of energy. His head was heavier than ever, inducing him to become drowsy. This was the consequence of depleting one's energy. Bulletin Fang's mental force was strong due to his need to utilize true energy for cooking all the time. Because of this, his mental force exceeded his cultivation level by a huge degree. His personal cultivation was at 8th grade War God, but his mental force was only half a step away from the extent of Divine Echelon. However, to build a gourmet array like this with an almost divine level mental force was still rather strenuous. Fortunately, Bulletin Fang managed to complete the magic array. The configured gourmet array spread to envelop the entire imperial city. It was connected using Bulletin Fang's mental force, and so Bulletin Fang was naturally its commander. Within this magic array, Bulletin Fang felt his body getting progressively stronger. There was constant energy from the magic array gushing into his body. Compared to the Rampage Ramen's ability to increase one's powers by 1-fold, this magic array enabled advancement at a much more stunning extent. Bulletin Fang felt like his body was about to explode from the surges of true energy, as if there was blood trickling out of his pores. Boom boom bang! Rich waves of true energy streamed into the Black Turtle constellation walk. The patterns on the Black Turtle constellation walk instantly radiated with golden beams. The walk instantly expanded into the size of a small mountain and smashed down, completely covering Liang Kai. Even the ground shook violently as it cracked open. The magic array spun slowly, continuously releasing energy. Bulletin Fang suspended in the sky and controlled the Black Turtle constellation walk with one hand. His entire figure emitted brilliant glows, almost akin to an immortal god. Everyone below was flabbergasted. Bulletin Fang suddenly going wild really astounded them. None of them had imagined a major reversal by the time Bulletin Fang was really driven to the wall. Wasn't Liang Kai undaunted by the Black Turtle constellation walk? Why would he be smacked into the ground by the walk now? Nobody understood the situation. Duan Yun took in a deep breath. The penetrative force of his eyesight was incomparable to that of a common southern region aborigine. He scanned the hazy surges of energy in the surrounding, both his heart and body heavily shaken. The sudden explosion of Bulletin Fang's combat capabilities had to be related to the smoggy ripples of energy around them. He was no stranger to this force of power. It was the energy of a magic array. As an alchemist, he was obviously trained in the workings of magic arrays. Magic arrays were configured with crystals. It was a tactic that relied on the resonance of various spirit energies between crystals to induce changes in the force field. This was a mystifying technique. Owner Bulletin's magic array actually has a touch of the territorial array. How incredible! What kind of a monster is Owner Bulletin? Duan Yun was utterly dumbfounded. The number of times that Bulletin Fang shocked him was countless. The territorial array was no ordinary magic array. Typically speaking, to configure a territorial array required one to have already broken through the first Supreme Being shackles and reached the Divine Physique echelon. The more Supreme Being shackles one shattered, the stronger the magic array master's territorial array. Of course, this was limited to magic array masters, as a standard warrior of the Divine Physique echelon had no interest in studying magic arrays. This was a broad and profound topic of study. Only Bulletin Fang was merely at the echelon of 8th grade War God, so how could he arrange a territorial array only accessible to a magic array master of the Divine Physique echelon? What kind of freak is this guy? Neither did Bulletin Fang expect the gourmet array to exert such a powerful force of pressure. It made him feel like he could bring about utter destruction. With a casual wave of the hand, the Black Turtle constellation walk sprang up. Crash! Crash! Crushed stones dropped down. A bellow echoed from the bottom of the wok. It was a howl filled with rage and indignation. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. A giant force smacked at the black turtle constellation wok, lifting it slightly up from the ground. Bulletin Fang gripped the black turtle constellation wok in his hand, and his eyes coolly scanned across the giant dent in the pavement. Right there, Liang Kai's body stood erect in a ball of fire. Drops of blood splattered on the floor, making Liang Kai appear all the more ruffled. Bulletin Fang was pushed to the wall. Similarly, Liang Kai now also found himself at the end of his rope. Cough cough. Liang Kai cleared his throat, and his body trembled. The flames covering his body instantly dwindled. He could no longer sustain the scorching sun demonic physique. Who would have thought that a loser like you has this kind of capability? Unbelievable, magic array, an 8th grade nobody managed to configure a territorial array right under my eyes. Liang Kai laughed at himself, a bitter smile wiping across his lips. He had never imagined that Bulletin Fang could build a territorial array with 9 bowls of rampage ramen. He felt so aggrieved inside. Plus, his body lost a great amount of energy after getting pierced by the golden mantis shrimp. He was now stripped of a great deal of his combat capabilities. He ended up subdued by an insignificant non-entity. He felt a searing pain spread across his cheeks. He stomped down a foot and the ground beneath immediately cracked. True energy circulated around Liang Kai's body as he prepared to charge out of the deep pit. Just as he floated out of the deep pit, he felt his heart lurch. Bulletin Fang looked at him coldly. He suspended in the air like a majestic god, and casually waved his hand. The black turtle constellation wok flew out once again, expanding in the wind. Not after long, it magnified to the size of a small mountain. Liang Kai felt cursed, as his eyes were covered by blackness once more. He had just made his way out only to be violently smacked onto the floor again by the wok. Boom boom bang! The ground began to shake and crack. Ji Chinsu and the others standing on the wall were stricken dumb. They were at a loss for words as they gazed at Liang Kai sinking into the ground after getting smacked by the wok. The disciples of the Grand Baron sect up on the warship were even more petrified. Everyone there gulped. Liang Kai, one of the Grand Baron sect's 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven, was being crushed by an 8th grade war god. What a crazy world! Bei Gongming struggled to scramble to the tip of the warship. He gazed at the battle going on below and took in a chilled breath. Nobody knew Liang Kai's forbidding powers as well as he did. Having obtained the sect's resources, Liang Kai saw a dramatic boost in his cultivation. He was at least strong enough to completely subdue Bei Gongming. However, this kind of warrior was getting beaten into a dead dog by a wok. He clutched the rails, with traces of excitement and thrill filling his eyes. Bulletin Fang summoned the black turtle constellation wok back to himself. At that moment, Liang Kai, now covered in blood, decided to make a run for it. Just as he took flight, darkness descended upon him once more. The black turtle constellation wok smacked down yet again. At that point, Liang Kai wanted to break into raging howls, but before he managed to emit a noise, he was buried by the wok again. Shameless, how could you bully someone in a fight like this? I dare you to let me out of the pit. Liang Kai was in such a despair that he almost coughed blood. His heart was weeping. His body was already badly wounded. With a couple more rounds of this, he might really have to die there. Liang Kai, one of the Grand Baron sect's 10 Grand Heirs of Heaven, smacked to death by a wok in the training grounds. If this news were to spread, he'd become the butt of the joke in the entire continent. Thinking of this, Liang Kai released another thunderous bellow. Boom! Yet the black turtle constellation wok came down, utterly drowning his wails. Liang Kai felt like he has descended to hell. Cough cough cough. Up on the sky, drops of blood were still trickling out of Bulletin Fang's pores, nearly dyeing his entire body blood red. Forcibly controlling energies that vastly exceeded the capabilities of his body was a giant burden on his physical body. The last wok came crashing down. Bulletin Fang's entire figure plummeted from the sky. He landed beside the deep pit. With a clang, the black turtle constellation wok vanished into a wisp of smoke. The gourmet array also dimmed, the 9 pillars of light finally fading. Everyone was bedazzled, afraid to even emit a noise. Back in the store, Yang Xiaoi widened her eyes. Seeing Bulletin Fang fall, this lassie immediately sprinted out. She could feel that Bulletin Fang was not doing well. As she held up the snoring bulletin fang, Wang Xiaoai felt her heart tremble. This was her first time seeing owner Bulletin in such a sorry state. Sighing, Wang Xiaoai turned around to haul owner Bulletin back into the store. It's over. Wang Xiaoai muttered. Who told you it's over? Hand over that despicable, damned brat. A hoarse voice still coughing blood huffed loudly. Wang Xiaoai's entire body stiffened. She rigidly twisted around her head only to see Liang Kai dragging his badly gashed, bloody body out of the deep pit. This guy isn't dead yet. Is he the tenacious cockroach that can't be killed? Wang Xiaoai was panic-stricken. Even though Liang Kai was heavily injured, the force of pressure on his body was enough to paralyze her body, rendering her unable to move. She turned around to run but found herself unable to do so. Crack crack. Liang Kai stepped forward with difficulty. With each stride, he moved closer to Wang Xiaoai, who held Bulletin Fang in her arms. He huffed like a wind chest, exerting forces of energy. He gazed at Bulletin Fang with a murderous look. Suddenly realizing this, Xiao Xiaolong winced and charged out speedily. Duan Yun also scrunched his brows, whizzing past the crowds and coming to the rescue. However, his body froze after running just a few steps. His face was filled with bewilderment. That was because he saw Liang Kai's body getting pierced once again. He was punctured by a golden beam of light, leaving behind a giant wound oozing out blood. That ray of light twirled in the sky and dissipated to reveal the figure within. Everyone was stupefied. This beam of gold was none other than the golden mantis shrimp that usually lay on owner Bulletin's shoulder waving its sickle claws. Chapter 414, Who else will die if not you? The golden beams dispersed, revealing a glistening mantis shrimp that looked like it was painted in gold. This mantis shrimp floated in the air, with the two sickle-like claws at the top of its head still flicking. It rolled around its stalk eyes and stared at the faraway Liang Kai. The emergence of this mantis shrimp exceeded everyone's expectations. Nobody anticipated a mantis shrimp belittled by others would jump out at a critical moment to give Liang Kai such a fatal blow. Wang Xiaoai, with Bulletin Fang in her arms, turned around to stare agape at the shrimpy still suspending in the air. Xiao Xiaolong slowed down his bolting steps, but still arrived beside Wang Xiaoai. With a swoosh, Duan Yun also appeared. He pulled Wang Xiaoai and Xiao Xiaolong away from the scene. Though Liang Kai was heavily wounded, he was still a warrior of the divine physique echelon. At this point, that mantis shrimp probably couldn't escape Liang Kai's slaughter. It was better to get away, as far as possible. Liang Kai's body trembled as he coughed blood. His eyes were filled with astonishment. As he struggled to lower his head, he noticed another giant gash on his body spurting out blood. The thick and pungent scent of blood spread everywhere. How could he be freaking out played by this mantis shrimp a second time? Liang Kai gazed at the mantis shrimp, feeling so enraged that he wanted to puke blood. His entire body shook ferociously, his face as pale as a ghost. Damn it! I'm going to catch you and have you braised. A savage look flashed across Liang Kai's eyes as he took a step forward. Shrimpy floated mid-air, still waving its sickle-like claws. Seeing Liang Kai take a step forward, it transformed into a golden bolt of lightning. With a swish, its body swooped down. Splatter! Liang Kai wailed miserably as his body was pierced once more, leaving an additional bloody puncture. The golden lights dispersed. Shrimpy suspended in the air, its body still brilliantly golden, not even tainted by a smear of blood. Splatter splatter! After pausing momentarily, Shrimpy turned into a golden beam once more. It drilled through Liang Kai's body continuously, leaving behind nasty, bloody gashes. Liang Kai couldn't stop coughing blood. His force of energy was quickly waning. He wanted to withstand the strikes of this mantis shrimp, but his scorching sun demonic physique was too weak at the moment to be of any use. Thump! Oh, how Liang Kai resented this! Covered with bloody punctures, he felt like he was rapidly losing signs of life. There were traces of grief and dejection in his eyes. The Grand Baron Sek's grand heir of heaven, one with potentials to command entire regions, ended up butchered by a mantis shrimp in the training grounds. This was unbelievably upsetting. His head full of hair hung loose as Liang Kai fell to the floor. He took in sharp breaths but alas, could not stop his life from wearing away. His body was covered with injuries. There was even a giant hole in his chest, leaving his heart badly damaged. Nothing could save him. It was a lost cause. Up on the warship, the disciples of the Grand Baron sect were utterly flabbergasted. After living through the initial moments of shock, one tends to sink into a state of dread, and their eyes displayed that level of deep fear. Dead, another dead. The training ground was simply horrifying. 2 warriors of the divine physique echelon have already fallen here. Executive Feng and Liang Kai were both divine physique echelon warriors of the Grand Baron sect. They should be invincible in the training grounds, yet the reality was always so cruel. Both were dead. Buzz. As Liang Kai's corpse hit the floor, unseeable ripples of energy spread outward. A beam of light shot out of Liang Kai's corpse and flew towards the warship alongside a floating jade talisman wrapped around a phantom spirit. This was a life-saving tactic the Grand Baron sect issued every heir of heaven disciple. Even if their bodies of flesh were slaughtered by the enemy, their spiritual essences could still escape by the jade talisman. This jade talisman was very precious, and could only be given to heir of heaven disciples. The mantis shrimp couldn't bother with the jade talisman. It hopped up and flew back to Bulletin Fang, who was still within Liang Xiaoi's arms. Sprawled over Bulletin Fang's shoulder, it fell into a deep sleep. Buzz. The jade talisman containing Liang Kai's spiritual essence returned to the warship. Sail, back to the Grand Baron sect. Quick! Once back onto the warship, the silhouette of Liang Kai's body emerged within the jade talisman. He bellowed loudly, ready to leave this damned place immediately. The Grand Baron sect disciples on the metal warship hurriedly set sail. The heavy metal warship whirred loudly up in the sky and slowly turned around, heading out of the Imperial City. Still on the warship, Xiao Meng pressed a hand against his chest and stood up slowly. He gazed around and, taking advantage of the chaos amidst the Grand Baron sect disciples, charged forth and leaped off of the warship. The Grand Baron sect disciples were taken aback, but they couldn't bother tending to Xiao Meng. Bei Gongming stood up, rubbing away the streaks of blood at the corner of his mouth. He peered at Liang Kai's barely visible spiritual essence within the jade talisman, his eyes looking indifferent. He walked towards the jade talisman one step at a time. The muscles on his face suddenly trembled as he broke into a howling laugh, his chortle getting louder and louder. He was laughing so loud that all the Grand Baron sect disciples on the warship cast him perplexed looks. Bei Gongming! What are you doing? You loser! Get lost! Seeing Bei Gongming inching closer to himself, the Liang Kai enclosed within the jade talisman emitted a shrill shriek. The piercing shriek contained a trace of dread. He bawled angrily. As he screeched, the jade talisman began to shake violently. 2 Grand Baron sect disciples blocked Bei Gongming, asking coldly, "What are you going to do?" Bei Gongming's eyes rolled and landed on the 2 disciples. He curled his lips in a savage way. "What am I going to do? Of course, revenge. I've waited all these years, and finally got a chance for revenge. Anyone who hinders me shall die." Boom! Surges of true energy burst out of Bei Gongming's body and landed on the 2 Grand Baron sect disciples. His body charged forth like a ghost and he thrust out 2 palms, striking the 2 disciples on their foreheads. The 2 Grand Baron sect disciples fell to the floor with bewildered faces. They were killed just like that. Bei Gongming hooted with laughter, his entire body shook fiercely. Nobody else dared to block Bei Gongming. Liang Kai, within the jade talisman, also emitted a frightened screech. "You can't kill me. If you kill me, the sect will never let you get away." Seeing the quivering jade talisman, Bei Gongming exhaled a long breath. This jade talisman belonged to him anyway. He should have become the grand heir of heaven. But all of this was snatched away by Liang Kai. This no longer matters. As of today, everything will be returned back to me, Bei Gongming. Bei Gongming curled his lips. He lifted up his hand and grabbed the jade talisman. The Liang Kai within the jade talisman struggled ferociously, bellowing, howling furiously. He even humbly begged for mercy, but Bei Gongming remained completely unmoved. Once the jade talisman was crushed, Liang Kai would truly be dead. Liang Kai didn't want to die yet. Who else should die, if not you? Bei Gongming snickered softly. He pressed harshly with his hands as true energy fluctuated. With a loud explosion, the jade talisman was utterly destroyed by the true energy, smashed into smithereens. Liang Kai's complexion contorted amidst the true energy and shattered. His face was filled with a scathing resentment as he glowered at Bei Gongming, screaming non-stop. Without the jade talisman, his spiritual essence would scatter very soon. The Grand Baron sect heir of heaven, Liang Kai, had fallen. The rest of the Grand Baron sect disciples on the warship didn't dare to emit a noise. They didn't think Bei Gongming really dared to kill Liang Kai. This was an heir of heaven, a disciple intensively trained by the sect, dead just like that. Suddenly, these disciples shuddered. They detected the gaze that Bei Gongming shot their way. It was cold and bloodthirsty. Bei Gongming planned on killing them. You can only blame it on seeing something you shouldn't have seen. The forces of energy on Bei Gongming condensed. His figure stormed out with the gushes of true energy. Splatter! How could the rest of the Grand Baron sect disciples survive against Bei Gongming? They were all slaughtered. Blood splattered everywhere, staining the warship, filling it with a dreadful lifelessness and a pungent stench of blood. Bei Gongming's entire body was covered in blood. He walked to the deck slowly, grabbing onto the rail. Up from the warship, the light-wind imperial city below turned smaller and smaller. He gazed down intently until the entire imperial city faded from his eyes. Within the light-wind imperial city, everyone sighed in relief seeing the metal warship steer away. That warship was like a murderous weapon hovering above their heads. Once it vanished, everyone felt pacified. This battle was a wretched sight. Ji Chinsu walked down from the city walls with a pensive expression and began to handle the follow-up work. He had actually become very experienced with cleaning up the mess after a battle. Within the store, Bulletin Fang rested on a chair, taking in deep breaths. He slowly opened his eyes, feeling like his eyelids were made of lead. Whitey was also carried in by the crowd, with the only difference being that everyone fell silent. Nobody had ever seen Whitey in such a wretched state. Whitey's body was badly punctured, on which electric sparks flickered. The once almighty Whitey was now motionless and badly torn. Bulletin Fang's hair hung loose. Today's business hours are over, everyone, please leave now. Bulletin Fang said quietly, ordering for his guests to leave. Wiang Xiaoi and the others still wanted to say something, but seeing Bulletin Fang's current state and hearing his order to leave, they sighed and cleared out. The doors were pulled shut. Bulletin Fang's entire person leaned against the shutters, feeling completely drained of energy. He didn't want to move at all. This was the hardest battle he had to fight so far. He used all the tricks up his sleeves and still failed to completely slay the enemy. If it weren't for Shrimpy drilling holes through Liang Kai's body, he couldn't imagine how things would end. Bulletin Fang felt helpless. This was all because he had too weak a cultivation level. Even after activating the Gourmet array, his personal abilities was still only at 8th grade War God. To defy a warrior of the divine physique echelon was already a miracle. In this battle, Shrimpy was key. However, Bulletin Fang also knew that the main problem was still his weak cultivation level. He suddenly realized that to live as a chef peacefully, he needed to have an impressive enough cultivation level. Or else, he could never be left alone. He scratched his disheveled hair. Bulletin Fang leaned on the shutters and asked the system silently. System, is there any way to accelerate my cultivation level? After a moment of silence, the system finally spoke up. The host's cultivation level rests on the store's business income. A rise in business income is required to increase the cultivation level. Or else, the host could open an additional branch. But once the tasks of the extra branch are activated, the host may not return to the main store until completion of such assignments. Chapter 415, The Store's Branch. A branch of the store. Bulletin Fang was taken aback, surprised that the system gave him such an answer. There could be multiple branches of the store? Bulletin Fang was somewhat perplexed, but he quickly understood the system's response. There were two ways of raising business incomes. One was selling expensive dishes in the store within the Imperial City. With the dishes being costly, more crystals could be earned. This was naturally a way to increase business income. Of course, there was another route, which was extending branches of the store. Given the system's words, the business incomes of the branches could also translate into cultivation. With two stores going in business at the same time, business earnings would naturally be higher. After all, the Lightwind Empire was only this big and could only offer a set amount of consumers. Even if Bulletin Fang could issue more expensive dishes, there might not be the right market for them. Therefore, a separate branch was Bulletin Fang's next choice. This was unless Bullet Fang planned on huddling in his store forever. Perhaps before experiencing this battle, Bullet Fang had considered staying put in his store. However, after the fight with Liang Kai, Bullet Fang gained a profound understanding, and that is he could not live in peace without a cultivation level high enough. If his cultivation level was mediocre, the stronger warriors could torment him and prevent the store from operating smoothly. This was the saying, a man couldn't help but go with the tide. System, could you give me a hint on the tasks of the branch? Bullet Fang stretched himself, asking the system as he walked back to Whitey, who was lying on the floor of the store. Whitey underwent a big hardship this time. Even its body was seriously battered. Light electric sparks continued to flicker on its badly torn body. Bullet Fang sighed, extending his hand to rub its body. The electric sparks jumping around numbed his fingers. I cannot offer any clues right now. If the host cannot complete the task assigned at the branch, then you cannot return to the main store. The system merely repeated the same sentence. Bullet Fang understood clearly that it wouldn't be easy to create this branch. Only he couldn't afford to give it any further thoughts, perhaps that was the price of advancing his cultivation level. System, is there a way to repair Whitey? Bullet Fang gazed at Whitey and sighed as he inquired. Whitey had been by his side ever since the opening of the store. Bullet Fang really couldn't bear having Whitey end up broken and discarded. Once the host finishes arranging the branch at the designated location, Whitey will naturally be repaired by the system and returned to you. The system replied to Bullet Fang solemnly. This answer allowed Bullet Fang to sigh in relief. He dreaded to hear the system tell him Whitey must be abandoned and recycled. That was something he simply couldn't accept. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared above Whitey's body. The light glistened for a bit and Whitey's body turned transparent before completely fading away. Bullet Fang stood up, no longer that worried. He had ample faith in the system. Tugging at his own disheveled hair, Bullet Fang took in a deep breath. He patted Shrimpy, who sleeping on his shoulder, and turned around to head back to his room. When he got back to it, Blackie was still lying peacefully on the floor. This fat dog was still in a deep sleep. The fluctuations from the battle earlier didn't even manage to wake him. Bullet Fang shot a look at Blackie and stepped into the bathroom. He stripped away the clothes coated with blood and took a satisfying hot shower. Bullet Fang felt much more refreshed after the shower. Forcibly linking the spirit energy of 9 bowls of rampage ramen to form the gourmet array was a huge burden to his mental force. It made his head feel all dizzy. After the shower, Bullet Fang climbed onto his bed and sank into a deep sleep. Duan Yun left Fang Fang's little store. He fell silent once he stepped into his elixir shop. Sitting on his chair, he contemplated as he gazed at the alchemic stove within the shop. After a while, he stood up and sighed. He returned to his room and packed up to leave town that very night. He looked somewhat longingly at the Lightwind Empire and set off. The battle from yesterday also touched him deeply. To live an undisturbed life, he needed to have a strong enough cultivation to defend himself. With an inadequate cultivation level, were he to encounter a forbidding opponent, his peace and tranquility would be disrupted. This was the case for someone even as strong as Bullet Fang. In the Lightwind Imperial City, within the main halls, Ji Chin-su and the imperial ministers had just spent the entire night in deliberation. They had begun planning for the post-battle reconstruction. Ji Chin-su was already an expert on this matter by now. In comparison to the earlier incidents, the situation this time was not too bad. Reconstruction wouldn't be too difficult. Xiao Yu also left the imperial city at the end of the battle. The occurrence this time was a big wake-up call for him. It dawned on him that his cultivation level was not strong, and could even be called weak. In the face of a true warrior, he couldn't even defend himself. This aggrieved him very much. He decided that he could not stay put in the imperial city forever, as this would only serve to narrow his horizon. And so he bid farewell to the Xiao family members, packed up, and left the imperial city overnight. Rays of sunlight pierced through the window. Bullet Fang stretched open his drowsy eyes to the warm rays of sunshine. It was clearly no longer morning and near noontime. He didn't get up immediately. He rolled around on his bed for a while and finally sat up sluggishly. Bullet Fang washed up and got dressed. Then, he stepped into the store. The store was already open for business. Wiang Xiaoi was busy taking down the orders of the customers. The sound of stir-frying floated out of the kitchen, within which Xiao Xiaolong was carefully cooking each and every dish. Seeing all of this, Bulletin Fang somehow felt like none of this was real. Temporary mission: set up a separate branch at the Sky Mist City of the Hidden Dragon Continent. Rewards for the task: 10% of true energy cultivation. Time for preparation: 3 days. The system's solemn voice rang in his mind. Bulletin Fang was not surprised since he had been anticipating this task. The Sky Mist City wasn't in the southern region, was it? Bulletin Fang felt somewhat puzzled. He wasn't unfamiliar with the entire southern region but has never heard of this Sky Mist City. Since the system arranged for him to open a new branch for the purpose of increasing revenues, it naturally shouldn't select a place with even lower consumer potential than that of the Lightwind Imperial City. The Sky Mist City, one of the 3 major alchemic cities under the command of the Alchemy sect, is filled with alchemic masters. The standard of consumption there is very high and competition is fierce. The system offered a description, sounding like it had read Bulletin Fang's mind. Bulletin Fang himself was rather speechless. The Sky Mist City was actually one of the alchemic cities. To be identified as an alchemic cities, the city must be populated with alchemic masters. Bulletin Fang twitched the corners of his mouth. He knew that this task was not that easy to complete. The alchemic city was not Lightwind Imperial City. A typical alchemic city was filled with alchemic masters, and there a popular pill called condensed grain elixir was common. 1 pill was adequate to substitute a person's regular diet for half a month. With the existence of such elixirs, why would restaurants be of any use? This was what gave Bulletin Fang a headache. He shook his head and walked into the kitchen to begin his daily training with the dishes. The host, Bulletin Fang. True energy cultivation level, 8th grade. As a man who aspires to stand at the top of the food chain and become the god of cooking in the fantasy world, you are nearly breaking free from your initial stages as a weakling. The journey to becoming the god of cooking will only become more rigorous. Start setting up the new branch, your adventures will take you through the sea of stars. Cooking talent, 4 stars. Branch, under preparation. Techniques: 2nd level meteor cutting technique, 100/100, 2nd level Big Dipper carving technique, 100/100. Instruments: Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, the God of Cooking set, Heaven and Earth Metamorphosis Wok, the God of Cooking set. God of Cooking comprehensive score, Intermediate Chef, cooking talent has seen a great improvement and cooking techniques are much more proficient. Your cooking opportunities have been broadened, enabling you to cook utility dishes. The system's level, 8 stars, energy conversion ratio at 100%. Bulletin Fang looked at the system's status window and realized that an additional branch had already appeared. It looked like he had to start preparing for the new branch. However, to set up this new branch, Bulletin Fang couldn't return to the Lightwind Empire anytime soon. In any case, he had stayed there for a long time. Bulletin Fang found it hard to part with this city. After he took leave, the store must stay open for business as usual. However, all of that would fall onto Xiao Xiaolong. And so he needed to provide Xiao Xiaolong with complete instructions and teach him how to cook certain dishes. Xiao Xiaolong was not aware that Bulletin Fang was leaving to open up a new branch. He thought Bulletin Fang was going to be absent for only a short while just like before. He was experienced enough to confidently assure he'd take good care of the store. He also promised to rigorously train his cooking skills, claiming that Bulletin Fang would be astonished at his improvement once he came back. Wiang Xiaoai sensed that Bulletin Fang seemed a bit off this time, but she couldn't put her fingers on what felt different. Perhaps she was the most sensitive as a girl. She somehow detected that Bulletin Fang appeared rather melancholy this time. Once business hours were over that day, Bulletin Fang rubbed Wiang Xiaoai's head, a gesture that Xiaoai found very unusual. Even though she was puzzled inside, Bulletin Fang looked no different from his usual self. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After watching Wiang Xiaoai and Xiao Xiaolong saunter away, Bulletin Fang pulled close the shutters. He walked around the store and finally returned to his room. Blackie was still sleeping soundly, nowhere close to waking up. Perhaps Blackie would finally wake up once Bulletin Fang set up the new branch and returned. Bulletin Fang pondered to himself as he gazed at Blackie. Shrimpy sat on his shoulder, rolling its stalk eyes. White dots of light appeared above Bulletin Fang's head and quickly condensed into the teleportation array. Bulletin Fang walked before the window and glanced at the view of the Imperial City outside, a trace of reluctance flashing beneath his eyes. Overhead, the teleportation array had formed. Winds rose, whistling like a storm. The teleportation was about to begin. Chapter 416, The Last Restaurant of the Heavenly Mist City. The land of southern region was quite vast. However, it was small when compared to the Hidden Dragon continent. That continent was a vast and boundless one. The southern region was located at an extremely small corner of it. If anyone were to leave the southern region, they would step into the southern domain. Although the Hidden Dragon continent was vast and boundless, there were people who managed to completely explore it in the past. It was divided into 4 domains. They were the eastern, southern, western, and northern domains. They were named after the 4 directions. The final domain was located in the center of the Hidden Dragon continent. However, it wasn't called the central domain. Instead, it was the core of the entire Hidden Dragon continent. It was occupied and ruled by an extremely powerful faction. That faction was the Hidden Dragon Royal Court. It was the one and only Holy Land degree faction in the entire Hidden Dragon continent. The eastern, southern, western, and northern domains were overseen and ruled by a first-rate faction. The Grand Baron sect was a first-rate faction. It was not just any first-rate faction. It was an extremely well-known first-rate faction. The southern region was just a training ground owned by the Grand Baron sect. Apart from the Grand Baron sect, there was another well-known first-rate faction within the southern domain. It was known as the Alchemy sect. That sect possessed the power of a first-rate sect not due to the experts they possessed. Instead, it was because most of the elixir resources were held by the Alchemy sect. There were countless experts willing to help the Alchemy sect in order to obtain a single elixir. They would fervently travel toward the southern domain and they would behave as though they were making a pilgrimage. Due to all of those reasons, the Alchemy sect had another name which resounded across the entire Hidden Dragon continent. It was called the Pill Palace. The Pill Palace had 3 pill cities under it. The city which was best known was the Heavenly Pill City. The other 2 cities were known as the Heavenly Shine City and the Heavenly Mist City. Although the Heavenly Mist City was the weakest of the 3 pill cities, the area it occupied was extremely vast. Its magnificence was something the Lightwind Imperial capital couldn't rival. The Heavenly Mist City had countless experts. Since it was a pill city, there were innumerable alchemists living within the city. For one to become an excellent alchemist, they required something more than impressive alchemy skills. They needed to possess formidable power as well. The reason why pill cities gained their name was that they had a pill tower located in the city. That was the symbol of the pill cities. There were countless precious pills and elixirs in the pill tower. The pill tower even had the legendary 5-mark divine pill. Even at night, Heavenly Mist City was brightly lit. It was as though the city never slept. In a pitch-black alley, strong gales swept through the surroundings. Countless specks of white light appeared in the air and formed an array. A fuzzy figure slowly walked out of that array. Buledin Fang wore a long gown and his hair was tied up with a velvet hair tie. He seemed to be quite spirited as he walked out from the array. When the wind disappeared, the surroundings became calm again. Buledin Fang took a deep breath. A stinking odor assaulted his nose and Buledin Fang involuntarily furrowed his brows. The system teleportation array was becoming more and more unreliable. It actually teleported him to the side of a garbage dump. This pitch-black and quiet alley was unexpectedly filled with an extremely stinky pile of garbage. Buledin Fang covered both his nose and mouth as he waved his hand around. He quickly left that alley. After leaving that pitch-black, quiet alley, Buledin Fang felt as though he left a dark tunnel and stepped into the outside world. His surroundings were brightly lit. Ear-piercing noises were constantly transmitted to his ears and his eyes were dazzled by the bright light all around him. Buledin Fang couldn't help but squint his eyes. He found himself unable to adapt to his new surroundings, feeling as though Heavenly Mist City was too noisy as it was bustling with activity. There was a broad street not too far away from him and there were rows upon rows of buildings lining the street. The buildings were extremely tall and there were even some which reached the height of several dozen meters. The sight made him think of the metropolis from his previous world. It was brightly lit and buzzing with activity. Buledin Fang suddenly felt as though he returned to a city in his previous world. Was this really a city in this fantasy world? Buledin Fang was slightly excited. Clasping his hands behind his back, he walked leisurely on that broad street. He could hear the sound of people hawking their wares along the street. When he listened carefully to what they were selling, he found out that they were actually selling elixirs. In the Lightwind imperial capital, elixirs were an extremely rare commodity. However, elixirs were like cabbage which could be found everywhere in Heavenly Mist City. Almost every single store was selling elixirs. The buildings, which were dozens of meters high, made Buletin Fang feel as though he was extremely small and insignificant. The tall buildings had a door made of bronze. There were streams of people entering and leaving the buildings. Buletin Fang felt like he was one of those bumpkins in his previous world who traveled to a prosperous big city from a backward village. He was really unable to adapt to the new place. However, he was quite helpless. The system wanted him to open a branch store in this city. This mission was not only related to his cultivation. This mission would determine whether or not Whitey would be repaired. The average cultivation of the people in the Heavenly Mist City was higher than those in the Lightwind Imperial capital by more than a grade. The reason behind the difference was probably because Heavenly Mist City was a grand city. After observing them for a while, Buletin Fang found out that the weakest person here was a kid who was wearing open pants and cheerfully running around. His cultivation was at the 3rd grade Battle Maniac realm. As for the others, they mostly had reached the Battle Emperor and Battle Saint realm. The number of people who had reached the 8th grade War God realm or even the Supreme Being realm were not scarce. The guards of the tall buildings were mostly in the Supreme Being realm. Existences like them would be overlords in the Lightwind Empire. However, they were everywhere in the Heavenly Mist City. After a sigh escaped his lips, Buletin Fang continued to walk along the road. Buletin Fang was facing a serious problem right now. If he wanted to open a branch in the Heavenly Mist City, he had to find a store first. Even in the Lightwind Imperial capital, Buletin Fang had difficulties finding a store. This was the Heavenly Mist City. Finding a store would be much harder here. 8th grade elixir, Tiger Spirit Pill. Clearance sale starts now, a single pill is only 10,000 pieces of crystals. First come first serve. 8th grade elixir, Black Mysterious Pill. This pill is made by a one-cloud alchemist from the Pill Palace. Nangong Cheng is the one who made this pill. There are definitely no problems with the pill, so you can buy it with no worries. If you miss the sale, you'll regret it your whole life. The more Buletin Fang observed the flourishing street, the more depressed he became. He discovered that every single store in Heavenly Mist City was selling pills. Those ear-piercing cries of them selling their goods were like that of peddlers. Even after looking for half a day, Buletin Fang was unable to find a single restaurant. Could it be that the citizens of the Heavenly Mist City didn't need to eat? Were they consuming elixirs like fried beans? Could they fill their stomach with elixirs? Food was a primary requirement of human survival. Why wasn't there a single restaurant in the entire city? The food industry was an extremely great business opportunity. In actual fact, Buletin Fang's guess was correct. The citizens of Heavenly Mist City really didn't need a restaurant. There were many inns in the city, but there wasn't a single restaurant. Buletin Fang continued to look around until evening came. Even after looking for a day, Buletin Fang didn't find what he was looking for. Since he became slightly tired, Buletin Fang entered an inn. This inn was quite high and tall. The decorations were quite magnificent. After he entered the inn, he was welcomed by a young and pretty woman. "Do you know where I can find a restaurant in the Heavenly Mist City?" Buletin Fang asked the woman who was preparing his room. "A restaurant?" That woman was slightly taken aback. She stared at Buletin Fang with a strange gaze when she heard that he was looking for a restaurant. Buletin Fang furrowed his gaze and earnestly explained to her, "It's a place where a person can go in order to eat some food." "Esteemed guest, you must be someone from outside our Heavenly Mist City. The city is one of the Pill Palace's pill cities. No one would be stupid enough to open up a restaurant here. Several dozen years ago, a great alchemist from the Pill Palace's Nangong family invented a multi-taste fasting pill. It's cheap and it has good quality. Just a single piece of it is enough to make you full. Since it came in countless flavors, all of the restaurants in the city went bankrupt." The woman explained to Buletin Fang with a smile on her face. This is the multi-taste fasting pill." After seeing Buletin Fang's confused expression, that woman took out several pills from her pocket. The pills were multicolored and they emitted an alluring fragrance. "These pills are my rations for half a year." After showing Buletin Fang the pills, the woman picked one of them and handed it over to Bulletin Fang. "Have a taste of it." Bulletin Fang raised his eyebrows slightly. Just a few pills were enough for half a year worth of rations? This was interesting. He didn't reject it. Bulletin Fang took that pill and placed it in front of his nose and took a sniff of it before putting it in his mouth. The moment it entered his mouth, a fruity fragrance filled his mouth. That pill turned into a liquid and flowed into his stomach. Bulletin Fang instantly felt full after the liquid entered his stomach. However, Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows as it was such a strange feeling. He didn't like such a feeling. The satisfaction obtained by eating delicious food when he was hungry wasn't something a pill could satisfy. The person who invented this pill has something wrong with his brain. He's suppressing and constraining one of the natural instinct of humans, Bulletin Fang said with a grave tone. Pfft! That woman burst into laughter. She felt that Bulletin Fang was quite funny and she took his words to be a joke. After preparing a room for Bulletin Fang, she led him into an array. The moment he stepped into the array, dazzling lights were emitted from it. They instantly reached a place which was located on the 10th floor, if not higher. "This is your room. Please give me 50 pieces of crystals as down payment. If you check out tomorrow, we will return half of it to you," the woman said to Bulletin Fang after stepping out of the array. Bulletin Fang's lips curled up slightly. Staying for a night actually cost him 50 pieces of crystals. This inn was more black-hearted than his own store. A bowl of egg fried rice was just 10 pieces of crystals. After handing over the 50 crystals to the woman, Bulletin Fang turned around and was about to shut his door. However, that woman called him back and she had a hesitant expression on her face. Bulletin Fang was taken aback and he looked at her with confusion. "Esteemed guest, in fact, there is still a single restaurant in the Heavenly Mist City." After hesitating for a long while, that woman bit her soft lips and whispered. Bulletin Fang was taken aback. A trace of delight appeared in his eyes. "It is impossible for such a big city to not have a single restaurant. Where is the restaurant located?" That woman sighed and said, "In fact, that restaurant was opened by one of my friends. I have been advising her to study in the Alchemy Institute so that she could look for a job after graduation. However, she stubbornly wanted to take over her family restaurant which didn't have good prospects at all." "How can it lack good prospects? It has great prospects. Your friend is insightful." Bulletin Fang was displeased. How could she say that opening a restaurant had no prospects? There was something wrong with how she saw restaurants. If she was in the Lightwind Empire, she would have been caught and thrown into a pig cage. It seemed as though the woman didn't want to discuss restaurants any longer. After telling Bulletin Fang where the restaurant was located, she turned around and left. Returning to his room, Bulletin Fang clasped his hands behind his back as he paced around in his room. The name of the restaurant resounded in his mind. The Cloud Mist Restaurant? The Cloud Mist Restaurant is the last restaurant in Heavenly Mist City. Chapter 417, The Odorless Egg Fried Rice. What? Did you just say that owner Bulletin left the imperial capital and traveled out again? Yan looked at Wang Xiaoai whose complexion was quite strange. After some questioning, Xiaoai nodded her head in affirmation. Xiaoai was already accustomed to this life as Bulletin Fang had been traveling around quite frequently. Bulletin Fang rarely stayed in the store. Every time he came back, he would invent a new dish. It could be seen that Bulletin Fang was traveling out in order to look for inspiration to create a new dish. Yan sighed and a disappointed expression appeared on her face. She wanted to meet owner Bulletin and taste one of his handmade dishes. However, this lassie in front of her didn't know where he ran off to. She decided to let it go. She could only hope that fate would let them meet again. Yan became more relaxed and at ease after she got over it. A relieved smile blossomed on her beautiful face. After bidding farewell to Wang Xiaoai and Xiao Xiaolong, Yan turned around and left the store. Her beautiful figure quickly disappeared into the bustling streets of the imperial capital. It was time for her to leave the southern region. Staying in a room which cost him 50 pieces of crystals a night, Bulletin Fang felt extremely comfortable. It seemed as though he truly got what he paid for. No matter if it was the facilities or the environment, all of it made Bulletin Fang's stay quite comfortable. On the next day, he got up early and checked out of the inn. However, the one in charge of checking him out wasn't the woman he saw yesterday. Bullet Fang was slightly disappointed as he wanted to ask her about that Cloud Mist restaurant. After he checked out, Bullet Fang left that magnificent inn and walked around in the streets of Heavenly Mist City. He walked around with directions in mind. The directions were provided by that woman the day before. Heavenly Mist City was huge. There were rows upon rows of buildings on the side of the street. There were countless streets and paths which crisscrossed. Bullet Fang felt as though he was walking through a labyrinth when he walked along the streets of Heavenly Mist City. On the streets, there were countless carts which were pulled by various spirit beasts. Their speed was extremely swift as they traveled along the road. The technologies and prosperity inside Heavenly Mist City were several grades higher than that of the Lightwind Imperial capital. There were countless elixir stores on the side of the street and all of their owners were alchemists. One shouldn't look at alchemy as an occupation to get rich quickly. In fact, those who were able to make money were few in number. Alchemy had a certain rate of failure. The moment they failed, all of their resources and effort would be wasted. Alchemy was a job with high risks. It was extremely difficult to sell elixirs in Heavenly Mist City as the competition between stores was extremely intense. When he was passing by the stores on the street, Bullet Fang was almost pulled into them by some fervent servants. When they were about to drag him into the store, Bullet Fang had a serious and cold expression on his face as he ruthlessly rejected them. Bullet Fang preferred his dishes over elixirs. The Cloud Mist Restaurant. It seems like I have to walk straight up this path in order to reach it. Bullet Fang looked at the address and furrowed his brows. Bullet Fang, who had a golden mantis shrimp laying and sleeping on his shoulder, continued walking toward the store. The moment he walked further on that path, the noise gradually disappeared. The tall buildings on the side of the road were replaced by small houses. The houses were slightly broken and they seemed to be quite old. They were the complete opposite of the tall buildings Bullet Fang saw earlier. After Bullet Fang saw those houses, a trace of excitement appeared on his face. It seemed like he had almost reached his destination. He took several steps forward and finally saw a restaurant in front of him. The Cloud Mist Restaurant. A signboard was hung in front of the door of that restaurant. However, the thing which was out of his expectations was that the last restaurant in Heavenly Mist City was deserted. There wasn't even a single customer in the store. As the sole restaurant in the city, it didn't have any competitors. Why were there no customers? Bullet Fang was slightly puzzled. He eventually entered the restaurant. The hygiene of the restaurant wasn't bad and it didn't have the stale and moldy odor most old houses would have. Although there wasn't a single customer in the store, the tables were clean and neat. There were several spirit trees growing in the store. The trees were full of leaves and they emitted spiritual energy. The air within the restaurant became even fresher than the outside air. There was a tall and muscular man in front of the counter of the restaurant. Although the sound of Bullet Fang's footsteps was faint when he entered the store, the body of the man shook and his eyes slightly twitched. He raised his head and looked at Bullet Fang. "I welcome you to the Cloud Mist Restaurant. May I ask what you require of us?" The mild voice of a woman resounded out and that sturdy man moved his body. He walked out of the counter and stood before Bullet Fang. Bullet Fang started sizing up the person before him as he furrowed his brows. Did he make a mistake? That woman said that her friend opened the store. That friend of hers should be a woman. Why would a muscular man appear before him? That muscular man was taken aback when he saw that Bullet Fang was standing there in a daze. In order to get his attention, he called out to Bullet Fang. The moment he opened his mouth, Bullet Fang's hair stood erect. The voice which came from his mouth was that of a woman. As it turned out, the person standing in front of him was a woman. Bullet Fang never expected that the person who opened the store was really a woman. It seemed like he didn't come to the wrong place. After he recovered from his initial shock, Bullet Fang calmed himself down. He looked for a seat and sat down in front of a table. He shot a look at that woman and said, "Serve me your best dish." Bullet Fang would never underestimate and look down on any store. Who knew whether they would give him a surprise and serve him some kind of delicacy? The older the store, the higher the chance for there to be a specialty passed down from one generation to another. When the woman heard Bullet Fang, she immediately got excited. She squinted her eyes as she rushed into the kitchen with her huge body swaying. When Bullet Fang saw how the woman waved her hands up and down when she ran into the kitchen, the corners of his mouth fiercely twitched. If anyone could imagine how a muscular and big person ran like a little girl, it was truly a horrifying sight. Bulletin Fang felt like the reason why the restaurant was empty was due to that woman inside the store. Sizzle. The sound of food being stir-fried, as well as the clanking sound of a metallic wok against a ladle, came out from the kitchen. Bulletin Fang could feel as though there was a rhythm to that sound. However, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. He was bored to death as he waited for his food. No matter how he tried, he couldn't smell any fragrance coming from the kitchen. Usually, every kind of stir-fried dish would produce some kind of aroma. With Bulletin Fang's sense of smell, he would surely be able to smell it. All of a sudden, Bulletin Fang felt as though his heart tightened. He became frightened and anxious. After a short while, that muscular woman carried out a steaming hot bowl of food as she walked out of the kitchen. She had a smile on her face as she walked toward Bulletin Fang with the dish. Is that egg fried rice? Bulletin Fang widened his eyes and stared at the dish before him. It looked like a bowl of egg fried rice. The fact that this woman was able to cook a bowl of egg fried rice which didn't emit any aroma could also be considered a skill. He was somewhat speechless when he looked at the bowl of egg fried rice which didn't emit any aroma. The rice was fried until it turned slightly black. This woman's skill had nearly caught up with the lassie's. Wiang Xiaoi. Esteemed customer, have a taste of it. It had been a long time since I last cooked. As such, my skills might have gotten worse. That muscular woman was somewhat embarrassed and she bashfully twisted her waist which was the size of a bucket. Bulletin Fang took a deep breath, however, he was unable to smell anything. His complexion became grave. Picking up a porcelain spoon which was placed above the bowl, he scooped up a mouthful of the egg-fried rice. Oh! Did the sun rise from the west today? There is actually someone here to have a meal in this lousy restaurant. When Bulletin Fang was about to put the mouthful of egg-fried rice into his mouth, a mocking voice could be heard from outside the store. The person seemed to be astonished that there would be a customer in the store. The moment the woman heard that voice, her expression changed. Her face was full of grief when she looked at the entrance of the store. Two people could be seen entering the Could Mist restaurant. The two who entered were two youngsters clad in pitch-black long gowns. One of them had a face full of contempt as he swept his gaze across the store. A cold snort escaped his lips. Nangongming, what do you want? I'm taking care of a customer now. If you are here to cause trouble, wait for a while before coming back. That muscular woman moved and she placed herself between the two youngsters and Bulletin Fang. She blocked their way and her voice had a hint of coldness in it. After speaking to the two of them, the woman turned her head and looked at Bulletin Fang with a warm expression. Esteemed customer, you can be at ease and slowly eat your food. I, Yang Miji, will ensure that no one will disturb you when you are eating. How could she let someone disturb her customer? Not to mention the fact that it was her first customer after so long. She inherited the restaurant from her father and her objective wasn't to earn money at all. Instead, it was to reminisce the glorious past of the countless restaurants in Heavenly Mist City. Just you? Yang Miji, do you really believe that you can stop us? I really didn't think that someone would actually choose to come to a restaurant in order to have a meal. Tisk, tisk, tisk. The world is truly vast. It is full of bizarre things. Nangongming walked forward leisurely and Yang Miji widened her eyes to glare at him. She took a step forward as well in order to block him. Before she was able to move any further, the man beside Nangongming took a step forward and placed his hand on Yang Miji's shoulder. He prevented her from moving toward Nangongming. A supreme being expert. Yang Miji looked at that man with shock on her face. Nangongming walked past Yang Miji and he sat in the seat opposite Bulletin Fang. He looked at Bulletin Fang with a face full of interest. You are not someone from Heavenly Mist City. If you were someone from Heavenly Mist City, you wouldn't be eating in this restaurant, Nangongming said with a smile. I have already said that anyone who eats in this restaurant is going against me. Bulletin Fang had a serious look when he stared at that spoonful of egg-fried rice. He took a deep breath before moving the spoon closer to his mouth. Bulletin Fang didn't hear a word Nangongming said. Even if Bulletin Fang heard him, he wouldn't reply Nangongming. When he was having a meal, Bulletin Fang would not pay attention to other things. Bulletin Fang placed the spoonful of steaming hot egg-fried rice into his mouth as he ignored Nangongming. Bulletin Fang's mind shuddered and he felt as though a lightning bolt ripped through his mind. Kid! Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what I just said? Nangongming looked at Bulletin Fang who was ignoring him and a trace of displeasure flashed through his eyes. He smacked the table with his hand and a loud noise echoed in Yang Miji's ears. She jumped in fright. Splatter! Bulletin Fang's eyes widened. The moment Nangongming's palm smacked the table, Bulletin Fang was unable to hold it in any longer. He opened his mouth and everything inside his mouth came out. All of it landed on Nangongming's face. Nangongming's body stiffened and his face was filled with grains of rice and pieces of egg. He looked at Bulletin Fang with a blank expression on his face. Bulletin Fang clapped both hands on his face and he let out a long breath. There was a slight grin on his face even though his expression was filled with fear. This egg fried rice is extremely awful. Chapter 418, Dogshit like multi-taste fasting pill. Thud. A thud could be heard when the egg fried rice fell onto the table. Bulletin Fang grinned as the color on his face darkened. He stared at that bowl of egg fried rice with lingering fear. He finally understood the reason why there was nobody eating in the last restaurant of Heavenly Mist City. Was this egg fried rice edible? This dish could kill people. Nangongming's body stiffened and his wretched face was covered by the egg fried rice spat out by Bulletin Fang. A piece of an egg the size of a thumb slowly slid down his face. Along with a squish sound, that piece of egg fell onto the table. A crisp and sweet sound echoed around the silent store. The atmosphere within the restaurant was extremely strange. Only after letting out a long breath, Bulletin Fang managed to get rid of his nauseous feeling. Your egg fried rice is completely inedible. You dare to open a restaurant with such skill? Bulletin Fang wiped his mouth and furrowed his brows. He raised his head and stared directly at Yang Miji. He was really enraged this time. The only restaurant he found after a long search actually served him a dish which was inedible. The egg fried rice had the texture of stone. Where was its dignity as a restaurant? Serving such a dish was an insult and a disgrace to a restaurant's name. Bulletin Fang was really angry and he spoke without holding anything back. Yang Miji and that youth looked at Bulletin Fang with a strange expression. It seemed as though they never expected that Bulletin Fang would become angry after eating a mouthful of egg fried rice. After Yang Miji heard the displeasure Bulletin Fang had for her food, her muscular face turned red and a shameful look appeared in her eyes. Bang! Before Yang Miji could say anything, Nangongming, who was about to vomit, wiped off the egg fried rice on his face and slammed his palm against the table. The tablet wasn't like the ones in Fang Fang's little store. Even though Nangongming's cultivation wasn't at the Supreme Being realm, he was an 8th grade war god. His smack caused the table to be shattered into several pieces. The bowl of egg fried rice fell toward the ground and scattered everywhere. Kid, did you just spit in my face? Are you tired of living? Nangongming's eyes were ice cold as he stood up and glared at Bulletin Fang. As an alchemist obsessed with cleanliness, he felt disgusted after Bulletin Fang spat out a mouthful of egg fried rice at him. Currently, Nangongming only had one thought in his mind. It was to ruthlessly trash that hateful fellow before him. Firstly, he dared to go against Nangongming by eating in the Cloud Mist restaurant. Secondly, and most importantly, he dared to spit a mouthful of egg fried rice onto Nangongming's face. Nangongming felt as though Bulletin Fang was too brazen and audacious. Yang Miji's complexion immediately changed and her eyes widened when she saw that Nangongming was about to attack Bulletin Fang. A loud roar came from her mouth. Nangongming, what do you want to do? Stop right there! Her huge body moved swiftly as though it was a hurricane and she blocked Nangongming's way. Yang Miji's body wasn't the least bit weaker when compared to the bodies of muscular men. Her body actually emitted an imposing aura. This esteemed guest is my Cloud Mist restaurant's customer. If you dare to lay a hand on him, I won't let you off. Humph! Yang Miji, you are truly a disgrace to the great master Xian Bei's name. You are his disciple and you have an outstanding talent in alchemy. However, you ran to this alleyway and opened up a restaurant. Do you know what opening a restaurant in Heavenly Mist City means? Nangongming rolled his eyes and his gaze fell upon Yang Miji's muscular body. He said with contempt with his voice. It means that you are a fool. From the time my Nangong family invented the multi-taste fasting pill, no one had been stupid enough to open a restaurant in Heavenly Mist City. As an alchemist, you should be smart enough to understand that. Yang Miji clenched her fists. Her eyes turned red and the muscles on her face started to spasm. It seemed as though she was unwilling to accept the fact that restaurants were not needed any longer. Well, as it turns out, the dogshit-like multi-taste fasting pill was invented by your family. When Nangongming was extremely excited, a person walked out from behind Yang Miji's big body. His calm voice filled Nangongming's ears. Yang Miji was taken aback. Even Nangongming and the youth beside him were shocked at Bulletin Fang's words. They would never have imagined that there would be someone who would use such vulgar language to describe the multi-taste fasting pill. The pill was the pride of their Nangong family. The hair on Nangongming's body stood erect and he looked at Bulletin Fang's frail body with a sinister look in his eyes. This kid was really courting death. As if spitting the egg fried rice in his mouth at Nangongming's face wasn't enough, he actually dared to insult the Nangong family. It wasn't like Bulletin Fang insulted the entire Nangong family. However, he was insulting the Nangong family's multi-taste fasting pill. Did he really think that Nangongming would not kill him? Do you know what you're saying? Taking a deep breath, Nangongming slowly said while looking straight at Bulletin Fang's face. The multi-taste fasting pill is suppressing and constraining one of the natural instincts of humankind. It is the product of the degeneration of morals and ethics. Is anything wrong about my words? The pleasure of enjoying delicious food isn't something a dogshit like elixir can replace, Bulletin Fang said expressionlessly. He wasn't the least bit polite as he truly abhorred that whatever fasting pill. Yang Miji's complexion slowly turned ugly and she hurriedly pulled Bulletin Fang's sleeves. The emergence of that fasting pill truly changed the occupation trend of Heavenly Mist City. Before that fasting pill appeared, Heavenly Mist City had countless restaurants located everywhere around the city. However, the moment the fasting pill appeared, all of the restaurants in Heavenly Mist City went bankrupt. Just one piece of the fasting pill could satisfy the nutrition requirement for several days. Not to mention the fact that it had countless flavors. With the existence of such a convenient pill, who would actually go to a restaurant in order to eat? Yang Miji, looks like someone truly extraordinary came to your restaurant today. It's my first time witnessing someone insult my Nangong family's fasting pill. Nangongming said with a smile. The smile on his face was truly terrifying. All of the muscles in Yang Miji's body shook as she took a step forward. She stood in between Bulletin Fang and Nangongming. Yang Miji, you know what I want. Today, whether you want it or not, you have to sell your restaurant to me. As for that kid, he has to pay for whatever he said. A sinister remark came out of Nangongming's mouth. After he spoke, the supreme being youth beside him made his move. A berserk aura burst out of his body as he charged at Bulletin Fang. Yang Miji widened her eyes and angrily glared at Nangongming. The muscles in her whole body bulged and she took a step forward. She thrust her fist at that supreme being. Who dares to harm one of my restaurant's esteemed guest? Bang! Yang Miji, who had just the cultivation of an 8th grade war god, unexpectedly caused a supreme being to retreat several steps. Her fierce and valiant imposing demeanor slightly stunned Bulletin Fang. Was she really a woman? The complexion of that supreme being youth turned ashen. It was a disgrace for him to be forced back by an 8th grade war god. His face became cold and he shot toward Yang Miji. A powerful aura burst out of his body as he tried to suppress her with everything he got. When Nangongming witnessed such a scene, a cold sneer escaped his lips. He and Yang Miji were both 3 mark alchemists in Heavenly Mist City. They were both disciples of the great master Xian Bei. Yang Miji's talent was better than Nangongming's. As such, their master, Xian Bei, naturally favored her over Nangongming. After she graduated from the Alchemy Institute, Yang Miji should have continued studying with Xian Bei. However, who would have expected that she would actually return to her family's broken store and open up a dying restaurant? Nangongming immediately knew that his opportunity had arrived. He was all along surpassed by Yang Miji in the institute. Since they had already graduated from the institute, he wanted to make Yang Miji pay for everything she had done in the institute. Wasn't she extremely concerned about that restaurant? Nangongming decided that he would purchase that restaurant and cause that stupid woman to become homeless. Bang! Yang Miji was, after all, just an 8th grade war god. Even though she had depended on her inborn divine strength to fight against the supreme being youth for quite some time, she was still sent flying by him. She fell on a table and crushed it. In just a short while, the store became extremely messy. Broken tables and chairs filled the area. The hair of that supreme being youth fluttered behind him. He looked at Yang Miji, who was on the floor, and a cold smile appeared on his face. However, the smile on his face quickly stiffened. That was because Yang Miji crawled up from the floor and stubbornly used her body to shield Bulletin Fang's. "Esteemed customer, I'm really embarrassed for letting you witness such a scene. You should leave quickly. I'll keep them busy," Yang Miji said, even though her whole body was trembling. Bulletin Fang looked at Nangongming and that supreme being youth who was sneering at Yang Miji. Turning his head, he switched his gaze over to Yang Miji, who was in front of him. Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows all of a sudden. The golden mantis shrimp who had been lying on his shoulder suddenly moved. It seemed like it was making itself more comfortable as it slept. Bulletin Fang slightly stroked Shrimpy. He let out a sigh. Bang! Yang Miji was sent flying once again. She crashed into the last table which was standing in the store and crushed it. That supreme being youth seemed to be irritated by her persistence. After thrusting his fist at Yang Miji, she fell onto the floor defenseless. His true energy appeared and it turned into a sharp blade. He wanted to cripple the robust and muscular woman in front of him. She didn't look like a woman anyway. Nangongming's pupils flickered. He didn't try to stop the supreme being youth, and it caused the youth to swell with confidence. He sneered to himself inwardly. There wasn't anything worth dreading from a discarded disciple of the great master Xian Bei. In any case, Nangongming intended to use some dishonest means to snatch her restaurant. Excitement appeared in the eyes of that supreme being youth. He raised the sharp blade made from true energy and he sliced it towards Yang Miji. The blade seemed like it would tear the air apart as it chopped downwards towards Yang Miji. Nangongming's body was trembling from excitement as he watched everything which was happening in front of him. Stupid woman! Die! Ah! Just before the sharp blade made from true energy was about to cut Yang Miji's neck, a black object suddenly appeared in front of that supreme being youth. A black walk obstructed his sight. In his eyes, that black walk seemed as though it was growing bigger as it approached him. Bang! A dull sound resounded and that supreme being youth felt as though he was about to die and ascend to heaven. His face made intimate contact with that black walk and it seemed as though he experienced all of the vicissitudes of life the moment his face touched the walk. I said that the fasting pill is just dog shit. Do you have any objections? After smashing the supreme being youth with his walk, Bulletin Fang turned to look at Nangongming. The youth was sent flying when Bulletin Fang asked Nangongming the question. Chapter 419, Transfer of Ownership. A rumble erupted as the supreme being youth, who had come along with Nangongming, fell heavily to the floor. Unceasing wails of anguish erupted from his mouth. The supreme being felt like his entire face no longer belonged to him. His nose was quite sore, making him experience a world of pain, and this caused his tears to flow unceasingly. Nangongming sucked in a deep breath and looked at Bulletin Fang in shock. The latter had just sent a supreme being expert flying away, after all. Nangongming never expected the kid, who he hadn't taken seriously, to unexpectedly possess enough strength to send a supreme being flying. What was he carrying in his hands? Was that a wok? Was that what he had used to send a supreme being flying away? This was somewhat inconceivable. It was his first time ever witnessing someone fight with a wok. Was that kid a chef? Countless thoughts flashed through Nangongming's mind as he looked at Bulletin Fang with a gloomy and complex gaze. Yang Miji was dumbfounded, and even after she had crawled up from the floor, she still did not close her mouth. Every muscle in her body twitched as she looked at Bulletin Fang and his wok in shock. Bulletin Fang only shot a gaze at Yang Miji, who seemed fine, before turning back to face Nangongming. Nangongming clenched his teeth, and the muscles of his face slightly twitched as he regarded Bulletin Fang with a cold gaze. It was only after the supreme being wiped his tears that the scalding feeling, which had surged from his face, lessened slightly. He looked at Bulletin Fang with a sinister gaze. "You are courting death," he said in an ice-cold voice while clenching his teeth. Suddenly, an imposing aura gradually began to surge out from his body. As a supreme being, he had been injured by an 8th grade war god, who had come out of nowhere, unexpectedly. It was truly a great disgrace. Bang! His true energy surged and swirled like a berserk dragon. The supreme being's hair fluttered about wildly as he coldly stared at Bulletin Fang, then, he took a step forward, and as he did so, his entire body immediately shot outwards. He thrust his palm at Bulletin Fang, intending to smack him. Facing his assault, Bulletin Fang's gaze remained indifferent, and his complexion was expressionless. With his black turtle constellation walk, it was easy for him to deal with any ordinary Supreme Being experts, for they would not be able to stand a whack from his walk. The Supreme Being youth before Bulletin Fang was just at the initial stage of the realm, so Bulletin Fang wasn't worried at all, he was even disinclined to eat the rampage ramen. He infused his true energy into the wok, causing it to glow with a bright golden light. That Supreme Being youth's imposing aura was astonishing, and with every step he took forward, the floor beneath his feet would shatter. The debris flew and scattered all around. He raised his palm and swung it down in an imposing manner. And this time, the Supreme Being youth used his full strength, believing that it would be impossible for him to get sent flying again. He regarded the previous case as a product of his carelessness and his opponent's sneak attack. All sneak attacks were useless before absolute power. Bang! A dull sound reverberated. An indomitable power surged out from the wok. The Supreme Being youth was bewildered, for the true energy emitted by his palm was dispersed by a smash of Bulletin Fang's wok. He felt a stifling sensation in his chest, and he spouted a mouthful of blood. This time, he wasn't sent flying by the smash, instead, the impact forced him down to the floor. His chest heaved up and down with intensity, as he gasped for breath. How was that possible? Nangongming's expression gravely changed. He never would have expected one of his Supreme Being subordinates to get easily taken out by an 8th-grade war god. Fear couldn't help but well up in Nangongming's heart as he looked at that man who had calmly used a wok to suppress his subordinate. Do you really want to oppose my Nangong family? Within the Heavenly Mist City, all those who have opposed my Nangong family did not have a good end. Nangongming mind shuddered as he used his family name to suppress the kid before him. The Nangong family was one of the Heavenly Mist City's big families. They controlled most of the Pill Tower resources. Their estates and industries were all over the whole Heavenly Mist City, and they had dozens of mark-level alchemists. They were a power that couldn't be disregarded. They were an overlord-like existence within the Heavenly Mist City, and there was no one who dared to oppose them. However, the Nangong family wouldn't make a move just for Nangongming, he was just trying to use its name to scare Bulletin Fang. However, it was a pity that he had used such a move in the wrong person. If it was someone else from the Heavenly Mist City, then they might have been scared by him. However, Bulletin Fang didn't have any knowledge of the Nangong family, and even if he knew them, they still wouldn't scare him. He was, after all, a headstrong person who had dared to fight a 10th-grade Divine Realm expert with a wok, despite being only an 8th-grade war god. Bulletin Fang kicked the Supreme Being expert, sending him flying, and he crashed heavily into the door. He spouted a mouthful of blood and strenuously tried to crawl up. Get lost! The Cloud Mist restaurant won't be sold to you, Bulletin Fang calmly proclaimed as his gaze swept through the entire Cloud Mist restaurant. Nangongming was taken aback for a moment before laughing coldly. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, but his pupils suddenly dilated. Bang! He saw Bulletin Fang heavily smash the floor with his black wok, causing the entire ground to tremble, which scared Nangongming. Without the slightest hesitation, he turned around and went toward the store's door. Just wait and see. The entire district will soon start selling my family fasting pills, and when that time comes, people will rush for it, and your restaurant will be left deserted. Just wait, you will soon become the laughingstock of the entire Heavenly Mist City. As he walked toward the entrance, Nangongming slightly turned his head and sneered at them. When he intended to mock them further, he saw Bulletin Fang raise the black wok once again, and his heart shuddered. This time, he turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. The store became quiet and peaceful once again. However, the store which had been clean and neat had become dirty and filled with debris. Yang Miji sighed as she looked at the mess all around, she had already grown accustomed to such situations. After she expressed her gratitude to Bulletin Fang, she rolled up her sleeves and began to clean the store. The tables and chairs had been shattered, and the floor was riddled with potholes. The store did not have a protective array, so it wasn't able to withstand the destruction wrought by the battle involving a Supreme Being expert. After she worked for a while, the store became clean and tidy once again. However, it didn't have any chairs or tables, leaving it quite empty. Esteemed customer, I'm sorry for letting you witness such an unsightly scene, Yang Miji apologized to Bulletin Fang. Her complexion was somewhat pale and ugly. She quickly took a porcelain bottle from her spatial spirit tool and took a round pill from within it, which she proceeded to swallow. Bulletin Fang looked at Yang Miji and took an oyster pancake from his system dimensional storage, which he then threw it at her. "Eat it. It will help you recover your true energy faster than that pill," said Bulletin Fang. When Yang Miji caught the oyster pancake, she was quite stunned. "What is this thing? It's quite fragrant. Is it edible?" Yang Miji anxiously glanced at Bulletin Fang before taking a bite out of the oyster pancake. Her eyes instantly contracted, leaving them extremely round, and they were quite filled with incredulity and shock. It was too delicious. She had never tasted such a delicious food. After she had taken a mouthful of the oyster pancake, she could no longer stop herself and ate the rest in several mouthfuls. While eating the luxurious oyster within the oyster pancake, she was so moved that she almost wept. Growing up in the heavenly mist city, all she ate were multi-taste fasting pills. This was because every restaurant in the city had gone bankrupt. It was only her family restaurant that remained. However, the Cloud Mist restaurant didn't have a chef, so how could it cook a delicious dish? It had been a really long time since she had eaten a dish that was able to move her so much that she almost wept. As Yang Miji ate, her huge body trembled. It seemed like she was sobbing spasmodically, making evident how moved she was. "You must have heard what that person has said before he left," Bulletin Fang looked at the moved Yang Miji and said. Yang Miji was taken aback, and her complexion turned gloomy once again. "I heard what he said. When the area surrounding the restaurant gets filled with elixir stores selling multi-taste fasting pills, the Cloud Mist restaurant will truly become a laughingstock for everyone," Yang Miji said, with a bitter tone. She knew that she didn't have enough talent to become a chef. Opening this restaurant had only been supported by her conviction. As Nangongming had said, she only had a talent in alchemy. She was already a 3-mark alchemist and a disciple of the Grandmaster Xian Bei. "Do you want the Cloud Mist restaurant to become a laughingstock?" Bulletin Fang asked earnestly. Yang Miji was taken aback for a moment, and then she became somewhat agitated. "Of course I don't want that. Cloud Mist restaurant is the fruit of my father's painstaking efforts. How could I let the Cloud Mist restaurant become the Heavenly Mist City's laughingstock? However, it's truly impossible to run a restaurant in the Heavenly Mist City as is." After Yang Miji had calmed down, she was overwhelmed by a feeling of powerlessness. Bulletin Fang carefully observed the Cloud Mist restaurant, and he was quite satisfied with it. He was just looking for a store. Wasn't the Cloud Mist restaurant quite appropriate? "I have a solution that will prevent the Cloud Mist restaurant from becoming a laughingstock to the Heavenly Mist City's citizens," Bulletin Fang gravely said to Yang Miji. "What solution?" Yang Miji asked in excitement as her huge body trembled. Bulletin Fang didn't reply her immediately, and instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and paced around within the store for a while, and then he said, "You just need to give me the Cloud Mist restaurant." Yang Miji was taken aback for a moment before a trace of anger appeared on her face. "You also want to seize my Cloud Mist restaurant? Do you want to open an elixir store? I, Yang Miji, will definitely not let such thing happen." She had not expected Bulletin Fang to be after her Cloud Mist restaurant as well, so she was mad because she felt that she was cheated by him. Bulletin Fang only looked at her peculiarly. "Who said that I want to open an elixir store? I want to open a restaurant. However, I must be this restaurant's owner." Bulletin Fang calmly said. The system's mission required him to open a branch store, so he had to become the restaurant's owner. If he was to help the Cloud Mist restaurant, he had to be its owner. This matter was also beneficial to her because Bulletin Fang had already realized Yang Miji wasn't suited to run a restaurant. "Since you will be opening a restaurant, then I will accept it, but only if you accept my conditions." The fact that she didn't reject him, instead she immediately agreed, had exceeded Bulletin Fang's imagination. This left him hesitant. "Speak, what conditions?" Bulletin Fang asked. Yang Miji was so excited that her entire body trembled. "First, it must still be named the Cloud Mist restaurant, and second, if you are unable to save this restaurant, you must return it back to me." Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and gazed at Yang Miji deeply for a while before he agreed and said, "Okay. However, you will surely not have the opportunity to take it back. Moreover, in the end, you will discover that those who will be unable to run a business won't be restaurants, it will be elixir stores." Chapter 420, The renovation of the restaurant is completed. As she looked at Bullet and Fang, Yang Miji's eyes widened, his firm confidence had left her feeling puzzled. Yang Miji completely understood how difficult running a restaurant in the Heavenly Mist City was. In the Heavenly Mist City, all other industries had more prospects than a restaurant. Are you truly confident about this? Yang Miji took a deep breath and asked him again. Since Bullet and Fang could take out delicious dishes like that strange pancake he had just given her, then he might truly have a possibility of defeating the surrounding elixir stores. Yang Miji was still enjoying the aftertaste of the delicious dish. Its taste was so delicious, it roused her infatuation for it. Even the dishes cooked by her father, who was the first owner of the Cloud Mist restaurant, weren't as delicious as it. It's decided then. From today onward, I'm the owner of the Cloud Mist restaurant. Bullet and Fang nodded at her, and the corners of his lips curled up, making evident his delight. However, Yang Miji seemed like she was making an extremely difficult decision. Her entire body trembled, and as if it had been stripped of all its strength, her muscular body slid down and lay on the ground. Her expression was filled with reluctance. I hope that you won't tarnish the Cloud Mist restaurant. In the past, it was one of the most prosperous restaurants of the Heavenly Mist City. You won't be disappointed, Bullet and Fang said, feeling confident. Congratulations to the host for purchasing the Cloud Mist restaurant and becoming its owner. The temporary mission, open a branch store within the Heavenly Mist City, has been completed. At that moment, the system's earnest and solemn voice resounded in Bullet and Fang's mind. Its voice caused Bullet and Fang to become even more delighted. The branch store has been confirmed, and the system will reform and improve the Cloud Mist restaurant in 5 days. In these 5 days, the host is required to invent a new dish, and use it to spread the Cloud Mist restaurant's name. The system continued on and reminded him. Bullet and Fang was slightly taken aback, but afterward, a trace of joy appeared on his face. Would the system really reform the store? This was truly a pleasant surprise. Since it was a branch store, its facilities wouldn't be average, they should be the same as the facilities in his store within the imperial capital. This should be the case for the kitchen's equipment, after all, they were the most important. While Bullet and Fang was lost in thought, Yang Miji stood up from the floor. She looked at Bullet and Fang and said, I'm Yang Miji. What's your name? Bullet and Fang, he calmly replied, jolting himself from his thoughts. I already handed the store to you, and I hope you won't disappoint me. By the way, I will go and buy chairs and tables for the store tomorrow. I will also get some equipment for you. In the past, I intended to go to the Pill Tower, but I wouldn't feel at ease if I left the restaurant alone, but now that I have sold it to you, I can be more relieved, Yang Miji said between sighs. Afterward, she vacated a room for Bullet and Fang to stay in. The night passed without incident. The next day, Yang Miji got up from her bed early and went out to buy some tables and chairs, which she placed in the store afterward. The new furniture allowed the Cloud Mist restaurant to slightly gain the appearance of a restaurant once again. As for Bullet and Fang, he paced around in the restaurant nonchalantly, thinking about a new dish. Shrimpy, who was laying on his shoulder, seemed like it had gotten sufficient rest. It rolled its compound eyes and started observing its surroundings curiously. Jumping around from time to time, it ended up tearing a big hole in the store's door by mistake. Bullet and Fang grabbed its tail and picked it up. If he hadn't done that, this small creature might have overturned the whole restaurant. When Yang Miji returned, she saw Bullet and Fang sitting on a chair, which he had taken from inside the restaurant, just outside the entrance. His sitting posture was quite strange. He was not sitting on it exactly, and instead, he was more like laying in it, looking quite indolent. Why are you this relaxed? Don't you know that elixir stores are already being opened in the area? Yang Miji had assumed that Bullet and Fang would act quickly after purchasing the restaurant, and at the very least, he would start by cooking that delicious pancake. However, she never expected that not only did he not make anything, but he had also pulled a chair out to the entrance and lazily lay on it, enjoying a bask in the sun. Why was he this lazy? She began to ponder if handing her restaurant over to him was really a good decision. At that moment, naturally, Bullet and Fang had no idea what Yang Miji was thinking about, he only nodded at her and continued laying there. He had gotten a light headache because he was obliged to invent a new dish that would spread the Cloud Mist restaurant's reputation. This wasn't an easy task. Bullet and Fang wanted to make only egg fried rice, but although the egg fried rice were fragrant, it was difficult for the dish to attract people's attention. Although the multi-taste fasting pills were just dregs in Bullet Fang's eyes, it still had a strong fragrance. It would be slightly difficult for him to make a dish that had a fragrance surpassing that pills, and use it to attract customers. Moreover, it was a strenuous and unrewarding task. Thus, Bullet Fang felt hesitant to contemplate what dish he would invent. Yang Miji sighed as she looked at the lazy Bullet Fang. Because she had no other means, and because she was desperate, she ended up handing the restaurant over to Bullet Fang. On that same day, many people came to the restaurant. These people all wore a distinctive alchemist robe. They had come there to welcome and receive Yang Miji. She draped an alchemist robe over her huge body, but the robe seemed like it would rip apart at any time. She regarded Bullet Fang with a grave gaze and said, "I will go to the pill tower. I hope that you would not have lost the restaurant by the time I come back." Bullet Fang nodded and waved his hand in a bid to dismiss her worries and put her at ease. However, Yang Miji truly couldn't feel at ease. She was anxious and worried because of Bullet Fang's current lazy state. As Yang Miji left the Cloud Mist restaurant in the company of the group of alchemists, she seemed to have regained her prestige as an alchemist. Bullet Fang, who was still lying on the chair, sent her off with his eyes, then he yawned lazily. There was a store that had opened up opposite the restaurant. While lying on the chair, Bullet Fang earnestly observed that store, and he discovered out that the owner of this new store wasn't that Nangongming who had caused trouble several days ago. The owner was a red-haired woman who had an alluring and voluptuous body. That woman covered her face with a veil, so her complexion couldn't be seen, but her ample and voluptuous body was extremely conspicuous. As soon as she opened for business, a constant stream of people flocked into her elixir store. Her business seemed to be flourishing. The store's flourishing business caused the area to bustle with people. However, although there were more people around the area, the Cloud Mist restaurant remained as deserted as before. The customers, who had been attracted there by the elixir stores, all revealed playful smiles when they passed by the Cloud Mist restaurant. "Oh! There is still a restaurant in our heavenly mist city. Didn't all of the restaurants in the city go bankrupt? Why is there one still here? Tisk, tisk, tisk. It's really pitiful that there isn't even one person inside the restaurant. Its business is truly tragic." The crowd gesticulated at the restaurant and looked at Bullet Fang, who was still sitting at the entrance, with a mocking gaze. There was a queue waiting to enter the new store across Bullet Fang's, and the line was so long it stretched all the way to the entrance of the Cloud Mist restaurant. Some people even took some chairs from the restaurant and sat down. Bullet Fang curled up the corners of his mouth, he didn't bother preventing them. Bullet Fang just watched the people in the queue that had extended to his store's entrance, and suddenly, he squinted his eyes. While watching the shameless group of people, Bullet Fang had finally decided on a dish to cook. That dish would definitely attract the attention of this group of people. The corners of Bullet Fang's lips curled upward into a playful smile. His gaze fell upon the elixir store across him. The red-haired woman with the voluptuous body passed by often, preparing elixirs for the customers. It seemed like she sensed his gaze and raised her head up, causing her gaze to meet Bullet Fang's. That woman was taken aback for a moment, and then she nodded at Bullet Fang before reverting all her attention back to her work. Her eyes were quite attractive. Bullet Fang praised her in his mind. Those two outrageously beautiful women, Xiao Yanyu and Ni Yan, also had attractive eyes which were slightly similar to this woman's. It was probably a trait that all beautiful women possessed. "Owner, I'm borrowing a chair." While Bullet Fang was lost in thought, a man said as he pulled a chair and sat beside Bullet Fang. The man's gaze watched the red-haired woman within the elixir store with a fiery gaze, and drool seemed to flow down from his mouth. "Host, may I have your attention? The Cloud Mist restaurant has been completely reformed. The kitchen's facilities have also been completely reformed, and the replacement of the store chairs and tables will start shortly." Suddenly, the system's solemn and earnest voice suddenly resounded in Bullet Fang's mind. When he heard it, Bullet Fang's eyes immediately lit up. The renovation was finally completed. He curled up the corners of his mouth and looked at the love-struck man sitting beside him. Bullet Fang stood up, patted the man's shoulder and calmly said, "Stand up and return the chair. Today's opening hour has come to an end." That love-struck man was taken aback, and he turned to look at Bullet Fang in confusion. However, he suddenly felt friction from his butt as the chair was pulled away by Bullet Fang. The man fell with his butt on the ground with a loud thump, and his expression became unsightly. After Bullet Fang pulled the chair, he went back into the store carrying it. That man stood up and glared at Bullet Fang. Bang! The store's metallic door was shut ruthlessly with a loud rumble, cutting off the man's indignant gaze. The spectators regarded the man with peculiar gazes. Their gazes seemed to be filled with mockery and amusement, and this caused the man to feel his face heating up. He sneaked another look at the store before he slipped away. When Bullet Fang shut the door, the corners of his lips curled up. The system's renovation was finally complete. Finally, the restaurant would be starting its business. Chapter 421, Bullet Fang cooks the stinky tofu. After that love-struck man left, the red-haired woman in the elixir store across Bullet Fang's seemed to have witnessed the scene, causing her to gaze at the tightly shut metallic door of the Cloud Mist restaurant in confusion. It seems like the restaurant closed up quite early today. The woman inwardly thought. Suddenly, her pupils dilated when she noticed bright, resplendent lights surging out of the restaurant. What was happening inside that store? That woman blinked her eyes as curiosity welled up in her heart. Bullet Fang exclaimed in surprise because it was his first time witnessing the system reforming a store. The store before him glittered, and bright, white lights were emitted from within all of its four walls. The bright light was so dazzling that Bullet Fang couldn't help but slightly squint his eyes. A rumbling sound constantly echoed in his ears. It sounded like the collision of chairs and tables, which were revolving all around the store. Bullet Fang saw countless shadows flickering in the store. A gale swept through the store, and it ripped Bullet Fang's velvet hair tie apart. His black hair sprung loose and hung loosely but gracefully over his shoulder. Only after a long while did the light in the store begin to dim, revealing the store's brand new appearance to Bullet Fang. His eyes lit up when he saw the brand new store. The size of the store's interior didn't change, but its decor and its style became the same as his Fang's little store in the Lightwind Imperial capital. In fact, it seemed even more aesthetically pleasing than the latter. There were 5 stripes path understanding fruit trees planted in each of the store's 4 corners. These trees emitted a special spiritual energy that was able to refresh and clear one's mind. While standing within the store, Bullet Fang felt like he had returned to his store in the Lightwind Imperial capital. The dishes listed on the menu, which was located at the back of this store, had undergone a great change. Just 3 dishes were displayed on it. Egg fried rice 10 crystals. Sweet and sour meat ribs 50 crystals. Buddha jumps over the wall soup 10,000 crystals. The number of dishes on this menu was quite low compared to the menu in his store at the Lightwind Imperial capital, which had countless dishes. However, they were all his best dishes. The egg fried rice, sweet and sour meat ribs and Buddha jumps over the wall soup were Fang's little store's most popular dishes. If this store's first dishes were these 3, then the other dishes would all be extraordinary. This was a fact that Bullet Fang hadn't thought of at that moment. He looked at the menu for a few moments before he went to the kitchen. The kitchen had just one stove, and it belonged to him. As for the other things in the kitchen, they were all quite identical to those in his store back at the Lightwind Imperial capital. The equipment was all the same as well. As expected, the system didn't have any sense of creativity, and the kitchen didn't experience the slightest change. However, it was fine this way. Bullet Fang curled up the corners of his mouth, raised his hand and stroked the metallic stove, with a slightly infatuated expression on his face. This kitchen was the kitchen he was familiar with and accustomed to. He raised his hand and took a kitchen knife from the shelf. The muscles on his hand shook as he played with the knife in his hands. As a light flickered atop the blade, it emitted a chilling cold air. Bullet Fang moved his leg and pulled open the cupboard, and from within it, he took out the flying cloud boar's meat. He swung his kitchen knife and began to cut the meat swiftly. His meteor knife technique had already reached the pinnacle, so cutting meat was quite easy for him. His cutting process was a dazzling and magnificent sight. In just a short while, Bullet Fang cut apart the flying cloud boar's meat completely, and the cut pieces were as thin as a cicada's wing. He swung his knife, sending the thin pieces of meat into the air. He pulled open another cupboard and took a blue-patterned porcelain tray, and the pieces of meat fell into it. Feeling delighted, Bullet Fang moved to try the kitchen stove. He was infatuated with the familiar feeling, making all his actions and movement natural and relaxed. Host, the renovation of the store has been completed. Business will begin from today onward. You must invent a dish that will spread the name of the branch store, Cloud Mist Restaurant, within 3 days. As Buletin Fang was reveling in joy, the system's solemn voice echoed in his mind. He was taken aback. He stroked his chin and started to ponder. He had already decided a new dish, which he had properly thought about. That dish was extremely famous in his previous world. Its name spread to every corner of China, and even every corner of the entire world. Almost everyone who had eaten it could not forget its taste. Moreover, making that dish was quite easy. The dish was capable of easily attracting the attention of people. If there was still someone who did not pay attention to the Cloud Mist restaurant after he made that dish, then the person's nose surely had a problem. Feeling excited, Buletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth as he was eager to start cooking the dish immediately. He took a big heap of spirit herbs from his system dimensional storage, and from them, he chose 10 types of spirit herbs. He grounded the selected spirit herbs and extracted their juice into a bucket, and then left them. He got some black beans from the system, which he proceeded to boil in fresh water. Afterward, he poured the juice filtered from the boiled beans into the bucket from earlier, and began to ferment the mixture, stirring it constantly. He placed the bucket into a cupboard that had been prepared by the system. That cupboard possessed the effect of speeding the flow of time within it. From time to time, Buletin Fang took the bucket out of the cupboard and stirred its contents before placing it back in. While waiting for the contents of the bucket to get fermented, Buletin Fang began to process the main ingredient. He spent the entire morning making countless pieces of tofu. The white and shiny tofu emitted a fragrant white steam which Buletin Fang couldn't help but inhale a deep breath of. He cherished the fragrance because it would disappear in just a short while. The dish he had chosen to make was an extreme dish quite different from every other dish he made previously. In the past, the dishes he had made were all fragrant to the extreme, but this dish he had chosen to make was stinky to the extreme. Since it was difficult for a fragrant aroma to attract customers' attention, then Buletin Fang would tread the other extreme path, and let them enjoy an extremely stinky odor. In any case, Buletin Fang didn't have any good impression of the people in the queue that had extended to the entrance of his store. Since all of you are quite fond of lining up, then I will let you continue lining up. If you all can remain in that line after I make the stinky tofu, then I will admit that you all are awesome. When that happened, Buletin Fang would see if anyone in the Sky Mist City would disregard his Cloud Mist restaurant. He moved the tofu to the side and opened a cupboard. The marinade in the bucket was ready because the cupboard had an effect of hastening the flow of time within it. Buletin Fang's brows rose up when he opened the cupboard because an extremely stinky odor surged out, along with a stream of spiritual energy. Its stink wasn't distinct, but it still caused Buletin Fang to smack his lips. He put the bucket on the ground. Buletin Fang took some seasonings and scattered them into the bucket filled with the stinking marinade. Rumble! That pitch-black marinade in the bucket started rolling immediately, and several bubbles appeared on it. An even stinkier odor surged out from it, causing Buletin Fang to scrunch his face. This stinky odor was really too strong. Buletin Fang covered his nose and started tossing countless pieces of tofu into the extremely stinky marinade. As he watched all the tofu sink into the mixture in the bucket, Buletin Fang grinned in excitement. The tofu soaked in the marinade for 4 hours before Buletin Fang fished them out. The pieces of tofu that had just re-emerged were slightly black because they had been soaked in that marinade. The stinky odor emanating of them caused Buletin Fang to feel somewhat dizzy. Honestly, the stinky tofu's odor was extremely unpleasant, but its flavor was exceptionally good. The only dish that had such extremely polar opposite characteristics was this stinky tofu. It could be considered an oddity in the world of gourmet. Green smoke curled around his hand as he summoned the black turtle constellation wok. He poured some oil into the wok and spouted a golden ball of the 10,000 bestial flames beneath it, causing its temperature to begin rising up drastically. Buletin Fang placed his hand into the oil and started sensing its temperature. When the oil became warm, he poured the blackened pieces of tofu into the wok and started deep frying them. Sizzle! As the tofu was being fried, its stinky odor surged out from the wok along with the hot air from the evaporating oil. The odor caused a bitter expression to appear on Buletin Fang's face. The mantis shrimp on his shoulder had been extremely excited all along, and it kept on moving its small feet. When the temperature of the wok reached a degree high enough to evaporate oil, that little creature jumped from Buletin Fang's shoulder in excitement. It spun an entire 360 degrees in the air before falling in the wok with a resounding plump. And, as soon as it entered the wok, an extremely strong, stinky odor burst out of it. Such an odor stunned the mantis shrimp, and immediately, it began to struggle inside the oil. It swayed its tail and jumped out from the oil. It stirred its spiritual energy and evaporated the oil that was all over it. Afterward, the mantis shrimp climbed back onto Bulletin Fang's shoulder and motionlessly lay there, with foam coming out from its mouth. If a single word was to be used to describe how it currently felt, the word would be stunned. Bulletin Fang was amused by scene. The naughty fellow should have been choked by that stinking smell. He fished up a black and slightly yellow piece of stinky tofu from the oil, and after he had drained the oil from it, he put it into a bowl. He used a chopstick to poke a hole in the fried piece of stinky tofu, which caused its stinky odor to grow richer and more intense. After Bulletin Fang had sprayed some seasonings over the dish, the overwhelmingly stinky tofu was completed. Bulletin Fang couldn't help but smack his lips as he looked at the exquisitely black and slightly yellow piece of stinky tofu. This stinky tofu was the first dish he planned to promote in the branch store, Cloud Mist Restaurant. It would surely be a pleasant surprise to the citizens of the Heavenly Mist City. Since a fragrant aroma was incapable of attracting their attention, then he would use a stinky odor instead. They would see which one had a stronger odor, the multi-taste fasting pill of the surrounding elixir stores or his stinky tofu. Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth. He used chopsticks and picked up the piece of stinky tofu. Shrimpy rolled its eyes for a while and leaned closer to him. As soon as it did that, it fell back down on Bulletin Fang's shoulder and foam began flowing from its mouth again. Bulletin Fang shot a look at Shrimpy before he expressionlessly put that piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. And, in the next moment, Bulletin Fang heaved in a deep breath. Chapter 422, The Stench Which Permeated 10 Miles. The stinky tofu was a queer case in the world of Gourmet. If one perceived its smell, they would find it extremely stinky, but when they ate it, they would realize that it had an extremely fragrant and alluring flavor. Such extremely polar opposite characteristics made countless people in Bulletin Fang's previous world fond of it. Although Bulletin Fang was a chef in his previous life, he rarely ate the stinky tofu. He had a light misophobia, and this caused him to reject the dish after perceiving its odor. However, he was obliged to try making the stinky tofu in order to make the Cloud Mist restaurant's name resound throughout the entire Heavenly Mist City. The black and slightly yellow stinky tofu emitted a stinky and unpleasant odor. Bulletin Fang's face had already darkened before the piece reached his mouth. He hesitated, procrastinated for a while and almost gave up. However, when he finally put the piece of stinky tofu into his mouth, he wasn't as unwilling as before, probably because he had gotten slightly used to the stinky odor. After Bulletin Fang placed it in his mouth, he bit the surface of satiny, deep-fried tofu. Bulletin Fang's eyes immediately lit up as he tasted the incredible flavor of the tofu in his mouth. The proverb "stink as its peak would become a fragrance" still had some truth to it, however, and while he was chewing the tofu, Bulletin Fang unexpectedly didn't abhor its stinky odor, for he was already unable to smell it. Its taste wasn't as awful as one would have imagined, instead, it was peculiarly quite good, and a rich fragrance quite different from its stinky odor burst forth within his mouth. It was like a bomb that was fermented for a long time, exploding by accident. It was also like a relaxing, refreshing, clear, and fresh stream hidden within the stinky odor that was capable of seeping into one's heart. Disregarding the tofu's stinky odor, Bulletin Fang wholeheartedly began to enjoy the sweet flavor of the stinky tofu. It was a flavor that was capable of mesmerizing someone thoroughly. As Bulletin Fang chewed, he nodded his head in approval. Shrimpy, who was on his shoulder, came back to its senses after foaming at the mouth for a while, and it looked at the stinky tofu in Bulletin Fang's hand with a gaze highlighting its lingering fear. When it noticed Bulletin Fang unexpectedly eating the overwhelmingly stinky object, it became thoroughly dumbfounded. The next day, Bulletin Fang got out of bed early on. He washed his face and rinsed his mouth before going into the kitchen. Bulletin Fang felt quite comfortable and relaxed in this store which had undergone the system's renovation. The fragrance from the stinky tofu of yesterday had already disappeared. The store had a feature that automatically refreshed the air within the place, which spared Bulletin Fang a lot of trouble. He practiced his cutting technique in the kitchen for a while before he went to the entrance, and with a creaking sound, opened the metallic door. The warm rays of the sun shone down on him through the open door, driving out the chilly air in the store. Bulletin Fang let out a light breath. He stood at the entrance of the store and looked outside. Waves of voices and shouts reverberated around the area because there was an immense crowd of people present. The voluptuous, red-haired woman was still methodically selling elixirs. A sweet fragrance wafted out from her elixir store and enchanted countless people. People had already formed a queue in front of the store, and the long line stretched all the way to the entrance of Bullet and Fang's store. Almost all people in the queue were men, and traces of infatuation were evident in their eyes as they looked at that red-haired woman. Who knew whether they had come to buy elixirs or admire the woman? This crowd was clearly higher than yesterday's. There were also several elixir stores that had opened in the area. The red-haired woman wasn't the only one who had a flourishing business, for many other stores were also filled with people. There were even some stores that had servants shouting at the people who wanted to purchase from them. This district had become quite flourishing and was bustling with activity. The area was filled with a surging crowd of people, the noise that they generated, and the fragrances of countless elixirs in the air. Nangongming truly did not deceive them when he said that his Nangong family's multi-taste fasting pill would be sold at this district. It really seemed flourishing. Despite also being situated in this flourishing region, Bullet and Fang's Cloud Mist restaurant was still deserted. There wasn't even a single person in it, and the store stood out in the area. Countless peoples in queues revealed mocking gazes whenever they gazed at Bullet and Fang, who stood at the entrance to his store. With his hand clasped behind his back, Bullet and Fang regarded all of them with an expressionless gaze. Nangongming brought the Supreme Being Youth and came over from a distant place. From very far away, he saw the dispirited and dejected Bullet and Fang standing at the entrance of his store, and that made him become excited. "Oh, is your restaurant still open for business? There is such a large crowd of people in this flourishing area, yet you don't have even a single customer. Why are you even still opening up for business? Aren't you embarrassed?" Nangongming sneered and taunted him while walking over. "That store there is an elixir store. Do you see how many people are in there? Have you ever seen such a great number of customers before?" Bullet and Fang furrowed his brows as he looked at Nangongming. His eyes looked in the direction that Nangongming's finger was pointing at, and he saw an extremely magnificent and refined store. It was an elixir store with an extremely large crowd of people lining in front of it. However, this store was still slightly lacking compared to the red-haired woman's store. "If you didn't come to have a meal, then get lost. I'm doing business here, so don't block the way by standing at the entrance," Bullet and Fang said calmly. Nangongming was taken aback, and anger immediately became evident on his face. "Doing business? Do you think that your lousy restaurant can ever make any business transaction?" Nangongming coldly sneered and pointed at Bullet and Fang's deserted store and disdainfully shook his head. Bullet and Fang only silently watched him, then he lazily raised his hand. Green smoke curled around the raised hand as he summoned a big wok into his hand. "What do you intend to do?" The complexion of that Supreme Being Youth, who stood beside Nangongming, gravely changed. His entire body trembled as he looked at the black wok in Bullet and Fang's hand. He was really frightened by the black wok. "Why are you still here? If you don't intend to leave, then just stand there, don't say that I didn't warn you," Bullet and Fang said, feeling disinclined to pay any more attention to the two of them. Bullet and Fang opened his mouth and spouted a ball of golden 10,000 bestial flames at the black turtle constellation wok which hovered in mid-air. The 10,000 bestial flames flew to the bottom of the wok and started emitting a blazing heat, causing the oil within the wok to start boiling. Bullet and Fang turned around and went into the kitchen, and after a short while, he returned with a bucket. An intense stink was surging out from the bucket. Nangongming and that Supreme Being Youth were still standing the entrance of Bullet and Fang's store. They were quite curious about what Bullet and Fang intended to do. Did he intend to start cooking some dishes? Does he want to cook dishes right here to attract people's attention? He was too childish and naive, for such move was too banal. The move of refining elixirs on the spot had already been used by his Nangong family countless times in a bid to attract customers. Nangongming crossed his arms before his chest. He wanted to see what Bullet and Fang would make. "No matter what you do, it won't change the fact that your restaurant can't do business." Nangongming smiled coldly. Bullet and Fang put the bucket on the ground, pinched his nose and let out a long breath. Although the stinky tofu was quite delicious, its odor was really too unpleasant. The oil in the wok was boiling, and a blazing heat surged out from it. The surrounding crowd started to gather around him. They were curious about what Bullet and Fang intended to make. From his stance, it was evident that he wouldn't refine elixirs. Seeing as he was the owner of a restaurant, did he intend to cook dishes? Interesting. This person was truly brave. He actually opened up a restaurant in a district where multi-taste fasting pills were being sold, especially now that restaurants had already vanished from the heavenly mist city. Yet, this person still didn't give up. The sight was truly moving. However, no matter how moving it was, there wouldn't be anyone stupid enough to enter a restaurant. Bulletin Fang used a pair of chopsticks to take a piece of the black stinky tofu from the bucket and threw it into the wok. His expression was still calm and indifferent. Sizzle. The sound of the yellow oil sizzling rang out, and steam rose up from the wok accompanied by an extremely stinky odor. Nangongming was standing right in front of Black Turtle Constellation wok, and he was the first person to perceive the stinky odor of the stinky tofu. In an instant, his complexion gravely changed. It switched from the initial disdain to shock, and then to revulsion and disgust, leaving his complexion somewhat green. His eyes widened when he perceived the stinky tofu's odor, and his whole body began to tremble. Barf! What the hell was that? Was that guy crazy? What was he cooking? Why was it this stinky? Nangongming felt like his whole body had been ravaged by the stinky odor, and he had a dizzy spell. He retreated several steps backward and covered his nose, yet his body trembled without stop. He looked at Bulletin Fang, who was calmly throwing pitch-black objects into the wok, and his lips shivered. This guy had gone crazy, he really was crazy. He had felt really desperate, so he sought to thoroughly destroy and ruin this district where multi-taste fasting pills were sold. This guy was actually boiling excrements in a place where such a great number of people had gathered. How perverted and twisted was his mind. Nangongming roared inwardly, and when he could no longer bear the stinky odor, he brought the Supreme Being Youth with him and frantically escaped. Since he had been standing in front of the Black Turtle Constellation wok, when the stinky odor surged outward, he was the first person to bear its brunt. Nangongmin almost wept. He felt like a young woman who had been ravaged and violated 1,000 times. He felt extremely indignant and aggrieved. Why did he stand in front of that wok? Was he stupid? When the stinky odor began to permeate the surrounding, the crowd started complaining. The expression of the people, who came over with the intention of enjoying some exciting scenes, darkened, and they swiftly distanced themselves from the wok and hurriedly left the Cloud Mist restaurant's vicinity. The stinky odor was deadly. The fragrance from the elixir stores permeated an area of 10 miles, but the smell permeating 10 miles now was a stinky odor. The aromas of the multi-taste fasting pill wafting out from countless stores were ruined by it. This guy was truly malicious. How could they continue buying multi-taste fasting pill now? Even if they bought it, could they still eat it? That guy had unexpectedly dared to cook excrements in such a public place that had a great number of people. He was simply a madman. Afterward, a scene that thoroughly dumbfounded them ensued. They watched the youth, who was cooking excrements, take out several black objects, which all had a yellow tinge on them, and put them into a bowl. He proceeded to spray some seasoning over them. Then, he took a piece of them and put it in his mouth. They all sucked breaths of air, their eyes widened and their terror intensified. This guy wasn't only cooking excrements, he was also eating them. Chapter 423, Oh my god! Our goddess ate shit! Rumble! The stinky tofu's odor was carried by the wind and it filled the area. It was as though the odor took on physical form as it fluttered about in the wind. An extremely stinky odor covered the area of more than 10 miles. Everyone who surrounded Cloud Mist restaurant was forced to retreat due to the stinky odor. Their complexion darkened when they smelled the stench in the air. They were extremely shocked by the youth who was standing in front of the store and eating all that excrement. Was that object edible? Was there something wrong with his taste buds? Who would have such a twisted taste that they would eat excrement? Even the multi-taste fasting pill couldn't suppress the stench coming from that object. That guy was definitely doing all of that on purpose. Everyone saw how Bulletin Fang placed a piece of stinky tofu into his mouth. The oil seeped out the moment he bit into the piece of stinky tofu. The oil was gleaming and there were some black specks in it. When everyone saw that, their face became filled with creases. Nangongming, who was assaulted by that stinky odor, hid far away. He wasn't willing to approach the Cloud Mist restaurant. His face started twitching and spasming when he saw Bulletin Fang's infatuated expression. Bulletin Fang had an intoxicated expression on his face as he chewed on the stinky object. How could he even swallow something that disgusting? Nangongming became absent-minded as he thought, Did I oppress the restaurant too much? Did that guy become so desperate that he had to cook excrement in front of his store to nauseate so many people? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like it was surely the case. When he looked at Bullet Fang once again, his gaze turned unfriendly. He felt as though Bullet Fang was an extremely cunning person. However, he was at his wit's end and he felt as though he would vomit if he smelled the stinky odor any longer. Racking his brains, Nangongming tried to think of a way in order to deal with Bullet Fang. That stink was too strong. Everyone who wanted to buy the multi-taste fasting pill left in disgust. In just a short while, the bustling and lively street became deserted. Who would still want to buy the multi-taste fasting pill after smelling that disgusting stench? That black and yellow object within that wok was the most disgusting thing they had ever seen in their life. Bullet Fang continued to deep fry the stinky tofu calmly. It was as though he didn't feel the disgusted gazes of the people surrounding him. The taste of the stinky tofu in his mouth was extremely delicious. The flavor was really mesmerizing. The stench was getting stronger by the minute and everyone was getting angrier. Many owners of elixir stores charged toward Bullet Fang with indignance as they lost all their customers due to him. They stood before Bullet Fang's restaurant entrance and angrily glared at him. They wanted Bullet Fang to immediately stop his vulgar behavior. How could someone cook excrement in public? Much less eat excrement in public. Especially in a district where the multi-taste fasting pills were sold. Many of the surrounding owners were alchemists who had collaborated with the Nangong family. They all paid a certain price in order to gain the selling rights of the multi-taste fasting pill. If the profits earned from selling the multi-taste fasting pills were lower than what they paid, they would all suffer a loss. The prospects of opening a store in this district were quite bright. They all hoped that they would be able to earn a huge amount of crystals. They never would have expected that some youth would come to this district and start cooking excrement. He was obviously trying to cut off their livelihood. Even if they had to bear with that overwhelming stinky odor, they had to join hands to suppress Bullet Fang today. What the hell are you doing? Hurry up and stop it. Stop disgusting everyone around. How can you still make a business like this? How can someone cook excrement at the front of their store? What the heck? If I end up suffering a loss because of you, I will surely smash your shitty restaurant. The shouting and cursing which were directed at him caused Bullet Fang to furrow his brows. He was trying to concentrate on cooking his stinky tofu, however, they were disturbing him. He stopped cooking and looked at the alchemist closest to him. That alchemist cursing immediately stopped and he straightened his neck. He coldly glared at Bullet Fang in response. I'm just cooking a dish in front of my restaurant. Did I bother you? Bullet Fang calmly said. Go and sell your fasting pills. I will sell my stinky tofu. We can coexist peacefully. Bullet Fang's voice was calm and indifferent as usual. However, his indifference caused the people surrounding him to clamor even more. Sell? Oh my god! Is this person retarded? He was cooking excrement in order to sell it. I thought that he was cooking it just to disgust us. Who's retarded enough to buy excrement? Much less eat it. Does he think we are all retarded? The complexion of those customers immediately changed. They had suffered enough due to the smell coming from the stinky tofu. They started to make even more noise. How could there be such a weirdo in this world? Such a stinky object. There was no need to taste it in order to know that it tasted extremely nasty. Who would use crystals to buy it? The Cloud Mist restaurant? Since it was able to make such a ridiculous dish, it was no surprise that all the restaurants in Heavenly Mist City disappeared. Even the last restaurant in the city gave up and abandoned itself as it fell into despair. The curses and complaints of the surrounding people didn't affect Bullet Fang at all. He was still deep frying his stinky tofu calmly with a relaxed expression on his face. He filled a bowl with stinky tofu and added some seasonings over it before placing it down on the table. This is my store's dish, stinky tofu. 20 pieces of crystals for one bowl. I welcome anyone who wants to come and have a taste of it. Bullet Fang swept the surrounding people with his gaze and calmly said. Every single alchemist from the surrounding elixir stores became enraged when they heard what Bullet Fang said. They shot an angry glare at Bullet Fang. They wondered if their hearing had issues when they heard Bullet Fang's words. Although everything sold in Heavenly Mist City was quite expensive, there was no way a bowl of food should cost 20 crystals. All of them came to a common consensus that a bowl of shit-like dish wasn't worth 20 crystals. Did he think that crystals were like cabbages which could be found everywhere? Sounds of refusal and rejections came from the surroundings. Everyone there was filled with righteous indignation. There were even some people who approached the restaurant and intended to attack Bullet Fang in order to stop him. Didn't all of you hear me clearly? This stinky tofu is the first dish promoted by the Cloud Mist restaurant. If anyone dares to approach me, don't blame me for being merciless, Bullet Fang said to everyone who was present. After he finished his speech, green smoke twirled around his hand as he summoned the giant dragon bone kitchen knife. He carried it on his shoulders in order to show off his might. He waved his kitchen knife and it caused a gust of wind which pressured the people around him. Nangongming was standing far away as he sneered at Bullet Fang. He was glad that he was there to witness Bullet Fang causing trouble. Since Bullet Fang was recklessly provoking everyone around him and angering them, Nangongming wanted to see how he would be torn apart by the people he infuriated. Bullet Fang shot a look at Nangongming. His eyes were filled with indifference as he waved his hand to throw another piece of stinky tofu into the boiling yellow oil in the wok. Did you say that there was a dish on sale? All of a sudden, the pleasant voice of a woman came from behind the crowd. The crowd of people parted in order to make a path for that red-haired voluminous woman who was from the elixir store opposite the Cloud Mist restaurant. Although that woman wore a veil which covered her face, her adorable and pretty eyes left a profound impression on Bullet Fang. She slowly walked over and it seemed as though she didn't mind the stink in the air. That woman who had fair and white skin stood before his store and shot a look at the stinky tofu. After looking at the dish, she turned her head to look at Bullet Fang and she furrowed her brows. This is genuine stinky tofu made using the secret recipe from the Cloud Mist restaurant. A bowl of it costs 20 pieces of crystals. Our store offers sincere treatment for all and fair trade to the old and young alike, said Bullet Fang. Do you know that your cooking affected my Nangong family's elixir business over in this district? Since you said that you made a dish, I will have a taste of it. If it isn't edible, you should immediately stop cooking and close your restaurant. If you ever open your restaurant again, you'll face severe consequences which you will never be able to imagine. I, Nangong Wan, am absolutely capable of achieving it. That red-haired woman stared at Bullet Fang and spoke to him slowly. What if this dish is edible? Although Bullet Fang didn't know who was Nangong Wan, her appearance was to his advantage. You can continue selling your food here. I, Nangong Wan, won't find any more problems with you. Nangong Wan raised her hand as she spoke. Okay. Bullet Fang nodded at her and took out a bowl of stinky tofu. He casually waved his hand and threw that bowl at her. The bowl floated towards her slowly. The young miss, Nangong Wan, actually agreed to eat that disgusting bowl of stuff. Oh my god! Did the young miss go crazy? How can she accept his request? No. The young miss' perfect image in my mind will surely be shattered if she ate that shit-like object. Everyone started howling in grief when they learned that Nangong Wan intended to personally taste that extremely stinky dish. There were even some men who pulled on their own hair and their eyes widened. Nangong Wan was the Nangong family grand elder's granddaughter. She was a genius who graduated from the Alchemy Institute and she would shortly pass the Pill Tower test and become an official one-cloud alchemist. She was the goddess of countless men in Heavenly Mist City. They would never have expected that she would stand out at such a moment. Nangong Wan caught the bowl of stinky tofu which Bullet Fang threw at her. It was really smelly. Nangong Wan couldn't help but furrow her pretty black brows after smelling the stinky odor of the stinky tofu at close distance. She was really disgusted by it. However, since she said that she would give it a taste, she wouldn't go back on her word. She pulled off her veil and revealed an extremely beautiful face. The beauty of her face would let anyone who caught sight of it suffocate. However, there wasn't anyone who paid attention to her face at this moment. Everyone was paying attention to her actions. They saw how she slowly lifted a piece of stinky tofu and placed it in between her ruddy lips. All of them became nervous and apprehensive. Oh my god! Our goddess is eating shit. This was the thought going through all their minds at this moment. In the next moment, a scene which would shock everyone occurred. After their goddess ate a mouthful of that stinky tofu, it seemed as though she wasn't satisfied. She took another mouthful of it. Oh my god! Our goddess liked to eat shit. After seeing Nangong Wan eat another mouthful of the stinky tofu, everyone around felt as though a clap of thunder exploded in their mind. They widened their eyes and opened their mouth wide. They stared at Nangongwan in shock as she ate another mouthful of the stinky tofu. What was going on in this world? There were some people who were absolutely shocked at the sight of Nangongwan eating the stinky tofu. Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and slightly squinted his eyes as he looked at that beautiful woman who was gobbling up his stinky tofu. The stinky tofu was a weird dish when compared to other dishes. Bulletin Fang believed that there were countless people who would be unable to resist the stinky tofu's charm after they had a taste of it. They would all be conquered and enchanted by the taste of the stinky tofu. The fragrance, which was pungent to the extreme, was overwhelming and powerful. Nangongwan finally swallowed the last piece of the stinky tofu. Her ruddy lips were shining as the stinky tofu was extremely greasy. She let out a long breath and her voluptuous body slightly shook. She involuntarily let out a mellow moan. Her beautiful eyes seemed like they would drip water as she looked at Bulletin Fang. She opened her ruddy lips and her breathing was rough. Can you give me another bowl? Chapter 424, The Stinky Tofu Eaten by Our Goddess. There was an archaic four-way bronze tower located in the central zone of the Heavenly Mist City. That tower seemed like it was made of bronze. There were countless profound arrays depicted in its walls. Occasionally, those arrays would start running and emit a special fluctuation. That tower was the Heavenly Mist City's symbolic building, the Pill Tower. The Pill Tower was the symbol of each Pill City. There were countless cities in the Pill Palace's sphere of influence, however, only a few of them were considered Pill Cities. They were the three great cities which possessed a Pill Tower. The Heavenly Mist City was one of those three cities. There were several small holes on the sides of the Pill Tower. Dense pill energy along with the elixirs and pills fragrances were emitted from the holes. The fragrance filled the air and caused the whole Heavenly Mist City to smell pretty good. In front of the Pill Tower, Yang Miji absent-mindedly raised her head as she looked toward the peak of the Pill Tower. Her teacher, the Three Clouds Alchemist, the Great Master Xianbei, was currently within the Pill Tower. She was here in order to take the Pill Tower's test. The moment she passed it, she would become a One-Cloud Alchemist. The moment she became a One-Cloud Alchemist, her status within Heavenly Mist City would rise up. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that she would be considered someone high-class the moment she became a One-Cloud Alchemist. The alchemists were the true rulers of Pill Cities. She exhaled a long breath. Yang Miji was slightly nervous. She delayed taking the test for a long time because of the Cloud Mist restaurant. She didn't know if she could pass the test this time. How was the Cloud Mist restaurant doing now? It seemed as though there were countless multi-taste fasting pills made by the Nangong family being sold in the surroundings of the restaurant. Would the restaurant be oppressed by them and became a laughingstock? Yang Miji couldn't help but become slightly worried about the restaurant. Creak. A heavy and dull sound resounded in the air as the bronze gate of the Pill Tower slowly opened. The dense and rich pill energy which permeated the tower overflowed and Yang Miji's body shuddered. Bracing herself, she entered the Pill Tower and started the test to become a One-Cloud Alchemist. Nangongwan was a slightly prideful woman. When she walked out of the store and said that she would taste Bulletin Fang's dish, she immediately regretted her decision. Of course, she regretted it because of the stinky odor in the air. However, she had already promised to eat Bulletin Fang's dish and she threw herself into a deep pit by mistake. She had a high self-esteem and would definitely not go back on her words. As such, she could only grit her teeth and have a taste of that stinky dish. In her mind, she was unwilling to put the food in her mouth as she wasn't stupid. She knew that eating that bowl of food would destroy her image as a goddess. There wasn't a single woman in this world who didn't care about her own image. When she caught that bowl and she looked at the blackish-yellow object inside it, Nangongwan wanted nothing more than to throw the bowl back onto the youth's face. However, she suppressed her emotions and controlled her actions. The words she spoke were like spilled water. It could never come back. She chose to eat the stuff in the bowl. If it was something which was truly disgusting, she could easily return back to use a body cleansing pill to clean up all the impurities in her body. Nangongwan became somewhat skeptical when she nibbled on that dish which was called the stinky tofu. She didn't sense any disgusting flavor coming from it. Her mouth was filled with a sweet fragrance instead. This is inconceivable. When she smelled it, it was extremely pungent. How could the smell change when she placed it into her mouth? Did that chef hide some kind of fragrant object inside the tofu? A trace of shock appeared on Nangongwan's pretty face. She subconsciously took a look at Bulletin Fang before eating another mouthful of the stinky tofu. The flavor changed once again and its fragrance exploded in her mouth. Nangongwan felt as though there was something massaging her oral cavity muscles. When she swallowed the stinky tofu, Nangongwan felt as though the pores in her body opened up. A surging essence and spiritual energy came from the tofu. She felt so comfortable and relaxed that she couldn't help but moan. She took mouthful after mouthful of the dish. She couldn't stop herself at all. She was already mesmerized by the stinky tofu. It was really delicious. She never tasted something like this before, and it was a completely different feeling when compared to the fasting pills. She was infatuated with such a feeling. She finished an entire bowl of stinky tofu. Can you give me another bowl of it? Nangongwan was slightly bashful when she asked Bulletin Fang for another bowl of stinky tofu. Her pretty face was flushed red. She was extremely beautiful. When she revealed such an expression, she became even more mesmerizing and alluring. The surrounding men widened their eyes and smoke almost came out of their nostrils. It was as though they had been injected with chicken blood. Oh my god! Our goddess wasn't satisfied with eating just one bowl. She seemed to be addicted to eating it. There were some people with sharp perception among them, and they looked at the bowl of stinky tofu with a doubtful expression. Was that really edible? It should be edible. They trusted Nangongwan. Since their goddess ate it happily, it was surely edible. All sort of emotions started to well up in everyone's heart. The gaze which they used to look at the stinky tofu was no longer filled with disgust. That was a dish which their goddess ate. Bulletin Fang completely ignored Nangongwan's adorable appearance. He curled up the corners of his mouth and stored the black turtle constellation walk. He took the bucket and walked back into the store. If you want to eat another bowl of it, then come to my store. As she looked at Bulletin Fang's frail back, Nangongwan held the bowl tightly in her hands. She nipped her ruddy lips as she enjoyed the aftertaste of the stinky tofu in her mouth. She looked at Bulletin Fang with resentment before following him into the restaurant. The people who were gathered around the store started clamoring. Their goddess actually entered the Cloud Mist restaurant. That decaying building which was supposed to be closing down. Her presence would bring light and honor to that restaurant. They were astonished as they started to whisper to each other. They didn't hesitate for long. There were several men who braced themselves and they bore the stench as they walked out from the crowd to enter the restaurant. Everyone else completely surrounded the restaurant and sealed it. After Nangongwan entered the restaurant, she found out that although the outside had an overwhelming stench, the inside of the restaurant didn't smell bad at all. Her pretty eyes immediately lit up. The interior of the store was tidy and clean. There was a light and sweet fragrance in the air. She swept her gaze through the store and found out that the source of the fragrance came from the 5 stripes path understanding trees growing at the corner. After a path understanding tree reached 5 stripes, it would become an extremely precious ingredient. This store was actually using it as decorations? She looked for a seat and sat down on a chair. She placed the porcelain bowl down onto the table and extended one of her fingers to sweep it across the table. That table was spotlessly clean. It didn't have a single trace of dust. Nangongwan was extremely shocked. It seemed as though the Cloud Mist restaurant was different from what the rumors said. What do you want to eat? Do you still want stinky tofu? After placing the bucket in the kitchen, Bulletin Fang walked over and stared at Nangongwan. She was sitting in her chair gracefully when Bulletin Fang asked her a question. Nangongwan's beautiful eyes fell upon Bulletin Fang's body. After she observed that calm youth, a trace of astonishment flashed through her eyes. The gaze which the youth used to look at me is too calm and indifferent. She was accustomed to the infatuated gazes of men on her body. Bulletin Fang's indifferent gaze made her somewhat excited. Apart from the stinky tofu, you still have others dishes. Nangongwan blinked her pretty eyes and asked. Of course there are others. Take a look at the menu behind you. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly answered. Nangongwan was taken aback. Turning her head, she really saw a menu where there were 4 other dishes. One of them was the stinky tofu. Surprisingly, it was not the most expensive one out of all of them. Nangongwan was startled. Her pink lips slightly opened and she covered her mouth with her hand as she was shocked. She was filled with incredulity when she looked at the prices on the menu. The shock which she experienced today after coming to the restaurant was truly big. 10,000 crystals? You are actually selling a dish for 10,000 pieces of crystals? Are you crazy? That is the price of an 8th grade elixir. Nangang Wan cried out in alarm. As a genius who would shortly become a one-cloud alchemist, she understood how difficult it was to refine an 8th grade elixir. The price of a dish was the same as the price required to buy an 8th grade elixir. Did the owner lose his mind? A bowl of stinky tofu for 20 pieces of crystals could still be accepted. Although it was expensive, it wasn't unreasonable. However, the price of 10,000 crystals for a single dish, the Buddha jumps over the wall, was too crazy. It's a genuine and honest price. Our store offers sincere treatment for all and fair trade to the old and young alike. Bulletin Fang looked at Nangang Wan with the gaze he would use to look at a country bumpkin. He sold a bowl of the Buddha jumps over the wall for 10,000 crystals even in the backward Light Wind Empire. He felt as though he was making a loss by selling it at the same price here in Heavenly Mist City. You actually said that this was a genuine and honest price? Nangang Wan rolled her eyes at Bulletin Fang. She tapped the table with her finger for a while before finally ordering another bowl of stinky tofu. Bulletin Fang gazed at her with his expressionless eyes and all of her hair stood on end. This woman hesitated for so long, yet she only ordered another bowl of stinky tofu. She was truly stingy and miserly. Bulletin Fang twitched his mouth. Please give me a moment. Chapter 425, The Promotion of Whitey. My host, congratulations on completing the mission. You have successfully started a branch store. Whitey's repair will start immediately and the new rules of the branch stores will be implemented. As Bulletin Fang looked at Nangang Wan who was holding a porcelain bowl in her hand, the solemn and earnest voice of the system resounded in his mind. The way she looked at him obviously showed that she wanted Bulletin Fang to give her another bowl of stinky tofu. He was slightly taken aback by the system notification and a trace of delight appeared in his eyes. Would Whitey finally be repaired? When Whitey fought against the Grand Baron Sex Heir of Heaven, Liang Kai, its body had been pierced through. It was returned to the system in order to be repaired. However, the system informed him that Whitey's repair would only start after Bulletin Fang successfully established a branch store. Whitey's repair finally started after he sold the first bowl of stinky tofu. The new rules of his store would also be implemented along with Whitey's repair. Bulletin Fang took a deep breath. He was looking forward to Whitey's return. As he had to start executing the store's rules, Bulletin Fang had no choice but to refuse to serve Nangang Wan another bowl of stinky tofu. This girl had already eaten too much. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly faced Nangang Wan and he curled up the corners of his mouth. He said calmly, "Excuse me, from today onwards, each person can only order one bowl of each dish every day." Bulletin Fang's voice wasn't loud, but it was quite clear. Nangang Wan was taken aback. She looked at Bulletin Fang with a resentful gaze. Is he irked because I ate too much? Even if you were disgusted by the amount I ate, you didn't have to make a rule like this. Nangang Wan shot a look at the big porcelain bowl before her. Her lips couldn't help but twitch. She actually ate so much. It was unbecoming of a lady for her to eat so much food in one sitting. You can't order the stinky tofu, but you can order others' dishes. Bulletin Fang was vexed and he couldn't help but recommend some other dishes for her. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup is suited to be eaten after the stinky tofu. How the hell it's suited? Nangang Wan rolled her eyes at Bulletin Fang. She was definitely a fool if she ordered that Buddha jumps over the wall soup. The cost of it was 10,000 crystals. She took out a bright and pure crystal before handing it over to Bulletin Fang. She gracefully stood up and swayed her alluring body as she walked toward the entrance of the store. She was delighted and infatuated with the comfortable sensation which she felt after eating to her heart's content. After walking several steps, she stood there in a daze. She never experienced such a delightful feeling after eating the multi-taste fasting pill. Was this the effect of eating a delicacy? Nangang Wan turned her head and looked at Bulletin Fang, who was clearing the porcelain bowl from which she ate from. She had a feeling that this youngster was slightly complicated. The situation in Heavenly Mist City would probably experience some changes due to the appearance of this small restaurant. Nangang Wan curled up her ruddy lips. She was extremely interested to see how everything would unfold. Nangang Ming stood some distance from the store, but he wasn't too far away from it. The moment he saw Nangongwan leaving the store with a cheerful expression, his pupils contracted. As a member of the Nangong family, Nangongming knew that this outrageously beautiful woman was extremely terrifying as well. He also knew that her talent in alchemy was out of this world. This woman actually didn't cause trouble for the Cloud Mist restaurant? The moment Nangongwan left the store, everyone surrounding the store went into an uproar. They opened up a path for her. Young Miss Nangong, how was the taste of that object? That object was too stinky. How did young Miss Nangong swallow it down? Goddess! Don't you feel like throwing up right now? The surrounding people started their discussion spiritedly. They were all doubtful and asked countless questions. Facing those questions, Nangongwan just warmly smiled and extended her fair and long finger. She placed it on her rosy lips and her sweet voice came out of her mouth. You guys can keep guessing about its taste yourselves. After speaking to them, she entered her elixir store. She closed its gates the moment she entered. The corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth couldn't help but curl up when he received the crystals from the several reluctant men who wanted to try his stinky tofu. It seemed like Nangongwan stirred up the curiosity of the surrounding people. There were many people who entered the store and wanted to try the stinky tofu. Bulletin Fang pulled a chair and sat down on it as he expressionlessly looked at everyone who entered his store. Owner! Serve me a bowl of stinky tofu. I want to try and taste the dish which charmed my goddess. Serve it to me too. The smile on her face encouraged us to come and taste the dish. Since my goddess ate it, then how could I not eat it? Serve me 10 bowls of it. I will prove that I'm the most suitable lover for my goddess. A big group of men flocked into the store and it caused the store to become bustling with activity. Bulletin Fang indifferently looked at the noisy crowd who entered his store. Bulletin Fang only stood up after they started to calm down. I'm sorry, but the store is closed now. If you want to have a meal, then come back tomorrow. Bulletin Fang calmly said. The people who just entered the store were taken aback. They all looked at Bulletin Fang with a strange expression plastered on their face. The store was closed? It seemed like this was a joke. What did you say? Kid, are you doing it on purpose? What's closed? It's your honor that we came here to have a meal. You dare to say that the store is closed? What the heck? If it wasn't because of our goddess, who would come to eat that shit-like object? You had the nerves to say that the store is closed. After they were taken aback for a moment, everyone went into an uproar. They became more indignant and angry the more they spoke. None of them expected that Bulletin Fang would use such a move. Was he trying to entice them by putting up a cold and indifferent front? Nangongming, who stood at the entrance of the store, started to sneer at Bulletin Fang after seeing the angry and indignant customers inside his restaurant. Was this guy a retard? He never saw anyone who wanted to court death as much as Bulletin Fang in his life. It was a stupid decision to open a restaurant in Heavenly Mist City in the first place. It was even more retarded of Bulletin Fang to reject the customers after they entered his store. Did he believe that he could depend on Nangongwan in order to gain a footing in this district? This was a district where the multi-taste fasting pills were sold. It wasn't going to be easy for Bulletin Fang to gain a footing there. The customers entered his shop due to curiosity. They wanted to try something new. It was delusional of Bulletin Fang if he thought that he could use that shit-like object to defeat the Nangong family's multi-taste fasting pills. There was a clear and distinct difference between the indignant crowd and the calm Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang didn't care about them. He simply shot a calm gaze towards them. Stop blockading my store. I said that the store is closed and I will close the doors shortly. All of you should leave. Do you think that we will leave just because you said so? Who do you think you are? I will surely eat a bowl of stinky tofu today. Do you know who I am? I'm the son of the third great aunt of the second lady of the maternal family of the Heavenly Mist City's lord. It was still fine when Bulletin Fang remained silent. However, the moment he spoke, every single one of them widened their eyes and they flew into a rage. In the first place, the ones courting Nangongwan were of the Heavenly Mist prominent families. Each and every one of them were nothing more than men of high ambitions but lacking capabilities. How could such men ever stand for such an insult from Bulletin Fang? Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. I was already speaking to them nicely. Why are they not listening to me? Green smoke twirled around his hand as he summoned the black turtle constellation wok. Bulletin Fang grabbed the wok and slowly raised it up. He pointed it toward the crowd who was making a fuss in his store. "You are all too noisy. Get lost." Bulletin Fang's voice was cold. The several men who were standing near Bulletin Fang instantly became agitated. Was he going to attack us? They didn't have enough time to open their mouth and speak. Their pupils contracted as they discovered that Bulletin Fang actually threw the black wok at them. That black wok swiftly became bigger as it flew at them. "What the heck? What is this thing?" There was one of them who exclaimed in shock as he tried to block that black wok. However, a tremendous force slammed toward him and he was unable to stop it. Everyone in the store was directly pushed out of the store by the wok. They all heavily fell down onto the ground and whines could be constantly heard. There were some of them who flew into a rage as they crawled up from the ground. They glared angrily at the Bulletin Fang who was standing in the store. Bulletin Fang stored the black turtle constellation wok and slowly walked to the entrance. He ignored everyone as he started to close the bronze door. "I will do business as usual tomorrow. If you want to taste the stinky tofu, you should come by early in order to taste it." Bulletin Fang's calm voice came from behind the bronze door. The complexion of everyone outside the store became ugly the moment they heard him. "Do business as usual tomorrow? Do you still think you can do business after beating this young master?" A cold sneer came from one of them as he walked away from the store. All of them left while harboring different intentions. Nangongming was inwardly delighted. It would be impossible for the restaurant to do business tomorrow after offending this group of people. He would still come back tomorrow in order to watch the good show. After Bulletin Fang shut the door, a slight feeling of helplessness welled up inside his heart. He was hoping that Whitey would be quickly repaired. He still needed the clothes-stripping crazy demon Whitey to make a move in order to deal with those retards. They would only learn their lesson if they were stripped and thrown out of the store. "System, how long will Whitey's repair take?" Bulletin Fang inwardly asked the system. "Whitey is undergoing a promotion of its intellect and some of its parts will be swapped out. Everything will take 12 hours, the system said in earnest. 12 hours? Bulletin Fang nodded his head. It seemed like he would be able to see Whitey tomorrow. He returned to the kitchen and placed the huge bucket into the cupboard. That would help to hide some of its stench. Although the stinky tofu was delicious, its stench wasn't something ordinary people could bear. Bulletin Fang intended to come up with several new dishes beside the stinky tofu. He had no time to slack off. Within the elixir store, Nangong Wan was soaking in a big wooden barrel. The unique fragrance of elixirs came from the water. Bubbles were unceasingly emerging from the medical liquid in that barrel. Nangong Wan curled a thread of her scarlet hair around her finger as she slightly squinted her eyes. "The true energy within my body is boiling over. The quantity of true energy is increasing as well. Is it because of that stinky tofu? Can a dish increase the quantity of one's true energy?" Nangong Wan was somewhat shocked as she found it quite unimaginable. How could she still retain her calm after finding out that there was a dish with the same effects as an elixir? Rumble. The medical liquid surged as steam rose from the surface of the water. Nangong Wan wrapped a white towel around her body and covered her voluptuous body with it. What kind of person is the owner of that restaurant? Is he an alchemist? I feel as though the dish he cooks has been influenced by alchemy. There is something similar about it. Nangong Wan muttered to herself as she left the barrel. The white and translucent sole of her feet stepped on the ground. Her tall and beautiful white legs were able to attract anyone's eyes. She snapped her finger and a person clad in black robe immediately appeared. That person stood near her respectfully. "Aunt Mew, go and look up that restaurant's owner status for me. When did such a person appear in Heavenly Mist City? This is truly intriguing." "As you wish, young miss." That person clad in a black robe respectfully replied Nangong Wan and disappeared without a trace. Nangong Ming stood in that room and looked through the windows at the brightly lit Cloud Mist restaurant. She held a cyan pill in her finger and placed it in her mouth as she smiled. The Cloud Mist restaurant? The last restaurant in Heavenly Mist City. Chapter 426, The Return of the Clothes-Stripping Crazy Demon. On the next day, Bulletin Fang woke up due to the noise coming from outside the store. He got up from the bed and started stretching. His mouth opened wide and he yawned loudly. Walking to the windows, Bulletin Fang looked at the street outside. The elixir stores were buzzing with activity once again. There was a never-ending stream of people entering and leaving the stores. Bulletin Fang propped his chin up with his palm and the corners of his mouth curled upwards as he looked at the bustling scene on the street. After taking a bath, he went downstairs and entered the kitchen. He started practicing his culinary arts like usual. There was a trace of anticipation in his heart when he thought about Whitey returning to this branch store. Since a night had already passed, Whitey's repair should be completed. He was quite excited. Bulletin Fang played around with a kitchen knife and it danced in the air. Light flickered around the knife and when he got tired of it, Bulletin Fang threw the knife toward the rack. After flying through the air, the knife landed accurately on the rack. Bulletin Fang exhaled a long breath before walking toward the entrance of the store. He then slowly opened the bronze door. After opening the door, dazzling lights landed on Bulletin Fang and he was startled. For a moment, Bulletin Fang was unable to adapt to the bright light. Whitey's repair is complete. It has also undergone a promotion. The teleportation will start. The moment the doors were open, the solemn and earnest voice of the system resounded in Bulletin Fang's mind. The bustle on the street became drowned out by the system. Whitey's repair is complete. Bulletin Fang's eyes slightly lit up. Since Whitey had been promoted after being repaired, it should be much stronger. After Bulletin Fang thought about the fact that Whitey became stronger, he became even more excited. After the stench of the stinky tofu filled the streets yesterday, the Cloud Mist restaurant became somewhat well known. Although the stinky tofu was really smelly, those who had tried it knew that it tasted really delicious. The taste was many times better than that multi-taste fasting pill. There were several men lining up in front of the store. They were those who ate the stinky tofu yesterday. Owner Bulletin, good morning. Serve us a bowl of stinky tofu. They entered the store and looked for a place to seat themselves. They spoke impatiently to Bulletin Fang the moment they found a place to seat. After eating the stinky tofu yesterday, they were unable to forget the taste of it even after returning home. Their mind became filled with the taste of the stinky tofu and they even started thinking about the stench which was emitted by the stinky tofu. They wished that they could leave their bed in order to get another bowl of it. All of them were shocked as they had never craved something so badly before. Not even the multi-taste fasting pill. Bulletin Fang looked at them and calmly said, wait for a while. They all nodded in at him and looked at Bulletin Fang as he turned around to walk into the kitchen. All of them thought that he went to cook the stinky tofu. However, Bulletin Fang left the kitchen just moments after entering it. All of them were shocked by his actions. Bulletin Fang came out as he carried a huge bucket with him. In front of the gazes of the dumbfounded men, he placed that bucket in front of the entrance of the store. After placing the bucket down, Bulletin Fang's black wok appeared in his hand. He spouted a golden flame into the button of the wok and he poured some oil into the wok. The flame started to burn quietly as if it wasn't there. Rumble. In just a short while, the oil in the wok started boiling. Bulletin Fang took a piece of black stinky tofu from the bucket and threw it into the wok. That stinky odor once again appeared and started to fill the area. None of the elixir shops were spared and they were all filled with the stench of stinky tofu. What the heck? That restaurant owner started to cook his excrement again. It's truly. What is he trying to do by cooking that stinky object early in the morning? Is that owner looking for trouble? How will we sell multi-taste fasting pills if he keeps on cooking that? The customers who were queuing in front of the elixir store started to shout and scream when they smelled the stinky odor. Their complexions darkened as they started complaining. They had never tasted the stinky tofu before. How could they bear with the stinky odor? They all furrowed their brows and they started to boil with rage. They became quite resentful after smelling the stench once again. That damned guy! Wasn't he afraid of being beaten to death? He was actually spreading poison this early in the morning. The owners of the surrounding elixir stores almost went crazy. Their eyes widened and became bloodshot. That guy was trying to cut off their livelihood. That stench was driving customers away. How were they supposed to make money if this kept up? It was truly infuriating. How could such a shameless person exist in this world? Bulletin Fang's expression was indifferent as he completely didn't care about those resentful and indignant looks shot at him. He cooked his stinky tofu as usual. After scooping out the deep-fried stinky tofu, he placed them into bowls, then brought the bowls to the people in his store after seasoning the dish. "Here is your stinky tofu. A friendly reminder from me, this stinky tofu can be taken out of the store." Bulletin Fang placed a bowl of stinky tofu in front of them before speaking to them. Those men were taken aback for a moment before a mischievous smile appeared on their faces. Owner Bulletin was truly too naughty. They didn't choose to take it out. Instead, they sat in the store and ate the bowl of stinky tofu happily. This stinky tofu was truly too delicious. All of them were thinking about the same thing in their mind. All of a sudden, some clamoring came from outside the store. Those indignant and resentful people started to retreat as a breeze carrying the stench of stinky tofu blew toward them. They quickly left the entrance of Bulletin Fang's store. A rhythmic sound of footsteps could be heard as a group of people came out from the crowd. This group was made up of the descendants from the Heavenly Mist City's big families. They were thrown out of the store by Bulletin Fang using his wok the day before. They were here today for revenge. This was the first time they had been thrown out of a place. What made it worse was that Bulletin Fang actually used a wok to smash them and they flew out of his store. Not even the Heavenly Mist City top-notch elixir stores dared to treat them like that. This small restaurant actually dared to show them such disrespect? Since that was the case, the restaurant should be closed down. The descendants of those big families were followed by some guards. The cultivation of all of those guards reached the Supreme Being realm and they all silently followed behind the descendants as they walked toward the store. Bulletin Fang blinked his eyes and looked at the group of people who were crowding around the entrance. He held a piece of stinky tofu in his hand. "Kid, I heard that you are quite arrogant and rampant. It looks like your store isn't closed today. Since that is the case, this young master will help you close your store." A youth who wore brocade clothes coldly sneered as he looked at Bulletin Fang. After he spoke, the two supreme beings behind him had an imposing aura as they took a step forward. "Do you want to cause trouble?" Bulletin Fang swept his gaze across those two supreme beings, and his voice was cold. He loosened his grip on the chopsticks in his hand. That piece of stinky tofu fell into the wok and oil splattered all around. A stinky odor assaulted the noses of those two supreme being experts. Oh my god! How could it be this smelly? The complexion of those two supreme being experts darkened and a wave of nausea swept through them. It was really like what their young master said. That guy was really cooking excrement. Cause trouble? Today, we're here to destroy your store. All of you, get him. Break all his limbs. You were courting death when you offended us yesterday. Those descendants of big families were accustomed to abusing their power in Heavenly Mist City. They were extremely angry when Bulletin Fang kicked them out of the store the day before. In an instant, a dozen more supreme beings stepped out. Following the lead of those two supreme beings, they charged at Bulletin Fang. They burst forth with all their true energy and the air around them was pushed away. Bulletin Fang was just an 8th grade war god. They were not afraid when they charged at him. Those two supreme beings attacked him at the same time. They tried to take him down and an ominous glow shone in their eyes. A trace of contempt could be seen when they looked at Bulletin Fang. Their true energy rampantly swept everything away as they charged at Bulletin Fang. Waves of energy rolled around and pervaded through the air. Bulletin Fang's clothes and hair started to flutter in the wind. Bulletin Fang intended to fight back. However, he stopped his movements halfway and his eyebrows shot upwards. The corners of his lips curled upwards and he knew that he had nothing to fear. Instead of trying to fight back, Bulletin Fang turned his attention back to the stinky tofu. He continued to fry them at his own pace. Along with a thump sound, oil splattered all around. Those two supreme beings were extremely angered. This fellow was actually this calm when facing the assault of two supreme beings? Was he looking down on them? What qualifications did an 8th grade war god possess to look down on them? Although they were just guards, they were still supreme being experts. Could you at least give us the minimum respect a supreme being deserve? You should at least try to struggle. Since you are seeking death, you can go to hell, said one of the supreme beings flying toward Bulletin Fang. He didn't continue speaking with Bulletin Fang and directly thrust his fist at him. He behaved with an imposing manner and his true energy surged through his body. His fist went after Bulletin Fang. All of a sudden, the bodies of those two supreme beings started to shiver. They subconsciously looked toward the store's kitchen. They could feel an ice-cold killing intent coming from within it. The troublemakers, will be stripped as an example to others." An ice-cold voice resounded as two violet glows burst out of the pitch-black kitchen. That glow was eerie and ice-cold. It emitted an aura which caused those two supreme beings' heart to shiver in fear. It seemed like there was a gigantic shadow walking toward them. With every step it took, their heart would shudder. "What's going on? What is that?" Those two supreme beings were shocked. They swallowed their saliva and asked each other. The corners of Bullet and Fang's mouth slightly curled upwards and joy welled up in his heart. Buzz! They then heard the buzz. The two supreme beings felt as though a strong hurricane hit them. The giant shadow appeared in front of them in an instant. When they were able to clearly see the object which appeared in front of them, they sucked in a breath of cold air. That was because the thing in front of them was a puppet. It was a heap of steel. That metallic puppet emitted an aura which caused their scalp to turn numb. The puppet's armor emitted a boundless aura. Those profound and abstruse stripes on the armor caused their pupils to contract. The eerie violet glow caused the hearts of the two supreme beings to tremble in fear. Those two supreme beings gave a loud cry and started their attack on the puppet. There was only one thought in their mind. That was to break the puppet which was emitting such a terrifying pressure. The violet glow in Whitey's eyes flickered and it raised its huge fan-like hand. Two crisp sounds resounded out. The two supreme beings were easily defeated and they were forced to the ground with a single slap from Whitey. In the next moment, those two supreme beings started crying in panic and terror. They saw that the fiend-like puppet was reaching towards them with its huge hands. The troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. Don't do it, stop. Ah! Reb. Chapter 427, Whitey, your owner is thinking highly of you. Reb. Two crisp sounds of clothes being torn apart resounded in everyone's ears. The gazes of the two supreme beings were filled with fear. Even though they wanted to Teriyaki Bullet and Fang a lesson, the appearance of Whitey caused them to be afraid. What was this thing? Bang! Bang! The two men were thrown out of the Cloud Mist restaurant. Their bodies streaked across the air before they came into close and intimate contact with the ground. Everyone else was stunned and they had no idea what just happened. It was especially the case for that big family's descendant who ordered those two supreme being guards to attack the store. He was dumbfounded and frightened. The two supreme beings who were thrown out of the restaurant landed directly in front of him. Their stark naked appearance stunned him. He didn't understand why his guards got thrown out. The complexion of those two supreme being guards became extremely dark. They never imagined that lofty supreme beings like them would be stripped naked and thrown out of a store one day. This was more humiliating than just killing them. As everyone surrounded the two supreme being guards, they blinked their resplendent eyes and stared at the two of them as they crawled up from the ground. Everyone burst into laughter. When the big family's descendant heard the laughter, he felt as though countless hands were slapping his face. He felt extremely uncomfortable. His face became red like a monkey's butt. He widened his eyes which were brimming with anger and his hair seemed like it would stand on its end due to his rage. Those two supreme being guards were not feeling any better. They were extremely embarrassed and they quickly took out some clothes from their spatial spirit tool. After wearing some clothes, they felt more relieved. Tisk, tisk. Lin's third young master, your guards are somewhat lacking, aren't they? They were actually stripped and thrown out of the store. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? A playful laughter came from one of the youths who wore brocade clothes. The youth jeered and taunted the Lin family's third young master. Are the two of you morons? If you can't even deal with an 8th grade war god, what am I keeping you here for? The Lin family's third young master stared at the two supreme beings guards whose clothes were in a mess and he angrily scolded them. Those two supreme being guards couldn't help but furrow their brows. Although their faces were flushed with shame, they still felt extremely indignant. They were, after all, supreme being experts. Even though they were working as guards for the Lin family, they had their dignity as supreme being experts. Lin's third young master, it would be better for you to make your guards step down. The youth which was taunting the Lin family's third young master spoke with disdain in his voice. He conveniently ordered his guards to attack Bullet and Fang. If his guards could successfully kill that Bullet and Fang, it would be as though he ruthlessly stepped on the Lin family's third young master. He was a young master of the Heavenly Mist City's Zhang family. His status wasn't lower than the Lin family's third young master. Both of them were pursuing Nangang Wan. Both of them felt that they were humiliated after they were smashed by the Black Walk and thrown out of the store. As such, they were back for revenge. Bang! Bang! The earth shook as a tremendous shadow appeared in front of the restaurant's door. Bulletin Fang threw the stinky tofu in his hand into the wok and he looked at Whitey in surprise. The metal puppet seemed as though it had a boundless imposing aura after getting promoted. Unlike its previous perfectly round appearance, after its repair, Whitey seemed more like a warrior who was draped in armor. The edges and corners of its armor were protruding out and they emitted an ice-cold glow. There was a pair of folded metallic wings on Whitey's back and they emitted a stifling and frightening pressure. That armor was filled with countless and innumerable profound and abstruse stripes. If anyone stared at those stripes for too long, they would feel dizzy. However, what delighted Bulletin Fang was that Whitey's belly, which wasn't covered by the armor, was still white and plump. It was the same as the Whitey he knew before. Bulletin Fang extended his hand and patted Whitey's belly. He realized that the feeling was the same as before. It seemed as though Whitey was still able to recycle the restaurant's trash. After its repair, Whitey became more dashing. Bulletin Fang nodded his head in satisfaction. System, what is Whitey's current battle prowess? The upper limit of its strength should be increased, right? Bulletin Fang curiously asked the system. Whitey's strength was quite powerful. After its repair, it should be even more powerful. Whitey went through a comprehensive promotion. The core of a profound iron mine in the extreme region was used to reform its body and make a special battle armor filled with countless offensive arrays. Whitey's battle prowess had a comprehensive increase and its current upper limit is tantamount to a divine physique echelon expert who broke through 5 of the Supreme Being's shackles. Whitey's strength is 2 grades above the host's cultivation. It has an outburst mode if more power is required. However, after using the outburst mode, Whitey must spend 2 days in order to recover. The system's solemn and earnest voice explained Whitey's improvements. Bulletin Fang was shocked by what the system said. Although he didn't completely understand what the system told him, he felt as though Whitey became quite amazing. He patted Whitey's round belly and the corners of his mouth curled upwards. Whitey, your owner is thinking highly of you. The violet glow in Whitey's eyes flickered for a while. It raised its fan-like hand and stroked its head. I was thinking about how an 8th grade war god like you could strip and throw 2 supreme beings out of the store. It seems like it was because of this puppet in your store. Is this puppet the reason why you are so confident? The Zhang family's young master swayed his body and squinted his eyes as he looked at the tall and sturdy Whitey who was standing beside Bulletin Fang. He sneered at Bulletin Fang with a cold voice. The 2 supreme being experts at his side stirred their true energy as they looked at Whitey with a serious expression. On the other hand, the 2 who had been stripped by Whitey looked at it with terrified gazes. There was no one clearer about how fearsome the puppet was other than the 2 supreme beings. When facing that puppet, they were unable to put up even the slightest resistance. The feeling was as though they were facing a divine physique echelon expert. In the elixir store across the Cloud Mist restaurant, Nangang Wan, who wore a veil, leaned against the door as she looked at the fight in the restaurant. She seemed to be intrigued and interested in the fight. A trace of astonishment flashed in her eyes. She thought that it was just a small restaurant with no backing. It seemed as though she had judged it too early. A chef of unknown origin and a strange puppet. This is really interesting. The fight attracted the attention of countless people. Everyone looked toward the restaurant curiously. They all recognized the Zhang family's young master and the Lin family's 3rd young master, as there wasn't anyone in Heavenly Mist City who didn't recognize members of the 2 families. They didn't expect that a restaurant owner would dare to provoke them. It seemed as though the owner of the restaurant was in for some suffering. There was no one clearer about the power of those 2 families than them. Their families were on par with the Nangang family. Bang! The aura of those 2 supreme beings from the Zhang family surged as they widened their eyes and angrily glared at Bulletin Fang. They shot toward Bulletin Fang as they tried to take him down with a single attack. One supreme being went to obstruct Whitey and the other one went after Bulletin Fang. They were quite good at cooperating with each other and they clearly knew their objective. The Zhang family's young master was extremely satisfied. As expected of his family supreme being guards, they were really skilled. He complacently stared at the Lin family's 3rd young master whose complexion was extremely ugly right now. Take a look at your family. It actually raised two supreme beings who were completely useless. Whitey slightly turned its head and the violet glow in its eyes flickered. The troublemakers will be stripped as an example to others. The words which came out of Whitey's mouth were the same as before. The hearts of the Lin family's supreme beings shuddered when they heard Whitey's voice. As for the Zhang family's supreme beings, they didn't care about Whitey at all. They roared angrily and revolved the true energy in their bodies with no restraint. It seemed as though they intended to burn their true energy in order to complete their task. A palm, which seemed like it had enough power to shatter a mountain, was thrust at Whitey. As for the other supreme being, he opened his arm as he charged at Bullet and Fang. It was clear that the supreme being intended to capture Bullet and Fang. As long as they captured him, they could keep that puppet under control. As such, they knew that their true objective was to capture Bullet and Fang. However, when the supreme being's gaze landed on Bullet and Fang, his heart shuddered. It was because Bullet and Fang looked at him as if he was a moron. Bang! An abrupt rumbling sound came from behind him. That supreme being was taken aback. Subconsciously, he turned around and looked at the scene behind him. He saw a scene which caused his whole body to shudder in fear. That puppet! That metallic puppet simply threw a casual fist while facing his comrades' all-out attack. A crisp sound of bones being broken apart resounded as the other supreme being was smashed and forced to the ground by Whitey. One of his arms was already gone and a bloody mess could be seen everywhere. Damn! Why is that puppet so strong? That supreme being who was charging at Bullet and Fang groaned inwardly. He turned his head to look at Bullet and Fang with a hideous expression on his face. I will capture you. The moment I capture you, that puppet will become useless. Come here. Rumble. His true energy caused gusts of wind to sweep through the store. The Supreme Being's cultivation wasn't weak at all. He was already at the middle stage of the Supreme Being realm. His body shot out like lightning as he angrily charged at Bullet and Fang. Bullet and Fang calmly looked at the Supreme Being with indifference. The gales caused by the Supreme Being blew against Bullet and Fang and his hair fluttered about behind him. His hair hung loosely over his shoulders as his velvet hair tie snapped. Plop! He loosened his grip on his chopsticks and another piece of stinky tofu fell into the wok. Steam rose from the wok and a foul odor filled the area once again. The Supreme Being was about to reach Bullet and Fang before he was stopped. A fan-like big hand blocked his way and held onto his head. A tremendous force came from the hand and the Supreme Being felt as though his head was about to burst open. He angrily roared. It seemed as though he had to use his most powerful move. That Supreme Being managed to break free from Whitey's grasp and he then fled to a distant place. He loudly gasped for breath and felt shocked. He raised his head and looked at Whitey with a face full of terror. However, before he got a clear look at Whitey, a fan-like palm slapped him. That Supreme Being spurted a mouthful of blood due to the slap and he was sent flying. Whitey slowly walked toward the two Supreme Beings step by step. It slowly approached both of them who were on the ground. It grabbed them and tore apart their clothes before throwing them out of the store. Their clothes fluttered away and the two Supreme Beings from the Zhang family were stripped and thrown out of the store like they were two dead dogs. Thump! Thump! Those two Supreme Beings experts fell in front of the Zhang family's young master. He was dumbfounded and astonished. He raised his head to look at Bullet and Fang. What the hell happened? Why were his bodyguards thrown out as well? This wasn't part of the plan. In the next moment, his body stiffened when his gaze fell onto Whitey. He discovered that the metallic puppet's violet eyes were fixed onto his body. Troublemaker. Who the hell is a troublemaker? What is that puppet going to do? I'm the Zhang family's young master. The youth's face was filled with fright and he quickly stepped back. He roared at the Supreme Being's experts standing beside him. What are all of you looking at? Hurry up and charge at him. Stop that bastard! Chapter 428, A White Butt. In front of the store's entrance. Whitey, whose violet eyes were flickering with an eerie and frightening glow, slowly strode forward. The armor on its body was heavy and ancient. It was filled with countless mysterious and abstruse stripes. The Zhang family's young master roared in alarm and he quickly retreated. He hid behind the group of Supreme Beings. The group of Supreme Beings took a look at each other and decided to protect the Zhang family's young master. If they helped the Zhang family's young master when he was in danger, it could be considered as the Zhang family owing them a favor. A favor from the Heavenly Mist City's Zhang family was quite precious. The remaining Supreme Beings chose to butt in and confront Whitey. Although they sensed a terrifying aura emanating from Whitey's body, they didn't take note of it. After all, that pressure wasn't world's pressure. This meant that the puppet in front of them was not in existence at the Divine Physique Echelon. The Divine Physique Echelon experts already broke through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. They were capable of connecting with the world, so the pressure they emitted was the world's pressure. World's pressure could crush every single Supreme Being expert. The puppet before them didn't possess the world's pressure. As such, it had to be in existence in the Supreme Being realm. Since they were all Supreme Beings, why should they be afraid of a mere puppet? They had more than enough Supreme Beings to take on the puppet. They could wear it down first before killing it. Break apart that puppet. That lousy toy actually dares to provoke me. As for that chef, capture him for me. I want to torture him to death slowly. The Zhang family's young master felt safer after hiding behind those Supreme Beings. After retreating behind the group of Supreme Beings, the Zhang family's young master's courage returned to him. He became rampant and shouted at the top of his lungs. The Lin family's third young master looked at him speechlessly. Weren't you just jeering at me? Why don't you keep laughing? The Lin family's third young master coldly sneered as he looked at the Zhang family's young master. The expression on the Zhang family's young master's face darkened. His rival in love just ridiculed him, how was he supposed to react? He was extremely angered by the Lin family's third young master's words, and he directed all of his anger at Bullet Fang. He roared with all his might. All of you, charge at him! Those Supreme Beings immediately burst forth with their true energy. The imposing manner of several Supreme Beings going all out at the same time was quite astonishing. Nangang Wan, who was standing on the other side of the street, propped her chin up with her hands as she looked at Bullet Fang's store. She blinked her pretty eyes as a trace of curiosity appeared in them. With so many Supreme Beings attacking Bullet Fang at the same time, how would Bullet Fang deal with them? Nangang Wan slightly squinted her eyes and she got lost in her thoughts as she looked at Bullet Fang across the street. Bullet Fang calmly collected his wok and grabbed the bucket as he returned to the store. Rumble. The intense rumbling sound caught her attention and she stared at the group of Supreme Beings who ganged up on Whitey. In her eyes, although that puppet was quite powerful, it would be unable to stand up against the assault of so many Supreme Beings. It would only be possible if the puppet was in the Divine Physique Echelon. However, Divine Physique Echelon puppets were extremely rare. Even on the Hidden Dragon continent, there wasn't a faction capable of producing a Divine Physique Echelon puppet other than the puppet sect. However, the scene which occurred in front of the store caused Nangang Wan's pretty eyes to widen. A look of astonishment could be seen in her eyes. A Supreme Being whose whole body was covered by his true energy charged towards Whitey like a war horse. His true energy seemed as though it took on a physical form, and the Supreme Being expert looked like he was about to trash Whitey. At the same time, all the other Supreme Being experts attacked. Their surging true energy seemed like it would tear the store apart. Whitey's eyes flickered and a bright but deep violet glow appeared in them. In the next moment, Whitey unfolded its wings. A jingling sound unceasingly resounded. It was as if a peerless divine weapon just came out of its sheath. The lazy air around Whitey changed in an instant. The aura it emitted became sharp and solemn. Bang! Its fan-like hand swiftly shot out and grabbed the head of one of those Supreme Beings. Whitey slammed his head against the ground and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The moment the Supreme Being's head pounded against the ground, blood splattered all around. The Heavenly Mist City's street was extremely hard and solid. A smash from Whitey was unable to break apart the ground. If they were in the Lightwind Imperial capital, a deep pit would already have been formed in the ground. The pit would be dozens of meters deep due to Whitey's power. This was, after all, the Heavenly Mist City, a pill city which possessed a pill tower. There were countless extraordinary protective arrays set in the city. After Whitey disposed of one of the Supreme Beings in one move, it stood up and ripped up the clothes of that Supreme Being. Even though his clothes were torn apart, the Supreme Being was still lying on the ground weakly. That puppet was actually able to dispose of a Supreme Being with one move. The remaining Supreme Beings were frightened and stared at Bullet Fang with terrified expressions. Whitey tilted its head and said in a mechanical voice, "No one will escape." Rumble. Rumbling sounds unceasingly resounded and Whitey started oppressing everyone. It was as though it was a malevolent wolf among a flock of sheep. Its metallic body possessed boundless strength. Every single one of its move would force down a supreme being and tear apart their clothes. Whitey left them on the ground stark naked. The remaining supreme beings were all beaten down in the same manner by Whitey, and they were barely alive at the end of the beating. They were all stripped and thrown out into the street. Whitey raised the head of the last supreme being, who had an aggrieved expression on his face, and raised him into the air. Its fan-like hand pulled at his clothes. After stripping the last supreme being of his clothes, Whitey casually threw him out. Just like this, all of the supreme beings were disposed of. Everyone who saw this scene was shocked. What the hell was that puppet? How could that puppet be so amazing? When everyone in the surroundings saw what happened to the supreme beings, all of them felt as though a cold breeze swept through their entire body. They felt as though they were the ones who were stripped and thrown on the street. All of them couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva when they looked at the stark naked supreme beings lying on the floor. Defeating dozens of supreme beings wasn't frightening. The scary thing was that Whitey managed to strip dozens of supreme beings. This puppet was unexpectedly a perverted deviant, just like its owner. One of them was cooking excrement in public. The other one was stripping people in public. When did such a pair of weirdos appear in the heavenly mist city? The Zhang family's young master stared at what happened in front of him with his jaws open wide. He was extremely astonished. For a moment, he wasn't able to think properly. All of a sudden, his pupils contracted as a boundless terror gripped his heart. He realized that Whitey was standing just an inch away from him. Its violet eyes appeared nightmarish in his eyes. "I'm the Zhang family's. AHH. Put me down. Don't do it. Stop." The Zhang family's young master almost broke down in tears. That puppet was actually a divine physique echelon puppet. How could a divine physique echelon puppet exist within the heavenly mist city? Although he was a playboy, he wasn't an ignorant fool. He was a descendant of the Zhang family. He still had some common knowledge about how the world worked. Wasn't a divine physique echelon puppet something possessed by people from the puppet sect? Rib. Whitey completely ignored that Zhang family's young master's miserable wails. Whitey directly ripped apart his brocade clothes and threw him out into a distant place. Those people in the surroundings started to clamor when they saw a white butt streaking across the sky. It's actually quite white. The Lin family's third young master excitedly looked at how his rival in love was stripped and thrown into the streets. All of a sudden, he felt a chill run down his spine. The Lin family's third young master's complexion froze as he stared at the Zhang family's young master's white butt. He slowly turned his head around and he was met with Whitey's violet eyes. "Why are you looking at me? I'm not. AHH. Don't." Another miserable howl resounded and another white butt landed beside the Zhang family's young master. After disposing of all of them, Whitey folded its metallic wings and its violet eyes flickered. It slowly turned around and returned to the store. Its giant body disappeared into the store in front of everyone. Bulletin Fang patted Whitey's belly and nodded his head. He was extremely content with Whitey's abilities. As expected, Whitey's presence saved Bulletin Fang a lot of trouble. It was much easier to strip the troublemakers before throwing them out of the store. It was a much better method compared to smashing them with his wok. He calmly went to the store's entrance and looked at the dejected Lin family's third young master and everyone else who crawled up from the ground. When he saw how they covered their butt before disappearing into the crowd, Bulletin Fang couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth. The store will still continue its business. After he spoke, Bulletin Fang turned around and returned to the store. After Nangongwan recovered from her shock, she squinted her eyes until they looked like two crescent moons. She cheerfully closed her store and rushed to the Cloud Mist restaurant. She realized that this store was really interesting. If the Lin family's third young master and the Zhang family's young master saw Nangongwan running to Bulletin Fang's store happily, they would probably vomit blood due to their rage. They were fighting over the affection of their goddess who ran cheerfully into the restaurant whose owner stripped them naked and threw them into the street. Why was the reality so cruel? The events which happened in front of the Cloud Mist restaurant quickly spread through the entire Heavenly Mist city. The Lin family's third young master was stripped. He ran around naked on the street. The Zhang family's young master fought for his goddess Nangongwan and ended up with his brocade clothes torn apart. He was also forced to walk around naked on the street. The Lin family's third young master and the Zhang family's young master streaked naked around the whole heavenly mist city. They were fighting over whose butt was whiter. As the proverb said, good news doesn't leave one's home. Bad news spread for 1,000 miles. After a short while, the news of the Lin family's third young master and the Zhang family's young master streaking naked on the street spread across the whole heavenly mist city in hundreds of different versions. Nangang Wan walked into the store curiously and sat in the same seat as she did the day before. Her long brows rose up and she removed her veil. Her peerless complexion was revealed to the world and she smiled at Bulletin Fang. She asked, "Owner Bulletin, are you from the puppet sect?" "That puppet is really awesome." "Puppet sect? I have never heard of it." Bulletin Fang was taken aback for a moment before replying Nangang Wan. He was expressionless as always. Nangang Wan sweetly smiled and said, "Only the puppet sect could make a divine physique echelon puppet. I said that I'm not from the puppet sect. What do you want to eat? If you are not here to have a meal, please leave." Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and he was shocked by Nangang Wan's words. He really didn't know what was the puppet sect. "Fine, fine. It's fine even if you don't want to admit it. I will kindly remind you that after half a month, the contest over the quota of the secret realm will be held in Heavenly Mist City. It will only occur every 3 years. At that time, every single sect on the Hidden Dragon continent will send some of their experts here. The experts from the puppet sect will also be here. You should behave yourself," said Nangang Wan. "So, what do you want to eat?" Bulletin Fang repeated his question again. Nangang Wan twitched her ruddy lips. She gave him a kind warning and he wasn't appreciating her kindness. Was he really not from the puppet sect? Then, where did that divine physique echelon puppet come from? Who cares? She would just need to send her Aunt Mew to properly investigate him. "Serve me a bowl of stinky too." "No, wait, serve me a bowl of egg fried rice. Since this is a restaurant, the other food should taste pretty nice as well, right?" Nangang Wan thought for a moment and told Bulletin Fang her order. She propped her chin up with her hand and she stared at Bulletin Fang. "You'll know how the rest of my dishes taste in a bit," Bulletin Fang stood up and said with an indifferent tone. Chapter 429, Why is it this delicious? The Heavenly Mist City, Pill Tower. The towering and imposing Pill Tower in the Heavenly Mist City brimmed with an ancient and archaic aura. Pill energy continuously flowed out of the small holes on its 4 sides. The pill energy was multicolored and gorgeous, and it resembled countless dense and beautiful multicolored clouds. The pill tower was constantly overflowing with pill energy because most of the Heavenly Mist City's alchemists were within the tower. They stayed there because they could refine better elixirs than usual while in the tower. Moreover, almost all high-rank alchemists stayed inside the pill tower. Once the high-rank alchemists began refining elixirs, they would cause a great turbulence, for all the spirit herbs they used were extraordinary, and thus the pill energy would be extremely dense and overflow. These pill energies converged and condensed within the area surrounding the pill tower like countless multicolored clouds, making the pill tower look even more beautiful. On this day, the pill tower's heavy iron gate was suddenly opened, and as it was being opened, it emitted a creaking sound that sounded like it was transmitted from the beginning of time. A rich spiritual energy surged out from the gate, along with the fragrance of mesmerizing elixirs. A person slowly walked out of the gate. As soon as he came out, the pill tower's iron gate began to close slowly, isolating its interior from the outside world. The person who had just come out of the pill tower was a youth, a red-haired youth. That youth had a sharp face and was extremely handsome. His body exuded an imposing aura, and as he walked, his true energy surged, causing his hair to flutter continuously. If someone looked at the youth from afar, they would think he was one with the world. After the youth exited the pill tower's vicinity, he stopped and stretched, and cracking sounds caused by the friction between muscle and bones rang out from his entire body. That youth wore a black alchemist robe on which an eye-catching, vivid and lifelike white cloud was depicted. He was a one-cloud alchemist. After a short while, some people quickly came to welcome that youth. "Young Master Wukui, congratulations on completing your secluded training," an old man, who had a peaceful smile plastered on his face, came up to the youth and warmly said. Behind the old man was a group of people from the Nangang family. Nangang Ming was among them, and he respectfully looked at the youth with wide eyes. The youth was Nangang Wukui, the eldest son of the Nangang family's patriarch and also Nangang Wan's big brother. He was a genius who was going to advance to 2 Clouds alchemist rank shortly. He was truly a terrifying genius. Not only was his cultivation extremely powerful, but he also had an astonishing gift in alchemy. Has my father returned from the secret realm? Nangang Wukui looked at the amiable old man and asked calmly. He will shortly come out. The contest over the secret realm quota would start shortly, so the patriarch should be coming out of the secret realm soon, and at that time, our Nangang family's strength will rise to a higher level, that old man said, donning a smile. A smile appeared on Nangang Wukui's face. Great elder, you are truly confident in our Nangang family. The old man just chuckled. He seemed quite harmless. Where is my naughty sister? Has she caused any troubles these past days? Nangang Wukui asked as he began to stride forward slowly. When he mentioned Nangang Wan, Nangang Wukui slightly squinted his eyes. The second young miss opened an elixir store recently, and she is selling elixirs in it, that elder sighed and said. The respected second young miss of the Nangang family unexpectedly went to sell elixirs. What a disgrace! Nangang Wukui slightly furrowed his brows. Nangang Ming, who was among the crowd, became solemn. Looking as though he had roused a wave of boundless courage, Nangang Ming looked at the youth and said, Young Master Wukui, all the while the second young miss has been selling elixirs, the second young miss got involved with a restaurant next to her, and what? Nangang Wukui's gaze fell upon Nangang Ming, and his imposing manner suddenly rose up. And she even ate an extremely stinking food made by that restaurant. Now, the citizens are all saying that, the Nangang family's second young miss ate excrement. Nangang Ming said while trembling under the world's pressure surging from Nangang Wukui's body. It even made breathing quite difficult for him. Cold sweat had already drenched his entire body. What a disgrace! Does that lassie intend to utterly disgrace our Nangang family? And, when did the heavenly mist city get a restaurant? And it actually dared to serve such an object to her? Is it tired of living? Nangang Wukui's gaze became cold as he snorted. When Nangang Ming heard the youth's barrage of questions, he became wild with joy. If Nangang Wukui made a move, then it was impossible for that restaurant to continue existing. When he recalled how Bulletin Fang humiliated him, Nangang Ming grew even more overjoyed. All of you, go back without me. I will go to that restaurant. Nangang Ming, lead me to it. Suddenly, Nangang Ming's vision blurred as Nangang Wukui appeared before him out of nowhere and patted his shoulder. This almost caused him to go weak at the knees. If you have deceived me, or exaggerated the situation, then you should be aware of the consequences. Nangang Wukui, whose hair still fluttered in the wind, looked at Nangang Ming and donned a warm smile to him, causing the latter's heart to lurch. Nangang Wan, who was bored to death, sat inside the Cloud Mist restaurant. There was a group of people sticking their heads into the store from outside, curiously observing her. Our goddess has unexpectedly come to this store once again. Was this store really that appealing? Did that object, which smelled like shit, truly attract and charm our goddess taste bud? The odor of the stinky tofu was still vivid in their memory, and many of them couldn't help but furrow their brows as they recalled the smell. As expected of a goddess, her tastes are truly unique. When Nangang Wan took a look at the pitch-black kitchen, her long brows trembled, and her eyes brightened. She saw a slim man slowly walk out from inside it. Bulletin Fang carried a bowl of resplendent and beautiful egg-fried rice which seemed like it had been made out of gold. He placed the dish before Nangang Wan, and then he pulled a chair and sat opposite her. Immediately afterward, he beckoned to her to start eating it. This is your egg-fried rice. Enjoy it. Egg-fried rice. Nangang Wan looked in surprise at the egg-fried rice which glowed faintly in front of her. She had never eaten egg-fried rice before, so it was just now that she discovered how beautiful it was. Other restaurants had already disappeared from the Heavenly Mist City, and the Cloud Mist restaurant was the only one left. In the past, Nangang Wan never visited this restaurant, so she hadn't tasted Yang Miji's black egg fried rice. Thus, she appeared somewhat surprised and astonished when the steaming hot egg fried rice was placed in front of her. It was as beautiful as a work of art, and she suddenly found herself unable to bear not eating it. Subconsciously, she raised her head and looked at Bulletin Fang while pulling up a thread of her hair. Eat it. What are you looking at? Bulletin Fang was somewhat puzzled. This woman was truly weird. Nangongwan nibbled on her ruddy lips and took a porcelain spoon from the tray. She used it to scoop up a spoonful of egg-fried rice. The round and glistering grains of rice resembled crystals, and a fragrance that seemed like it had been sealed in the egg's liquid immediately burst out from an opening within the spoonful of rice. Bang! Nangongwan's pupils dilated in surprise. It seemed as though a huge wave of air had blown at her face, and she couldn't help deeply twitching her jade-like nose. The aroma could only be described with one word: fragrant. It was too fragrant. The fragrance almost seemed like it had seeped into her marrow. Drilling under her skin, through her pores, and seeping into her marrow, the fragrance caused her entire body to tremble involuntarily. That fragrance wasn't something that the multi-taste fasting pill could rival. She slightly opened her ruddy lips, parting her pearly white teeth, and stuffed the spoon, which left a trail of egg liquid behind it, into her mouth. As soon as the spoon entered her mouth, Nangongwan's eyes widened, and she moaned. The dense steam surging out from the rice filled her oral cavity, making it seem as if there were a million small hands massaging it. Such a feeling was extremely marvelous and indescribable. Nangongwan felt her entire body tighten, and her pretty face became flushed. Her mouth had unconsciously started chewing, and she gradually increased the pace. With a slurping sound, she swallowed the mouthful of egg-fried rice. She moaned and comfortably let out a long breath. Nangongwan raised her head, revealing her fair and white neck. Bulletin Fang was surprised by the scene. This woman's reaction was too exaggerated. Although the egg-fried rice was delicious, this woman's reaction seemed similar to those who had just eaten the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. What the hell? However, what Bulletin Fang didn't know was that because there were almost no restaurants in the Heavenly Mist City, the city didn't contain any delicacies. Every citizen of the Heavenly Mist City's citizens just consumed the multi-taste fasting pills. Although fasting pills were practical and useful, its flavor wasn't commendable, unlike the egg-fried rice, which had a taste capable of pleasing anyone. It was Nangongwan's first time eating such a delicacy. She felt like her entire heart had been melted by the dish, and she was enchanted and mesmerized by it. The fragrance of the egg-fried rice made her feel like she was now swimming stark naked in a boundless sea. It was extremely pleasurable. She didn't care about Bulletin Fang's astonished gaze. She directly scooped up another spoonful of egg-fried rice and ate it. Oh! Why is it this delicious? Nangongwan's voluptuous body trembled as she ate. She couldn't help exclaiming and praising it. Bulletin Fang got praised until he became somewhat embarrassed. Immediately afterward, he watched Nangongwan crazily stuff the remaining egg-fried rice into her mouth in a horrifying manner, and her cheeks bulged. Her ruddy lips shone with an oily gloss, emitting a special allure and charm. While Nangongwan ate in an extremely crazy manner as though she was the reincarnation of a starved ghost, the aroma of the egg-fried rice's aroma gradually wafted out of the store. Everyone at the store's entrance immediately felt stunned. Why did it become this fragrant? Does my nose have a problem? This odor is quite fragrant. What is it? This fragrance is tickling my heart. What the heck? At first, a stinky odor, similar to that of excrement, permeated out of this store, and now, a fragrant odor has wafted out of it. Do I consider this odor quite fragrant because I sniffed that odor of excrement too much and became accustomed to it? After they had stood in a daze for a while, the crowd started sniffing the air. The rhythmic sounds of sniffing almost caused Bulletin Fang to jump in fright. He assumed those peoples wanted to cause trouble, so he almost called over Whitey. However, when he took a clear look at them, the corners of his mouth twitched. Bang! After licking the bowl clean, the Nangongwan placed it down onto the table heavily. Owner Bulletin, it was really extremely delicious. Serve me another bowl. Each day, a person can only order each of my store's dishes once. Bulletin Fang said, expressionlessly. Nangongwan's face was still flushed, and she pouted and said, serve me another bowl. This time, she spoke sweetly. However, when she saw Bulletin Fang's expressionless look, she rolled her eyes at him and chose to give up. You can order the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. It's many times more delicious than the egg-fried rice. Bulletin Fang looked at Nangongwan and noticed she still seemed unsatisfied, so he earnestly promoted the dish. A bowl of the egg-fried rice cost just 10 crystals, but a jar of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup cost 10,000 crystal. Bulletin Fang didn't lie to her. Nangong Wan was somewhat intrigued by it, and her beautiful eyes widened. Bulletin Fang was also excited, and he looked at her with a sincere gaze. Chapter 430, The Buddha Jumps Over the Wall Soup, replacement is guaranteed if it was fake. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup? Should I order the Buddha jumps over the wall soup? Nangong Wan began to ponder and hesitate. Although the price of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup was equal to the price of an 8th grade elixir, the soup could only satisfy her desire for delicious food, unlike the elixir. Was it worth it? Nangong Wan nibbled her ruddy lips and continued hesitating. She blinked and looked at Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang was looking at her with a sincere gaze. The taste of my Buddha jumps over the wall soup taste will surely not disappoint you, Bulletin Fang said while nodding earnestly. Shrimpy, who was laying atop his shoulder, waved its sickles, seemingly confirming Bulletin Fang's words. Was it really more delicious than the egg fried rice? Was there even a need for him to mention that? The egg fried rice cost her just 10 crystal, but the Buddha jumps over the wall soup would cost her 10,000 crystals. These dishes were not at the same level. It was like comparing a multi-taste fasting pill to an 8th grade essence burst pill. They weren't elixirs of the same grade. While Nangong Wan was still hesitating, she suddenly recalled the reason behind the increase in her true energy yesterday. It was obvious that Bulletin Fang's dishes weren't ordinary. Did the Buddha jumps over the wall soup also have such an effect? Nangong Wan's eyes flickered as she squinted them. She looked at Bulletin Fang, extended out her tongue, licked her lips, and said with a smile, "Serve me the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. If I find out that you are just deceiving me, then I will make sure that you can't continue doing business in the Heavenly Mist City." Nangong Wan waved her small fists at him and snorted. Bulletin Fang was delighted when she decided to order the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, and the corners of his lips curled upwards. These would all end up as a part of his true energy cultivation. When he thought of that fact, the gaze Bulletin Fang gave Nangong Wan grew warmer and more gentle. This woman was really wealthy. Wait for a while. Bulletin Fang stood up, turned around and entered the kitchen. The price of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup was high, and the difficulty in cooking it was also high because it was made of too many ingredients, so Bulletin Fang had to become serious and completely engross himself into it. The system spared Bulletin Fang many troubles and provided him with the ingredients he needed to make it because it was one of the dishes on the store's menu. The first time Bulletin Fang cooked this dish, he had used ingredients that he collected by himself. In comparison with the ingredients he had collected by himself back then, the ingredients provided by the system were quite cheap. After all, back then, he had used the meat of 2 supreme beasts. A dense steam began to waft out of the kitchen. That steam's odor was slightly peculiar. Although it was mellow and rich, it didn't seep into one's skin like the egg fried rice's fragrance did. It was simple and elegant, and it seemed impossible to disperse when it revolved around one's heart. A jar which had a strange shape was placed into the Black Turtle constellation wok. The golden 10,000 bestial flame burned underneath the Black Turtle constellation wok, emitting heat that caused the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water in the wok to boil. There was the picture of a Buddha carved on the jar. The Buddha donned an auspicious expression and seemed to emit a boundless gentle light. That light wasn't dazzling, and as the dish was being cooked, the Buddha seemed even more like it was about to come to life. It became vivid and extremely eye-catching. After Nangong Wan ate the egg fried rice, she was overcome with boredom, so she stood up and started pacing back and forth in the store. It seemed like she was examining the store. The 5 stripes path understanding tree attracted her interest. Owner Bulletin seemed truly wealthy, seeing as he used 5 stripes path understanding trees as interior decoration. The people outside the store were still wide-eyed because the fragrance which had wafted out of the store early on really piqued their curiosity. They felt their heart itch out of curiosity. They had only gone there to observe their goddess's activities, but now, they had been slightly attracted by the fragrance that wafted out of the store earlier on. Suddenly, an unusual spiritual energy fluctuation rippled inside the store. Suddenly struck dumb, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. As citizens of the Heavenly Mist City, they were quite familiar with such fluctuations. Nangong Wan, who was inside the store, parted her ruddy lips as she stopped observing the 5 stripes path understanding trees and looked at the kitchen in surprise. Didn't he say he would be cooking it? Why are there energy fluctuations of an elixir that has just been formed? Moreover, this is the spiritual energy fluctuation of a 9th grade elixir. As a genius who would become a one-cloud alchemist shortly, Nangong Wan was familiar with such energy fluctuations. She took a deep breath and watched the kitchen attentively. A person slowly came out of the pitch-black kitchen. The person held a big jar which had a strange shape. That jar seemed to glow, and strong and intense waves of spiritual energy fluctuation surged out from it. Such a boundless feeling seemed similar to that of a 9th-grade elixir. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly left the kitchen and placed the jar on the table. Nangong Wan quickly came over, and on the jar, she saw the image of Buddha sitting cross-legged above it, smiling at her. The scene left her feeling completely shocked. This is the Buddha jumps over the wall soup? Nangong Wan asked in surprise. It indeed is it. A replacement is guaranteed if it is fake. Bulletin Fang nodded at her. He raised his palm and covered it with his true energy. A humming sound reverberated as Bulletin Fang stroked the jar with his palm. The light emanating from the jar became even more dazzling, and Nangong Wan seemed to witness the Buddha begin reciting Buddhist scriptures. Crack! With a light crack, Bulletin Fang took the lid off the jar. A dense cloud of steam followed by a surging spiritual energy rushed out of the jar as soon as Bulletin Fang removed the lid. That jar's radiance gradually dimmed and eventually disappeared, leaving behind a newly emerged fragrance. The fragrance shrouded the interior of the store and instantly substituted the profound impression that had been left behind by the egg-fried rice. Nangong Wan was the first to bear its brunt. As soon as the fragrance assaulted her, her face became flushed. She took a step back, and her voluptuous body tightened. It's quite fragrant. Nangong Wan muttered blankly. That dense fragrance quickly spread and wafted out of the store, and the crowd outside perceived it. If the soup's fragrance before the lid was opened was gentle like water, then its fragrance after the lid was opened was like raging and stormy waves. Everyone outside felt like they had been engulfed by giant waves of the fragrance. The aroma has changed again. This time it seems extremely rich and fragrant. What is this smell? How can such an aroma, which could deeply engrave itself in one's mind, exist in this world? I got excited just by perceiving this fragrance, and I can't bear it anymore. Don't stop me, I will go in and take a look. I want to eat it. Those people outside, who were still wide-eyed, went crazy. Some of them could no longer bear the fragrance and entered the store. As soon as they entered the store, they saw the source of the fragrance. A jar of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. The shocking fragrance, which soared high into the heavens, seemed like it had a tangible form. Bulletin Fang glanced at these people, but he didn't speak with them. Instead, he took out a bowl. He scooped up some brown soup from the jar. The soup wasn't oily at all, instead, it was clear and limpid. He scooped a piece of 8th-grade spirit beast meat from the jar and put it into the bowl. He placed the bowl in front of Nangong Wan and beckoned to her to start eating it. Nangong Wan was extremely excited. The richness of the spiritual energy wafting from this dish was beyond her imagination. It was even richer than an elixir's. How had he achieved it? It was unimaginable. Did the owner Bulletin make it using alchemy techniques? This should surely be the case. He used alchemy techniques to make dishes, and it was only by doing so that he was able to completely preserve the ingredients' spiritual energy. This was the reason why this dish was overflowing with spiritual energy. Nangong Wan's face was flushed, and her ample chest constantly heaved up and down. She was slightly excited because she assumed that she already discovered Bulletin Fang's secret. After she had calmed down, Nangong Wan's gaze fell upon the soup in the porcelain bowl. An intense fragrance was kept surging out of it, and the fragrance stimulated her appetite. She scooped up the soup with a spoon, parted her ruddy lips and let it flow down into her mouth. In the next moment, Nangong Wan groaned lightly from her nose as her eyelashes trembled and her eyes widened. Young Master Wukui, it's here. That store is in this district that our Nangong family just recently started exploiting and selling our multi-taste fasting pills. The store cooked a stinky object, and it smelled like excrement. The stench caused the number of customers visiting this district to reduce drastically, seeing as the stench was extremely disgusting and unbearable. Nangong Ming brought Nangong Wukui, who wore the robe of a one-cloud alchemist, along with him and walked toward the Cloud Mist restaurant. He was somewhat nervous because the pressure that Nangong Wukui's presence brought him was extremely tremendous. As the successor of the Nangong family, his cultivation and talent were among the best in the Pill Palace. It must be known that Nangong Wukui reached the top 20 in a big competition held by the Pill Palace for young alchemists. Although the Heavenly Mist City was also a pill city, it was the weakest of them. Being capable of defeating countless geniuses of the Heavenly Pill City and the Heavenly Shine City to become one of the top 20, was an extremely terrifying and astonishing achievement for Nangang Wukui. Both the Heavenly Pill City and the Heavenly Shine City had a 5 Clouds alchemist, and with the guidance of these alchemists, the geniuses of these two cities would all be extremely terrifying. However, despite that, Nangang Wukui was able to make it into the top 20, becoming the one with the best achievement out of all the alchemists of the Heavenly Mist City. Anyone would feel a tremendous pressure just by coming in contact with such genius. Nangang Wukui, whose red hair fluttered in the wind, donned a somewhat lazy gaze. He only casually gazed at Nangang Ming and nodded in response. The two of them quickly reached the district. The area surrounding the Cloud Mist restaurant was filled with countless elixir stores. Some of them were owned by the Nangang family, and the others were owned by other people. The business of these elixir stores should have been flourishing. However, when Nangang Ming and Nangang Wukui arrived, they found out that there wasn't a single customer in these stores. Is this new district that our family started selling multi-taste fasting pills in? Isn't it too deserted? Asked Nangang Wukui as he furrowed his brows. Nangang Ming opened his mouth as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. How on earth could he know? This district had been flourishing just a while ago. Oh right, was it because that restaurant started causing trouble again? Young Master Wukui, it must be because that restaurant started something again and snatched our customers, Nangang Ming said bitterly. You must take care of this matter for the prestige and benefit of our Nangang family. SHH. Shut up for a while. Nangang Wukui squinted his eyes, raised a finger to his lips and warmly said. Nangang Ming, who had intended to continue speaking, quickly stiffened and he widened his eyes as he looked at Nangang Wukui. A faintly discernible fragrance fluttered around, and it blew at them like a cool breeze. Nangang Wukui couldn't help but shut his eyes and enjoy it. The 8th grade Spirit Beast Explosive Flame Boar along with the 8th grade Wind Thunder Spirit Falcon? This is slightly strange. It seems like there is also an aroma from the Cloud Drizzle Herb. This is really truly intriguing. Is someone refining an elixir? Nangang Wukui shut his eyes and muttered some names as the corners of his lips curled up. Chapter 431, I won't marry her off to you if you bully your brother-in-law like this. Nangang Wukui squinted his eyes as he enjoyed the fragrance. He tilted his head sideways, and the corners of his lips slightly curled upwards. The fragrance was winded around the tip of his nose, and with each breath he took, it stimulated his taste buds. He groaned softly and couldn't help but furrow his brows. He had assumed that there was someone refining elixirs, but now, he was sure that this aroma definitely was not that of an elixir. This was because an elixir's aroma wasn't this pure. The purity of this fragrance caused Nangang Wukui to feel overwhelmed with emotions. Nangang Ming stood in a daze because he didn't understand what Nangang Wukui was saying. He had also perceived the fragrance in the air, but he didn't find anything strange about it. This was a district where multi-taste fasting pills were sold, after all, so was it not normal to perceive the fragrance of elixirs here? Young Master Wukui's current condition seemed quite queer. Why was he intoxicated by this fragrance? With Nangang Week's experience, did he still need to care about the fragrance of multi-taste fasting pills? This fragrance wafted out from over there. Let's go there. Nangang Wukui opened his eyes and looked into a direction before he began to stride forward. Nangang Ming was extremely shocked. Wasn't the Cloud Mist restaurant also in that direction? Did that fragrance waft out from the Cloud Mist restaurant? This was impossible. The only odor that could surge out from that restaurant was an extreme stench. Why isn't it like I remember it? Nangang Ming's heart suddenly shuddered. As he continued following behind Nangang Wukui, he inwardly prayed. However, as they got closer to that restaurant, he began to despair. There were countless peoples in front of the Cloud Mist restaurant's door. The noses of these people twitched constantly as they sniffed the fragrance in the air. An infatuated expression was apparent on all their faces. Why was it like this? Weren't they all disgusted by the stench that wafted out from the restaurant? Is this place the restaurant you described as overwhelmingly stinky? A strange expression appeared on Nangang Wukui's face as he looked at Nangang Ming and asked. Nangang Ming almost wept. It was obviously not like this before. The owner of this restaurant really was cooking excrement. Young master, before, it was obviously. Just shut up. From now on, just shut up. Nangong Yukui patted Nangong Ming's shoulder, and then he turned around, went to the restaurant and entered it. Nangong Yukui's cultivation was extremely powerful. He already broke through one of Supreme Being's shackles, so he easily managed to squeeze through the crowd and enter the restaurant. As soon as he entered, he saw Nangong Wan sitting down and eating in the restaurant. She had oil dripping down her mouth. His brows immediately scrunched upwards, for he was quite astonished. Does this lassie not care for her image at all? The mouthful of the soup was mellow and rich. Nangong Wan's eyes instantly widened in disbelief. The soup was brimming with a rich spiritual energy which caused her whole body to become more light and relaxed, feeling as if she was washed and cleaned. As the soup gradually flowed into her stomach, it felt like a raging flame, causing the true energy within her body to begin boiling uncontrollably. This feeling. Nangong Wan was utterly stunned. She felt her true energy cultivation slightly advance and the bottleneck keeping her at the peak of Supreme Being realm slightly loosen. This soup was really this miraculous. Nangong Wan's taste was quite sharp, so she discovered the taste of countless ingredients in the soup, and this discovery shocked her even further. The cloud mist herb, the 8 cassia spirit leaf. These were all ingredients used to refine 9th grade elixirs. However, owner Bulletin unexpectedly used them to make a dish. This was truly wasteful. No wait, it seemed like using it this way wasn't wasteful, after all. Shocked, she had just realized that Bulletin Fang's Buddha jumps over the wall soup seemed to perfectly exhibit the effects of its ingredients, and moreover, it fused them completely, causing the soup's fragrance, which currently assaulted her nostril, to end up extremely rich and mesmerizing. Its effects seemed even better than the effect of elixirs. Is this an 8th grade explosive flame boar's meat? After drinking the soup, Nangong Wan parted her ruddy lips and let out a breath of air. She took a piece of boar trotters with her chopsticks, blinked her pretty eyes, and asked. Well, it really is the 8th grade explosive flame boar's trotter, Bulletin Fang answered, feeling somewhat astonished that she could figure out these many ingredients just by tasting the soup. It must be known that some ingredients had dissolved during the cooking process, and there weren't any traces of them left. This was the case for the spirit herbs, only their flavor remained in the soup. However, this woman was still capable of discerning many of them. It seemed like this woman had the potential to become a super foodie. After Nangong Wan recovered from her shock, she held that boar trotter and started eating it happily. The scene of a beautiful woman holding a boar trotter and eating it was truly somewhat horrifying. The group of people in front of the door were already dumbfounded when they witnessed it. This was also the scene that Nangong Yukui witnessed when he just entered the restaurant. He clearly understood how arrogant and proud his sister was, and he knew that she truly cared about her own image, but now, she was unexpectedly holding a boar trotter and eating it. This would completely destroy her image. Nangong Yukui suddenly felt like laughing at her, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he calmly walked toward her. Bulletin Fang raised his brows slightly and looked at the handsome man walking toward him in confusion. The man came over, pulled out a chair and also sat opposite Nangong Wan. The corners of his lips curled upward as he gazed at her. Nangong Wan, who was earnestly eating the boar trotter, suddenly felt a playful gaze locked onto her, so she looked at the recently arrived man out of the corners of her eyes, while still eating the boar trotter. Cough, cough. Before she looked at him, she was still fine, but right after she looked at him, she almost choked on the boar meat. Nangong Yukui, why did you come out from your secluded training? With a loud thump, Nangong Wan threw the bone, which was all that was left of the boar trotter, onto the table, and her cheeks puffed as she glared at Nangong Yukui. You still haven't advanced into the 2 clouds alchemist rank. Nangong Wan waved her greasy palm. She stood up and took a pair of wings from the jar with the intention of stuffing it in her mouth. Was the Buddha jumps over the wall soup delicious? It was extremely delicious. It was so delicious that it could cause one to weep, and at that moment, Nangong Wan had an urge to start weeping. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup was more delicious than the egg fried rice. The fat on the boar trotter's meat wasn't greasy, it was extremely soft, like cotton, and although she didn't like fatty meat, she still enjoyed the trotter's fat. As for the soup, it was even more delicious. It brought her so much pleasure that she couldn't help but moan. Lassie, are you a pig? Just as Nangong Wan was about to gnaw on the wing, she discovered that it had disappeared from her grasp. A playful voice echoed as Nangong Yukui held that chicken wing and sniffed it, enjoying its aroma. It really has the smell of a 5 crops flower. This really is the smell. Did he cook the ingredients with alchemy techniques? It is truly intriguing. Lassie, you must lose weight, so your big brother will help you taste this. Nangong Wan was extremely angry. That was her Buddha jumps over the wall soup which she had spent 10,000 crystal to get. How could this guy be this shameless? That wing was obviously not from an ordinary chicken. It was from an ingredient that Nangong Wyukwi had figured out earlier. It was the wing of a wind thunder spirit falcon. That wing had been properly simmered. Its meat was tender and soft, and it had a tangerine yellow luster. It was sure capable of stimulating anyone's appetite. Nangong Wyukwi proceeded to eat it without the least bit of hesitation. However, just when he just about to gnaw on the wing, he discovered a long and white palm blocking his mouth. Nangong Wyukwi was taken aback, even Nangong Wan was taken aback. Subconsciously, she looked at Bulletin Fang who had just blocked Nangong Wan's mouth. Excuse me, my store has a rule that some dishes mustn't be shared with others. If you want to eat it, then order it, Bulletin Fang said expressionlessly while looking at Nangong Wyukwi. Nangong Wyukwi looked at Bulletin Fang with a strange expression. Did this guy really block him? Didn't this guy know who he was? This girl is my younger sister. Don't tell I'm not allowed to eat her dish. Nangong Wyukwi raised the wing and pointed it at Nangong Wan as he asked. Nangong Wan opened her eyes wide and swiftly seized back the wing. Nangong Wyukwi, can you be less shameless? Said Nangong Wan. It's still out of question. The Buddha jumps over the wall soup can't be shared. Bulletin Fang pulled back his hand in disgust and waved it. He had put his hand on that man's mouth, after all. Nangong Wyukwi also seemed to have realized this, and his face darkened. He quickly wiped his mouth and spat before standing up. I will say it once again. This girl is my younger sister. With such wits, do you still want to get my sister? Don't you know that you must bribe your brother-in-law? Nangong Wyukwi earnestly looked at Bulletin Fang and spoke. Bulletin Fang was taken aback. What the hell? The corners of his mouth curled up, and he looked at that red-haired man as though he was some fool. Nangong Wan was really angry. Why did she have such a weirdo for a brother? Nangong Wyukwi, stop talking nonsense. Nangong Wyukwi patted Nangong Wan's head making her stop eating the wing and almost fly into a rage and said, I understand. I understand, for this man, you even disregarded your own image, so you don't need to explain anything. I understood everything. What on earth do you understand? Nangong Wan really wished to slap him to death with the wing in her hand. A jar of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup cost 10,000 crystals. If you want to eat it, order it. Otherwise, get lost. Bulletin Fang was somewhat dumbfounded by that man before, and he expressionlessly said. 10,000 crystals? It is too expensive? I won't marry her off to you if you cheat and bully me like this. Nangong Wyukwi grinned, and his eyes widened as he looked at Bulletin Fang. Her brother was just a clown. Despite his astonishing gift in alchemy, he was just an extremely lazy clown. If Nangong Wyukwi hadn't been forcibly sent into the pill tower by her father before he left, then this guy wouldn't have gone into secluded training. Before her father left, he forbid Nangong Wyukwi from leaving the tower before becoming a Two Clouds alchemist, and as expected, this guy really left the tower without becoming a Two Clouds alchemist. In Nangong Wyukwi's words, if he forcibly restrained himself, it would have a bad influence on his body. When the people outside saw Nangong Wyukwi, they went into an uproar. He was, after all, the heavenly mist city's man of the moment. The successor of the Nangong family had actually entered a restaurant. Was this restaurant supported by the Nangong family? If it was the case, it wasn't surprising that nobody dealt with the owner even though he had cooked excrement in the Nangong family's district. I'm really not allowed to eat my sister's dish? You must know that, you can't win my heart and support like this. Nangong Wyukwi, who was still not resigned, sat down and said. Bulletin Fang curled up the corners of his mouth and let out a breath. Whitey, there is a troublemaker. Buzz. A violet light flickered as Whitey came out of the kitchen. Nangong Wyukwi raised his brows and looked at Bulletin Fang and Whitey before looking at the cheerful Nangong Wan. He grinned before solemnly saying, don't make a scene. Just serve me a jar of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. I'm serious. After he said that, he seemed to think of something. He pointed at Nangong Wan and said, ask her to pay for it. She's wealthy. Chapter 432, The Clown Nangang Wukui. Ask her to pay for it, she's wealthy, said Nangang Wukui earnestly and calmly. After he spoke, he still raised his brows as usual and sent a look to Bulletin Fang that said, "Believe in me." Bulletin Fang was somewhat dumbfounded, and he wondered whether Nangang Wan and this clown were truly siblings, as there was a great difference in their disposition. Nangang Wan was at the very least slightly ordinary, and although she was somewhat cold and aloof, she still revealed an appearance befitting of a young girl when she was conquered by his delicacies. As for Nangang Wukui, he was just a clown who defrauded his sister. Nangang Wan's tender lips opened and spouted out that chicken's wing bones. She widened her pretty eyes as she somewhat indignantly looked at Nangang Wukui. Who are you calling wealthy? That was money which she worked hard to earn by refining elixirs. Nangang Wukui, are you courting death? Nangang Wan spoke while clenching her teeth. She would always be angered when she ran into this brother of her. In the last time, he even intended to recommend her to the Lin family's eldest young master, Lin Wuying. Lin Wuying all along viewed Nangang Wukui as his predestined enemy, and this guy unexpectedly wanted to become his brother-in-law. He truly went too far. As for this time, he was even more excessive and unreasonable and said something like that to owner Bulletin. She didn't even want to imagine the idea. It was just that the dishes cooked by owner Bulletin were too delicious. It was his charm. You are truly a retard. I don't have money. Nangang Wan ignored him and scooped that brown soup, and slightly blew at her before swallowing it. No. Didn't your older brother just come out of secluded training? I already spent all my crystals, my pretty sister, my beloved sister, pay it for me just this time. As Nangang Wukui smelled the aroma emitted from the Buddha jumps over the wall, he couldn't help but desire it. Its fragrance was sweeter than that of multi-taste fasting pills. As he looked at how Nangang Wan forgot her table manners while eating it, he couldn't help but desire it even more. However, it should be better to not remind her of such fact, as she would surely go out of control if he raised it. Just this time? My brother, you already owe me more than 100,000 crystals. Nangang Wan truly itched to take the bone on the table and stuff it in that guy's mouth. She never once witnessed such unreasonable and shameless brother like him. Haha. Is it? It seems like you are truly wealthy, and you wouldn't care about adding more to it. Just wait until I can refine 2 mark spirit pills. I will make money with them and will surely return to you what I owe you. Nangang Wukui gave out a hollow laugh and patted his chest as he assured her. I don't have money, and I don't believe you. No. My dear sister, didn't you see how your brother was fretting over your marriage and helping you? Nangang Wukui raised his brows and said. Hee. If you say another word about it, don't blame me for thrashing you. Nangang Wan coldly laughed. Isn't it just 10,000 crystal? Say, what do you want in exchange for it? Give me one of the recipes of 1 mark spirit pill which you got from the pill tower. If you aren't willing, then there is no room for discussion, said Nangang Wan. Okay, it's a deal. Nangang Wukui was taken aback for a moment before he agreed without the least bit of hesitation. He took a worn-out beast skin from his spatial spirit tool and slapped it against the table. Nangang Wan was stunned by his actions. Weren't the pill tower's recipes extremely important? Why did he comply this easily? Didn't he fear that this matter would be known by the pill tower? Nangang Wan was quite doubtful. Can I truly take it? Nangang Wan held into that beast skin and looked at Nangang Wukui as she spoke. Take it, my sister, is it possible that your brother will deceive you? However, I still must remind that it's extremely dangerous to try refining a 1 mark spirit pill without reaching the 1 cloud alchemist level, and if the furnace exploded, it may ruin your fair and tender pretty face, said Nangang Wukui as he raised his brows. Nangang Wukui further ignored Nangang Wan in front of him, who almost burst with rage, and turned his head around to look at Bulletin Fang. Serve me a bowl of this Buddha jumps over the wall soup. You have heard her, this wealthy woman will pay for it. Bulletin Fang was slightly dumbfounded by those 2 siblings' negotiations which he just heard. Wait for a while. He calmly spoke before he turned around and went to the kitchen. As Nangang Wukui looked at Bulletin Fang's back, his eyes suddenly lit up and he followed behind him and intended to enter the kitchen. Bulletin Fang didn't stop and his body quickly disappeared inside the kitchen. Nangang Wukui was quite curious and was extremely shocked when he smelled the Buddha jumps over the wall soup's aroma. He noticed that it seemed like it was cooked by using alchemy techniques, as the spiritual energy of the ingredients was perfectly preserved. From the fact that he could achieve such a feat, it was obvious that owner Buledin's alchemy skill was quite high. A technique for processing the ingredients' spiritual energy was extremely precious and important to any alchemist. He intended to follow Buledin Fang into the kitchen because of his desire of seeking the knowledge of such a technique. However, just when Buledin Fang disappeared in it, Nangang Wukui suddenly felt an ice-cold aura locking on him. That aura made his whole body shudder and caused him to have goosebumps. This feeling. Nangang Wukui turned his head around and saw that an unwieldy and armored puppet waved its fan-like palm at him and tried to grab him. That puppet, which gave him immense pressure, utterly shocked him. Such feeling was like he was facing an opponent at the same realm as him. It was precisely because of such a feeling that he was shocked. He was a divine physique echelon expert who broke through one of Supreme Being's shackles. If this puppet was in the same realm as him, then didn't this mean that this puppet prowess reached the divine physique echelon? A divine physique echelon puppet. Wasn't this an object which only the treacherous members of the puppet sect could make? Was this owner from the puppet sect? It didn't seem right, as those fools from the puppet sect would never cook dishes. A purple glow flickered in Whitey's eyes as its fan-like palm's speed was becoming swifter, and it caused a whistling sound to resound. Nangang Wukui's aura rose as his true energy surged out of his energy core and covered his palm. Bang! Nangang Wukui and Whitey collided against each other. Their collision caused airwaves to rise up as a gale swept through the store. However, such gale didn't manage to damage this store. Nangang family's body retreated back several steps, and he looked in disbelief at Whitey, who didn't even budge. This puppet is amazing. The kitchen is an important place, and unauthorized people aren't allowed in it. Whitey, come back! When Nangang Wukui was staring at Whitey with his shining gaze, Buledin Fang's indifferent and calm voice transmitted from the kitchen and warned him. Whitey swept Nangang Wukui with its gaze before slowly returning into the kitchen. Nangang Wukui was disappointed because he failed to enter the kitchen, but he returned to his seat and looked at Nangang Wan, who collected that beast skin and started wolfing down the Buddha jumps over the wall soup once again. He swallowed his saliva and asked, "My sister, how's its taste?" Nangang Wan only warily looked at him in response and didn't reply him. Wukui was somewhat bothered by her attitude. How could his sister ignore her own brother? He was bored to death, so he stood up and started pacing back and forth in the store. A 5 stripes path understanding tree? It's a precious object. Nangang Wukui stood in front of the path understanding tree and exclaimed in admiration. He extended his hand and grabbed one of its green leaves. Buzz! Whitey, who was in the kitchen, stretched its head out, and a purple glow burst out of its eyes and locked onto Nangang Wukui's body. Nangang Wukui released that leaf and put on a serious face as he waved his hand at Whitey. It was truly embarrassing. After just a short while, Buledin Fang finished cooking another bowl of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, and he carried it out of the kitchen. Dazzling rays were emitted from that Buddha on the porcelain bowl. Nangang Wukui exclaimed in surprise when he saw it. He could finally taste that delicacy. When Buledin Fang put the Buddha jumps over the wall soup before him, Wukui couldn't wait any longer and hurriedly opened its lid, taking a deep breath of that aroma, which surged out along with spiritual energy, and enjoying it. The other people who entered the store hurriedly ordered the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. The purchase of my store's Buddha jumps over the wall soup is limited to just 2 bowls each day. 2 bowls of it were already cooked, so if you want to taste it, come back earlier tomorrow, said Buledin Fang calmly. His words caused countless peoples to wallow in regret. My God! Its taste almost rivaled that of the 8 treasure chicken which that Qian old man is raising. After Nangang Wukui tasted the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, he excitedly exclaimed in surprise. Everyone was stunned by his words. What? 8 treasure chicken? The 8 treasure chicken of the Pill Tower's 3 Clouds alchemist, the great master Qian Zhong? What did the young master Wukui mean by those words? Could it be that? Nangang Wan seemed to think of something, and she widened her eyes as glared at Nangang Wukui, saying in a somewhat sharp tone. Nangang Wukui, be frank with me, you didn't leave the Pill Tower earlier, you were only driven out by the great master Qian, weren't you? Were you driven out because you slaughtered his 8 treasure chicken? Nangang Wukui's whole body stiffened, and he held a boar trotters and started eating it. He shook his head like a rattle drum. Even if he was beaten to death, he wouldn't acknowledge it. As Nangang Wan looked at his current state, she immediately knew the truth of this matter, and she couldn't help but start rubbing her forehead. My god, why didn't the great master Qian beat this guy to death? The 8-treasure chicken was a precious divine beast, and it was raised by the great master Qian for countless years, and in the end, it was eaten by this guy. What grudge did he have against him? I truly didn't eat it, I just chopped one of its wings. I didn't kill it. If he nurse it for some months, its wing will grow once again. Moreover, the great master Qian is still in secluded training, and he didn't hear about this matter, so he didn't drive me out. I slipped away by myself, mumbled Nangang Yukui, whose mouth was filled with food. Nangang Wan coldly looked at him out of the corners of her eyes. While Bulletin Fang's eyes slightly lit up. 8-treasure chicken? That was an excellent ingredient. It was a 10th grade divine beast, and moreover, it didn't have any fighting prowess or offensive ability. Its whole body was made out of precious essence, and if it was cooked using some special ways, then it would truly be a peerless delicacy. Furthermore, that 8-treasure chicken's wings could still be used as ingredients for the heavenly grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup. What Bulletin Fang was cooking now was just the mortal grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup, and there was a great difference between it and the more difficult heavenly grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup, as after all, the ingredients needed for them were completely different. Since the pill tower had such a precious ingredient as the 8-treasure chicken, it seemed like if he had some free time, he must go and borrow one of its wings. While Bulletin Fang was pondering, the other customers ordered some dishes after they came back to their senses, and although the Buddha jumps over the wall soup wasn't available now, there were still the sweet and sour rib and the egg fried rice. They once witnessed Nangang Wan eating the egg fried rice, so they were quite confident in it. They all ordered the egg fried rice. Bulletin Fang returned to the kitchen once again and started cooking. He still didn't sell any plates of the sweet and sour rib which Blackie was fond of. Countless fragrant bowls of egg fried rice were carried out of the kitchen. Their fragrances filled the whole Cloud Mist restaurant and caused it to become covered in steam. When all people were heartily eating, 2 people imposingly charged toward the store. Chapter 433, Damn it, who dares to provoke my brother-in-law? 2 groups of aura came bearing down like a roaring tidal wave. As the winds softly whispered, the long robes of those present danced in the air. A wave of murderous intent rushed forth as if blown toward them by the gust of dust and stone. Lin Wuying's face couldn't be any more downcast as he slowly led a large group of Lin clansmen over. Behind him was the 3rd young master of the Lin family who had just been stripped of his clothes by Whitey not too long ago. As of right now, this young master had himself tightly wrapped like a dumpling as he stomped around behind Lin Wuying, eyes glued right ahead and body radiating ferocity. Lin Wuying was the eldest young master of the Lin family. At the same time, he was the elder brother of the aforementioned Lin young master. In Heavenly Mist City, he was a genius alchemist whose talents towered over his peers. While he was still lacking in comparison to Nangang Yukui, that didn't stop them from being eternal rivals. If one had to make a comparison, Lin Wuying honestly wasn't all that handsome. In fact, some would consider him pudgy. If one didn't know him, he or she would have most likely mistaken him for a bystander. Then, there were the members of the Zhang family. The eldest young master of the Zhang family's main branch, Zhang Dongfang, was leading his own bunch of clansmen as well and, just like before, they were all blazing with ferocity. These 3 youngsters, Zhang Dongfang, Lin Wuying, and Nangang Yukui, were all titans of Heavenly Mist City. Unlike the last 2, however, Zhang Dongfang's talents in alchemy were bad, extremely bad, even rubbish. In the city of Heavenly Mist, he was an oddity. After all, in a city famed for its elixirs and medicines, there was a person who not only didn't sell said elixirs, but also didn't create said elixirs as well. Instead, he sold the furnaces used in alchemy. According to his own words, yes, I might not be able to perform alchemy, but I have control over your own. For an alchemist, a good furnace was indispensable, like how a good weapon was for a soldier. It was under such circumstances that Zhang Dongfang became Heavenly Mist City's largest furnace supplier. At the same time, his own standing skyrocketed in tandem. Zhang Dongfang was a skinny man, so skinny he might as well have been a stick at that point. However, his eyes were filled with life, with a sharpness one would expect from an astute merchant like him. With the way they seemed to dart around, those who bore his gaze couldn't help but feel uneasy. As the 2 groups bumped into each other at a crossroad, both sides only had glares for each other. Lin Wuying and Zhang Dongfang nodded curtly at each other. Even though both of them said nothing, there really wasn't a need to either. At their level, such things were understood tacitly. This time, their aim was only one thing, Bulletin Fang's little store. Third Master Lin, the younger brother of Lin Wuying, had his clothes stripped from him, forcing him to run through Heavenly Mist City with nothing but the skin on his back. For someone like him, his shame was the clan's shame as well. Depending on how one looked at it, it might have been a truly insignificant matter. Yet at the same time, it was also a matter of utmost importance. If the culprit suffered no retribution whatsoever, this incident would undoubtedly destroy their standing in Heavenly Mist City. On the flip side, the Zhang family had the same thoughts as well. After all, how could they allow the two great clans of Heavenly Mist City to suffer at the hands of some puny restaurant? No matter what, this humiliation had to be avenged. Considering the fact that this incident even happened on the territory of the Nangang family, it was even more fascinating. Lin Wuying and Zhang Dongfang exchanged a glance with each other before leading their respective clans away. Whoosh! The winds softly whispered once more. Both parties stepped into the Nangang clan's multi-taste fasting pill marketplace, and there they found something that left their jaws hanging. What they had envisioned was totally different from what they saw now. It was so empty, it was even unnerving. Exactly what happened here? Was the Nangang clan about to become bankrupt? Those two questions ran through the minds of everyone present then. The flabby muscles on Lin Wuying's face twitched slightly. Near him, Zhang Dongfang's hawk-like eyes seemed to react as well, glittering ever so slightly. The two of them were clearly intrigued by what they saw. However, after a mere moment spent walking around, their eyes were suddenly filled with the sight of a bustling store. With how abruptly the crowd size increased, it almost felt like their ears were about to explode from the din created. So this is the desolate restaurant you were talking about. At that, Lin Wuying threw a strange look at Third Master Lin, who was cowering behind him right this moment. The two of them, Third Master Lin and Young Master Zhang, were both a little flabbergasted right now. The directions were clearly right, this should be that desolate restaurant serving cooked feces, right? In the first place, there was only that one restaurant in Heavenly Mist City right now, so it wasn't even possible for them to be wrong. That's right, answered an unsure Third Master Lin, still recovering from the sight of a bustling restaurant, a sight which he would have never expected in his wildest dreams. As long as you're sure, follow me, humph, to dare to slap us, the Lin family, in the face like that, what a brave fool he must be. Lin Wuying coldly muttered before squeezing his way into the crowd. The Lin family has business here. Those who aren't involved, please take your leave now. As the two retainers of the Lin clan escorted their young master, they parted a road through the sea of people. Around them, the bustling crowd started to quiet down. As they looked at Lin Wuying's cold figure, none of them dared to utter a word. The Lin family had come. According to the rumors, the third master of the Lin family was forced to run home naked not too long ago. This must be their revenge. Lin Wuying had his hands behind his back and his bulging belly thrust out in full view. As he slowly strode through the crowd, the pressure he exuded seemed to cast an oppressive pall over them even without him showing any anger. Far away, Zhang Dongfang was busy spectating with a thin smile on his face. That Lin Wuying, what an entrance he has made. Let's go, it's time for us to make our move as well. A gasp and a startle later, the members of the Zhang family started parting the human sea as well, led by their young master, who had his eyes curled into crescent moons right this very instant as he walked toward the little restaurant. For two titans of Heavenly Mist City to appear in a restaurant like this, at the same time no less. Holy shit! This restaurant might just catch on fire with just its popularity. That was the first thought that ran through the minds of those present. Very quickly, however, their eyes turned as wide as saucers. Holy crap, these people definitely aren't here as patrons. It looks like this restaurant is in trouble now. That was the second thought that ran through their heads. Bit by bit, the astonished looks grew ever more as Lin Wuying and Zhang Dongfang strode toward the restaurant. For the successors of three great families of Heavenly Mist City to gather in one little restaurant, this place must truly be extraordinary. While astonishment was in the majority here, there were also those who were amused. The two young masters were clearly here to cause trouble. In other words, a situation was about to happen. Lest one forgot, Nangang Wukui was still inside that small restaurant. With the three most prominent figures of Heavenly Mist City gathered in one spot like this, was a clash of titans about to happen? Fully expecting such a thing to happen, everyone was now beside themselves with excitement as they stuck out their rubber necks and continually peeked into the little store. As the two of them reached the entrance of the restaurant, they turned to each other and smiled a smile that, while mirthful, was anything but benign. The two then continued onwards into the restaurant. The first thing they saw was the breathtaking sight of Nangongwan, standing there like a beautiful rose in full bloom. No matter where they went, an exquisite flower like her would always attract a few stares. For the two troublemakers, a resounding thud sounded out in their hearts right then. Was this restaurant backed by Nangongwan? If that was truly the case, perhaps an amicable solution would be better? Like a simple apology from the boss. Those were their exact thoughts then. Yet, at the very next moment, what they saw, was the unsightly scene of Nangongwukwi wolfing down some food while the corners of his mouth dripped oil. Immediately, their eyes went cold and narrowed. What the heck? Nangongwukwi was there too. Well then, things won't end so simply. Unless this boss paid the price, he'd better not even think about keeping this store open. Nangongwukwi. As he screamed out Nangongwukwi's name, the flaps on Lin Wuying's face were practically jiggling about with fury, and his teeth were basically ground flat at this point. Zhang Dongfang's face was just as stone cold as he glared at Nangongwukwi. With the two of them radiating such hostility, it was only natural that Bulletin Fang's attention was attracted. He stared at the two of them placidly, unsure as to what they were doing here. Nangongwan's attention was also drawn to the ruckus. She turned her head around and then, mere moments later, her jaw fell open slightly. What were they doing here? And that Lin Wuying, he was here as well. That was the blasted fatty who Nangongwukwi tried to introduce her to. Just thinking about that incident was enough to cause her heart to fill with anger. Oh, what a coincidence. Have you guys come to eat as well? Nangongwukwi turned around to face the two of them, face still stuffed with a giant pork trotter, and words garbled. As he said that, she waved at the two of them. Right, such a coincidence. While Lin Wuying was still smiling on the surface, his gaze was anything but friendly. His eyes, they were those of a vengeful wife. Zhang Dongfang shifted his gaze from Nangongwukwi to Bulletin Fang. He smiled and softly asked, so you're the boss of this tiny restaurant? Bulletin Fang paused and then nodded his head. Very good, even after slapping us, the Zhang clan, in the face, you have the gall to admit it so openly. You're an upright man, I'll give you that. So how do you plan on repaying your debt to the Zhang clan? Zhang Dongfang's lips curled into a mirthless smile at that point. Hearing that, however, Bulletin Fang's face remained as placid as before. So after all that hubbub, all these two clowns were after was to cause trouble, the Zhang clan, what was that again? If you aren't ordering anything, scram. Too lazy to waste any more words on him, and not all that fond of troublemakers to begin with, he minced no words with the two of them. He dared. Not only was Zhang Dongfang stunned, but also Nangongwan. Did owner Bulletin really not know Zhang Dongfang? He was practically a titan in Heavenly Mist City. Not only had his cultivation broken through the shackles of the Supreme Realm, he was one of the leading figures of the younger generation and also the largest supplier of furnaces. He actually told him to scram? That's just, so exciting. It was at that moment that Lin Wuying returned to his senses and his eyes were drawn to Bulletin Fang as well. On his face, there was no smile to be found anywhere. The owner of a small restaurant actually dared to harbor Nangongwukwi. If he didn't raise this store, then he wasn't Lin Wuying. You dare to strip the clothes of our Lin clansmen, audacious. I don't think this restaurant needs to remain open anymore, and you'd better follow me quietly for some self-reflection in the Lin clan's dungeon. His words were filled with barbs. Outside, the spectators had all gone silent. I knew it, this store is going down after all. That show lasted less than 3 seconds. Having suffered through Lin Wuying's words, Bulletin Fang's mouth couldn't help but curl up as he tilted his head toward the young master. Are you a moron? Lin Wuying's pupils narrowed and a sudden rush of murderous intent burst forth. Was this fellow asking to die? He actually dared to insult him. Boom! A titanic aura of oppression gushed forth from his body and like thunder, boomed. All around the restaurant, everyone felt an unearthly weight crash upon them, with many forced to retreat out of unease. The aura of an expert at the divine physique echelon. He was truly an existence to be feared. A number of them couldn't help but throw a pitying look toward Bulletin Fang. For him to call Lin Wuying a moron, was he trying to become a real moron himself? Did he think their fame was nothing but hot air? Troublemaker. Bulletin Fang's eyes narrowed as he blandly stated as such. No, you're the one courting death. Lin Wuying's flabs shook at that point. Whitey, we have troublemakers. Bulletin Fang lightly breathed in before calmly shouting out in an even voice. Shortly after that, Lin Wuying's pupils shrunk. It was because a certain ray of purple had suddenly blasted out of the kitchen. That purple ray had actually sent a chill running through his body. A gigantic puppet, seemingly clad in full armor, came lumbering out of the kitchen. It was then that the cold source of that purplish ray fixed its eyes on him. His body tensed up. So that's the puppet, that's at the level of the divine physique echelon. Humph, just because you possess such a puppet, you think you can defy us, the Lin family. Lin Wuying coldly laughed, but before he could even finish speaking, Whitey's mechanical voice forced its way onto the scene. Troublemakers, you will be stree. What the heck? Someone dares to harm my brother-in-law. Yet, in the midst of all that, a roar barged its way into the conversation like a raging bull, cutting off Whitey before it could even finish speaking. Everyone present turned their flabbergasted heads to look at Nangang Wukui, who had just slapped a pig trotter bone onto the table. Chapter 434, You Cannot Touch Fire Freely. Who dares to touch my brother-in-law? Nangang Wukui's arrogant words rang through the air. The surrounding crowd was astounded. They all stayed in disbelief, with their jaws open wide. Brother-in-law? Really? Brother-in-law? So, it was for this reason. No wonder this little store could act so tyrannical. Oh my god, this was totally unbelievable. No wonder. This explained why Goddess Nangongwan had been going to this store. Goddess Nangongwan even dared to eat a dish that stunk like shit. All of this was because of love. So, the boss of this Cloud Mist restaurants is actually Goddess Nangongwan's husband? My god! This is simply too crazy. Bulletin Fang's lips twitched. He really wanted to use the Black Turtle Constellation Walk to knock Nangang Wukui out. Who is his brother-in-law? When did he, Bulletin Fang, promise to be Nangang Wukui brother-in-law? Nangang Wan was also in a daze, but soon, her wits returned, and her delicate face turned red instantly. She directed a deadly gaze at Nangang Wukui, with scarlet eyes that seemed like they were spewing out fire. Boom! A green ball of alchemic flames appeared above Nangang Wan palm. Nangang Wukui, if you weren't my brother, this missus would have hacked you into bits and pieces already. If you dare to speak such nonsense again, this missus will go back and destroy that precious furnace of yours, immediately. Nangang Wan screamed in rage. It was impossible to face this clown with a calm heart. Both Lin Wuying and Zhang Dongfang were speechless as they watched the entire scene unfold. Originally, when statements laced with gusto are spoken by Nangang Wukui, it sounded really strange. The purple glow in Whitey's eye flickered. Nangang Wukui's words seemed to have shattered its momentum, forcing it to pause for a moment. Nangang Wukui wiped his greasy mouth while chewing. With a large gulp, his pupils dilated as he swallowed the delicious food down his throat and let out a long deep breath. Delicious. Dear little sister, you don't have to deny it. You are someone who is extremely concerned about appearances, yet you don't care about your image in front of Boss Bulletin. Since I am your big brother, I understand the intention of your heart, Nangang Wukui said, gazing at Nangang Wan with an unserious expression. Nangang Wan wanted to burn this person with her alchemic flames. Ahem. Please, don't speak of such nonsense and destroy my innocence, creating trouble in my store. Before Nangang Wan had a chance to express her rage, Bulletin Fang had already opened his mouth and rebuked Nangang Wukui, with an indifferent expression on his face. Nangang Wukui, however, stared at Bulletin Fang with wide eyes. What do you mean by this? Nangang Wan was actually rejected. Is my little sister not pretty? Is my little sister not lovely? If she is, then why are you unwilling to be my brother-in-law? Nangang Wukui scratched his head while looking at Nangang Nan. Little sister, looks like you cannot get married. Nangang Wukui. Don't act like a retard. Are you really sane? Lin Wuying's angry words cut through Nangang Wukui's ramble. Nangang Wukui smiled and turned to face Lin Wuying. This guy was rarely serious, but now that he was, his gaze stung like a sharpened sword, just a look at his eyes was enough to set one on edge. Although Nangang Wukui's lip curled into a shameless smile, the gaze he directed at Lin Wuying was brimming with arrogance. And, with a slight movement, Nangang Wukui's lips slowly parted. Why don't you take a guess? Sigh. Take what guess? Lin Wuying almost threw up blood. Even after that display of arrogance, Nangang Wukui still had the gall to ask him to take a guess. Why was this retard his destined adversary? Nangang Wan was also speechless, this was simply too embarrassing. The indifferent expression remained on Bulletin Fang's face as he patted White E's belly, causing the dim purple glow in White E's eyes to shine brightly once again. Boom! The golden wings on White E's back unfurled and spread open, and a strong gust of wind swept through the entire store. Lin Wuying's and Zhang Dongfang's hearts sunk, and they watched Whitey alertly. This divine realm puppet may be hard to handle. A little store dares to oppose my Lin family. Lin Wuying said coldly, glaring at Bulletin Fang as though the latter was already a corpse. Whitey's golden wings flapped, and suddenly, innumerable golden blades protruded out of them, emitting metallic clanking sounds, making it seem as if they were just about ready to be fired at Whitey's target. At that moment, a shadow appeared in front of Whitey, blocking its path. Lord White, don't need to be so anxious. Why don't you take a break? Let the young master handle these two idiots. Nangang Wukui's short red hair rustled in the wind as he held back Whitey, with a grin on his face. When he had said that, Nangang Wukui even patted Whitey's belly. Not bad. It's quite bouncy. Nangang Wukui, you really think that I, Lin Wuying, am afraid of you? Come, let's battle. Lin Wuying shouted as light enveloped his body. He dashed toward Nangang Wukui with a speed that was close to the speed of sound. The glow in Zhang Dongfang's eyes flickered as he, too, made a move. A whip enveloped with turbulent true energy was unveiled as he also dashed toward Nangang Wukui. Both divine physique echelon opponents had charged toward Nangang Wukui. The atmosphere in the store was once again filled with killing intent. Nangang Wukui squinted his eyes, and this time, his facial expression became serious. Suddenly, his true energy surged, and a dense white flame covered his palm. Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame. 9 Hell King Flame. Lin Wuying slowed his charge for a brief movement, and his eye brimmed with greed. Heaven and Earth Obsidian Flame. That was every alchemist's dream flame. The white flame on Nangang Wukui began to rotate, morphing into a flame ring. With a jerk, the flame ring lunged toward Lin Wuying. Boom! Lin Wuying was unable to dodge the flame and was sent flying out of the restaurant. On the other hand, Zhang Dongfang reached Nangang Wukui, and he swung his true energy-covered whip, which was currently as sharp as a knife, downward. Suddenly, at that moment, doubt sprung up in his heart. A shadow streaked toward the attacking Hang Dongfang, and before the latter could hit his target, the shadow collided with him and sent him flying towards the store's door. White E's eyes flashed with a brilliant purple glow. While Zhang Dongfang was still in midair, White E grabbed him by the head and dashed out of the restaurant, and then, it slammed the former into the ground fiercely. The impact created a deep hole in the ground, even though it had been reinforced with an array. Troublemakers, will be stripped as an example to others. The purple glow in White E's eyes flickered, and it raised its hand, preparing to begin stripping people. Suddenly, Zhang Dongfang, who didn't plan to let Whitey have its way, flew out of the depression in the ground, with his entire body enshrouded in true energy. This time, Whitey was thrown backward. A golden pill furnace hovered in front of Zhang Dongfang's forehead. He had used the pill furnace to push Whitey backward. Shine! Heavenly Mist City was encased in the bright aura of an array. The damaged ground was repaired by a formless energy. My God! Lord White was actually pushed back. Nangang Wukui, who was still holding on to his dense white flames, exclaimed in surprise. You'd better be concerned about yourself. As the white flames that struck Lin Wuying earlier dissipated, a formless aura could be seen enveloping his body, protecting him and isolating him from being burned by the dissipating white flames. You scourge! You actually used the 9th grade elixir, fire protection pill. Don't you care about your reputation? Nangang Wukui gazed at Lin Wuying in displeasure. However, Lin Wuying could not be bothered to respond to Nangang Wukui. He clenched his hands into fists, and true energy surged from his body. Then, his body covered with true energy became hollowed and blurred. Another Lin Wuying appeared and hovered beside the original. The Lin family's shadow art. Nangongnan watched from afar. This explained why Lin Wuying was one of the talents in Heavenly Misty City. To think that he could utilize the Lin family's trump card. The two body images disappeared from their original positions, causing the air to rumble as though it was being split. A frightening sonic wave spread outward. Facing Lin Wuying's shadow arts, Nangong Wuyukui remained calm. With a light push off the ground, he soared into the sky. Boom! A hole was made in the spot that Nangong Wuyukui had originally been standing by Li Wuying. Within the dust cloud that soared upwards after that attack, a shadow lunged sharply toward Nangong Wuyukui and attacked. Dense white flames immediately covered Nangong Wuyukui, protecting him. The speed at which the fight was taking place was so fast that the surrounding spectators couldn't follow the actions of both opponents with their naked eyes. Shadow art? You think you are my equal just because you mastered the shadow art? With a shout, Nangong Wuyukui reappeared behind Lin Wuying, and a flame-covered palm struck the latter's head. Lin Wuying was in despair. He quickly turned around, but all he saw was a fading silhouette, as Nangong Wuyukui had already repositioned himself, appearing behind Lin Wuying again. How dare you make a move on my brother-in-law? Slap! Another resounding slap smashed the back of Lin Wuyuking's head. Lin Wuyuking was totally enraged. Slap! Slap! New slaps followed older slaps consecutively. Nangong Wuyukui had gotten completely addicted to it. Suddenly, his hand was grabbed. Lin Wuying's eyes had turned bloodshot, brimming with hatred. So you enjoy slapping? Lin Wuying muttered in a voice brimming with anger. A black shadow appeared from Lin Wuying's skin and restricted Nangong Wuyukui's arm. Nangong Wuyukui blinked. So what? How about you, then, enjoying caressing my arm? Nangong Wuyukui retorted. Lin Wuying was startled. Suddenly, dense white flames surged out of the arm which was being restricted. Boom! The flames commused, and the intense pressure sent Lin Wuying flying, crashing into an elixir shop which was farther away. The black shadow dissipated as it had lost its support. Nangong Wuyukui took a bow playfully as he watched Lin Wuying. You cannot touch fire just like that. Next time, you better employ more caution. Boom! The ground trembled. Nangong Wuyukui turned to look at the source of the tremor. He saw Zhang Dongfang being pummeled into the ground by White Yi's fist. Another depression had already formed in the ground, despite its repair only moments earlier. At this point, 3 golden pill furnaces burst forward, pushing White Yi backward. Zhang Dongfang eyes brimmed with hate as he coughed up blood. He had never imagined that this puppet would be so strong. The golden metallic wings behind White Yi flapped, and its purple-colored eye locked onto Zhang Dongfang. The 3 golden pill furnaces hoving in front of him formed a strange array around him for protection. The array formation was quite mysterious. Zhang Dongfang's mouth suddenly twitched. Why did he even need to fight the puppet? All he needed to do was to kill the person controlling the puppet. Exuding intense killing intention, Zhang Dongfang pointed his hand forward, using his thought to direct the 3 golden pill furnaces to soar toward Bulletin Fang, who had been watching the show. As the 3 pill furnaces streaked forward, piercing through the air. Brother-in-law, be careful! Nangong Wuyukui shouted in anxiety. Nangong Nan was also concerned until she heard Nangong Wuyukui's warning, what brother-in-law? Bulletin Fang appeared calm in the face of the approaching danger, even Zhang Dongfang found his reaction difficult to believe. At that moment, Zhang Dongfang saw a wisp of green smoke curl around Bulletin Fang's arm, and a big wok suddenly appeared. Dong! The 3 golden pill furnaces collided with the black wok. Chapter 435, King of Woks. Black Turtle Wok. Zhang Dongfang was a pill furnace supplier in Heavenly Mist City. He practically held the monopoly over the entire business of selling pill furnaces in the city, and these 3 golden bright pill furnaces were his precious treasure. The 3 pill furnaces were not simply used for pill making, they were extremely handy when it came to fights. They could be used as powerful weapons in a fight. However, Zhang Dongfang actually fought Bulletin Fang from a distance. Although owner Bulletin's puppet was in the divine physique echelon, Bulletin Fang was merely a supreme being. How could he defend himself against Zhang Dongfang's killing techniques? Everyone who was watching the fight sighed. Closing their eyes, they were not willing to watch the outcome of the battle. Their Nangong goddess had just found a husband. It was a shame he was going to die soon. Nangong Wan was endlessly shocked in her heart. She knew that the 3 pill furnaces contained a terrifying power, and her complexion instantly changed when she saw that Zhang Dongfang was using them to fight against Buletin Fang. There was a tinge of sadness in her heart. Could it be that owner Buletin was going to die there? If owner Buletin really died, she would no longer be able to taste his delicious dishes. On the side, Nangong Wukui's eyes widened to the size of saucers, and there was a complicated expression on his face. He looked extremely sad and there was a sense of longing on his face. "Brother-in-law, please don't die like this." Shaking his head, tears formed in his eyes and they were ready to gush out at any moment. With the black turtle constellation walk suspended on his hand, Buletin Fang stared at the 3 pill furnaces. The corners of his mouth formed a thin line and thoughts flashed through his mind. All of a sudden, the black turtle constellation walk shot out from Buletin Fang's hand. The speed of the walk was extremely fast. Even though he was facing the 3 pill furnaces and a cultivator who was in the divine physique echelon, there wasn't a trace of fear on Buletin Fang's face. It was as though he couldn't be bothered at all even though his opponent was stronger than him. Zhang Dongfang might have been trashed by Whitey, but he felt no shame. Instead, he felt extremely carefree in his heart. That was just a puppet anyway. As long as he killed Buletin Fang, there would be no one left to control the puppet. If there was no one to control the puppet, Zhang Dongfang simply had to find the method to take over it. As long as he learned the method to control the puppet, it could be used by him. When he thought about how he would have a divine physique echelon puppet under his control, Zhang Dongfang became unable to control himself. A chuckle escaped his lips and he eventually started laughing maniacally. It was no wonder that Zhang Dongfang was a heavenly mist city's man of honor. He climbed his way up with his sinister means. Everyone who was watching the battle sighed in unison inside their heart. Owner Buletin was surely going to die this time. Which was tougher? Was it the 3 pill furnaces? Or was it the black turtle constellation walk? Buletin Fang wasn't sure of the answer himself, however, he had faith in his black turtle constellation walk. He had a calm expression on his face even though he faced the 3 pill furnaces. As the 3 gold bright pill furnaces flew toward Buletin Fang, a blast of wind blew against him. His hair fluttered behind him but there wasn't a trace of panic on his face. With an indifferent look on his face, Buletin Fang looked at the collision between his black turtle constellation walk and the 3 gold bright pill furnaces. The black turtle constellation walk was also known as the Heaven and Earth Metamorphosis Walk. It was part of the God of Cooking set. How could Buletin Fang doubt the power of the black turtle constellation walk? The power of the God of Cooking was beyond everyone's imaginations. Buletin Fang was still considered too weak now. However, every time his cultivation improved, he could faintly feel the terrifying abilities of the God of Cooking. Like the golden dragon bone kitchen knife. A single knife allowed Buletin Fang to run rampant in Lightwind Empire. When fighting against spirit beasts, it was as though Buletin Fang was cutting grass. As his cultivation grew, the golden dragon bone kitchen knife grew as well. The power of the knife was extremely strong right now. Nangong Wukui wasn't going to take action anymore. He simply stretched out his hand toward the sky as he watched the pitch black walk crash against the 3 pill furnaces. This pitch black walk. It should be broken now, right? After all, the 3 pill furnaces were Zhang Dongfang's precious treasures. They were not objects which could be deflected by a single walk. As the black turtle constellation walk flew closer to the 3 pill furnaces, a change occurred. Buletin Fang became stunned in his heart. Looking at the pitch black walk in the sky, Buletin Fang felt as though it was unbelievable. He actually felt emotions coming from the black turtle constellation walk? How was it possible? Boom! The 3 pill furnaces slammed against the black turtle constellation walk in the sky. A loud blast resounded in the ears of everyone and they felt as though their eardrums were about to burst. It wasn't just a single crash. The earth-shattering collision sound came wave by waves as it shook the eardrums of everyone present. Many people covered their ears and they were looking at the sky with a face full of disbelief. That black walk! It can actually block Zhang Dongfang's pill furnaces. Oh my god! That inconspicuous black walk is actually so strong. Is there something wrong with the quality of Zhang Dongfang's pill furnaces? How can he make pills if he can't even smash apart this black wok? Everyone was shocked when they saw that the pitch black wok didn't break after smashing against the 3 pill furnaces. They were dumbfounded for a moment before waves of discussion broke out among them. Nangang Wukui couldn't help himself and he waved his fists excitedly in the air. Owner Bulletin. Good job, what a beautiful black wok. Now that Bulletin Fang's black wok was able to block Zhang Dongfang's pill furnaces, everything would go much smoother. Nangang Wukui needed his fists and the aura he released got stronger and stronger. A powerful white flame emerged from his body and it quickly covered his entire body. Heat waves shot into the sky and a shockwave started to spread out with Nangang Wukui in the center. It affected everything in the surrounding and everyone became extremely afraid. The power of the heaven and earth obsidian flame is really unfathomable. Don't worry. He is not getting his pill furnaces back. Bulletin Fang looked at his black turtle constellation wok and calmly said. The moment the words left his mouth, everyone around him became numbed. There were even some people who scoffed at him for overestimating himself. The black and gold light in the sky was currently in a stalemate. Neither of them was able to overpower each other. Where did Bulletin Fang find the confidence to say that his black wok would be able to defeat the 3 pill furnaces? Even before the skeptical voices died down, a shocking change happened in the sky. The gold light which was emitted from the 3 pill furnaces became extremely bright. It seemed as though another small sun appeared in the sky and it blinded the onlookers. When the collision occurred, Zhang Dongfang became extremely upset as his pill furnaces were blocked by an ordinary-looking black wok. However, he didn't expect that a blinding gold light would burst out from his pill furnaces. This was a change which shocked him. This resplendent golden light. Could it be that his pill furnaces were about to overpower the black wok? That must be the case. Zhang Dongfang was so excited that he was unable to control himself. He wanted to shout out loud. However, before he was able to express his joy in a loud proclamation of victory, Whitey slapped his head and rubbed it on the ground. Zhang Dongfang coughed out blood once again. Even though he was unable to express his joy through his shout, the excitement in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Ah! The roar of a loud beast filled the void all of a sudden. In the next moment, a shadow could be seen in the midst of the resplendent golden light. The shadow was colossal and seemed as though it was about to break out of the golden light. The figure emitted a majestic aura and looked like it was carrying a mountain of gold. There were strange creatures flying on the top of the mountain peak. A terrifying pressure appeared the moment the figure appeared. In that instant, everyone was stunned. Bulletin Fang was endlessly shocked in his heart. Was this the black tortoise? There was actually a spirit residing in a piece of the god of cooking set? Even if there was a spirit hiding in each piece of the god of cooking set, it never appeared before. Could it be that the provocation of those 3 pill furnaces forced it out? God of cooking set, heaven and earth metamorphosis wok. King of woks. The dignity of the wok king was something which couldn't be challenged by 3 little pill furnaces. The shadow disappeared as quickly as it appeared. The radiance emitted by the black turtle constellation wok converged and disappeared as if it never appeared in the first place. It eventually changed back into a primitive, simple, black wok and it quietly floated in the void. Crack! 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 The sound of shattering was heard and it was loud and clear. The people who were shocked by the black tortoise's roar suddenly came back to their senses. They looked around in bewilderment and had no idea what just happened. In the sky, the 3 golden pill furnaces crumbled and became full of cracks. As a gust of wind blew against the 3 pill furnaces, they turned into fine sand as they poured down from the sky. The 3 pill furnaces were destroyed just like that. The only thing which was left in the sky was that pitch black wok. It remained suspended in the air silently. At that moment, everyone stared at that wok and they felt a sense of oppression coming from the ordinary-looking pitch black wok. Oh God! What just happened? The golden light. The golden light wasn't released from the 3 pill furnaces? How did the situation change all of a sudden? How could the 3 pill furnaces be shattered by the black wok? Puchi! The excitement in Zhang Dongfang's eyes froze and he crawled up from the ground with his shaky limbs. A look of disbelief was etched on his face and he was clearly shocked by the events which just happened. How? How can this be? My pill furnaces! Zhang Dongfang had just shouted a single sentence before Whitey grabbed his head and pressed it against the ground again. His fate could be imagined. Whitey rubbed his head on the ground mercilessly. Rib. Blood flowed from Zhang Dongfeng's head and he coughed out mouthfuls after mouthfuls of blood. The cloth on his body was finally torn. After his clothes were ripped apart, Whitey lifted Zhang Dongfeng from the ground. With a wave of its arm, it threw him far away. When he landed on the ground, a cloud of dust billowed around him. The other Zhang family members were horrified. Zhang Dongfeng. He was Heavenly Mist City's man of honor. He was actually stripped and thrown into the streets? Whitey's violet eyes glowed as they swept across the surroundings. They were ice cold as Whitey looked at everyone surrounding them. All the members of the Zhang family shivered when Whitey's gaze swept past them. They quickly retreated far away from this terrifying being. The Zhang family's young master who had been stripped by Whitey rolled and crawled his way to Zhang Dongfeng's side as he took out some clothes from his spatial spiritual tool. He quickly passed the clothes over to the naked Zhang Dongfeng. Fortunately, ever since he was stripped by Whitey, he got into the habit of keeping some extra clothes in his spatial spiritual tool. In the past, he only used to keep pills, weapons, and crystals in his spatial spiritual tool. No one would be stupid enough to keep extra clothes in their spatial spiritual tool. When someone reached their level of cultivation, they wouldn't be bored enough to strip their opponent naked. The only time they would be stripped would be when they met this crazy clothes-stripping demon. It's absolutely retarded. The black turtle constellation walk flew back into Bulletin Fang's hand and he caught it before slamming it against the floor. With a loud boom, the black turtle constellation walk smashed into the ground. He swept his indifferent gaze around his surrounding. Nangong Yukui, who was covered in flames, nearly had his eye pop out of its socket. He was stunned for a moment and his expression was very peculiar. As expected of my brother-in-law. You are really powerful. Nangong slapped his own mouth and laughed. Brother-in-law my ass. Would you die if you don't open your mouth? Nangong Wan became speechless. Boom. Lin Wuying's figure slowly crawled up from the ground and his eyes were still cold. After looking at Zhang Dongfeng who was in a sorry state, he felt a chill in his heart. This little restaurant. It was actually so difficult to deal with. No wonder they dared to challenge the Lin and Zhang families. Hey! Your monarch fire pills sound be gone by now, right? Nangong Yukui smiled and looked at Lin Wuying. Lin Wuying was shocked for a moment and in the next, his pupils constricted. Nangong Yukui, who was covered in flames, erupted with his full speed and appeared in front of Lin Wuying. The white flames raged on and the heat caused sweat to appear on Lin Wuying's body. Swoosh! Dark shadows appeared around Lin Wuying and his body moved through the shadows as he tried to avoid Nangong Yukui's attacks. Nangong Yukui revealed a mocking expression and he said, useless thing. You're not even one of the monsters from the young alchemy competition. How can someone like you avoid my attacks? If you manage to avoid my attacks, you won't be called Lin Wuying. In the next moment, a casual smile appeared on Nangong Yukui's face. A whirlwind of flames instantly appeared around his body. As the flames rolled about, they swallowed the shadows. Boom! A muffled snort could be heard and Lin Wuying's body fell out from the sea of flames. His skin was bright red and it was obvious that he had been unable to dodge Nangong Yukui's attacks. Nangong family's young lord. Please show some mercy. The moment Nangong Yukui threw out a ball of white flames toward Lin Wuying, a cold voice appeared in the sky. The pressure coming from the heaven and earth rose and it oppressed everyone. In the distance, the shadow of a huge hand appeared. With a slight squeeze, the fireball which was shot out by Nangong Yukui was easily crushed. For today's matter, you can count it as my Lin family's loss. The Lin family will apologize to the Nangong family another day. The rumbling sound continued for quite some time before disappearing. The corner of Nangong Yukui's lips curled upwards. In fact, he didn't want to kill Lin Wuying. The last fireball he shot out was simply for show. The reason he shot out the fireball was to force out the Lin family's experts. They were divine physique echelon experts who had broken two of the Supreme Being shackles. After coughing a mouthful of blood, Lin Wuying stood up with help from his family members. Tisk, tisk. In order to satisfy Master Whitey's hobby, Lin Wuying, you'd better start running. With a smile on his face, Nangong Yukui snapped his fingers. Lin Wuying stiffened his body as a white flame engulfed him. Although it didn't hurt him in the slightest, the torn clothes on his body turned into ashes. Lin Wuying felt a cold breeze as a gust of wind suddenly appeared from nowhere. Ah! Nanggong Yukui, Lin Wuying, won't rest till one of us is dead. In the next moment, a sound tore through the skies. It was the sound of a squealing pig as it got slaughtered. Chapter 436, It was all because I saw you in the crowd. PSSH. A dense wave of pill energy came gushing out of the pill tower as if a giant whale had just blasted a pillar of water high into the heavens. The pill energy swirled and danced about the air, causing the entire pill tower to take on an almost illusory and bewitching quality. A rush of overwhelming pressure cascaded downwards from the horizon while the clouds shuffled about high above the tower. The pill energy continued billowing from the tower, gush after gush, like a flashy celebration complete with flowers and confetti. Within the towering abodes in Heavenly Mist City, the eyes of their inhabitants were all drawn toward the direction of the pill tower. Some eyed the spectacle with envy in their eyes and their mouths wide open. So it seems another person of the pill tower is about to break free of the shackles of the divine realm? Another one-cloud pill master has been born. I wonder who it will be. Don't tell me it's our goddess, Nanggong Wan? That can't be right, wasn't there word of her eating in some restaurant not too long ago? Humph, but who else can it be, then? Is there anyone else other than the goddess? She has the greatest chance in Heavenly Mist City to become a one-cloud pill master. A number of onlookers were currently engaged in heated debate while some merely gazed at the pill tower curiously. As one of the landmarks of Heavenly Mist City, that tower instilled quite a bit of awe in those who saw it. A one-cloud pill master. In order to be one had to be able to create a one-mark spirit pill. That was the hurdle every alchemist had to overcome, and it was also the hallmark of that realm. After all, those pills were able to command an astronomical price in Heavenly Mist City. Furthermore, within the entire city of Heaven Mist, a city that boasted a population of over 100,000, the number of one-cloud alchemists were merely in the hundreds. As they said, rarity gave rise to value. Because there weren't that many alchemists who could create such a pill, its prices were naturally high. Rumble. The ancient brass gates creaked open with a rumble. A dense wave of spirit energy and pill energy rushed out of the pill tower. The pungent smell of pills seemed to overwhelm those present and induce a hallucinatory state in them. The majority, however, had their eyes wide open as they eyed the silhouette exiting the gates. They were all curious as to whether or not it was the goddess, Nanggong Wan, who managed to become a one-cloud alchemist. One had to know that becoming a one-cloud alchemist wasn't easy. Not only did one have to have a strong enough cultivation, but also their mental strength had to be sufficient. It was only then that one stood a chance of becoming a one-cloud alchemist. Everyone had their necks stretched to their limits as they tried to get a glimpse of the figure. It was a burly figure, one whose steps seemed to resemble a dragon's. It was a male. Exactly who was this genius? The curiosity grew even more amongst those present. A breeze blew through the scene, scattering the smoke in the process and revealing a stoic face. Yang Miji blinked her eyes slightly as she basked in the blinding radiance of the burning sun. As she did so, she couldn't help but suck in a gasp of air. Finally! I've broken through. It was all thanks to Teacher's 3-mark dragon coalescing pill that I managed to reach the realm of the half-divine from a war god. With my supreme mental strength, I've finally been recognized as a one-cloud alchemist. Even now, Yang Miji was a little shell-shocked by all that had happened. It was barely half a month ago that she stepped into the pill tower. Back then, she was nothing and yet here she was, completely reborn. She had become a one-cloud alchemist even earlier than Nanggong Wan no less. That bit of elation leaked out of her heart in the form of a smile. That simple smile stunned all those who were present. The new one-cloud alchemist wasn't some man at all. It was a girl. A girl with tree trunks for limbs and a log for a body. That was just. That's Yang Miji. The genius student from the Alchemist Academy and Master Suanbi's disciple. So it's her. No wonder. Gasp. How terrifying, wasn't she just a war god just half a month ago? How did she become a one-cloud alchemist? The news of Yang Miji's breakthrough quickly washed through the city like a tsunami, reaching every nook and cranny in mere moments. The entire city was in shock right now. Yang Miji, the same one who opened a restaurant, was the one who became a one-cloud alchemist. The same Yang Miji whose alchemical talents rivaled her girth. She had returned. Back at the Cloud Mist restaurant. At the entrance of the little restaurant sat Nangang Wukui with one leg crossed over the other as they shook about. With how fast they were shaking, it was almost frightening to watch. As for his hands, they were currently gripping down an elixir. From time to time, he would pop a pill or two into his mouth and, with a resounding crunch, start munching on them like candies. Within the elixir stores around the Cloud Mist restaurant, a good number of the bosses present were all eyeing him, completely at a loss for words right now. As owners of their own elixir stores, how could they not recognize what it was in his hands right now? Those were 5th-grade elixirs, each of them was worth at least several hundred crystals. And yet here he was, munching on them like sweets. How many crystals had been wasted already? As expected of the young master of the Nangang family, truly in a league of his own. Within the Cloud Mist restaurant, the scene was practically on fire right now with how many dishes there were flying about and how dense the smell of food was. Each and every patron had a look of utter bliss as they savored the delicacies rolling out of the kitchen. Having finished her own Buddha jumps over the wall, Nangang Wan left for work. As unwilling as she might be, she had no choice in this matter. If she didn't work, she wouldn't even have the money to taste another serving of that heavenly Buddha jumps over the wall. Even now, the several hundred thousands of crystals owed to her by Nangang Wukui was nowhere to be found. That shameless fellow! She just knew that he would never return the money. That fellow had just finished his own Buddha jumps over the wall. That was why he was now sitting lazily at the entrance of the restaurant while munching on some snacks. He was currently basking in the fragrances wafting out of the restaurant. To him, those scents were significantly more pleasant than the medicinal smells he had to contend with. Ever since he started eating owner Buletin's dishes, he noticed a growing lazy streak within himself, even his passion for alchemy seemed to have gone missing. Sigh, the depravity of a full stomach. The sun continued bathing the city in its warm light. Down below, Buletin Fang stepped out of his kitchen, wiped off the grime on his hand and then pulled a chair for himself to relax in, back sprawled lazily as he soaked in the warming rays. Old Buletin, care for something tasty, what do you say? Nangang Wukui eyed him before offering one of his 5th-grade elixirs. No thanks, I hate medicines. Buletin Fang narrowed his eyes slightly before placidly refusing the offer. With no patrons left to handle, he found himself with a momentary bit of reprieve. Are you silly or something? This is an elixir, not medicine, Nangang Wukui said with utmost seriousness. Buletin Fang, on the other hand, pursed his lips and said nothing more. Ever since that stripping incident involving the Lin family and the Zhang family, this little restaurant, the Cloud Mist restaurant, had exploded in fame. Thanks to that, not only did a number of people learn of its existence, its business skyrocketed as well. At the same time, these new patrons came to learn of its temperamental owner. In truth, Buletin Fang was a rather amiable person. As long as one discounted his facial paralysis, he was actually pretty easy to get along with. Just look at Nangang Wukui over there getting along so well with Buletin Fang. Those who had finished their meals would exit the restaurant with a smile on their faces as they waved goodbye. At times, Buletin Fang would nod as well. In what seemed like an instant, the restaurant seemed to have grown accustomed to its new activity. Yang Miji was currently strolling toward the Cloud Mist restaurant. She was a little uneasy right now. How was that restaurant doing right now? Perhaps it had already collapsed by now. After all, it was in a rather dangerous place, being located in Nangang's multi-taste fasting pill sales district. To begin with, how was a mere restaurant supposed to compete with an elixir store? With that in mind, Yang Miji couldn't help but sigh. Her father was the one who passed on that restaurant to her and yet she couldn't lead it to prosperity. Truly a depressing thought. She gritted her teeth and steeled her resolve as she continued forth. She had already made up her mind. If that restaurant was truly on the verge of collapse, she would take that restaurant back and return the crystals to Buletin Fang. At the end of the day, that mess was her own, so there was no reason to have Buletin Fang clean it up for her. Even so, she was still immensely grateful toward her teacher, Master Xuanbi. Truly this was a difficult situation for her. She finally reached the elixir district where she was immediately struck by the pungent smell of elixirs. This scent, while familiar, only served to twist that knot in her heart even more. I knew it, look at all the elixir stores operating here, how was a restaurant even supposed to survive? Still, how odd, the number seemed to have decreased quite a bit. Yang Miji continued onwards while observing her surroundings. As she did so, she was struck by a sense of strangeness. Elixir stores were extremely popular in Heavenly Mist City, especially those under the banner of the Nangang family. Those were practically worshipped by the masses, so why was it so desolate, then? Stepping up to one of the stores, she found a despondent owner sitting atop his chair, listlessly staring ahead without anything to do. "Boss, is business really that bad now?" She directed that question toward the groggy owner. "Don't ask me, I don't want to talk about it. Just head over there and see for yourself," he snapped in a lifeless voice before twitching his mouth in a certain direction. Yang Miji paused for a second before turning toward the direction he pointed at. It was then that her pupils suddenly shrank. Wasn't that where the Cloud Mist restaurant was? Did something happen to it? Yang Miji panicked. Don't tell me Nangang Ming has brought more troublemakers again. With that in mind, she quickened her own pace. I knew it. From a distance, she spotted the entrance blocked by a horde of people. From the dressing of those gathered, she came to the conclusion that they were members of the Nangang family. I just knew it was him. Her heart burned at the mere thought of that fellow. This time, however, she was a one-cloud alchemist. No matter what, she was going to give that fellow the fright of his life. Suddenly, her eyes went glassy as she spotted a certain dashing figure in the crowd. She was stunned. All because she saw him. Isn't that young Master Wukui? Woo woo woo. What's young Master Wukui doing at the Cloud Mist restaurant as well? She gazed at the crowd with eyes as wide as saucers and teeth chattering. Amidst all that, her heart pounded furiously without rest to fuel the growing blush in her face. She shyly turned her face to get a better look at the handsome man whose red hair seemed to dance in the air in her eyes. The edges of his mouth curled upwards and his hair flipped around in the wind as he slowly turned around. In Yang Miji's eyes, it was as if the sun was shining at his back right now, causing the latter to glow with a blinding radiance as if he was some sort of deity that had descended to the mortal realm. Those dashing features truly stirred the heart. That warm, gentle smile. Oh, it felt like her heart was about to melt any second now as stars swam about around her eyes. Chapter 437, Yang Miji is surprised. Young master, let us return. Master should be back soon, the Nangang family's great elder said as he looked at Nangang Wukui who was lying on the chair. Bulletin Fang was also slouching on a chair as he looked at this group of people. When he heard what they said, his ears twitched and he started to feel excitement in his heart. Secret realm? What could that possibly be? Nangang Wukui frowned and looked into the elder's eye. He exhaled a long breath and sighed. Standing up, Nangang Wukui replied, since the elder has already spoken, what more can I say? Let's go back and get ready to welcome my dad back home. The smile on the great elder's face got even bigger. Young master, this way, please. A path opened in the crowd and Nangang Wukui, who was wearing a red robe, strode through the crowd. His red hair fluttered behind him as a breeze blew against his face. No matter how funny and weird he behaved, Nangang Wukui was still the #1 successor of the Nangang family. People would still give him the respect he deserved. Besides, there was nothing wrong with Nangang Wukui other than him being comedic. He had an extremely high talent in alchemy and he also had a handsome face. There were many girls who were attracted to him. As Nangang Wukui strode through the crowd with a proud smile on his face, he felt as though there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He instantly felt curious and wanted to find out who was the one looking at him. As a talented alchemist, Nangang Wukui had a strong mental force. He could feel that the gaze which was fixed on him had a fire burning in it. When he looked over, Nangang Wukui saw a stalwart figure looking at him. The person should be the one who had been staring at him with a fiery gaze. The figure was wearing a brand new alchemist robe. There was a vivid cloud printed on the robe. It was actually a cloud-level alchemist. Prince! My prince is coming over. What do I do? Oh my god! I am so excited! Yang Miji could feel that her heartbeat was extremely frantic at the moment. Her face was as red as a tomato and she felt extremely shy when she saw that Nangang Wukui was walking in her direction. She quickly looked to the side and didn't dare to look into Nangang Wukui's eye at all. During her time in the Alchemist College, Yang Miji used to look at Nangang Wukui from afar. She could see his incredible alchemy skill. She also took note of how handsome he looked when he waved his heaven and earth obsidian flame around. She felt as though her heart would beat faster every time she looked at him. You just became a one-cloud alchemist? I don't think I've seen you before. Nangang Wukui spoke to Yang Miji with a smile on his face. Is he talking to me? Yang Miji became even more excited and the fire in her eyes burned brighter. When he saw the burning passion in her eyes, he became surprised. What the hell? Why were this big guy's eyes making me so scared? Unless this guy is actually... When he thought about it, Nangang Wukui's face changed. He quickly took a step back and increased the distance between himself and Yang Miji. Dude! You are pretty good, cheers! Work hard and become a two-cloud alchemist. We can have an alchemy duel some other day. I'll be going now. The moment he finished talking, he left with the members of the Nangang family. Oh! He is still so popular with people. He is still so handsome. He actually wants to have an alchemic duel with me. I am so happy. Yang Miji kneaded her fist. Her face had an infatuated look when she looked at Nangang Wukui's back as he walked away. She felt extremely intoxicated when she thought about what he just said to her. All of a sudden, the smile on her face froze. Wait. What did he just call me? Did he just call me a dude? The corners of Yang Miji's mouth curled downwards and all the joy on her face disappeared. It was replaced with an expressionless face. When she saw that Nangang Wukui was leaving, Yang Miji suddenly thought of her original purpose of coming to this place. Her heart started jumping yet again. Even Prince Wukui came here? How badly did Bulletin Fang do? Did the store collapse? Yang Miji quickened her steps and quickly arrived at the store. Sure enough, the first thing she saw was Bulletin Fang sitting on a chair in front of the store. He had a lazy look on his face. It seemed as though he had been abandoned by the whole world. How could he be like that? Even if the business of the store wasn't doing good, how could he just give up on himself like this? He needed passion. The most important thing when running a business was passion. Yang Miji walked toward Bulletin Fang aggressively. When she finally stood in front of him, he felt as though something was blocking the sunlight and a shadow covered his face. Slowly opening his eyes, Bulletin Fang could see that there was a stalwart figure in front of him. It was Yang Miji. Hey, I haven't seen you in a long time. Bulletin Fang welcomed. What are you doing? Even though the Cloud Mist restaurant is in a bad spot, we have to keep it going. We have to keep the dream alive and we have to pursue excellence. We need to have passion. We need to believe that business will be better one day. I believe in your skills. You will be famous in the future. Yang Miji encouraged Bulletin Fang with her words as she felt that he was giving up on himself. She hoped that he would pick himself up and continue running the Cloud Mist restaurant properly. Bulletin Fang was thrown into confusion. He couldn't understand a word she said. After pouring out her feelings, Yang Miji felt much better. She always had a high expectation for the store. After all, this was her father's restaurant. She didn't want the business to collapse. However, after she was done talking, the atmosphere changed. Everyone looked at her with a look of disdain. There seemed to be a lot of people looking at her with a surprised expression. Yang Miji felt as though something was wrong and she turned her gaze upwards. She looked into the interior of the restaurant. Inside the restaurant, there were many pairs of eyes which stared at Yang Miji. The customers in the store looked at her with a face full of shock and they were all confused. Obviously, Bulletin Fang wasn't the only one who didn't understand what they were talking about. Nobody in the restaurant understood her as well. Ha ha ha. You guys can carry on with what you were doing. I was just thinking about my alchemy formula. That was so embarrassing. Why were there so many people in the restaurant? Why? An awkward smile hung on Yang Miji's face but her heart was filled with shock. Oh my god! There were actually so many customers in the store. The Cloud Mist restaurant is alive. Even though it was surrounded by so many elixir stores, it finally managed to make a place for itself. It was no wonder that the store owners of the elixir stores were whispering about the restaurant. It was because their business was stolen. Tisk, tisk. Thinking about it, Yang Miji looked at the young man who was lying on the chair and the look of shock in her eyes became stronger and stronger. A restaurant actually took over the elixir store's business? How? How could something like this happen? Was she dreaming? How could something like this happen? It was supposed to be impossible. Wait. Why did the restaurant look different from before? When she looked at the restaurant, she noticed many changes. The tables and chairs were all different. They were completely different from the ones she had bought before she left. The tables were not the cheap tables she bought. Standing up, Bulletin Fang looked at the shocked Yang Miji who was staring at the restaurant. He stretched his hands and yawned as he touched Shrimpy, who was on his shoulder. After you left, I made some adjustments. I refurnished the entire restaurant and the business isn't bad, Bulletin Fang said. Not bad? Owner Bulletin. You are being modest. Some of the customers in the store were the owners of the elixir stores. When they heard what Bulletin Fang said, their jaws hung open. The corners of their mouths twitched and different thoughts ran through their heads. Nearly all of their business was stolen by Bulletin Fang's store. Yet he called this not bad? The owners of the elixir stores became so angry that they were about to explode. However, they could only let out all their steam into the egg fried rice. You can walk around the store. Other than the kitchen, you can go anywhere else, Bulletin Fang said. The kitchen was the most important place. Normal people were not allowed into the kitchen. Even though Yang Miji was the boss of the restaurant, she wasn't allowed in the kitchen as well. After all, Bulletin Fang was the real boss of the restaurant. Yang Miji looked into Bulletin Fang's serious eyes and nodded her head. She started looking all over the restaurant. Owner Bulletin, give me 1 egg fried rice. A customer walked into the store and said to Bulletin Fang. In the recent days, the customers started being respectful to the owner of the restaurant. After all, Bulletin Fang was the future husband of Nangang Wan. He was connected to the Nangang family and they would support him if they could. The food was also delicious. The food was so delicious that all of them lost all hatred of the store. After they ate in the restaurant, they felt extremely happy when they left. In fact, it seemed quite good that the restaurant was open for business. In the residence of the Nangang family. In a courtyard covering a vast area, the water, the pavilions, and the yard made the place look like a fairyland. Nangang Yukui walked around the yard. The great elder was following him on the side as they walked toward a location in the yard. After walking for a long time, they stepped into a transport array. In the next moment, a blinding light shot out of the transport array. After their figure twisted in the array, both of them disappeared. There appeared soon, standing on top of a high metal building inside Heavenly Mist City. The building towered into the skies and Nangang Yukui walked to the window after leaving the transport array. He could see the entire Heavenly Mist City when he looked out of the window. This metal building belonged to the Nangang family. It was the headquarters of the family. Nangang Yukui stood at the top of the building and looked down on the entire city. Inside the building, there was a transport array as big as a square. That transport array led to the Cloud Sea secret realm. There were many people standing around the array. They were all higher class members of the Nangang family. Many of them were elders and some of them were supervisors of the Nangang family's business. Some of them possessed great power and some had many people under them. All of them were famous people in Heavenly Mist City. Young Master, the 100,000 pieces of crystals are already set up. The transport array is ready to be opened. You should be the one to signal the opening of the transport array, the great elder gently looked at Nangang Yukui and said. The elders around them echoed with smiles on their face. However, their smiles were somewhat forced. Nangang Yukui frowned and he looked at everyone around him. A strange feeling welled up in his heart. However, he didn't think too much about it. His father would return after the transport array was activated. These people would not dare to do anything to him. With a nod, he raised his hand and a pale flame appeared. Everyone around looked at the flame which came out of Nangang Yukui's hand. It was a heaven and earth obsidian flame. When the flame shot out from his finger, it shot quickly toward the center of the transport array. The whole array was powered by the crystals and the vitality of the array was all fired up. It seemed as though it was boiling. The light illuminated the entire area and lit up the faces of everyone. The light reflected the creepy smile of everyone around. In the courtyard of the Nangang family, Nangang Wan was wearing a long dress. It accentuated the figure of the fiery body and her white and long legs seemed as though they were white jade. She looked extremely charming at this moment. All of a sudden, she showed a slight frown and her hand covered her chest. Her heart was throbbing violently and her entire body trembled. It seemed as though something bad was about to happen. Chapter 438, Heavenly Mist City is going to change. Nangang Wan didn't know why, but she had a sense of brooding. Her entire body was covered with goosebumps. The Nangang family's courtyard was calm and peaceful. Smoke could be seen floating into the sky and it scattered in all directions. Even though it was extremely calm, Nangang Wan felt a sense of anxiousness. The smoke got thicker and thicker as it became a river of fog. It enveloped all life and the entire courtyard. Even Nangang Wan was shrouded in the fog. What in the world was going on? What was happening? The pores on Nangang Wan's body opened as true energy flowed out of them. Her half-step divine realm cultivation caused her aura to be extremely condensed. However, no matter how hard she tried, she was unable to blow the dense fog away. Could it be an enemy attack? That shouldn't be possible. This was the Nangang family's courtyard. There were countless experts protecting the area. There was no way for an enemy to enter so deeply into the family residence. Nangang Wan became more and more anxious. She even brought out her green alchemy fire. The expression on her face was extremely grave. Who is it? Get your ass out here. Since you dare to attack my Nangang family, you'd better stop hiding and get out here. Nangang Wan was unable to control herself and she shouted. Shush! The fog which filled the surroundings became thicker. Nangang Wan's shout could be heard echoing through the entire courtyard. The entire residence was extremely quiet and the silence gave her an uneasy feeling. Ha ha! A sound of laughter could be heard coming from all four directions and Nangang Wan was unable to find its source. Boom! Her alchemy fire erupted and covered the entire courtyard. It rose to the sky like a fire phoenix, covering the entire sky. However, it seemed as though there was a wall of wind blocking her attack. When her alchemy fire smashed into the wall, it only managed to light up half the sky. Nangang Wan's heart instantly sunk. Who would have thought that her attack wouldn't be able to break through the dense fog? Within the fog, a human shadow could be seen floating in the air. It gradually became clearer and Nangang Wan stared straight at the shadow. The fog gradually dispersed and the shadow stood right in front of Nangang Wan. When she looked at the appearance of the person standing in front of her, Nangang Wan's eyes narrowed as she released a cold breath. Second Elder. How could the Second Elder be here? Didn't he follow Father into the Cloud Sea secret realm? What is he doing here? The Second Elder, Nangang Xianying, was an existence who broke through two of the Supreme Being's shackles. Didn't he follow Father into the Cloud Sea secret realm? Wasn't today the day where they would both return? What was the Second Elder doing there? This made absolutely no sense. Everything was in a mess right now and Nangang Wan wasn't able to process everything in her brain. With a wide smile on his face, the Second Elder looked at Nangang Wan. His eyes revealed some sort of complex scheme. Little Wan, why don't you follow Grandpa Xianying? Grandpa will bring you to a good place. No harm will come to you. Nangang Xianying spoke to Nangang Wan with a mild tone. The gaze which he used to look at her seemed to be filled with warmth and affection. Nangang Wan immediately started to think. Something seemed extremely off. Everything which happened seemed extremely strange. Why did the Second Elder need to bring her elsewhere? Nangang Wan was no fool. Although she didn't know what was going on, she knew that if she followed the Second Elder, she would be trapped. While the tone of the Second Elder was friendly and warm, a chill ran down Nangang Wan's spine. She felt extremely cold in her heart. Come. Follow Grandpa Xianying. Nangang Xianying raised his hand as he made a hand gesture toward Nangang Wan. No. Nangang Wan's eyes lit up as a green alchemy fire enveloped her entire body. An explosion rang out from below her feet as a wild gust of wind blew through the entire area. Nangang Wan inhaled a deep breath as she turned around. She was ready to dash out of the courtyard. She was trying to escape. The smile on Nangang Xianying's face disappeared. Why wouldn't you listen to me? You have the same temperament as your father. Too bad. With this kind of temperament, you won't face a good outcome, Nangang Xianying said in a cold voice and became serious. Looking at the streak of light which was escaping from his field of vision, Nangang Xianying raised his palm. Two streaks of hidden black chains appeared on his back all of a sudden. The pressure of heaven and earth became agitated instantly. An enormous pressure pinned Nangang Wan to the ground and her eyes widened. The pressure of heaven and earth released by a supreme being who broke through two of the supreme being's shackles wasn't something a half-step divine realm like Nangang Wan could handle. The gap in strength was too wide. Facing the pressure, she was unable to do anything. The expression in her eyes was filled with doubt and unwillingness. She didn't want to be part of whatever was happening. The dense white fire covered the entire area as it burned through the true UN energy from the transport array. As the transport array opened, the entire building shook. From the top to the bottom, the entire building started shaking. Nangang Wukui, who controlled the 9 Hell King flame, looked on with a steady glance. The great elder, Nangang Suanhe, stood at the far end as he looked at Nangang Wukui, who looked quite dashing. With a twitch of his mouth, a smile was revealed. The transport array shone brightly as it was opened. A ray of light shot towards the sky and through the clouds. Heavenly Mist City quickly experienced rapid changes. The originally clear sky became covered with dark clouds. This presence. All the members of the top families turned their gazes into the sky, and all the experts in Heavenly Mist City did the same. They looked toward the source of the fluctuation. Did the Nangang family open another transportation array? Could it be that the members of the Nangang family were returning from the secret realm? The fight for the position to enter the secret realm would start again soon. Before long, the entire Heavenly Mist City became filled with chatter. Nangang Wukui was still staring at the transport array. Through the unending beam of light which shone bright, a shadow could be seen floating within the array. Dense waves resonated from the array. In an instant, Nangang Wukui felt as though something was wrong. He knitted his eyebrows. He was someone who liked to fool around, but he was definitely no fool. Eerie laughter could be heard like a ghost howling non-stop. Nangang Wukui was unable to determine the source of the noise. A white light enveloped the top brass of the Nangang family and the laughter filled the area. Nangang Wukui became fully alert. There was definitely something strange going on. Boom! In an instant, the pressure of heaven and earth descended. When he faced the pressure, Nangang Wukui felt as though a mountain was pressed against his shoulders. What was going on? Which expert who broke through 2 of the Supreme Being's shackles was attacking? Nangang Wukui could barely raise his head as the wind ruffled through his red hair. Nangang Suanhe was smiling at him. However, this smile was full of malicious intent. Nangang Wukui tried to raise his true energy. However, the pressure managed to suppress him. Great Elder, what are you doing? Nangang Wukui cried out. Wukui. It seems as though I have forgotten to tell you a piece of bad news. Your father, Nangang Wangqian, met his demise inside the secret realm. Nangang Suanhe sighed in a very sorrowful manner. Nangang Wukui became stuck in a daze. He was unable to understand the words coming out from Nangang Suanhe's mouth. What? Did father fall in the secret realm? How could something like this happen? Father was a divine physique echelon expert who broke through 3 of the shackles. How could he die in the secret realm? Nangang Wukui was unable to believe Nangang Suanhe's words, and he turned to look at the transport array. His body absorbed the scattered light from the array. The expression on his face changed. There is nothing. How can there be nothing? He was unable to find his father's figure standing in the transport array. However, there was another person standing in the array, and he had a twisted neck. He looked at Nangang Wukui, who had a dismayed expression and a smug smile hung on his face. Big brother, should we start? Third brother, this is all thanks to the information you sent back. Has second brother gone to catch that lass? Nangang Suanhe looked toward the person in the array. Of course. Since second brother personally went out, she can't run any longer. The third elder, Nangang Suanhe, laughed out. Since Nangang Wangqian fell in the secret realm, it's finally time for us 3 brothers to shine in the Nangang family. As long as we control the brat and lass, nobody can stop us. The third elder Nangang Suanhe laughed. Nangang Wukui stared coldly at the 2 elders who were talking. When he thought about how all of the higher-ups of the Nangang family were present, it was obvious that all of them were not standing on his side. The Nangang family was about to experience great changes. Also, if you dare to harm a single hair on Nangang Wan's head, I, Nangang Wukui, will slaughter all of you. Nangang Wukui forced himself to stand up under the pressure and shouted at all of them. The great elder calmly looked at him. How could we harm little Wan? She is such a pretty little girl. The heir of the Mu family in Heavenly Pill City, Mu Chenfeng, is coming over in a few days to seek marriage. Little Wan is going to marry him. Mu Chenfeng? Nangang Wukui's eyes turned red as he howled. How dare you? That disgusting beast called Mu Chenfeng doesn't deserve my sister. If you dare to do this, I will slaughter you. Nangang Wuqi's howl resonated through the entire building. All he got was laughter in return. Nangang Suan he coldly said, there is no rush. I have been eyeing your 9 Hell King flame for a long time. Don't worry, I will slowly extract it out of your body. In the next instant, Nangang Suan he's body disappeared from his original spot as a loud explosion followed. Nangang Wuqi brought out his white flame, covering his entire body. Before he could think about anything, a punch with true energy landed on his face. He flew backward without any control over his body. Thump! Nangang Suan he's hand gripped tightly onto Nangang Wuqi's neck. He pressed Nangang Wuqi down against the floor. Nangang Wuqi could only feel as though all the energy in his body was being drained. Even though he was completely suppressed, Nangang Wuqi's glare was filled with hatred. Cloud Mist Restaurant. Bulletin Fang was about to close the store as he had just chased out the final customer in his store. Before long, the large bronze door was slammed shut. Yang Miji's face looked down from the second floor toward Bulletin Fang with an expression filled with disbelief. The changes to the Cloud Mist restaurant were too drastic. It changed so much that she became not used to it. However, there was no doubt that Bulletin Fang managed to bring back life into the restaurant. Due to this point, Yang Miji fully respected Bulletin Fang. Just as she opened her mouth to say something to Bulletin Fang, her attention shifted to a talisman which she had been carrying in her clothes. Without finding a hidden spot, she activated the talisman in front of Bulletin Fang. A shadow could be seen as it floated above the talisman. The figure was one of an old man who had a head full of white hair. He had eyes as deep as the ocean. The old man completely ignored Bulletin Fang as he spoke a single sentence to Yang Miji. Little girl, hurry up and return to the Pill Tower. The Heavenly Mist City is about to change. Chapter 439, Old Bulletin. I'm truly happy that I was able to live till seeing you once again. Change? What do you mean by change? Yang Miji was taken aback and looked in confusion at the image that appeared from the jade talisman. This was the image of the Pill Tower's 3 Clouds alchemist, Master Xian Bei. Master Xian Bei seemed quite agitated and flustered at this moment. He didn't continue bickering with her, but just said coldly, stop asking questions and come back quickly. The Cloud Sea secret realm will open shortly, and you must prepare for it as this time I will be bringing you with me into it. After Master Xian Bei had said those words, his image began to flicker before disappearing altogether. Yang Miji found herself without a choice on the matter. She could look at Bulletin Fang in apology. I intended to come to the store to help in, but, it seems that I can't. That person was my respected teacher. Yang Miji smiled as she introduced him. Bulletin Fang nodded. That old man was quite powerful, and although he had only seen his image which had been condensed by the spirit talisman, Bulletin Fang could still feel the terrifying aura emanating from the old man's body. It could be said that the old man was the most terrifying person Bulletin Fang had met so far. My teacher is an expert who has broken through 3 supreme being shackles, and he is a 3 Clouds alchemist. He also has a lofty status in the Heavenly Mist City, Yang Miji said cheerfully, then gave Bulletin Fang an apologetic gaze for the last time. I will now go back to the Pill Tower. Oh. Right. Since my teacher said that the Heavenly Mist City is going to change, then some major matter will surely occur, so you should be careful. Bulletin Fang nodded before yawning lazily and going back into the kitchen to continue practicing culinary arts. Yang Miji chuckled lightly before she turned around and left the Cloud Mist restaurant, walking toward the Pill Tower. She was feeling quite anxious because she could clearly remember what Nangang Wuqi had said to her. Let's compare our alchemy techniques after you broke through into the 2 Clouds alchemist level. Oh! How embarrassing! As Yang Miji thought of this matter, she couldn't help but bashfully clench her hands into fists and cover her face as she ran forward. There were many people on the road who had seen her, and they all felt their hairs stand on end as they watched her. Is this guy a retard? Within the Heavenly Mist City's teleportation array, rays of light flickered, and their radiance grew more intense as time passed. Countless strangers walked out of the teleportation array. Every one of these people emitted extremely powerful auras, which seemed capable of shattering space apart. The gazes of these people were ice cold, and there seemed to be a bit of lightning flickering within their pupils. Is this the Pill Palace's Heavenly Mist City? "This city is truly lucky, there is a teleportation node of the secret realm situated on it," said a person who took their lead, which emitted an extremely terrifying aura. This person wore an extremely magnificent robe, sporting both white and blue colors. This man had white bangs on his forehead, which was a sharp contrast to his pitch-black hair. "Since my Wind and Thunder Pavilion arrived here, then one of the quotas of this period's secret realm will surely be obtained by me, Xiao Changjiun." The man curled up the corners of his mouth and grinned. The Wind and Thunder Pavilion was one of the Hidden Dragon Continent's first-rate factions. It was a faction no weaker than the Pill Palace and the Grand Baron sect. After this group of people left the teleportation array, they walked toward the city in an imposing manner. After a short while, the teleportation array flickered again, and an extremely eerie aura, which caused everyone to loathe it, burst out of the array. Then, a group of people stepped out of it. These people wore pitch-black robes that made them seem as though they had been wrapped and engulfed by darkness. Their expressions were fuzzy and couldn't be clearly seen. These people each carried a giant chest on their back. These chests were filled with countless abstruse and profound array patterns which emitted peculiar fluctuations. Swoosh! Swoosh! They did not utter a single word, but there were scarlet rays of light emanating from their faces, these were the glints in their eyes. An eerie and gloomy aura capable of making anyone feel stifled clouded the area around the teleportation array. The puppet sex experts had arrived. This group of people, who were clad in black robes, strode forward, each emitting a pitch-black aura which darkened the surrounding. The scarlet eyes of the puppet sex experts looked around, and as soon as their gazes fell on a towering building in the heavenly mist city, they chuckled hoarsely. Their chuckles sounded like something being scrubbed thoroughly, and it was enough to cause one's hair to stand on end from fright. A short while after the puppet sex experts left, the teleportation array flickered again, and another group of people appeared in it. This group of people had extremely muscular and sturdy bodies, and they all emitted powerful auras. The Grand Baron sex experts had also arrived. The one who led the Grand Baron sex experts was a man carrying a giant stone sword on his back. The stone sword did not have an edge, but one could still feel powerful sword intent emanating from it, which seemed like it was capable of sweeping through everything. The experts from the Lin family and Zhang family had already been standing at the entrance to the Heavenly Mist City for a while. The expressions on the faces of these experts slightly changed when they saw the new groups of people who were rushing over to the entrance. These were all experts of first-rate factions. Although the experts in these groups were not the top-notch experts of their respective factions, these experts were still people who possessed prominent statuses. The Lin family warmly and respectfully welcomed the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's experts because this faction's prestige was well known all over the continent. Moreover, one of these experts was a genius from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion. This young genius, Xiao Changjiun, had already broken through 2 Supreme Being shackles. As for the Zhang family, it welcomed the puppet sect. The Zhang family was quite afraid of the sinister and terrifying puppet sect whose experts were fond of making and using puppets. It was rumored that the puppet sex experts could make extremely powerful puppets out of the corpses of other experts. The rumor went on to state that in order to make these powerful puppets, the puppet sex experts dug out the graves of almost every expert on the continent. These corpses were then pulled out from the earth and refined into puppets. They were extremely cruel and vicious. Although the Pill Palace did not have a good relationship with the experts of the Grand Baron sect, some of Heavenly Mist City's big families still went to warmly welcome and received them. The newly arrived experts, who had come from one of this continent's first-rate factions, settled down in a corner of the Heavenly Mist City. The Heavenly Mist City's ambience had become quite austere and tense. The other 2 Pill Cities, Heavenly Pill City and Heavenly Shine City, had also sent some experts over. This was, after all, a major event related to a secret realm. They were obliged to send some people over because the secret realm contained countless treasures, unparalleled spirit pills, crystal mines, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and probably even a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Hence, there wasn't anyone who wouldn't be tempted. After all, almost anything could exist within a secret realm. The teleportation array flickered once again with resplendent lights. This time, which was unlike the others, the teleportation array flickered with ice-cold and eerie lights, which were blood-red in color. 2 people appeared within the teleportation array. These 2 were clad in blood-red robes. A heavy scent of blood reeked out of them and permeated the surroundings. "Miss He, are you sure that the Shura Tower's aura appeared inside this secret realm?" The red-robed person on the left side asked his partner. In reply, the other person only smiled faintly and said, "My senses won't make a mistake." After that traitor, Duan Ling, stole the Shura Tower, he hid its aura. However, before long, its aura eventually leaked out one time. I wasn't able to sense any traces of it afterward. But, several days ago, when I was in the ancient Shura city, I sensed an extremely intense fluctuation from the Shura Tower, indicating that the Shura Tower was in this secret realm. Misha raised his head, and his pitch-black hair fluttered slightly. In the Nangang family's dark and moist dungeon, a person was bound to a metallic cross. The cross had an ice-cold chain which pierced through the person's body, causing blood to drip down. Nangang Wuqi's head hung weakly, and his ice-cold scarlet hair was sticking to his skin. He was feebly gasping for breath, and his eyes were only half opened. Nangang Wuqi could feel how weak his aura currently was, and his true energy was chaotically rampaging inside his meridians, causing him intense pain. It felt as though his entire body was being stabbed by countless needles. His body was bound by the metallic cross, and its chain had pierced through his body and stripped him of all of his power. As his heaven and earth obsidian flames, the 9 Hell King flame which was inside his energy core, had been forcefully extracted from him by Nangang Suanhe, his cultivation was almost crippled. The current Nangang Wuqi didn't have a shred of his past glory and radiance. Suddenly, the dungeon's gate was opened with a creak. As light poured into the dungeon and shone on Nangang Wuqi, it irritated his eyes, making him groan. Many people came in through the gate. Nangang Wan felt like she had been struck by lightning when she saw the current state of the Nangang family. At that moment, her heart felt like it was dripping blood from pain. Was this person still her dissolute and wanton clown of a brother? How could they treat him like this? At that moment, Nangang Wan was so angry that she almost flared out. However, Nangang Xianying, who was beside her, wasn't someone she could defeat. She felt so dejected and sad, but could only look at Nangang Wuqi with bloodshot eyes. Nangang Wuqi seemed to sense her gaze. He raised his head and looked at Nangang Wan's extremely beautiful face, after which he couldn't help but feel relaxed inwardly. His blood-soaked pale face revealed a forced smile. It seemed as though he was still trying to inform Nangang Wan that he was still her clown of a brother. However, at this moment, none of them was sure whether this was truly the case. "Second elder, can you let me speak with him alone?" Nangang Wan coldly asked Nangang Xianying coldly, as she reigned in her sadness and grief. Nangang Xianying furrowed his brows and intended to reject her request. He's already like this, so what are you afraid of?" Nangang Wan said, watching Nangang Xianying in disdain. "She is right. The entire Nangang family is now controlled by us 3 brothers, so what do we still need to fear?" Nangang Xianying curled up the corners of his mouth and left without saying a word. After he walked out of the dungeon, he sighed lightly. Weariness emanated from him as he clasped his hands behind his back and stood there. After a long while, the dungeon's gate was opened, and Nangang Wan walked out of it. "Let's go," she said, expressionlessly. Nangang Xianying looked at her deeply before walking away from the dungeon. After the guards entered the dungeon and saw that Nangang Wuqi was still bound by the metallic cross, they relaxed and went back to their job. Nangang Wuqi raised his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth curled upwards. "That lassie, her alchemy skill really has advanced by much." Crunch! He bit a pill already in his mouth. After he bit it, an array within the bill burst out and became bigger, and a terrifying tearing force transmitted from it, mutilating Nangang Wuqi's body even more. Teleportation arrays that could be concealed within pills contained an extremely massive and tyrannical energy. This action was an extremely dangerous one. However, Nangang Wan only chose to do this because she had no other choice. No one knew whether Nangang Wuqi would end up torn apart by the energy during teleportation or survive after using it. Inside that teleportation array engulfed by light, Nangang Wuqi kept coughing blood, but he was laughing heartily, sporting a gaze filled with madness. With a loud swoosh sound, the radiance disappeared, and Nangang Wuqi and the ice-cold metallic cross disappeared along with it. For a moment, the dungeon's guards looked in shock at the scene before raising an uproar. Nangang Wuqi had escaped. In the Cloud Mist restaurant, after Bulletin Fang finished practicing culinary arts, he stretched his body before leaving the kitchen. Suddenly, an intense fluctuation rippled through the store. Bulletin Fang was taken aback by the sudden development. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the fluctuation. He saw an array taking shape there, and a badly mangled person fell out of it, slamming hard against the ground. Bulletin Fang was dumbfounded. What the hell was happening? The person budged slightly, and a feeble voice emanated from him. Old Bulletin. I'm truly happy that I was able to live to see you once more. Chapter 440, Searching the Whole City. Nangang Wukui had not expected Nangang Wan to set the array teleportation coordination within owner Bulletin's store. He was badly mangled, and his entire body was soaked in blood. His previous elegant and graceful look had already disappeared, leaving him in an extremely sorry state. He gasped for breath loudly, and his chest heaved up and down like a bellows. He also coughed out several mouthfuls of blood. Bulletin Fang's eyebrows rose. What was going on? Why did Nangang Wukui become this, wretched? Old Bulletin, do you have some food? I almost starved to death. Nangang Wukui tried to crawl up from the floor whilst trembling, but he failed and fell back down. Wearing a gloomy expression, he chuckled and gave up his attempt to stand up, so he raised his head and spoke to Bulletin Fang. His situation was really too miserable. His true energy was in a complete mess, and he had countless internal injuries. The metallic cross had bound him, penetrated his body and sealed his cultivation. Who did you offend? Why was he this ruthless? Asked Bulletin Fang. He came over to him and supported Nangang Wukui up. Bulletin Fang stirred his true energy and tried to pull out the ice-cold chain, but he discovered that he was completely incapable of moving it. Bulletin Fang's brows scrunched upward in astonishment. The chain was really too firm. Don't waste your strength on it. This chain was made from 1,000-year-old mysterious iron, and it is specifically used to seal the cultivation of divine physique echelon experts. It's extremely firm, making it impossible for you, someone who hasn't even reached the divine physique echelon, to break it, Nangang Wukui said, with a weak smile. Bulletin Fang gave up and looked at him. Green smoke curled around his hand as he summoned the dragon bone kitchen knife into it. There was nothing that the dragon bone kitchen knife couldn't cut or break. As soon as he attempted to break the chain with the knife, Shrimpy, who had been lying on his shoulder, waved its sickles and cut the chain apart easily as though it had only been tofu. Bulletin Fang was stunned, and so was Nangang Wukui. Shrimpy snorted and waved its sickles at Bulletin Fang, showing off its achievement. Nangang Wukui's eyes lit up. This small creature was unexpectedly this amazing? If it was capable of cutting even this mysterious iron, then it was truly similar to a divine lock-picking tool that everyone should get before they traveled. Shrimpy returned to Bulletin Fang's shoulder and lay there peacefully. Bulletin Fang stroked its shell lightly, and Shrimpy squinted its compound eyes in comfort. Since the chain had already been snapped apart, Bulletin Fang helped Nangang Wukui to pull out all of its parts from his body. The intense pain Nangang Wukui felt in the process caused him to suck in a breath of cold air. It's painful, painful, ah! Thump! Finally, the metallic cross was completely pulled out of Nangang Wukui's body. Nangang Wukui felt his body become lighter. He squinted his eyes and sat cross-legged on the floor. He took out a bottle of pills from his spatial spirit tool and tossed all of the pills into his mouth. Crunch! Crunch! A rich spiritual energy surged out from the elixirs. Old Bulletin, serve me a jar of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, mumbled Nangang Wukui. All the servings of Buddha jumps over the wall soup for today have been sold, Bulletin Fang calmly replied. Don't be like this, your Buddha jumps over the wall soup can help me recover from my injuries quickly. Don't you see how pitiful I am? A pitiful look appeared on Nangang Wukui's bloodied face. Unmoved, Bulletin Fang only looked at him and replied, I already told you, all the servings of Buddha jumps over the wall soup for today have been sold, you don't need to trouble yourself by asking again. As soon as he had said that, Bulletin Fang turned around and went to the kitchen. I will make for you a dish that will help you recover from your injuries quickly, but you will still need to pay for it. After a short while, Bulletin Fang's voice rang out from the kitchen. As soon as Nangang Wukui heard him, he grinned. In order to eat Bulletin Fang's dishes, Nangang Wukui didn't bring with him anything other than a big stack of crystals, so he complied directly. The prison went into a thorough uproar after Nangang Wukui's escape. The guards were unable to comprehend how Nangang Wukui managed to run away, and since they didn't understand it, then they could only go and report it. They went out of the prison and reported the matter to the great elder Nangang Suan He. Nangang Wukui escaped. Nangang Xianying raised his brows slightly after he had heard the guard's report. As expected, that lassie really was somewhat skilled. When he realized that fact, Nangang Xianying's complexion turned even more ice-cold. "Big brother, I will go and catch that kid," said Nangang Xianying, seeing as Nangang Wuqi's escape occurred primarily because he neglected his responsibly. Nangang Suanhe looked at him and nodded. "You can go. If you are not able to catch him, then you can just kill him directly," Nangang Suanhe added. Nangang Xianying nodded, turned around and left. When he reached the entrance, Nangang Xianying raised his head. Squinting his eyes, he looked at two people who were clad in blood-red robes. Who were they? Nangang Xianying became solemn when he felt an extremely terrifying aura surge from the bodies of those two. He found it somewhat difficult to withstand. These two. As if sensing Nangang Xianying's gaze, one of the two raised his head, and his ice-cold gaze met with Nangang Xianying's. Immediately, Nangang Xianying's heart lurched as he felt all the blood in his body start to boil uncontrollably. He was too terrifying. Too terrifying. Nangang Xianying took a deep breath and nodded at him before turning around and leaving the Nangang family's place. Nangang Suanhe, who donned a warm smile, went out of the room and welcomed those two people. "Search the entire city, and don't let off even a single corner of it. You must find Nangang Wuqi." Nangang Xianying ordered his subordinates in an ice-cold voice. They heeded and immediately scattered within the heavenly mist city, starting to search it. With a gloomy expression on his face, Nangang Xianying slowly began to walk around the main streets of the heavenly mist city. In the Lin family's multi-story building, the Lin family high-ranking members stood alongside the Wind and Thunder Pavilion's experts. They all looked at the crowd of the Nangang family members, who were scattered all around the city, and started laughing. "Young Master Xiao, the current Nangang family is already a mess. And they will surely suffer a miserable defeat in the competition over the Secret Realms quota, which will happen in some days' time," said the Lin family's patriarch, Lin Kai, with a laugh. As Xiao Changjiun gazed down at the heavenly mist city below with indifference, he warmly nodded towards the Lin family's patriarch's comment. "It's only natural. If there is no one to help the Nangang family, then this time, they will obtain only a few quotas, and in the future, your Lin family will lead the heavenly mist city. Indeed, this outcome will be to everyone's delight and satisfaction. You will be able to enter the secret realm and seek the object you desire from it, and my Lin family can suppress and inhibit the Nangang family. It is profitable to both of us." Lin Kai started laughing heartily. Xiao Changjiun took a cup of wine and sipped a mouthful of it before he nodded at the Lin family's patriarch warmly. In the Zhang family's multi-story building, the same scene occurred. However, compared with the warm and temperate Xiao Changjiun, the puppet sex experts were extremely cold and indifferent, making it difficult to get along with them. Still, they were still quite friendly to each other because their objectives were the same. Buladan Fang twirled the dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand swiftly and used it to pat the meat of the giant supreme mantis prawn, which was on the table, before cutting it apart. He cut it into countless transparent pieces of meat that were as thin as a cicada's wing. The veins in each piece of meat were quite distinct, and they resembled mesmerizing and beautiful patterns. When he finished cutting up the meat, he arranged them on a plate in the shape of a lustrous flower. He placed it onto a steamer basket and started cooking it. Buladan Fang raised a hand above the steamer basket and began to observe the flow of spiritual energy within it. At the same time, he started preparing a sauce with his other hand. He took out the abyssal chili sauce, filled half of a spoon with it and poured it into a porcelain bowl. He also poured a cup filled with ice heart jade urn wine into the bowl and began to mix them until a faint fragrance surged out from the mixture. Buladan Fang opened his mouth and spouted out a small ball of golden flame. The 10,000 bestial flames burned above his palm. He hurled the ball of flames into the porcelain bowl, and upon contact with the mixture, it flared, and a loud rumble erupted, followed by a rising steam. An intense spicy odor and a rich fragrance filled the air. He poured some seasoning into it, and immediately afterward, he cut a small piece off the blood crown and put it into the bowl. Upon contact, it immediately turned into spirit essence which proceeded to seep into the sauce. A bowl of the secret chili sauce was finally completed. This sauce had a sour and spicy flavor. Rumble. A dense cloud steam and spiritual energy rose from the steamer basket. That meat it contained had an extremely rich spiritual energy because it was the meat of a supreme beast. Moreover, because it was the meat of a supreme prawn, it also had an extremely excellent effect of replenishing one's essence and vitality. Bulletin Fang preserved almost all of the spiritual energy in the mantis prawn's meat. Thus, after he steamed it the way he did, the meat became extremely beautiful, translucent and glittery. When he proceeded to pour that bowl of sour and spicy sauce above that meat, which had been arranged in the shape of a blossoming flower atop the plate, the special dish was finally completed. When Bulletin Fang exited the kitchen, carrying the shrimp meat in hand, Nangang Wukui, who was still sitting cross-legged, couldn't help but twitch his nose. He opened his eyes and looked at the prawn meat in Bulletin Fang's hand, and his eyes immediately glittered. After a brief recuperation, he had already gotten control of the chaotic true energy in his body. However, this didn't mean that the state of his injuries improved. He only prevented them from worsening. "What's the name of this dish? It isn't on the menu." Nangang Wukui curiously asked. "There are countless dishes which aren't displayed in the menu," Bulletin Fang replied calmly. He pulled a chair and sat opposite to Nangang Wukui. Nangang Wukui was already quite impatient, so he quickly picked a piece of translucent shrimp meat with his chopsticks. As the meat had already been smeared in the sauce, it became somewhat ruddy. A mesmerizing steam surged up from the ruddy shrimp meat and wafted outwards. Nangang Wukui stuffed the piece of prawn meat in his mouth. "Oh!" Nangang Wukui's eyes widened, and he heaved in a deep breath while chewing the meat. The prawn meat was quite soft, and it had a devious taste. This was especially the case for that sour and spicy sauce. Its spicy taste caused all the pores on his body to open up involuntarily, and the blood in his body began to flow better. He started sweating after eating just one piece of prawn meat. A rich spirit essence flowed down into his stomach alongside the piece of prawn meat, and it was immediately absorbed by him. It was too pleasurable. Nangang Wukui felt his strength swiftly recovering. This dish was brimming with spirit essence, and this was exactly what he needed now. Although the dish's effect was lacking slightly because it had been made with the meat of a supreme beast, Nangang Wukui was still satisfied. If he could get his hand on that Qian old man's 8 treasure chicken and let owner Bulletin cook it with his special methods, then its taste would be extremely delicious. Bulletin Fang looked at Nangang Wukui, who was eating contently, and the corners of his lips curled upwards slightly. As a chef, he would obviously be delighted if his customers were satisfied with his dishes. Suddenly, while Nangang Wukui was still contentedly eating that dish, the sound of someone knocking the store's bronze gate rang out. Thud! 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 "Open the gate! Quickly open the gate! The Nangang family is tracking down a criminal." Chapter 441, Nangang Wukui's slaughter. "Quickly open the door! The Nangang family is tracking down a criminal." A loud rumble reverberated within the restaurant as someone knocked heavily at its door. Bulletin Fang was displeased. He furrowed his brows and looked at Nangang Wukui in doubt. Nangang Wukui didn't care about them at all. He was still picking the steaming hot pieces of prawn meat, which had already been dipped into the spicy sauce, and stuffing them into his mouth, eating them in comfort and content. "That's right, the criminal they are tracking down is me," Nangang Wukui mumbled while chewing the prawn meat. The person the Nangang family sought to arrest was its young master? When he associated the ongoing manhunt with Nangang Wukui's bloodied body, Bulletin Fang's brows scrunched upwards. He had figured something, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. When Nangang Wukui picked up another piece of prawn meat, he seemed to sense Bulletin Fang's playful gaze and couldn't help but sigh. He ate the prawn meat while recounting everything that had happened to Bulletin Fang. Bulletin Fang leaned on the chair and listened calmly, and the more he heard, the more furrowed his brows became. He had not expected all of this to be a result of the betrayal of some members of the Nangang family. Bulletin Fang's heart became ice cold as he thought of Nangang Wukui's miserable state. As expected, the most ruthless actions were always done by the people close to someone. You can take your time and enjoy it. Don't care about them. Bulletin Fang didn't open the door, he was disinclined to do so. He just spoke to Nangang Wukui indifferently and allowed him to continue eating the prawn meat. The prawn meat could help him recover his strength and vitality quickly. The people outside the restaurant realized that something was amiss when its door remained closed. Initially, a feasible explanation would be that the restaurant's owner was still asleep. However, seeing as they had made a huge racket, shouted out loud, and knocked on the door until it was almost broken, how was it possible that the owner was still asleep? It was obvious that something was fishy. Was the owner afraid? Afraid? Why would he be afraid? Was it because Nangang Wukui was in here? That should be the case. When the people of the Nangang family arrived at that conclusion, they became quite excited and knocked even harder. When Nangang Wukui stuffed the last piece of the prawn meat into his mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it down, he couldn't help but let out a long breath comfortably. After he had eaten the dish, Nangang Wukui's superficial wounds were almost completely healed, and his true energy became exuberant. However, he was still suffering from grave damage because his heaven and earth obsidian flames were forcibly extracted from him. However, at the very least, he had survived it. Have you finished eating? Bulletin Fang asked him. Nangang Wukui leaned back on his own chair and nodded. Bulletin Fang stood up and walked toward the door. The knocking sound was gradually becoming louder. If you still don't open the door, we will break it. The people of the Nangang family who were outside began to shout out threats. It was obvious that there was a high possibility that Nangang Wukui was inside this store. Bang! Bang! A particularly loud knock resounded. It was as if someone outside had stirred his true energy before charging at the door. Creak! The bronze door was slowly opened by Bulletin Fang. There were two Supreme Being experts outside stirring their true energies, for they intended to charge at the door again. These two Supreme Beings were slightly embarrassed when the door was suddenly opened. However, they quickly stood in line. They had already suspected this store for a while. Why didn't you open the door until now? A Supreme Being widened his eyes and glared at Bulletin Fang coldly. Bulletin Fang only gave him a single look before expressionlessly turning around and returning inside his restaurant. The Supreme Being was angered by Bulletin Fang's blatant disregard, but just afterward, his pupils suddenly dilated when he saw someone inside the restaurant leaning on a chair. The person had a smile on his face and was looking at the Supreme Being with a playful gaze. Nangang Wukui. When the Supreme Being called out in alarm, everyone there was struck dumb. They had finally found him. He really was inside this store. After he had exclaimed in alarm, the Supreme Being became overjoyed. When he saw Nangang Wukui's mangled appearance, he felt like he had struck gold. As long as he arrested Nangang Wukui, he would obtain a reward from the Nangang family. The reward might let him break through into the divine physique echelon. As for whether he could arrest Nangang Wukui or not, he didn't worry about that matter. The current Nangang Wukui had gotten his heaven and earth obsidian flames stripped from him, and he was already no longer the past aloof and respected Nangang Wukui. He was now badly mangled, and his cultivation had already crumbled, so how could he confront a Supreme Being? Thus, the Supreme Being expert was extremely confident. As for the store's owner, he was just an 8th grade war god. Only an ant. He could easily crush it to death, so it wasn't worth dreading. It was impossible for the store's owner to obstruct or hinder him. The other people of the Nangang family in the area also had the same thoughts as the Supreme Being. They all looked at Nangang Wukui with gazes filled with greed. Buzz! A violet ray flickered as Whitey strode out of the kitchen slowly and came to stand at Bulletin Fang's side. Hey, Grandpa White! You don't need to take care of them. These people, just leave them to me, Nangang Wukui looked at Whitey and said with a smile. He stood up and stretched himself slightly, emitting cracking sounds caused by the collision of his bones and muscles. It was quite resounding. Nangang Wukui combed his red hair and looked at the people of the Nangang family with an ice-cold gaze. He recognized many faces among them. Some of those had also tortured him. It was time to pay them back. All of you, charge at him, capture him, and don't let him escape. A Supreme Being took the lead immediately and shouted. As they glared at Nangang Wukui, their combined auras surged immediately. Nangang Wukui lightly stepped on the floor with the tip of his toes, and his body swiftly rushed forward. A sonic boom reverberated, causing strong squalls. Nangang Wukui instantly appeared before the Supreme Being experts. He raised his head and his ice-cold eyes locked onto those of the two Supreme Beings. His gaze, which was brimming with killing intent, caused the hearts of the two Supreme Beings to shudder. Nangang Wukui raised his head, gripped the collar of the two Supreme Beings and rushed out of the store without slowing down. Bang! Bang! Two resounding rumbles reverberated as the two Supreme Beings were flung away by Nangang Wukui, and both of them crashed into two elixir stores heavily, completely destroying them. You all are, truly unforgivable, said Nangang Wukui in an ice-cold voice. The aura surging out from him gradually became colder. The other Nangang family members rushed out of the store and looked at Nangang Wukui in terror. The two supreme beings crawled up from the ground, coughing blood while laughing crazily. Ha ha ha! You are no longer the Nangang Wukui of the past. You are now quite weak. A crazy roar resounded out. One of the supreme being, who was brimming killing intent, stirred his true energy and employed a set of fist technique which he charged at Nangang Wukui with. This was the Nangang family's set of fist techniques. Its might was extremely formidable. Nangang Wukui laughed coldly. They weren't mistaken. After he lost his heaven and earth obsidian flame, the 9 Hell King flame, his strength dropped by a large margin, and because he was gravely injured, his strength had dropped even further. However, he was still a divine physique echelon expert, after all, but after undergoing the nourishing of the owner Buletin's prawn meat, he had already recovered a great part of his cultivation. Dealing with two supreme beings was still extremely easy for him. Rumble! His aura swept the surrounding, and it seemed like there was an invisible ice-cold chain fluttering behind him. Nangang Wukui shot out once again, and this time, his speed surpassed the speed of sound, causing 2 sonic booms to erupt loudly. Bang! A loud explosion erupted, and the expression of the supreme being who had attacked Nangang Wukui with fist techniques turned unsightly as Nangang Wukui pounded him heavily into the ground. Nangang Wukui's true energy turned into a shell-like form before it exploded. That supreme being wailed miserably before his body burst open. Nangang Wukui stamped his foot onto the ground heavily and shot out toward the other supreme being. His true energy turned into a blade as thin as a cicada's wing, and he instantly chopped the other supreme being with it. Instantly, his head soared into the sky, closely followed by a column of splattering blood. Whenever the clown, Nangang Wukui, became indifferent, his killing intent would turn ice-cold. After he had killed the 2 supreme beings, Nangang Wukui's gaze instantly fell upon the others. These people had betrayed the Nangang family, they all deserved to die. As Nangang Wukui's hair fluttered in the wind, his face which had blood all over it seemed even more frightening. Bang! The true energy under his foot erupted as he swiftly shot out. The disciples of the Nangang family were all extremely frightened. Didn't someone say that Nangang Wukui had been heavily injured, so he did not possess even a tenth of his past power? That person really had deceived them. The current Nangang Wukui didn't seem like he had suffered any serious injuries at all. Splash! Splash! Blood dyed the ground surrounding the store. The ground was riddled with puddles of blood that gradually flowed around. Nangang Wukui was like a wolf who had charged into a flock of sheep, and his killing intent pervaded the air. Suddenly, an explosion sound echoed from somewhere distant, and a wave of world pressure was quickly approaching Nangang Wukui. A person rushed over there, and it seemed like he had ripped through the sky in his way. The man had an imposing appearance, and a powerful aura surged out from his body. There was a chain behind him which shook constantly. After Nangang Wukui killed the last disciple, he raised his bloodied face and looked at the man. Nangang Cheng! Did you also come here to kill me? Nangang Wukui's voice became somewhat hoarse. You are currently a criminal wanted by the Nangang family. If I don't kill even you, then who is still worth killing? The men donned a faint smile and looked at Nangang Wukui with a playful gaze. His eyes were filled with excitement. Nangang Wukui, the heir of heaven Nangang Wukui, even a person like him would still have such a day. Nangang Wukui tossed the corpse in his hand away. He stood up and took a deep breath. Pitter-patter. Black clouds covered the sky, and light pattering sounds rang out as the rain fell. In only a short while, the rain became heavy and intense. Nangang Cheng hovered in the sky proudly. His body was covered by a light barrier that kept the rain off. He looked quite confident and at ease. As for Nangang Wukui, he was disinclined to keep the rain off, letting the ice-cold rain fall on his body. He felt a slight chill as the ice-cold rain battered him. His bloodstains had been washed away by the rain, revealing his handsome face again. His clothes were somewhat torn, and many parts of his skin were revealed. There were countless horrifying scars on him which had yet to heal. Nangang Wukui would never have thought that one day, his Nangang family would inflict such scars on him. The rain washed away his bloodstains, along with remaining attachment and care he had for the Nangang family. His killing intent gradually condensed and converged in his eyes. It was directed at Nangang Cheng who was standing in the sky. Tisk, 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 such a frightening gaze, Nangang Wukui. Elder Xianying already knows that you are here, so he's on his way, why don't you obediently surrender? Nangong Cheng said with a smile. Buletin Fang and Whitey walked to the entrance, and when Buletin Fang looked at the surroundings enshrouded in a bloody air, his brows rose up slightly. A crazy Nangong Wukui was truly scary. Nangong Xianying. One day, I will surely kill those 3 old fogies. However, before that, I will kill you first. Nangong Wukui looked at Nangong Cheng and grinned. Chapter 442, Show Off. Continue showing off. Ice and cold rain descended from the sky onto the ground, shattering the former upon contact. Nangong Xianying clasped his hands behind his back as he slowly walked in the heavenly mist city's main streets. The rain, which was falling in his immediate vicinity, was incapable of even slightly approaching his body. With every step he took, he crossed a long distance. Suddenly, he stopped and took out a talisman. As soon as he listened to the information it transmitted, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. They finally found Nangong Wukui. I will see where you can run to this time. He was embarrassed and annoyed that his negligence led to Nangong Wukui's escape. Nangong Xianying had assumed that he had everything under control, however, that kid still managed to escape from his grasp. This caused him to be disgraced before his big brother. Thus, he badly wished to find Nangong Wukui quickly and take him back to the prison, and this time, he would ensure that he was deprived of any opportunities to escape. He stepped on the ground lightly with the tip of his toe. As the surrounding rain was dispersed by a squall caused by him, Nangong Xianying's body shot out as if he was truly an eagle. He rushed towards the Cloud Mist restaurant. Nangong Cheng was an extremely talented member of the Nangong family's younger generation. Not only was his cultivation extremely strong, but his talent in alchemy was also only second only to Nangong Wukui's. Nangong Cheng had always envied Nangong Wukui because the latter was always the heavenly mist city's heir of heaven. Furthermore, whenever people mentioned the Nangong family, they would only talk about Nangong Wukui, not Nangong Cheng. Nangong Cheng did not get any opportunities to display his talent because Nangong Wukui was always above him. Now, the time had finally arrived. When Nangong Wukui fell, his name would quickly become known to all. Moreover, if he was able to kill Nangong Wukui, then he could use the reputation to become famous immediately. Thus, he was quite tempted. Contrary to Nangong Wukui's bone-chilling killing intent, Nangong Cheng just laughed. The current Nangong Wukui was not his match. Nangong Wukui currently did not have the heaven and earth obsidian flame, neither did he have even an alchemic fire, so how was the current Nangong Wukui supposed to confront him? Like a dragon, an ice-cold chain coiled around Nangong Cheng, emitting a tremendous pressure. This was the world pressure that divine physique echelon experts possessed. This ability was capable of crushing supreme beings. Rumble! A clap of thunder suddenly reverberated through the sky. The radiance of lightning was resplendent, and it seemed like it would tear the sky apart. After the clap of thunder resounded, Nangong Cheng's warm expression turned twisted and malevolent. Nangong Wukui, drop dead! A long and loud cry echoed all around. He seemed to control the innumerable drops of rain and turned them into countless sharp needles which he sent after Nangong Wukui. Nangong Wukui stood straight, and a pressure was gradually being emitted from his body. The needle-like drops of rains came to a halt in mid-air. Nangong Wukui casually waved his hand, and the needle-like drops of rain burst, and at that moment, they were akin to a blossoming night-blooming cereus which would only display its beauty for a moment before withering. Swoosh! Nangong Wukui's body instantly became blurry, and sonic booms erupted. The speed of a divine physique echelon expert who had broken through one shackle could rival the speed of sound, easily causing sonic booms. The speed at which they thrust their fists was also extremely fast, and because their bodies were stronger, their fighting prowess was even better. Nangong Wukui trod in the air and suddenly appeared before Nangong Cheng. Do you want to step on me and rise higher? It isn't easy to step on me. Nangong Wukui laughed in an imposing manner and thrust his fist at Nangong Cheng. His speed was extremely astonishing. Nangong Cheng raised his hand and blocked the attack. The current you is weak. Nangong Cheng said with a faint smile, and spiritual energy erupted from his immediate surrounding as a scarlet flame appeared. That was an alchemic fire. Although it was many times weaker than a heaven and earth obsidian flame, it was still an extremely excellent fire. With the help of his alchemic fire, Nangong Cheng battle prowess grew even further. A loud rumble erupted as Nangong Wukui was pounded into the ground by Nangong Cheng. His alchemic fire surged, and it evaporated all the raindrops dropping from the sky. Its might was extremely formidable. Sizzle! The speedy evaporation caused steam to rise, and the surroundings ended up getting enveloped in a layer of fog. The red flame soared into the sky and turned into a giant palm which swatted downward. Its power even caused the air to emit cracking sounds as it crumbled in its wake. Bang! That palm's might was so terrifying that it looked like it would directly slap Nangang Wuyukui to death. Buletin Fang, who wasn't far from them, squinted his eyes as he watched Nangang Wuyukui dodge continuously. Although eating the prawn meat had enabled Nangang Wuyukui to recover a large margin of his vitality and strength, it wasn't capable of letting him recover to his peak state. Nangang Wuyukui's heavy injuries were caused by the forceful extraction of his heaven and earth obsidian flame, so being able to recover to the degree that he had was already quite excellent. However, if he ate the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, then he might recover even further. Rumble! Nangang Cheng, who remained floating in mid-air, laughed heartily. His laugh resounded through the air, and his hair fluttered continuously in the wind. He waved his palm, controlling the palm of alchemic fire, and constantly tried to swat Wuyukui with the huge flaming palm. The attempts shattered the ground immensely. Nangang Cheng was extremely excited as he watched Nangang Wuyukui dodge time and time again, and this made his blood begin to flow even faster. Die! Die! He felt an indescribable comfort and pleasure by watching Nangang Wuyukui, who had always been aloof and respected, dodge his attacks in distress. His flame turned into a fire dragon which closed in Nangang Wuyukui and forced the latter into a dead end. He would burn Nangang Wuyukui, killing him shortly. Nangang Cheng's eyes widened with excitement, and his complexion grew hideous as he laughed heartily. Your laughter is, truly sickening. After Nangang Wuyukui was forced into a dead end, he stood straight and let out a long breath. A jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. Nangang Wuyukui crushed the bottle, and a resplendent, cyan-colored pill flew out of it. There were some mark and stripes faintly visible on the pill. It was a one-mark pill that Nangang Wuyukui had refined using a secret recipe. Crunch! Nangang Wuyukui chewed the pill immediately and swallowed it down. A cyan radiance formed in Nangang Wuyukui's immediate vicinity, and his aura gradually rose. His skin suddenly became translucent, making it resemble a beautiful white jade. His gaze became more profound. He raised his hand, and the scarlet fire dragon halted in mid-air immediately. Nangang Cheng's expression stiffened, and even his smile stiffened. What had happened? How had such a powerful and imposing manner suddenly erupted out of Nangang Wuyukui? In the next moment, Nangang Cheng watched his fire dragon get torn apart by some tyrannical power. A handsome and elegant Nangang Wuyukui, who was emitting a resplendent light, suddenly appeared before him. His alchemic fire had crumbled already. Nangang Wuyukui raised his white hand and slapped Nangang Cheng's face ruthlessly. An explosion reverberated as Nangang Cheng fell from mid-air. After Nangang Wuyukui consumed the pill, he became more cold and indifferent. His speed became faster, and his fighting prowess and aura became stronger. Nangang Cheng felt like he was confronting Nangang Wuyukui in his peak state. This Nangang Wuyukui wasn't someone he could rival, so he immediately felt frightened. Nangang Cheng couldn't even use his full strength, so he just ended up as Nangang Wuyukui's punching bag. Countless punches descended on him, and he was beaten until he wished for death. He coughed blood continuously, and he was in a very sorry state. Bang! Nangang Wuyukui's last punch maliciously stuck the position of his energy core. The strike caused an airwave to sweep through the surrounding. Nangang Cheng had a blank look on his face as he fell down on the ground weakly. His aura was faint, and foams of blood dripped down his mouth. When the effect of the pill wore off, Nangang Wuyukui felt an intense pain. It was as though all his muscles were getting punctured by needles, and countless drops of blood seeped out of his sparkling skin. His body became soaked in blood once again. However, when the rain fell on him and washed away his blood, he now looked to be in an even more sorry state. He raised Nangang Cheng up by the collar. Nangang Wuyukui looked up at Nangang Cheng, who had blood dripping down his mouth, and began to laugh crazily. Weren't you just showing off? Why don't you continue showing off? Nangang Wuyukui struck Nangang Cheng's head repeatedly, and the latter was incapable of putting up any resistance. Didn't you want to step on me and rise higher? Come and try. Plop. Nangang Cheng was extremely annoyed, and he couldn't help but spout a mouthful of blood. Nangong Wukui thrust his fist and pounded Nangong Cheng's face, and this caused the latter to fall to the ground weakly. Nangong Wukui covered his palm with true energy and placed it above the position of Nangong Cheng's energy core. A scarlet flame immediately rushed out of the energy core and entered Nangong Wukui's body. Although he had been stripped of his heaven and earth obsidian flames, Nangong Wukui still had a trace of its aura in his body, thus, suppressing an alchemic fire was quite easy for him, so he didn't experience any difficulty while trying to swallow the alchemic fire. AHH! You mustn't do it! You mustn't! Nangong Cheng began to struggle wildly. However, he could only watch helplessly as he was stripped of his alchemic fire. He became crestfallen, feeling as if it was his heart which had just been fished out of his body. Nangong Wukui! You dare! A resounding roar erupted from somewhere in the distance, and it quickly reached him. The roar even seemed to disperse the raindrops in its way. Nangong Xianying had finally arrived. There were two pitch-black chains fluttering around him, which emitted an extremely stifling and terrifying aura. Nangong Wukui gazed at Nangong Xianying coldly. He raised Nangong Cheng, who looked as lifeless as a dead dog, off the ground. Stop! Nangong Xianying was extremely annoyed. Nangong Cheng was his descendant, so how could he let him die like this? Stop! Do you think I will stop just because you said so? Who do you think you are? Nangong Wukui coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his complexion became paler as that pill side effect tormented him. He exerted his strength and crushed Nangong Cheng's head directly. Buledin Feng, who remained in the distance, only watched with indifference. Nangong Xianying was so angry. An angry roar accompanied by a terrifying pressure ripped through the surrounding, and he intended to turn Nangong Wukui into a meat paste directly with his strike. This strike contained Nangong Xianying's boundless anger. Nangong Wukui's body was currently weak and feeble, so he dropped to a knee. The ice-cold rain fell upon his face and dripped down it. Buzz! A violet ray flickered as Whitey's body suddenly appeared before Nangong Wukui. It unfurled the metallic wings on its back, emitting a sonorous jingling sound. Rumble! The stripes on its armor flickered as Whitey raised its fan-like fist and pounded it against Nangong Xianying's. A puppet? Get lost! Nangong Xianying roared. Green smoke curled around Buledin Feng's hand as he summoned the Black Turtle Constellation Wok. He poured the dissolved water of the extreme glacial domain, and ramen noodles, which fluttered in the wind wildly, followed the water into the wok. Buledin Feng opened his mouth and spouted a golden flame, and the might of the golden flame, his heaven and earth obsidian flame, erupted immediately. Nangong Wukui sensed it. He turned his head and looked at Buledin Feng in disbelief. A heaven and earth obsidian flame? Owner Buledin had a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Chapter 443, Your injuries seemed quite grave, so I put more of an ingredient on it. The golden flame shone with a mesmerizing and resplendent glow. The glowing flame, which looked like a small sun, attracted Nangong Wukui's gaze. He was completely flabbergasted. Is this a heaven and earth obsidian flame? Is it truly a heaven and earth obsidian flame? The golden heaven and earth obsidian flame's might was no weaker than his 9 Hell King flame, and it emitted a frightening fluctuation. He would never have imagined that Buledin Feng possessed a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Owner Buledin hadn't even reached the divine physique echelon, yet he unexpectedly had a flame which even divine physique echelon experts found difficult and strenuous to control. This reality seemed more like a fantasy story. Buledin Feng was not in the divine physique echelon, so how was it possible for him to absorb the heaven and earth obsidian flame? Moreover, since he wasn't an alchemist, absorbing it should have been even more difficult for him. Were the heaven and earth obsidian flames now just worthless objects that even an 8th-grade war god like Buledin Feng could get a hold of? Wait, old Buledin, what are you up to? Nangong Wukui was still marveling at the discovery in shock when he suddenly noticed Buledin Feng moving. When he saw the golden flame fly to the bottom of the black wok, Nangong Wukui's face donned an odd expression. Does old Buledin intend to cook using the heaven and earth obsidian flame? Nangong Wukui was completely stunned, and even his pale complexion became somewhat flushed. This really was extremely wasteful. How could he waste it like this? How could he use a heaven and earth obsidian flame to cook? Such a flame should at least be used for refining elixirs. It should definitely be used for refining elixirs. Cooking with a heaven and earth obsidian flame was akin to cutting a radish with a dragon slayer sword. It was extremely extravagant and wasteful. This old bulletin really was committing a sin. Nangang Wukui didn't expect that despite being acquainted with Bulletin Fang for such a long time, he didn't know that Bulletin Fang had a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Sigh. He let out a long breath. Nangang Xianying also sensed that heaven and earth obsidian flame's aura, and he couldn't help turning his head around in shock. A heaven and earth obsidian flame? An 8th grade ant unexpectedly possesses a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Nangang Wukui's reaction wasn't much different from Nangang Xianying's. The latter was so shocked that he almost began to doubt his own existence. Even his own big brother didn't hesitate to betray the Nangang family and strip that flame from Nangang Wukui's body forcefully, ruining the latter's gift in alchemy, just so that he could obtain the 9 Hell King flame. After Nangang Wukui lost his heaven and earth obsidian flame, his gift in alchemy dropped drastically. Afterward, Nangang Wukui, who was the pride of the heavenly mist city, quickly became a part of the past. All of that happened just for a heaven and earth obsidian flame. However, what did he just witness? An unknown 8th grade war god, who was akin to an ant in his eyes, had just taken out a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Nangang Xianying was truly incapable of accepting such a reality. What he found even more unbelievable was that this fellow actually used the heaven and earth obsidian flame for cooking. Cooking, aren't you just trying to show off? Bang! The enraged Nangang Xianying swung a fist at Whitey and sent it flying. The metallic wings behind Whitey flapped slightly, emitting a sonorous clanking sound. Swoosh! 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 Countless flying daggers shot out of Whitey's body. Their speed was so fast that they seemed capable of ripping the sky apart. A whistling noise pierced the air as the flying daggers streaked toward Nangang Xianying. The flying daggers were innumerable, shrouding the entire sky on their descent and extremely fast. Anyone who saw them would be overwhelmed with shock. After Bulletin Fang's promotion, Whitey's flying daggers became faster. However, Nangang Xianying was, after all, an expert who had broken free of 2 of the Supreme Being's shackles. His true energy erupted, causing the 2 chains behind him to sway wildly in the wind. They emitted loud clanking sounds and began to glow. A mighty pressure enveloped the surroundings, causing the rocks littered about to disintegrate. Nangang Xianying shifted his gaze from Bulletin Fang and raised his palm, from which his true energy erupted out. Swirling like a whirlwind, Nangang Xianying's true energy blocked the flying daggers, knocking them all away. The flying daggers that had been knocked backward froze in mid-air before returning into Whitey's back. They continued on like this in an unending loop. This puppet really is not easy. Nangang Xianying's pupils dilated. Whitey's prowess had somewhat exceeded his expectation. This was a puppet at the Divine Realm. Why would a Divine Realm puppet appear here? Wasn't such a puppet an object that only the puppet sect could control? Oh! Right. The puppet sect's experts were currently in the Heavenly Mist City. Was this kid in front of him related to them? Nangang Xianying squinted his eyes. He had become apprehensive. If Bulletin Fang truly was someone from the puppet sect, then he had to properly consider if he should kill Bulletin Fang or just spare him. The puppet sect was a terrifying sect, after all. However, before all of that, he had to dispose of Nangang Wukui first, in order to end any potential for trouble in the future. Although Nangang Wukui's gift in alchemy had been ruined, he still had his shocking gift in cultivation. If he wasn't for the fact that he was too lazy, Nangang Wukui would have already broken through his second Supreme Being shackle. And now, it was only because Nangang Wukui was too lazy that they gained such an opportunity to deal with him. Sizzle! Right after the ramen had boiled in the hot soup, it began to emit a faint fragrance which permeated the surrounding. The fragrance wasn't rich or strong, but it still clearly transmitted to each person's nose. Bulletin Fang whipped out the abyssal chili sauce and filled a big ladle with it. Then, he poured the sauce on the ladle into the hot soup, causing it to take a scarlet luster immediately. A spicy aroma surged out of the wok. Bulletin Fang's actions were extremely skilled and refined. He casually swatted the black turtle constellation wok, and the ramen within it soared into the sky immediately, then it all fell into a porcelain bowl that he had already prepared. As soon as Bulletin Fang poured the scarlet soup into the bowl of ramen, a spicy odor surged out of it. A bowl of rampage ramen had been completed. However, at this moment, Nangang Wukui was still lamenting the fact that Bulletin Fang would really use a heaven and earth obsidian flame to cook. The sight was truly painful for him to behold. When his thoughts shifted to his heaven and earth obsidian flame which was forcefully stripped from him, he lamented even more. It was truly infuriating. Why did you take out a heaven and earth obsidian flame just when my heart is wounded and grieving? Old Bulletin you surely must be doing this on purpose. Take the noodles. After Bulletin Fang finished cooking the rampage ramen, he looked at the grieving Nangong Wukui, and the corners of his mouth curled up as he spoke indifferently. He waved his hand casually, and the rampage ramen soared into the air, streaking toward Nangong Wukui. What was that object? A bowl of noodles? What use is serving me noodles at such a moment? Nangong Wukui was taken aback, and he subconsciously caught the rampage ramen that Bulletin Fang had thrown at him. Hold on! This noodles were cooked using a heaven and earth obsidian flame. Did old Bulletin make them so that I could feel the aura of a heaven and earth obsidian flame aura, which will heal my wounded heart? Nangong Wukui's hands trembled as he held the bowl of rampage ramen, and his eyes began to burn with hot tears. Old Bulletin was truly too thoughtful and caring. Nangong Wukui was so moved that he almost wept. On the other hand, Nangong Xianying looked at the steaming bowl of ramen in disdain. Eating noodles? Do you take them for some marvelous elixir? That is really ridiculous. Bang! He roared angrily and thrust his fist out, sending the last flying dagger flying away. Swoosh! The flying dagger returned into Whitey's wings, and a violet glow began to flicker in its eyes. Buzz! A peculiar fluctuation spread outwards as Whitey's armor began to emit a resplendent radiance. That armor's arrays had been activated. A white circular array appeared in front of Whitey's belly. Bang! An explosion erupted as a blast of energy burst forth from the array in front of Whitey's belly. The speed of the energy wave was so swift that it caused a loud rumble as it tore through the air. Nangong Xianying was taken aback once more and he took a deep breath. This puppet was extraordinary. A cannon array? A cannon array had been carved on that puppet? Who made and designed such a puppet? Suddenly, a true energy barrier appeared in front of Nangong Xianying, and when the cannon array's blast struck the barrier, the impact caused Nangong Xianying to take several steps backward. He was a divine physique echelon expert who had broken free of 2 supreme being shackles. His cultivation was extremely powerful. Thus, in an imposing manner, he had been able to block the blast head-on. Dust and smoke rose up into the air as Nangong Xianying dispersed his barrier and let out a long breath. However, at that moment, his pupils suddenly dilated as he sensed a fearful fluctuation from within the smoke ahead of him. Bang! 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 Several explosions resounded consecutively as several blasts from the cannon array tore through the smoke as they streaked toward him. Every hair on Nangong Xianying's body stood on end. Even though he was a divine physique echelon expert who had broken through 2 supreme being shackles, he still didn't dare attempt to block the cannon array's blasts with just his fleshly body. Thus, he condensed his true energy barrier once more. The cannon's energy blasts bombarded his true energy barrier without stopping, causing Nangong Xianying's to constantly retreat backward. Nangong Wukui was stunned by the scene. He had raised the porcelain bowl to his mouth, but he was distracted from it. He was looking at Whitey, who turned into a humanoid-shaped destruction machine, in shock. A cannon array. A cannon array, which was used to attack cities, had casually been taken out by Whitey and was being used nonchalantly. It turned out that Lord White was actually this awesome and fierce. Nangong Wukui swallowed his saliva, and he couldn't help but cough another mouthful of blood. He gasped for breath for a while before he stuffed that ramen into his mouth. Old Bulletin asked me to eat these noodles, yet he didn't even give me a pair of chopsticks. He stuffed his mouth with ramen, poured the steaming hot soup into his mouth and began to chew. Suddenly, his pupils dilated and became bloodshot. His pale complexion instantly turned scarlet, and it seemed that flames were about to burst out from him. What the hell is this dish? Why is it this spicy? Tears began streaming down Nangong Wukui's face, and as he chewed, he wept. Bulletin Fang dispersed the 10,000 bestial flame, put back the black turtle constellation walk and directed an expressionless gaze at Nangong Wukui. Your injuries looked quite grave, so I increased the portion of each ingredient that I put into it so that its effects would become more outstanding, said Bulletin Fang. Bang! 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 In the next moment, a wave of true energy surged out from Nangong Wukui's body, and he felt like his body was about to combust. Ah, spicy. Nangang Wukui jumped up high, ripped the torn clothes off his body and roared. A surge of true energy burst forth from him. Nangang Wukui, who still had tears streaming down his face, stuffed what remained of the ramen into his mouth and roared again. His bloodshot eyes glared at Nangang Xianying. Lord White, get out of my way, leave that old dog to me. Chapter 444, I want to extract that heaven and earth obsidian flame from your body. Lord White, get out of my way, leave that old dog to me. Nangang Wukui, whose eyes were now bloodshot, straightened his back and shouted loudly. His aura was imposing and astonishing, and his shout was resounding, almost angering Nangang Xianying to death. Who are you calling an old dog? His status was noble and respected, yet this punk was cursing at him like this, it truly was unforgivable. Whitey violet eyes flickered for a while, and suddenly, smoke surged out from its array, which stopped revolving. Then, it stopped shooting the array cannon. Nangang Xianying's body was already drenched in sweat. He had not expected that a solemn divine physique echelon expert like himself, who had broken through 2 shackles, would be this distressed while facing a puppet. Nangang Xianying's aura became more stifling as he coldly glared at Whitey. Nangang Wukui cried out as he fell from the sky, landing right in front of Nangang Xianying. Sizzle! The ice-cold raindrops that fell on Nangang Wukui's skin evaporated on contact, causing steam to rise up around him. Nangang Wukui felt his skin burning. The burning hot sensation was extremely uncomfortable. However, the true energy in his energy core was surging. This was also the case for the alchemic fire which he had just absorbed, and it was unceasingly snarling. His strength had undergone a tremendous change at that moment. Why did his strength experience such a major upheaval? What had caused it? When Nangang Wukui felt how scalding hot his body was and how the spiciness in his mouth caused tears to stream down his cheeks, his shock was not light. Was it because of that bowl of ramen? He felt really bitter when he remembered the bowl of extremely spicy ramen that Bulletin Fang had thrown at him. Your injuries looked quite grave, so I increased the portion of each ingredient that I put into it. Was what Bulletin Fang had said. Was this really just adding an increased portion of the ingredients into it? This was adding poison into it. Nangang Wukui roared loudly. His bare upper body was bright red, and his true energy was boiling. His bloodstains were washed away by the rain as steam rose up from him. Although the current Nangang Wukui was still in a sorry state, when he squeezed his hand into a fist, he felt his body brimming with power. Nangang Xianying was stunned by the sight. Why did this punk become this frightening? Sizzle! Steam gushed out of Nangang Wukui's nostrils, and he glared at Nangang Xianying as intensely as a horny bull glared at a cow. Old dog, drop dead! Nangang Wukui roared as he shot out. His speed was extremely fast, he moved so fast that it would have been extremely difficult for one to catch a glimpse of him. The rain in his path was blown away as he charged forward. Bang! He swung a fist with a momentum that seemed like it would tear the air apart. Faced with Nangang Wukui's fist, Nangang Xianying's pupils dilated, and he raised his palm. There was a loud explosion, and both opponents took several steps backward after the collision. Nangang Xianying was so shocked that his heart shuddered. How was this possible? Why did this kid suddenly become this powerful? After Nangang Wukui was repelled backward, he stopped after taking several steps backward and roared once again before charging at Nangang Xianying. Nangang Xianying repressed his shock and true energy surged out from his body. The 2 chains in front of him swayed wildly in the wind, emitting a loud clanking sound. Bang! A terrifying wave firmly crashed into Nangang Wukui's body. However, Nangang Wukui's true energy only shook slightly, and he, unexpectedly, managed to resist the force head-on. He coughed out a mouthful of blood and charged at Nangang Xianying again. As Nangang Wukui streaked over, his neck was straightened, and his wide eyes had a sinister look in them, causing Nangang Xianying's heart to lurch involuntarily. Bastard! Old dog! Blood dripped down from the corners of Nangang Wukui's mouth as he glared at Nangang Xianying. The ramen's spiciness had caused his mouth to swell. However, Nangang Wukui didn't care about that now, instead, he felt quite carefree because of the drastic increase in his strength. Nangang Wukui grabbed Nangang Xianying's shoulder with one hand and swung a fist, which had been formed with the other hand, at Nangang Xianying's head. Bang! Nangang Xianying's complexion gravely changed, and he raised his hand and blocked it. When his arm collided against Nangang Wuqi's fist, waves caused by their collision swept the surroundings. Nangang Xianying slightly groaned, and he seemed to become more angered. He wanted to shake off Nangang Wuqi, but he discovered that this kid firmly held onto his shoulder, and prevented him from throwing him off. Nangang Xianying groaned once again as he suffered a ruthless strike from Nangang Wuqi's elbow. At this moment, Nangang Wuqi was extremely excited. "Who let you show off in front of me? I will beat you until not even your father could recognize you." Bang! 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 A fist after fist, a palm strike after another was thrust at him. He unceasingly hit him with his elbow while he roared out, "AHH! Bastard, you dare to bite me! I'm biting you, old dog, so what?" Bulletin Fang stood in a distant place and speechlessly looked at those two people who were wrestling and grappling. Nangang Wuqi fought until he became crazy, and he even used his mouth and bit Nangang Xianying's arm, which caused him to start angrily roaring out. The Rampage Ramen could at the very least increase one's strength by 1-fold, and it all depended on one's foundation. With Nangang Wuqi's foundation, the increase which he would get wouldn't be just a simple 1-fold increase. If it wasn't because his body was extremely feeble now, he should have been able to defeat Nangang Xianying. Unfortunately, Nangang Wuqi's injuries were too grave. Even the Rampage Ramen wouldn't change the fact that he was gravely injured, and moreover, the Rampage Ramen's effect didn't last for a long while. Bang! 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 The ground seemed like it was unceasingly shaking. The cultivation of both of them was at the divine physique echelon and their battle prowess was preeminent, so their fight unceasingly shattered the ground apart. However, the Heavenly Mist City's protective arrays were automatically repairing the destroyed ground, but such repair didn't include the surrounding elixir stores, so their situation was quite miserable. They were unceasingly wrecked apart. After a long while, Nangang Wuqi crawled up from the ground with blood unceasingly flowing down from him. As for Nangang Xianying, he was bombarded until he fell down on the ground, and he wasn't even slightly budging. Nangang Wuqi was loudly gasping for breath, and his chest was intensely heaving up and down as if it was a bellows. He was too exhausted, and after the Rampage Ramen's effects disappeared, his exhaustion instantly overwhelmed him like a tide. He felt like his body was filled with glue and he found every step he took extremely strenuous. Nangang Wuqi squinted his eyes and curled up his swollen lips, then looked at Bulletin Fang and heartily laughed. "You, bastard, must truly die." Nangang Wuqi's body suddenly stiffened, and he slowly turned his body around and looked at Nangang Xianying, who crawled up from the ground. A black pill was swallowed by him. That pill had a faintly visible mark and stripe on it. After he swallowed that pill, Nangang Xianying's aura started gradually recovering and rising, and it unexpectedly reached its former peak state. However, compared to when he just arrived here, he still seemed in an even more sorry state. "Damn! AHH! Nangang Xianying angrily roared and trod on the ground before he shot and ruthlessly pounded Nangang Wuqi's waist with his leg. The current Nangang Wuqi was extremely weak, so how could he block such strike? He was directly sent flying away, and he fell upon an elixir store and was thoroughly buried in its rubbles. Even after a long while, Nangang Wuqi still didn't come out of it. Nangang Xianying's hair sprang out and hung loosely over his shoulder, and his clothes were filled with tears along with countless hideous and horrifying bite marks. Nangang Xianying slightly rubbed his body before he directed his gaze at Bulletin Fang. "It's you. It's you who gave that bastard a bowl of noodles which let his strength drastically rise." He pointedly said every one of those words as the killing intent overflowing from his body became even denser. Bulletin Fang calmly stood in the store's entrance and expressionlessly looked at Nangang Xianying. "That's right, you guessed it correctly, it's pity that there isn't any reward prepared for you," said Bulletin Fang. "Reward? It's me who will reward you, I will reward you with death," Nangang Xianying coldly said. While he spoke, a trace of greed and excitement appeared within his eyes. A heaven and earth obsidian flame, this kid had a heaven and earth obsidian flame. He intended to spare him because he was from the puppet sect, but now that he knew that he had a heaven and earth obsidian flame, would he still spare him? That's something which only a retard would do. If he could obtain a heaven and earth obsidian flame, then his position would surely rise up, and his skill in alchemy would gradually become better, and he might break through the one cloud alchemist realm. The benefits which he could get by obtaining a heaven and earth obsidian flame were too great. I will slowly extract that heaven and earth obsidian flame from your body like how my big brother extracted the 9 Hell King flame from Nangang Wukui. He slowly strode forward and walked toward Buletin Fang. Buletin Fang let out a long breath and opened his eyes, and in the next moment, Whitey's body appeared before him. Whitey's eyes' violet glow suddenly became grey. Indifference and coldness as well as killing intent were emitted from them. All of the arrays in Whitey's body started glowing. Your puppet is truly strong, but it's still incapable of stopping me, said Nangang Xianying as he sneered and looked at Whitey. He immediately shot out, and his body broke through the sound speed as he instantly appeared in front of Whitey. Whitey was swatted and sent flying by Nangang Xianying before it managed to activate its cannon array. A bolt of true energy went after Whitey and thrashed it, sending it flying farther away. It was completely incapable of keeping up with Nangang Xianying. There was a great difference in their speed. Buletin Fang's pupils contracted as he looked at such sight. Whitey struggled up, and unceasingly charged at Nangang Xianying, however, the two of them weren't in the same realm. Each time, Whitey would be bombarded by him and forced down into the ground. Did you see it? Your puppet will be quickly broken by me, so what other means do you have? Nangang Xianying started sneering as he coldly looked at Buletin Fang. Buletin Fang squinted his eyes, and Shrimpy, who lay on his shoulder, was waving its sickles, and it seemed quite unsatisfied with Nangang Xianying's arrogant manner. The grey eyes of Whitey who lay on the ground flickered for a while before they started alternating between a violet and white glow, and a fearful aura was gradually rising up from its body. However, when Whitey's aura was just about to erupt out. Squeak! Shrimpy, who was on Buletin Fang's shoulder, shouted out and turned into a golden light beam as it flew out. Its speed was so quick that it seemed like a golden ray of light which would tear space apart. It was so fast that it would be extremely difficult for someone to catch a glimpse of it. Nangang Xianying was taken aback, and he felt his heart slightly palpitating in fear. He raised his palm and firmly waved it at Shrimpy, who was flying toward him. A puppet and a shrimp, is this all you got? Nangang Xianying roared out, and his aura gradually rose as the glow of the two chains behind him reached its peak. However, all of a sudden, his pupils contracted until they were the size of a sesame seed. He discovered that the golden light ray which shot and flew at him unexpectedly disappeared. Chapter 445, Shrimpy, let's go. Where was that shrimp? Nangang Xianying's eyes, which were brimming with killing intent, discovered that the golden ray thoroughly disappeared. It was like that golden ray never appeared in the first place. All of a sudden, Nangang Xianying's whole body shuddered as he felt an extremely giant shadow covering him. That shadow had an extremely tyrannical aura. What happened? Nangang Xianying became solemn, and he raised his head and saw in the sky an extremely tremendous golden beast who covered the whole sky. Water splashed all around as the rain fell upon that giant golden beast. Roar! A deafening roar resounded. That tiny shrimp unexpectedly and suddenly became extremely tremendous, and its stifling aura caused even Nangang Xianying's eyes to tremble along with his body. Buletin Fang dumbfoundedly looked at the mantis shrimp who suddenly became quite tremendous. He never once imagined that Shrimpy, who always peacefully lay on his shoulder, could unexpectedly transform. This fellow was also slightly marvelous. Its sharp sickles were quite massive, and as it waved them, it seemed like they would cut the ground apart. Nangang Xianying felt an ice-cold breeze swept his body, and his body suddenly flickered as he shot into a distant place. Bang! Bang! Whitey was also slightly dumbfounded, and the glows which unceasingly fluctuated on its eyes disappeared, returning them to a stable grey color. Whitey swatted the ground with its palm and shot out into the sky. Shrimpy's body, which seemed like a giant golden dragon, moved as the parts of its whole body shell collided against each other and emitted resounding clanking sounds. Shrimpy turned around and let Whitey, who floated in mid-air, land on its back. Then, Shrimpy revolved its compound eyes and waved its sickles before it roared out. Buzz! A hazy golden light was emitted from Shrimpy's body, covering Whitey's body and letting it be enveloped by a noble golden light. Whitey's grey eyes started flickering as the arrays on its body started glowing. What's this? A sideshow? After Nangang Xianying steadily stood on his place and saw that giant golden shrimp being ridden by that puppet, an odd look appeared on his face. He was utterly baffled and dumbfounded by such sight. As for Buletin Fang, his eyes slightly lit up as he looked at Whitey and Shrimpy. Unexpectedly, those two fellows still could combine, and he once more had no knowledge about it. He all along assumed that Shrimpy didn't have any use apart from improving the flavor and texture of a dish by taking a swim in the wok. It turned out that he was mistaken. Shrimpy was unexpectedly still capable of transforming. It's useless. All of you are too weak. Nangang Xianying didn't care about them. He loudly cried out as the true energy on his body surged out and took the form of a goshawk who spread its wings and soared in the sky. That goshawk's body was bound by 2 ice-cold chains. Bang! Surging airwaves burst out from Nangang Xianying's body and swept the surrounding. Is this your last card? I will tear it to shreds and let you feel what is despair. As his voice resounded out, Nangang Xianying shot out in an extremely swift speed. His speed surpassed the sounds and it caused countless sonic booms to resound. Nangang Xianying instantly appeared before the giant Shrimpy. Shrimpy, who carried Whitey, widened its eyes and glared at him. It swayed its innumerable small legs in mid-air as its body shot out in an inconceivable speed. Its speed wasn't any slower to Nangang Xianying's. Nangang Xianying's eyes contracted, and he thrust out an imposing fist which seemed like it turned into the phantom image of a roaring beast which shot at Shrimpy. It emitted a terrifying fluctuation and seemed capable of tearing Shrimpy apart. An intense fluctuation burst out as a golden light shot out from Shrimpy's back which seemed like it would tear the air apart. Rib. That was an energy blast sent by the array cannon. Whitey, who stood on Shrimpy's back, was covered by hazy golden light membranes, and the arrays on its body were also emitting a golden light, and even the energy blast sent by it was also covered in a golden light membrane. Nangang Xianying's punch power was directly torn and scattered by that shot before it continued on as it emitted a deafening sound, and swiftly approached Nangang Xianying. It's extremely fast. Why did this array cannon's blast become quicker than before? The hair of Nangang Xianying's whole body stood on end. If before, he only found Whitey's array cannon quite thorny, then now, he found its might quite frightening. He wasn't even able of dodging it and could only create a barrier with his energy to try to block it head-on. Bang! All of the people in Heavenly Mist City couldn't help but raise their heads and look at the place from which that intense explosion transmitted. A golden light soared into the sky in there, along with terrifying waves which swept the surroundings. Even Bulletin Fang was somewhat shocked as he looked at that dazzling light before him, and he couldn't help but inwardly suck in a breath of cold air. After the smoke and dust dispersed, a surging mist engulfed the surroundings as the wrecked terrain of the place was revealed. The whole ground deeply caved in and countless broken rocks flew all around as they burst open. This destructive power was truly frightening. Why had the array cannon's might suddenly become this powerful? Bulletin Fang suddenly thought of something, and his eyes couldn't help but widen. Did Shrimpy have an ability to increase one's prowess in addition to its ability to improve a dish's texture and taste? That golden light membrane was probably capable of increasing one's battle prowess. As he thought of it, the gaze in which Bulletin Fang looked at Shrimpy became somewhat full of amazement. What was the origin of this creature? What kind of freak came out of that crystal source which he cut open? After the mist scattered, a person was revealed. Nangang Xianying's current state was extremely miserable. He would never have expected that the might of that array cannon would become this powerful. The clothes on his body were all torn apart by that explosion, and his skin was utterly scorched, looking quite horrifying. His true energy barrier directly broke apart when it came in contact with that blast, and it was incapable of withstanding it for even a moment. It was truly terrifying. Nangang Xianying raised his head as blood slowly oozed out of his nostrils. Whitey proudly stood atop Shrimpy's back. The armor which covered its whole body was flickering in a resplendent golden light, and the metallic wings on its back were unfolded. A sonorous sound resounded as another blast started being condensed on the array cannon before its belly. Rib. An extremely swift energy blast shot out. Its speed utterly frightened Nangang Xianying. Dodge it? No, he wouldn't manage to dodge it on time. He once again created a true energy barrier and intended to withstand it head-on once again. An explosion sound resounded out. Its light was dazzling bright, and its fluctuations and waves were intense and acute. Nangang Xianying's body was directly sent flying by it. Bang! At this moment, Whitey had already turned into a humanoid cannon, and the array cannon in front of its belly sent a blast after another. Each of those blasts seemed like they would tear the air apart. At this moment, Nangang Xianying already started despairing. How shameless! He was incapable of withstanding that array cannon's shots. Each of those blasts was equivalent to an attack from a divine physique echelon expert who broke through two of Supreme Being's shackles. How could he block them? He wanted to block them, and he tried to, however, he failed. A dense smoke started being emitted from the array cannon before Whitey's belly after it consecutively shot dozens of blasts. It seemed like this array reached its limit, and it directly scattered. The golden lights emitted from Shrimpy's body started dimming before they also disappeared. Shrimpy's giant body, which resembled a giant golden dragon, started shrinking down until it turned back into its previous tiny form, and it lay atop Whitey's round head. An entire layer was raised from the ground, and all of the surrounding stores were utterly wrecked. Splatter! Nangong Xianying slowly crawled up from the ground and spouted a mouthful of blood as his aura became quite weak and feeble. Unexpectedly, he still hadn't died. As expected of an expert who broke through two of Supreme Being's shackles. Nangong Xianying, whose whole body was soaked in blood, raised his head while coughing blood, but his aura was extremely weak and feeble. Ha 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 ha, you don't have any more move or card. Why don't you continue shotting me? Come on, continue. Nangong Xianying slightly staggered before he stood properly. He widened his eyes and started heartily laughing. Bulletin Fang leaned upon the store's gate and indifferently looked at him. The golden light emitted from the body of Whitey, who was in the sky, already became quite dim, however, it was still enveloped by that membrane. It was obvious that after Shrimpy shrank down, its amplification ability effect weakened. However, it was still enough. Whitey shocked the metallic wings on its back and caused a sonic boom as it shot out and appeared before Nangong Xianying. The human's pupils contracted as he raised his hand and started defending against Whitey. The two of them started wrestling and grappling. Bang! 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 While facing Whitey's explosive attacks, Nangong Xianying was unceasingly forced back down. He was injured, heavily injured, so he found it quite difficult to defend against it. However, even if he was incapable of blocking it, he still must try as he didn't want to die. He angrily roared and thrust another fist which collided against Whitey's own, and their collision caused surging waves to sweep through the surroundings. Whitey's eyes slightly flickered, and after it deflected that punch, it swiftly moved its hand and held Nangong Xianying's neck, then directly and heavily pounded him against the ground. Broken rocks flew all around as a punch after another rained down on him, and they caused the whole ground to start shaking. Rumble! A loud rumbling sound resounded as the ground caved in because of Whitey's attacks. The Heavenly Mist City's arrays didn't have enough time to be able to repair it. Nangong Xianying weakly lay down on the ground like a dead dog, and he wasn't able to even slightly budge. Whitey stood up and folded its wings, its imposing manner was truly shocking. You can't kill me! You can't kill me! Cough, cough! Nangong Xianying quickly crawled up from the ground once again while coughing blood, and he once again consumed an elixir. It was a cyan-colored elixir. His body's aura unexpectedly started recovering once again. He started excitedly laughing as he looked at Whitey, Shrimpy, and Bulletin Fang in madness. Ha ha ha, with this 2-mark elixir in my hand, you are incapable of killing me. He was slightly pained by the fact that he had to consume such precious elixir. As waves swept the surrounding, Nangong Xianying's imposing manner started quickly rising up, and it was gradually becoming even more fearful. Whitey's eyes flickered as it condensed its whole body aura. Shrimpy, who was lying on Whitey's head, stood up and revolved its eyes as it stared at Nangong Xianying. In the next moment, a squeaking sound resounded as a golden light flickered and penetrated Nangong Xianying's body, causing his laughter to suddenly stop. Shrimpy, who was in mid-air, waved its sickles and moved its innumerable legs, and it seemed like it turned into countless light rays as it swiftly flew back and forth through Nangong Xianying's body. Nangong Xianying was penetrated countless times until he became like a sieve. Chapter 446, The Death of Nangong Xianying. When the golden rays of light disappeared, a thick mist of blood rose up and pervaded the surrounding. Shrimpy's body swayed in mid-air as it slowly floated back onto Whitey's head. Lying on Whitey's head, Shrimpy didn't move any longer. Nangong Xianying opened his eyes wide. His sluggish eyes were wide open and they were filled with disbelief. He slowly shifted his gaze downwards and looked at his body, which was filled with countless holes. After looking at his body, Nangong Xianying became extremely depressed and he spouted a mouthful of blood. His aura instantly weakened and every single trace of vitality left him. Why? Why did this happen to me? He was actually killed by a shrimp. His body was penetrated before the elixir managed to show its effects. Blood oozed out from all the holes on his body and even his heart had been penetrated by shrimpy. It was impossible for him to survive. There was no way he could keep his life after his heart was pierced. Splatter! He coughed out several mouthfuls of blood and his whole body started to shiver intensely. As blood oozed from the holes in his body, he dropped down on his knees. Before long, Nangang Xianying fell to the ground. He lay there without moving. His aura was quickly fading from his body. The rain which had been falling for the entire night finally stopped and the dark clouds in the sky disappeared all of a sudden. It was as though those dark clouds didn't exist in the first place. Whitey raised its hand and scratched its round head. When it was scratching its head, it accidentally touched Shrimpy who was lying on its head. Grabbing Shrimpy, Whitey placed it on its shoulder before turning around. Whitey walked back into the restaurant and its eyes slowly turned purple. When it felt as though Whitey shifted its position, Shrimpy crawled back up and made its way back onto Whitey's head. It looked for a cozy location before lying down on Whitey's head again. It fell back asleep in a few moments. It seemed as though this matter ended like this. Almost everyone who was sent by the Nangang family was killed. They were killed before they were able to capture their target, Nangang Wyukwi. This was an outcome which nobody expected. Since Nangang Wyukwi was already heavily injured, the members of the Nangang family thought that his capture would be certain after sending so many experts after him. There would be no way for accidents to occur. With a divine physique echelon expert who broke through two of the supreme being's shackles like Nangang Xianying, it would be a piece of cake for him to catch Nangang Wyukwi. However, an accident occurred and the results shocked everyone. A restaurant which wasn't taken seriously by the Nangang family killed everyone sent by them. It could be imagined how great the disturbance was when the news of the accident was heard by the Nangang family. Buletin Fang looked at the corpse of Nangang Xianying. The latter's aura had completely disappeared, and he was already dead. After Buletin Fang waked out of the store, he headed toward a pile of rubble. Kicking away a piece of stone, Buletin Fang revealed a person who was lying underneath the rubble. It was Nangang Wyukwi, whose upper body was bare. His entire body was filled with countless scars and the aura emitted from his body was quite feeble. He was lying there with his lips swollen and he was sleeping soundly. He was too tired and exhausted. No matter what happened, he didn't want to move at all. The corner of Buletin Fang's mouth couldn't help but twitch as he looked at Nangang Wyukwi who was snoring loudly. He assumed that this guy had already been killed by Nangang Xianying's kick. However, he discovered that he was just sleeping. He wasn't just sleeping, he was in fact in deep sleep. This fellow was truly tenacious and he was just like a cockroach who couldn't be killed. Lifting him up, Buletin Fang carried him back into his store. After a light bang sound was heard, Buletin Fang closed the bronze gate in front of the store. The surroundings of the store became calm and peaceful. The dark clouds which engulfed the sky started dispersing the moment the rain stopped. An ice-cold wind picked up and it started blowing through the area. Nangang Xianying's body laid on the road and it didn't have the slightest trace of life left inside it. It was quite a miserable sight. Pieces of stone filled the ground in the surroundings of the store. There wasn't a single piece of stone which wasn't broken or shattered. However, as Heavenly Mist City's arrays started to slowly recover, the ground gradually repaired itself. Nangang Xianying's corpse was left lying on the ground and there wasn't anyone who came to bring him away. Crunch! The sound of someone stepping on the rubble resounded as a person walked out from the darkness. He was clad in a black robe and his face couldn't be seen clearly. The only thing which could be seen was the giant bronze chest which the figure carried on his back. A scarlet and fearful glow was emitted from under his black robe. That puppet is quite amazing. It's not made by my puppet sect. However, it's quite strong. I'm pretty curious about it. A husky voice came from the man who was clad in black. His voice resounded in the surroundings. A light chuckle escaped his lips and his voice filled the area. The sound which came out of his mouth seemed less like a chuckle and more like something being scrubbed. It was horrifying and appalling. Although I can't accept something like that, I'll leave him alone for now. After all, he left me the corpse of a divine physique echelon expert. This is actually the Nangang family's second elder. I wonder how the Nangang family would react if they saw a puppet made from his body. That person was standing next to Nangang Xianying's corpse. After shrugging his shoulders slightly, the bronze chest on his back fell to the ground. When it landed, the ground shook slightly. Creak. A creaking sound came from the chest and it seemed as though the lid of the bronze chest was opened. An eerie aura came from within. That person extended both his hand and held onto Nangang Xianying's legs as he pulled the corpse into the chest. Distorted roars and aggrieved wails resounded from Nangang Xianying's corpse as he was pulled into the chest. It seemed as though there was a twisted face which wanted to rush out from the chest. However, the expert from the puppet sect chuckled in his hoarse voice and he extended one of his fingers toward the chest. He lightly tapped on Nangang Xianying's head. Bang! Nangang Xianying's corpse was pulled into the chest and the lid of the chest closed. Crunch! Crunch! A crisp sound of bones being chewed on came from inside the chest. The sound of bones breaking was also heard. That person, who had scarlet eyes, turned around and looked at the restaurant. As he stared at the tightly closed doors of the restaurant, he had a profound look in his eyes. After quite some time, he grabbed his bronze chest and left the place. His body gradually disappeared into the darkness. A light breeze blew over and swept up the broken rocks on the ground. Crashing sounds resounded as the rocks were swept up by the wind. Heavenly Mist City, Pill Tower. Yang Miji's muscular body knelt on a yellow mat. She was extremely cautious and her mood was solemn. She didn't even dare to breathe loudly. There was an old man who stood before her. His hair was all white, including his beard and eyebrows. That old man's eyes were closed and he breathed lightly. Every time he exhaled, his beard would flutter slightly. Tiak. Teacher. How long do I need to stay in the Pill Tower? Yang Miji bashfully twisted her body and she asked the old man with a timid expression on her face. In the next moment, the eyes of the old man snapped open and he looked at her. The Heavenly Mist City is currently facing a huge upheaval. The secret realm will be opened soon and this time will be different from the past. I will take you to the secret realm along with me. We must seize the lucky chance this time and you can only leave this place after the secret realm is opened. The opening of the secret realm? Yang Miji's complexion instantly changed. A grave expression hung on her face and her thoughts started to run wild. Wasn't there still a day or two before the opening of the secret realm? Are you too bored? You can go and refine a 1-mark spirit pill. Alchemy depends on constant practice. Your cultivation isn't in the divine physique echelon yet and you are only relying on the spiritual force which is stronger than that of an average person. You have to practice diligently. Yang Miji grunted to acknowledge what he said and she listlessly lowered her head. She felt as though the situation she was in took a turn for the worse. She didn't know what was in the secret realm. She had no idea what was the object valued by her teacher. In the Nangang family, Nangang Suanhe was just chatting eagerly with the two experts from the ancient Shura city. He didn't expect that the ancient Shura city's experts would appear in Heavenly Mist City. The ancient Shura city was a first-rate faction like the Pill Palace. Moreover, it was the most mysterious faction among all the first-rate factions. There was no one who knew the ancient Shura city's precise location. They only knew that there was a faction called the ancient Shura city. This faction was even more mysterious than the hidden dragon royal court. Due to how secretive the faction was, countless other factions feared and revered the ancient Shura city. All of the experts which it sent were extremely powerful and no one dared to casually offend the ancient Shura city. Those two experts from the ancient Shura cities were both clad in a blood-red robe. They put in a solemn face as they spoke to Nangang Suanhe about some trivial matters. All of a sudden, a person rushed into the room with a panicked expression on his face. There was also a look of fright and alarm as he looked at Nangang Suanhe who was sitting in the room. Great! Great Elder! There is bad news. The mind of this divine physique echelon expert, who broke through one of the Supreme Being's shackles, was in a thorough mess when he rushed into the room. Why are you so flustered? Calm down. Nangang Suanhe put on a solemn face and scolded the person who rushed into the room. The experts from the ancient Shura city were sitting in front of him. As such, he wanted to maintain his dignity before them. He didn't want them to laugh at him. However, when he heard what that guard said, his complexion drastically changed. He became serious in an instant. Great Elder, everyone the second elder took to catch Nangang Wukui, died. As for the second elder, he's still missing. I'm afraid that he might have suffered the same fate as them. This divine physique echelon expert blurted out everything and his body trembled. What? Along with a rumbling sound, the chair in which Nangang Suanhe sat on crumbled. He widened his eyes as he stood up and his aura surged out of his body. What did you say? Everyone who was sent to catch Nangang Wukui died. Chapter 447, I want one of the secret realm's quotas. Xuanying died? How it's possible for him to die? How could that bastard Nangang Wukui kill the second elder? Nangang Suanhe emitted his aura without restraining himself. A terrifying fluctuation filled the whole hall and a whistling wind swept through it. The ancient Shura city's experts looked at Nangang Suanhe with indifference. The corners of their mouth curled upwards as they revealed faint smiles. Their smiles seemed to have a hint of mockery in it. However, the current Nangang Suanhe didn't have the mood to pay attention to those experts. His mind was already in enough of a mess. Xuanying died? Xuanying was his little brother. How could he just die like that? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. In the end, Nangang Suanhe almost unleashed a roar in order to vent his anger. Tell me, who did it? Nangang Suanhe, whose eyes were bloodshot, roared out as he ruthlessly glared at the guard who delivered the news. The guard was an expert who broke through one of the Supreme Being's shackles. The guard's body was slightly trembling and shaking after hearing Nangang Suanhe shout at him. It was obvious how terrifying Nangang Suanhe was. The whole Nangang family was stolen by him. From just this point, it could be seen how fearsome he was. The guard really didn't want to be the one to face the enraged Nangang Suanhe, but it's a small restaurant. The second elder, Xuanying, disappeared in that restaurant. Other than the second elder, we found the corpses of everyone else. That guard spoke as he trembled. A small restaurant? Nangang Suanhe controlled and suppressed his anger as he glared at that guard. What the hell did he mean by a small restaurant? Heavenly Mist City actually still had something like a restaurant? It was impossible. Even if there truly was a restaurant in Heavenly Mist City, it should be one which was barely surviving. How could a restaurant still exist in Heavenly Mist City which had the multi-taste fasting pill invented by the Nangang family? Moreover, that restaurant still had the guts to protect a criminal who was being hunted by his Nangang family. This was truly an unforgivable matter. Flames of anger surged out of Nangang Suanhe's body as a stifling aura filled the area. World's pressure was emitted from Nangang Suanhe's body and it spread across the room. Nangang Suanhe was an expert who broke through two of the Supreme Being's shackles. He was someone who had almost broken through the third shackle and his cultivation was extremely powerful. The aura which he emitted was terrifying. There were countless people who trembled with fear when he released his aura. However, the ancient Shura city's experts were still alright. After all, their cultivation was quite powerful. When facing Nangang Suanhe's aura, they only slightly furrowed their brows. Great Elder Suanhe, it seems like your excellency is occupied right now. We shall take our leave first. Please remember what you promised us. Let's meet again tomorrow. Miss He, who wore a blood-red robe, stood up and calmly spoke to Nangang Suanhe. After he spoke, he left the hall along with his companion. When he left the hall, the corners of his mouth curled upwards and he looked at the raging Nangang Suanhe. He lightly chuckled to himself and continued to walk forward. On the following day, in the Cloud Mist restaurant, the sky quickly lit up. Countless sun rays penetrated the cracks on the wall of the restaurant. The rays of light shone upon Nangang Wukui, whose face was soaked in blood. It caused his face muscles to spasm involuntarily. He slowly opened his eyes and the sight before him gradually became clearer in his eyes. Where am I? Didn't I die? He suddenly felt an acute pain coming from his waist. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. That old dog, Nangang Xuanying's attack were really too ruthless. He was actually kicked heavily in the waist by a man like that. Looks like Nangang Xuanying really wanted his life. Where am I? Nangang Wukui finally got a clear look of his surroundings. He couldn't help but squint his eyes in confusion. He was in a neat and clean boudoir which still had the lingering fragrance of a young maiden. Nangang Wukui got up and sat on the bed. The injuries on his body had already mostly recovered. Despite that, Nangang Wukui still took out an elixir from his spatial spirit tool and consumed it. Quietly revolving his true energy, he started to digest the elixir. He started to size up his surroundings in earnest. His complexion became extremely grave and solemn. This should be the boudoir of a woman. Moreover, from the pink coverings which filled the room along with the mesmerizing fragrance which filled the boudoir, Nangang Wuyukui could guess that this boudoir belonged to an extremely beautiful and intelligent woman. However, he had no idea whose boudoir this was. Nangang Wuyukui clearly remembered that when he fainted, he was outside owner Buletin's restaurant. Was this owner Buletin's boudoir? His. Nangang Wuyukui sucked in a breath of cold air and his eyes widened in disbelief. Did this owner Buletin possess the heart of a young maiden? Nangang Wuyukui felt as though he shouldn't judge people by their appearance any longer. An image of Buletin Fang wearing a solemn face sitting on this pink bed appeared in Nangang Wuyukui's mind. This weird scene appeared in his mind. The strange atmosphere caused Nangang Wuyukui's body to shudder involuntarily. When Nangang Wuyukui was letting his imagination run wild, the door of the boudoir suddenly opened. A person slowly walked into the boudoir. It was precisely Buletin Fang. Right now, in Nangang Wuyukui's mind, Buletin Fang seemed quite weird. Did you wake up? Buletin Fang calmly asked him. Nangang Wuyukui widened his eyes and repeatedly nodded at Buletin Fang. However, he quietly took a step back. Buletin Fang was somewhat confused by Nangang Wuyukui's actions. He felt as though there was something wrong with Nangang Wuyukui. Did his brain suffer some shock when Nangang Xianying kicked his waist? Was his brain spoilt right now? However, Buletin Fang still felt as though something was amiss. Who cares? Since you are awake now, hurry up and go down. I have something I need to discuss with you. Buletin Fang spoke as he looked at Nangang Wuyukui. After he was done speaking, Buletin Fang turned around and left the boudoir. Nangang Wuyukui, who was leaning against the corner of the boudoir, let out a long breath after he saw Buletin Fang leave. He felt extremely stifled. He would never have imagined that owner Buletin was such a person. After looking for some water in the boudoir, Nangang Wuyukui used it to clean his body. After he was finished, he walked out of the boudoir with his upper body still stark naked. It was slightly awkward for him as he didn't prepare any clothing in his spatial spirit tool. However, the moment he left the boudoir, Buletin Fang threw a set of clothes at him. The clothes were loosely fitted and after Nangang Wuyukui put them on, a huge portion of his chest was exposed. His fair and white skin was revealed to Buletin Fang. Nangang Wuyukui held his breath as he carefully and cautiously looked at Buletin Fang. He was extremely vigilant and on guard. Buletin Fang had an odd look on his face and it seemed as though he found Nangang Wuyukui's gaze to be quite weird. What's up? Buletin Fang calmly asked. Nothing. Nangang Wuyukui straightened his neck in an instant as he replied Buletin Fang. His eyes were open wide as he stared at Buletin Fang's face. If it's nothing, let's go down. Buletin Fang didn't bother with Nangang Wuyukui any longer. He stopped paying attention to him and directly went to the kitchen. In a flash, Buletin Fang's body disappeared. Nangang Wuyukui took a deep breath. He was still wearing the gown which Buletin Fang had thrown to him. His chest was exposed to the rest of the world as he went downstairs. The moment he reached downstairs, a fragrance came out of the kitchen. The fragrance which was emitted from the kitchen was extremely rich. When the smell entered Nangang Wuyukui's nose, his heart slightly shuddered. Was this the fragrance of the Buddha jumps over the wall soup? Just like what he expected, when Nangang Wuyukui walked into the dining room, he found a bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup sitting on a table. Eat it. This Buddha jumps over the wall soup should be able to allow you to recover quickly. All of your injuries would be healed in no time. However, you have to pay for this bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup, Buletin Fang said. Nangang Wuyukui hurriedly nodded and went over to the table. Sitting down, he quickly started eating the Buddha jumps over the wall soup with big mouthfuls. As a rich aroma filled the store, Nangang Wuyukui wolfed down the whole bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall soup. Oil continuously dripped down the side of his mouth. Buletin Fang pulled a chair and sat beside Nangang Wuyukui as he fixed his gaze on Nangang Wuyukui's face. That gaze. Nangang Wuyukui's body stiffened, his head quickly turned around to look at Buletin Fang. He took a deep breath and his gaze became extremely vigilant. Owner Buletin. Why are you looking at me like this? Nangang Wuyukui swallowed a chicken wing which was in his mouth as he questioned Buletin Fang. Doesn't your Nangang family have a quota for entering that secret realm? Buletin Fang asked with a serious expression on his face. Nangang Wuyukui was taken aback by Buletin Fang's question. He didn't expect that Buletin Fang would ask such a question. It was completely different from what he had expected. We obviously have it. The Nangong family is one of the big and respected families in Heavenly Mist City. We have control over the teleportation array to the secret realm. Thus, of course we have a quota for entering the secret realm. However, we only have 2 quotas and both of the quotas belongs to the family's patriarch. He is the one who manages the 2 quotas. Nangong Wukui sighed and replied Bulletin Fang. A feeling of grief welled up in his heart when he talked about the Nangong family. I need a quota to enter the secret realm, Bulletin Fang earnestly said. PFF. Nangong Wukui, who was still overwhelmed by grief, almost spat out the chicken meat in his mouth when he heard what Bulletin Fang said. Owner Bulletin. Don't go looking for trouble, your cultivation is too weak. Nangong Wukui was dumbfounded and he quickly advised Bulletin Fang. The people who were able to enter the secret realm were at the very least experts who had reached the divine realm. They were experts who broke through at least one of the Supreme Being's shackles. An 8th grade war god like Bulletin Fang didn't have the qualifications to enter the secret realm. With his cultivation, what could Bulletin Fang possibly accomplish even if he entered the secret realm? Aren't you the successor of the Nangong family? Since your family has 2 quotas, take me in with you, Bulletin Fang said. Nangong Wukui drank a mouthful of the broth before taking in a deep breath. He firmly shook his head. That is out of the question. I won't let you throw your life away. Since you saved my life, that old dog, Nangong Suan He, probably has a grudge against you. If you enter the secret realm along with me, that old dog will surely not let you off. Moreover, your cultivation is truly too weak. Bulletin Fang slightly furrowed his brows. He was surprised when he saw Nangong Wukui's extremely firm stand when he refused to bring him into the secret realm. If it wasn't because the system issued a mission, Bulletin Fang wouldn't want to go into that secret realm at all. With his lazy disposition, Bulletin Fang would much rather pull a chair and sit in front of the store as he basked in the sun. That would be much more comfortable than entering the secret realm. Temporary mission, enter the Cloud Sea secret realm and pick the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup's ingredient. Pick the spirit herb, dragonification bone grass. Mission reward, 20% increase in your vitality conversion ratio. This was the mission issued by the system the day before. The system issued the mission the moment Bulletin Fang threw Nangong Wukui into Yang Miji's boudoir. Is there a strength requirement for entering the secret realm? Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows. Of course there is no such thing. I'm just afraid that you will meet with a mishap when you enter the secret realm. At this point, Nangong Wukui had already calmed down. He replied Bulletin Fang helplessly. He would definitely go to the secret realm. However, he did not have to bring owner Bulletin with him. After most of his injuries were recovered, he would go and retrieve the quotas which belonged to him. Since the Nangong family's patriarch was already dead, as the successor of the Nangong family, the quota for entering the secret realm naturally belonged to him. Those were things which belonged to him. So, everything will be fine as long as I am strong enough. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at Nangong Wukui. The latter was slightly afraid when he looked at Bulletin Fang. When Bulletin Fang saw Nangong Wukui nod his head, the corners of Bulletin Fang's mouth curled upwards. Pay for this Buddha jumps over the wall soup, Bulletin Fang stood up and said. Nangong Wukui was shocked. Was owner Bulletin going to fall out with him? He wasn't done eating yet. However, Nangong Wukui wasn't bothered by Bulletin Fang's request. Nangong Wukui didn't have much, but he had lots of crystals. Most of what he brought with him were crystals. He brought a large stack of them in order to eat Bulletin Fang's dishes. As such, he was able to directly pay Bulletin Fang 10,000 crystals for the Buddha jumps over the wall soup. After Bulletin Fang took those 10,000 crystals, the system's voice resounded in his mind. Congratulations! The host has reached the set amount of turnover. The promotion will start now. Chapter 448, The Supreme Being Owner Bulletin. Host, Bulletin Fang. True Energy Cultivation Level, 9th Grade. Cooking Talent, 4-star. Skills, Level 2 Meteor Knife Technique, 100/100, Level 2 Big Dipper Carving Technique, 100/100, Gourmet Arrays, 1/6. Tools, Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, God of Cooking Set, Black Turtle Constellation Wok, God of Cooking Set. God of Cooking Overall Rating, Intermediate Chef, your culinary arts have advanced to a higher tier and your cooking techniques are becoming more refined. A more expansive world of culinary arts has opened up to you. You can start cooking utility dishes. System level, 9 stars, conversion ratio is at 100%. System reward, the Overlord 13 blades, utility dish, vigorous beef meatball. After he heard the system promotion notification, Bulletin Fang subconsciously opened the system panel. Then, he observed and checked his information. He could faintly feel a burst of energy surging into his body. After the energy entered his body, it instantly transformed into dense true energy and it went into his energy core. This time, the quantity of the energy transformed was extremely huge. Bulletin Fang couldn't help but slightly raise his brows as he sensed the formidable might of the energy entering his energy core. The influx of that true energy into his energy core caused the vortex inside the core to rotate faster and faster. It seemed as though specks of light were emitted by his energy core. A 9th grade supreme being. Bulletin Fang inwardly sighed. When Nangang Wukui bought his last Buddha jumps over the wall soup, his business turnover reached the threshold set by the system. He was finally able to advance in his cultivation level. The system was also promoted to 9 stars when his true energy cultivation reached the 9th grade Supreme Being realm. In the past, Supreme Beings were aloof and remote existences in his eyes. Now, he had turned into one of them. Even Bulletin Fang, who had a calm and steady mind, couldn't help but become slightly excited. Moreover, it seemed as though he had obtained some new techniques after the promotion. The Overlord 13 blades. Just from its name, it seemed like it was an extremely domineering technique. Bulletin Fang was slightly looking forward to it as this had to be a knife technique. His knife skill which has been stagnant for a long time could finally make some progress. Bulletin Fang had already practiced the meteor knife technique to the pinnacle. It was extremely difficult for him to make any improvements to the technique, even slightly. Bulletin Fang felt a sense of novelty when he saw the appearance of that Overlord 13 blades. The Overlord 13 blades, a high-grade knife technique which can be used in fights. The technique has 13 moves altogether and the moves can overlap with each other. The might of the moves enhances each other and if those 13 moves are used together, its power will be earth-shattering. If you want to practice this move, you must first practice your imposing manner. The system's solemn and earnest voice resounded in Bulletin Fang's ears. Bulletin Fang squinted his eyes and started to think about something. This Overlord 13 blades technique wasn't merely just a knife technique. Along with the promotion of Bulletin Fang's cultivation, he would have to fight stronger beasts. In order to obtain ingredients, Bulletin Fang might have to fight against extremely powerful beasts. Some Overlord degree spirit beasts wouldn't be thoroughly suppressed by the Golden Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife's aura. If Bulletin Fang were to meet those extremely powerful spirit beasts, the use of the Overlord 13 blades technique would become quite prominent. If he used the technique with Dragon Bone Kitchen Knife, he would be able to obtain the ingredients with less difficulty. He slightly squinted his eyes as he started reflecting on the images related to the Overlord 13 blades technique which the system had just sent into his mind. Nangang Wukui, whose clothes were too huge, had his upper body revealed. The fair skin on his chest could be seen and he chewed on a chicken bone in his mouth and looked at Bulletin Fang. He suddenly discovered that the aura which Bulletin Fang emitted drastically changed. The change happened in an instant. Nangang Wukui realized that he didn't have a proper understanding of Bulletin Fang. From the imposing aura coming from Bulletin Fang, Nangang Wukui knew that Bulletin Fang's cultivation wasn't at the 8th grade War God realm which he was formerly at. A 9th grade Supreme Being? Was it possible for someone to become a Supreme Being instantly? Was it that easy for people to break through to the Supreme Being realm these days? Are you here to make fun of me? Nangang Wukui felt as though his mind became sluggish. He had just told Bulletin Fang that his cultivation was lacking and he instantly broke through to the Supreme Being realm. Would he start breaking through one of the Supreme Being's shackles next? Would he become a Divine Realm expert in the next moment? Fortunately, such a thing didn't happen. Nothing else happened to Bulletin Fang after he broke through to the Supreme Being realm. However, that breakthrough was still enough to cause Nangang Wukui's heart to beat wildly. Now, is my strength enough to enter the secret realm? Bulletin Fang slowly opened his eyes and stared at Nangang Wukui. He had a faint smile on his face as he calmly asked Nangang Wukui his question. Nangang Wukui would never have expected that Bulletin Fang would instantly break through to a 9th grade supreme being in front of him. He spat out the bone in his mouth and he stared at Bulletin Fang as if he was some freak. He clicked his tongue continuously as he was amazed by what Bulletin Fang just did. Nangang Wukui was already starting to suspect if Bulletin Fang had been suppressing his cultivation all along in order to make fun of him. After thinking about it, Nangang Wukui felt as though Bulletin Fang wouldn't be bored to the point where he had to do such things in order to entertain himself. A 9th grade supreme being? How can a 9th grade supreme being be enough? If you want to enter the secret realm, your cultivation has to reach the point where you are about to break through one of the supreme being's shackles. It's not enough for someone who has just broken through supreme being to enter the secret realm. If you meet a divine realm expert inside the secret realm, you'll surely die. Nangang Wukui earnestly advised Bulletin Fang. You really like to talk nonsense. You just have to bring me in. As for whether I live or die, it's all decided by the heavens, Bulletin Fang furrowed his brows and said. It's out of question. Old Bulletin, I really don't want to harm you. So Nangang Wukui still intended to patiently persuade Bulletin Fang from going to the secret realm. However, he suddenly felt a chill spread through his entire body. Nangang Wukui saw Bulletin Fang pat the golden shrimp on his shoulder. All of a sudden, the golden shrimp shot out and pointed its pair of sickles toward Nangang Wukui. An ice-cold aura came from the pair of sickles and assaulted Nangang Wukui. Shrimpy rolled its compound eyes as it waved its sickles at Nangang Wukui. It seemed as though it was threatening Nangang Wukui. Don't make a scene. Nangang Wukui waved his hand at Bulletin Fang in dismissal. He was smiling as he thought that Bulletin Fang was joking around with him. Bulletin Fang didn't smile back at him. Shrimpy wasn't able to smile and it just looked at Nangang Wukui. Don't you want to know how Nangang Xianying died? He was killed by this little fellow here. Bulletin Fang's voice was indifferent when he revealed Nangang Xianying's cause of death to Nangang Wukui. This small creature killed Nangang Xianying? Even old Bulletin learned how to crack jokes. Such a tiny creature. I could kill 10 of them with a single palm. Nangang Wukui curled up the corners of his mouth and stared at Shrimpy as a weird chuckle escaped his lips. It seemed as though Shrimpy could feel that Nangang Wukui was mocking it. All the hair on Shrimpy's body stood on end and it waved its sickles at Nangang Wukui. A tearing sound could be heard as countless sonic booms resounded in everyone's ears. Shrimpy's sickle streaked across Nangang Wukui's nose and it cut off a thread of hair. Nangang Wukui's pupils immediately contracted and a chill ran down his spine. The speed of this tiny creature was extremely fast. He was almost unable to catch a glimpse of Shrimpy when it attacked him. I'm serious. I will help you recover from your injuries and you will bring me into the secret realm. Bulletin Fang was serious when he told Nangang Wukui to bring him into the secret realm. Now, Nangang Wukui felt as though Bulletin Fang was serious. He deeply furrowed his brows and he revealed a bitter smile on his face. Frankly speaking, it's not that I don't want to bring you into the secret realm with me. You should have heard about it. My current status in the clan is very different from what it was. I don't have any assurance of bringing you along with me. Nangang Wukui revealed everything to Bulletin Fang. He truly didn't have any assurance that he was able to bring Bulletin Fang in the secret realm, but he would still try. It was because that was something which belonged to him. He had to take it back. I believe that you can achieve it. Try harder. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly raised his hand and clenched it before lowering them. Nangang Wukui was dumbfounded when he heard what Bulletin Fang said. Thereafter, Bulletin Fang felt that it was confirmed that Nangang Wukui would bring him into the secret realm with him. As such, he turned around and opened the store. He started his daily business. In the center of Heavenly Mist City, there were countless people in the Heavenly Mist Plaza, that bustling with noise and excitement. It seemed as though there wasn't a single empty seat left in the seats surrounding the plaza as there was someone sitting in every seat. Their faces were filled with excitement as they looked at the giant array at the center of the plaza. The shadows of countless people were flickering on the giant array and terrifying true energy fluctuations were coming from it. All of the factions were competing over the remaining quota of people who could enter the secret realm. The battles had already reached the climax. The Lin, Zhang, and Nangang families were the 3 strongest families in Heavenly Mist City. Even the city lord didn't dare to offend all 3 of them at the same time. Those 3 families were, after all, deeply rooted in Heavenly Mist City. All three of them had a stable foundation in Heavenly Mist City. Nangang Suan-hee, whose face was gloomy, sat in a seat situated on an elevated platform. Nangang Wukui was expelled by him, and the Nangang family's former patriarch was already dead. He was the current patriarch of the Nangang family. His complexion was gloomy due to two reasons. One of them was the death of Nangang Xianying. The other reason was that his Nangang family's disciples hadn't won a single fight. It was truly too disgraceful. It was fortunate that his Nangang family still had 2 quotas. Otherwise, if he had to depend on those disciples to obtain the quota in order to enter the secret realm, they would be doomed. They might not even get a single quota. Sirs from the ancient Shura city, I will leave the remaining fights to you. There are only 5 more quotas and we must get them. Nangang Suan-hee let out a long breath before he turned his head around and looked at 2 experts clad in blood-red robes. They were sitting quite a distance away from him. That's easy, but you must remember to give us the 2 quotas owned by your family to us. As for the remaining 5 quotas, we'll definitely get them for you. Misha, who was clad in a blood-red robe, had quite a devilish appearance. He smiled as he spoke to Nangang Suan-hee. His fiery and ruddy lips seemed to curl upwards like they just had their fill of blood. Nangang Suan-hee was finally able to let out a long breath, and he relaxed after obtaining Misha's affirmation. If those 2 experts weren't willing to make a move, it would be impossible for his Nangang family to get even one of the remaining 5 quotas. As such, they would be left with just their own 2 quotas. Such a situation would really seem quite embarrassing. However, with the assistance from the ancient Shura city's experts, they would altogether have 7 quotas. They wouldn't be suffering a loss by agreeing to their terms. When they entered the Cloud Sea secret realm, they would quickly proceed according to their plan. They had obtained secret information regarding the Cloud Sea secret realm. If they were successful, the Nangang family would be able to quickly rise up the ranks. This trip to the secret realm would definitely be different from the ones in the past. In a distant place, the Pill Tower's members could be seen approaching. Yang Miji, who had a majestic and muscular body, walked behind a hunched-back old man. Everybody's expression was one of respect when they looked at the hunched-back old man. This was because he was the Heavenly Mist City's Pill Tower elder. He was the 3 Clouds alchemist, Great Master Xian Bei. Such a person had an aloof and preeminent status within Heavenly Mist City. This time, he had also chosen to enter the Cloud Sea secret realm. It would be his first time entering it. There wasn't anyone who had an objection to him entering the secret realm. After all, he was a person of virtue and prestige. It was a given that he should get some special privileges. Moreover, even if there was someone who had an objection to Great Master Xian Bei entering the secret realm, they were few in number. A gust of wind blew at them. The fight in the arena was becoming even more intense and exciting as there were more and more experts making a move. 2 people were slowly making their way to the plaza's entrance. Nangang Wukui looked at Buletin Fang speechlessly. Buletin Fang was walking behind him at the moment, and Nangang Wukui felt as though he was having a headache because of Buletin Fang. This old Buletin was really following behind him. Old Buletin, after a while, you should follow closely behind me. Don't mess around. Nangang Wukui earnestly reminded him. Okay. Buletin Fang nodded in agreement. After he saw Buletin Fang nodding his head, Nangang Wukui took a deep breath and pushed open the bronze gate at the entrance. As a creaking sound resounded in the surroundings, a wind swept through the place. Nangang Wukui's gaze became extremely cold. There were some debts he had to pay back. Chapter 449, Who do you think you are? Are they the experts from ancient Shura city? Xiao Changjiun, who was sitting among the Lin family members, looked at the 2 experts clad in blood-red robes. They were slowly walking up onto the stage, and Xiao Changjiun's voice was filled with doubt. Almost everyone knew about the distinctive features of the experts from the ancient Shura city. They all wore blood-red robes and emitted a shocking baleful aura. A puppet sex expert, a treacherous-looking man clad in a black robe whose complexion couldn't be seen clearly, had a pair of scarlet eyes which emitted an eerie glow. He stared at those 2 experts from ancient Shura city who were in the middle of the arena. Misha curled up the corners of his mouth into a slightly exaggerated curve. His hair fluttered in the wind which blew at their robes and caused them to flutter unceasingly. Who wants to fight us? Misha challenged. His voice, which was slightly hoarse, reverberated through the entire Heavenly Mist Plaza. Damn! Did the Nangang family invite experts from the ancient Shura city? They are being unreasonable. The complexion of the members of the Lin and Zhang families became ashen. They would never have expected that experts from the ancient Shura city would appear in the middle of the competition. The Lin and Zhang families were confident that they would win the event at first. However, they were no longer certain that they would win when the experts from the ancient Shura city appeared. It seemed like their Lin and Zhang families wouldn't get the remaining 5 quotas. Even though they would not be able to obtain the remaining 5 quotas, it was still acceptable for them. They had already obtained countless quotas and not getting the last 5 was still tolerable. They only felt as though it was a pity that after dividing up their quotas with the experts from the Wind and Thunder Pavilion and also the Puppet Sect, there wouldn't be many quotas left for them. The Nangang family still had 2 quotas which belonged to them, so they would have 7 quotas altogether. Damn! Even this time, it seemed as though they allowed the Nangang family to obtain the upper hand. The Lin and Zhang family's experts were unwilling to accept such an outcome. They couldn't help but pound their fist against the table in anger. The ancient Shura city's experts went down the stage and returned to the Nangang family's position. The following battles were fought and the ownership of the remaining quotas was quickly decided. After all the quotas were allocated, the Heavenly Mist City's city lord went to the center of the arena and started to announce the final ownership of the quotas. The Cloud Sea Secret Realm was the Heavenly Mist City's most treasured object. This was the reason the quotas were extremely important and significant. Everyone in the plaza went into an uproar when the Heavenly Mist City's lord announced the ownership of the quotas. Creak! A heavy and stifling sound resounded as 2 distinct sound of footsteps gradually echoed through the Heavenly Mist Plaza. The sound of the footsteps was not loud. However, when everyone heard the footsteps, the noisy plaza instantly became silent. The entire plaza became peaceful and quiet. The gazes of the people in the plaza turned to the 2 figures who were walking toward them. Nangang Wukui. His. Didn't they say that he was already dead? Isn't he the successor of the Nangang family? Why would he appear here? Everyone in the plaza took a moment to calm themselves down. In the next second, all of them started clamoring among themselves. Discussions broke out the moment they saw Nangang Wukui's figure. The Nangang family had already announced to the outside world that Nangang Wukui died due to serious injuries. As the successor of the Nangang family died, the ownership of the 2 fixed quotas which belonged to the Nangang family was left to Nangang Suanhe. Nangang Suanhe was allowed to decide what to do with the 2 quotas. With the appearance of the true successor, Nangang Wukui, the ownership of the 2 quotas would be decided by him rather than Nangang Suanhe. Nangang Suanhe wasn't the true successor of the Nangang family in the first place. The noisy surrounding didn't cause Buletin Feng and Nangang Wukui to cower down. Buletin Feng was calm and unperturbed and Nangang Wukui had the complete opposite expression from Buletin Feng. He was staring at Nangang Suanhe and killing intent overflowed from his body. Old dog! You didn't expect me to appear here, did you? I came here to make you pay back your debts. Nangang Wukui said in an ice-cold voice. His voice wasn't engulfed by the noisy surroundings and it was clearly transmitted into Nangang Suanhe's ears. Everyone in the plaza wore an extremely odd look when they looked at him. Nangang Suanhe's complexion gravely changed. Standing up from his seat, he coldly rebuked Nangang Wukui and restrained his aura. The allocation of the Nangang family's quotas are already done. The remaining matters are our family's private affairs. Let's discuss everything after returning home, don't disgrace us in front of everybody. The allocation was already done? Everyone laughed at Nangang Suanhe inwardly. They truly admired Nangang Suanhe's shamelessness. His skin was really too thick. Buletin Feng's calm and indifferent gaze swept through the whole plaza. Nangang Wukui raised his finger and pointed it at Nangang Suanhe. The corners of his mouth curled upwards and he said in disdain, "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to allocate those 2 fixed quotas? What qualifications did Nangang Suanhe have? What qualifications did an old dog like you who betrayed the Nangang family have? Family matters? Who the hell would discuss family matters with you? Bastard!" Nangang Suanhe was so angered that his beard started to flutter around unceasingly. He widened his eyes and glared at Nangang Wukui in anger. He extended one of his fingers which was trembling as he pointed at Nangang Wukui. "Don't point your finger at me. I didn't come here today to reason with you. I didn't come here to talk about family matters with you either. I'm here today to take those 2 quotas, Nangang Wukui said. He was the successor of the Nangang family. The person who was supposed to allocate the 2 quotas was obviously Nangang Wukui. No one was allowed to question such right to allocate the 2 quotas. Especially the old dog, Nangang Suanhe. I already allocated those 2 quotas for you. Nangang Suanhe said. Who do you think you are? Get lost. I will allocate them myself. The quotas of my Nangang family aren't something which can be left to some nobody to allocate. Nangang Wukui raised his chin and said in a cold voice. He had a proud expression on his face when he addressed Nangang Suanhe. You. Nangang Suanhe was extremely enraged. However, before he could utter anything, the members of the Lin and Zhang families stood and laughed at him. They were truly amused by the scene in front of them. They were also quite happy when they saw Nangang Wukui shouting at Nangang Suanhe. They didn't expect that the old fogey, Nangang Suanhe, still hadn't killed Nangang Wukui. Wasn't this the same as digging a pit and jumping into it himself? Moreover, he conveniently filled the hole after burying himself. With such an illegitimately conferred status, he still dreamed about becoming the master of the Nangang family. He was actually retarded. None of them would let off such a good opportunity to step on him. Nangang Suanhe, since the young master Wukui is still alive, then the Nangang family's quotas cannot be decided by you, said the Lin family's patriarch. The Zhang family's patriarch also went along with him and agreed that Nangang Suanhe should not be allowed to decide on the allocation of the quotas. Nangang Suanhe was so angered that his whole body started trembling. However, he was truly speechless at this moment. He was assuming that since his second brother was already dead, this Nangang Wukui who went through a bitter battle to injure his second brother should be heavily injured. It should be impossible for Nangang Wukui to show up there. To be honest, his wishful thinking wasn't wrong. Nangang Wukui was indeed heavily injured after the battle against Nangang Xianyang. However, Nangang Suanhe overlooked one thing, and it was Nangang Wukui's recuperation speed. Elder Suanhe? What's the meaning of all of this? Aren't you the one to assume the position of the patriarch of the Nangang family? Misha squinted his eyes and looked at Nangang Suanhe. His voice was cold when he spoke to Nangang Suanhe. Just shut up. In any case, we have to get the 2 quotas. We have already reached a deal and we completed our end of it. If you don't give us the 2 quotas, your Nangang family will have to bear the anger of the ancient Shura city. Misha looked at Nangang Suanhe and slightly chuckled. Who cares about your identity? These 2 quotas are mine. I will give them to whoever I want. What are you bickering about? Nangang Wukui said to Misha. After he finished talking, he pulled over Bulletin Fang, who was standing beside him. I will announce now that out of the Nangang family's 2 quotas, one of them belongs to me. The other one will be given to this guy. Bulletin Fang expressionlessly looked at everyone in the plaza in front of him and slightly nodded. That's right, it's mine. Everyone was dumbfounded. They almost coughed blood when they heard what Bulletin Fang said. That's right, my ass, who the hell are you? The scene which played out in front of everyone after Nangang Wukui arrived was too sudden and confused everyone. Which corner did this youth come out from? How could he take away one of the quotas? Are you cracking a joke? Misha, who was clad in a blood-red robe, coldly looked at Nangang Wukui. Nangang Wukui wasn't intimidated by him and widened his eyes as he glared back at Misha. Why would I crack a joke? Those 2 quotas can only be allocated by me. Do you have any objections? On what basis do you object to my decision? Nangang Wukui rampantly spoke like a hoodlum. Everyone became dumbfounded again when they witnessed Nangang Wukui speaking to Misha. The eyes of Yang Miji, who was sitting beside the great master Xian Bei all along, lit up with resplendent lights. She clenched her fist and her eyes became filled with countless stars. He's too handsome and graceful. Young Master Wukui is truly too cool. It seemed as though there was someone who recognized Bulletin Fang in the crowd and he loudly cried out. I recognize him. That youth was the one who sold excrement in the Nangang family district where the multi-taste fasting pills were sold. I couldn't even approach the area because of the stench coming from the excrement. That owner? The owner of that restaurant. That restaurant's owner had some shady deals with the Nangang family. Could he really be Nangang Wan's husband? Oh my god! Countless cries of alarm and surprise resounded in the plaza as they all felt that the quota contest this time was too exciting. The Heavenly Mist City's lord, who stood above the arena, announced the ownership of the Nangang family's personal quotas. They were naturally owned by Nangang Wukui as he was the rightful successor of the Nangang family. Nangang Suanhe was extremely unwilling to accept such an outcome. A roar almost escaped his lips as he wanted to object to the allocation of the quotas. One of the ancient Shura city's expert coldly swept his gaze across Nangang Suanhe's body and he said, "Our ancient Shura city want 2 of the remaining quotas. If you don't comply, we will directly kill you." After he spoke, they directly turned around and left. Neither of them cared about Nangang Suanhe's feelings. Nangang Suanhe was truly pained by such a loss and it caused his hatred of Nangang Wukui to grow even deeper. He also hated Buleten Fang as he was the one who healed Nangang Wukui's injuries. Nangang Suanhe hated Buleten Fang even more compared to Nangang Wukui as his second brother was likely killed by someone from that restaurant. Nangang Wukui's quick recovery was definitely related to that restaurant. Damn! What the hell was all of that? Everyone left the plaza as the teleportation to the secret realm would be carried out in the evening. Those people who managed to obtain one of the quotas went back home in order to prepare themselves before they entered the secret realm. Everyone wanted to enter the secret realm and stumble upon some treasures. If they could stumble across some treasures while they were exploring it, their strength would be able to grow even further. In the secret realm, opportunity and danger coexisted together. Oh, Nangang Wukui, you were truly too imposing. I heard that your heaven and earth obsidian flame was forcefully extracted from you. Can you still refine elixirs? Ah! It's fine even if you can't as you are my future brother-in-law. If you need any elixirs, you can just come and look for me. I won't be stingy. If I were to drink some soup, I'd definitely leave some leftovers for you. A man who was wearing a white coat had a face which was filled with cosmetic powder. He slowly walked over toward Nangang Wukui and chuckled. Mu Chenfeng, you are still as nauseating as before. With your alchemy level, the elixirs refined by you will be no different from excrement. If I eat the elixirs you make, I may turn into a retard. Who dares to eat elixirs refined by you? Nangang Wukui looked at that man whose face was filled with cosmetic powder and replied in disgust. Moreover, an effeminate person like you dreams about marrying my sister? Don't you know that my true brother-in-law is just standing beside me? Nangang Wukui raised his head and pulled over the dumbfounded Buleten Fang who was standing beside him. Mu Chenfeng squinted his eyes as he looked at Buleten Fang. He covered his mouth with his palm as he chuckled to himself. After laughing for quite some time, Mu Chenfeng turned around and left. Nangang Wukui couldn't help but look at Buleten Fang who was blinking his eyes. Old Buleten! Was he looking down on you? Buleten Fang stared back at Nangang Wukui with an expressionless face. Oh! You can take it however you want. Chapter 450, The Vigorous Beef Meatball. Buleten Fang and Nangang Wukui returned to the store. Nangang Wukui had already been expelled from the Nangang family and he was currently homeless. Even his place in the pill tower was cancelled by that old dog, Nangang Suanhe. Since he couldn't go to the pill tower, then he could only follow behind Buleten Fang. Let's try to prepare ourselves to enter the secret realm. The teleportation array will be activated tonight when our 2 moons intersect. When the teleportation array is activated, we will enter the Cloud Sea secret realm. After returning to the store, Nangang Wukui directly sat on a chair and crossed one leg over the other as he spoke. Buleten Fang simply fixed his gaze at Nangang Wukui with an indifferent look in response. Nangang Wukui felt somewhat uneasy when Buleten Fang looked at him and he quickly lowered his leg. Old Buleten, are you really going to enter the secret realm? Nangang Wukui solemnly asked. Of course I am. Buleten Fang pulled a chair and curled up on it. His reply to Nangang Wukui was simple. This was a systems mission related to the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup, so he was obliged to go. However, even if it was just for the Buddha jumps over the wall soup, Buleten Fang would still be willing to go in. The mortal-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup which cost 10,000 crystals was already extremely expensive. Buleten Fang still seemed to be slightly unsatisfied with it. After doing business for several days in Heavenly Mist City, he realized that the Heavenly Mist City's citizens' consumption was higher by a whole grade compared to the citizens from the Lightwind Imperial Capital. There were always people who wanted to buy the Buddha jumps over the wall. However, Buleten Fang only made 2 portions each day. The main reason why they were willing to buy it was obviously because the dish was too mesmerizing. However, the fact that Heavenly Mist City's citizens' consumption was quite high couldn't be denied. If he wanted to quickly advance in his cultivation, he must invent some new and expensive dishes. The mortal-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup was not enough to satisfy his needs. As such, Bulletin Fang directed his gaze over to the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup. He believed that the heaven-grade Buddha jumps over the wall soup would definitely not disappoint him. Oh! But, you will be putting yourself in grave danger by entering the Cloud Sea secret realm. Nangang Wukui sighed as he spoke. You will be in more danger than me. Bulletin Fang earnestly looked at Nangang Wukui and advised him. Nangang Wukui was taken aback. What Bulletin Fang said wasn't wrong at all, as there were countless people in Heavenly Mist City who wanted him dead. Without even mentioning that old dog Nangang Suan-hee, just the Lin and Zhang families. No one should be deceived by the fact that they helped him once in the plaza. The moment Nangang Wukui entered the secret realm, they would definitely assault and dispose of him. Nangang Wukui's talent was, after all, more fearful than Nangang Suan-hee's. The moment he grew up, he would be a nightmare to the Lin and Zhang families. The best time to get rid of Nangang Wukui would be after they entered the Cloud Sea secret realm. If they missed this opportunity, they would need to properly consider it the next time they wanted to get rid of him. Fine. Nangang Wukui felt that he would only be wasting his breath if he tried to persuade Bulletin Fang. The old Bulletin was more farsighted and had more acute senses than him. All of a sudden, Nangang Wukui seemed to have thought of something and his eyes lit up. He looked at Bulletin Fang and said, "Old Bulletin, do you still have some of that ramen which you made last time? That ramen can actually increase one's battle prowess. It's truly marvelous. Its effects are even better than the 1 spirit pills refined by me. Not to mention the fact that your ramen doesn't contain any detrimental side effects after being consumed." Although that ramen was extremely spicy, the fact that his power rose drastically after eating that bowl of ramen couldn't be denied or disregarded. The most important point was the fact that there were no detrimental side effects after eating the bowl of ramen. If the swelling of his lips could be considered as a detrimental side effect, Nangang Wukui was willing to walk around with his lips swollen every day. There is some good stuff for you this time. Wait outside while I go and make a new dish for our trip to the secret realm. Bulletin Fang shot a look at Nangang Wukui before turning around. He walked towards the kitchen and quickly disappeared from Nangang Wukui's sight. A new dish? Nangang Wukui's eyes immediately lit up in excitement. The vigorous beef meatball, utility dish. It can be used to increase one's fleshly body strength and explosive strength by 3 folds. It can be used to set up a gourmet array, and it can also be consumed along with the rampage ramen. There are no side effects if the meatballs are consumed alone. However, if consumed along with the rampage ramen, the consumer will be in a weakened state for 6 hours. Bulletin Fang calmly stood before the kitchen stove. He was checking in his mind the information of the new utility dish, the vigorous beef meatball. Bulletin Fang wanted nothing more than to ridicule and criticize the system's trashy naming sense. Vigorous beef meatball. Anyone would lose their appetite after hearing the name of the dish. Could vigor create miracles and marvels? This was truly a ridiculous name. The way to cook the vigorous beef meatball wasn't different from that of ordinary beef meatball. The only difference lay in the ingredients used to cook them. This time, the ingredients were provided by the system. This spared Bulletin Fang from a lot of troubles. He took the golden dragon bone kitchen knife and checked how to wield the Overlord 13 blades in his head. As matter of fact, if one wanted to use the Overlord 13 blades, one must first practice the meteor knife technique to its peak. Only after reaching the peak of the meteor knife technique, one would be able to start learning and comprehending the Overlord 13 blades. It was because the Overlord 13 blades wasn't just some simple knife technique. It was a type of knife technique which relied upon one's imposing manner. What was an imposing manner? Bulletin Fang wasn't able to understand it completely. That was why he had to earnestly study and try to comprehend the meaning of an imposing manner. Each expert had his own imposing manner. The imposing manner coming from each person was unique. It was completely different from pressure. That so-called pressure was just created when someone used their true energy. It had an absolute suppression effect toward the people who had lower cultivation than the person emitting the pressure. However, the pressure would be completely useless toward those who had a higher cultivation than the user. An imposing manner was completely different from pressure. If a person had his own imposing manner, his true energy, essence, and soul would all be completely different. The swordsmen were called as such because they were trying to comprehend their own imposing manner. They were people who were skilled in utilizing their imposing manner. The sword intent was just a type of imposing manner. An imposing manner only swordsmen possessed. Once a swordsman developed his sword intent, there would be a sharp and relentless air emanating from him. Everyone around the swordsman would be able to feel his imposing aura. What Buleten Fang intended to condense now was the Overlord 13 Blades' imposing manner. That was an extremely difficult task. He pulled Shrimpy down from his shoulder and placed it on the kitchen stove. Buleten Fang held the golden dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand and squinted his eyes as he looked at Shrimpy. Shrimpy, I will now unleash my own imposing manner. Don't be afraid. If you become too scared, you can go back on my shoulder," said Buleten Fang earnestly. "Your tone is truly too arrogant." Shrimpy slightly groaned as it excitedly waved its sickles at Buleten Fang. The Overlord 13 Blades, an overlord's imposing manner, the first move. He swiftly waved the golden dragon bone kitchen knife in his hand and caused countless bright rays to flicker around him. If ordinary people were to see how Buleten Fang waved his knife, they would be utterly dazzled. Bang! He displayed that dazzling knife technique for a while before stopping all of a sudden. He was still holding on firmly to the knife handle when he stopped. Shrimpy lay on the table as it raised its upper body. Blinking its compound eyes, it waved its sickles at Buleten Fang, demonstrating how calm it was when facing Buleten Fang's imposing manner. Buleten Fang squinted his eyes and looked at Shrimpy. Was the effect too weak? Let's try it again. Shrimpy, please be scared. Don't force yourself and put up a strong front. Swoosh. 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 Bang. He was strongly holding onto the handle and he felt like he seemed quite cool and awesome after waving the knife around. The knife technique was displayed close to perfection by him. Buleten Fang seemed to have fused with his knife and he became a single entity with it. He waved it around till strong wind swept through the kitchen. However, Shrimpy was still as calm and indifferent as before. It simply waved its sickles to indicate how calm it was. Buleten Fang took back the kitchen knife and expressionlessly looked at the untactful and inconsiderate Shrimpy. Grabbing it, Buleten Fang placed it back on his shoulder before he started to process the beef meat. It was time for him to start making the vigorous beef meatball. As for that overlord's imposing manner, it was better for him to try learning at his own pace. Rumble. Surging heat was emitted from the Black Turtle constellation wok. After the Heaven Alps Spirit Lake water was boiled, it emitted a sweet and refreshing steam which intoxicated Buleten Fang. He threw countless pieces of fresh beef meatballs which he prepared into the wok. A plop sound could be heard every time a beef meatball was thrown into the wok and they started to roll around in the boiling water inside the wok. Their bright red luster quickly turned brown and in a short while, they started to emit a pure fragrance which was distinctive of beef. Buleten Fang was enjoyed smelling such a fragrance. He scooped them out and filled several bowls with beef meatballs. Those meatballs seemed as though they were alive and they were glowing with bright and vibrant, eye-catching colors. The aroma of the meatballs permeated out from them along with a wave of spiritual energy. Buleten Fang didn't add any secondary ingredients to the meatballs and simply cooked them. He slightly nodded in satisfaction when he looked at the bowls of meatballs in front of him. No one should look down on the meatballs just because they looked sloppy and ordinary. Only Buleten Fang himself knew the incredible amount of effort he put in and wasted in order to make these meatballs. He used his true energy to control their overflowing spiritual energy and made the spiritual energy perfectly fuse with the meat. He also prevented the spiritual energy from dissipating into the surroundings. Such a task was extremely difficult. He took a deep breath and the aroma filled his nose. Buleten Fang carried a bowl which was filled with several beef meatballs as he left the kitchen and walked into the dining room. "You are finally back." Nangang Wyukui waited and waited until he became quite anxious. In the end, Buleten Fang finally came out of the kitchen carrying a bowl in his hand. Nangang Wyukui was slightly looking forward to tasting the new dish in Buleten Fang's hand. He was extremely curious about the new dish Buleten Fang cooked. Old Buleten's new dish would not disappoint him, would it? Just as he thought about it, Buleten Fang placed the bowl in front of him. That bowl was filled with countless beef meatballs which emitted a distinct fragrance along with spiritual energy. although those meatballs seemed quite beautiful. Weren't they just ordinary meatballs? How could this be considered a dish? If you like this novel and want more chapters, please subscribe.